The young master of the Imperial clan has traveled through time to an ordinary high school, only to face the threat of a monarch-level demon on the eve of his awakening. In Class 5 of Grade 10 at Jiangling High School, students were fervently discussing the downfall of the Hua Kingdom. The monarch-level demon, known as the Tentacle Demon Lord, had effortlessly breached the Hua Kingdom's defenses. Unbelievably, this fearsome demon had now set its sights on the divine lands of Huaxia, with Jiangling City lying directly in its path. As the heated discussion continued, the back door of the classroom suddenly burst open. 3 seniors, wearing student council armbands, swaggered in. They scanned the room and immediately began finding faults. Class 5, Grade 10, noisy during self-study, 2 points deducted. Ying Xuan, lost in thought while gazing out the window, was jolted back to reality by a gentle nudge from his deskmate. Transcending time? Soul Master? Young Master of the Imperial clan? A flood of memories overwhelmed him, leaving him momentarily dazed. Disrespecting seniors, another point deducted. The student council members barked again. Beside him, the chubby Ying Xuan muttered under his breath, abusing authority. Aren't they just senior students in the council? At that moment, Ying Xuan stood up, facing the 3 seniors directly. Were you traffic monitors in your past life? You love deducting points so much. One might think you're the principal. The class erupted in murmurs, surprised at the usually silent Ying Xuan's boldness. But Ying Xuan was clear in his mind. As the 249th young master of the Ying Imperial clan, he wouldn't bow to these petty bullies. Kid, my dad's a high-ranking official in the academic office. You're the second person to talk to me like that. Wang Hao, the leader, shouted angrily. Ying Xuan smirked dismissively. Comparing backgrounds? I suggest you stay humble. Provoking the young master of the Imperial clan is no joke. Just as Wang Hao was about to retaliate, the homeroom teacher entered. With the teacher's authoritative intervention, Wang Hao had to leave in defeat, though not without a parting threat. Wait until you awaken a useless talent. Then watch how I deal with you. The homeroom teacher then announced the day's significant task, the Awakening Day ceremony. Soul weapon talents range from G to SSS level, determining each person's future. Brother Xian, I want to awaken a combat-type hammer soul weapon, Ying Xuan said, draping an arm over Ying Xuan's shoulder, dreaming of the future. Ying Xuan, however, was pondering what level of soul weapon he would awaken, given his bloodline as the young master of the Imperial clan. It had to be at least its level weapon. Anything less would be unworthy of his status. Once everyone had gathered, they quickly made their way to the stadium. The stadium had been transformed into a dedicated awakening venue, and the air was thick with a mix of tension and anticipation. The homeroom teacher led the group with firm and resolute steps, turning to the students to give them a solemn reminder. Students, this awakening determines the focus of your studies for the next 2.5 years of high school. Those who awaken a combat-type soul weapon will focus on practical training and preparation for the martial exams in 2.5 years. Those who awaken a logistics-type soul weapon will likely focus on theoretical studies for the academic exams. Everyone, including Ying Xuan, nodded earnestly, each with a different spark in their eyes. At that moment, a powerful voice echoed from the podium, capturing everyone's attention. The grade director strode confidently onto the podium, took the microphone, and spoke with strength and passion. A strong youth leads to a strong nation. Today, you will awaken your soul weapons and become rightful spirit warriors. Regardless of your innate talent, you will bear the responsibility of becoming the future of Xia. In this era of rampant demons and fearful hearts, perhaps among you lies the savior who will lead humanity's counterattack against the demons. His voice grew more fervent. When that time comes, I hope you remember today's vow, leading humanity to glory. Victory will ultimately belong to humanity. Victory will ultimately belong to humanity. The teachers and students below responded in unison, their voices resonant and powerful. A seemingly small flame ignited in each young heart, a flame that would one day spread like wildfire, eradicating the fear brought by the demons. The grade director looked around, nodding with satisfaction before announcing, "All right, I declare the awakening ceremony officially begins. Class 1, Kai Shuquan." As soon as he finished speaking, a boy wearing a black and white top stepped out from Class 1's lineup. His silver hair shimmered in the sunlight, and though his eyes showed a hint of nervousness, his steps were steady. Kai Shuquan slowly approached the awakening device on the podium, took a deep breath, and placed his hand on it. Whispers erupted from the crowd below. Kai Shuquan from Class 1 is the first to awaken. I wonder what soul weapon he'll get. He comes from the Kai family. His bloodline strength should be quite high. I heard there's a 4th grade spirit warrior in the Kai family now. A 4th grade spirit warrior, that's an unattainable level. Before the crowd could finish marveling, a crimson beam rose from the testing device on the podium, solidifying and shooting skyward. The beam above Kai Shuquan's head condensed, gradually forming a shadow of a soul weapon. At the same time, data appeared one after another on the awakening device in front of him. Kai Shuquan, combat type soul weapon, talent level D, soul weapon, Vajra Claw, Combat Power, First Grade, Second Level. The shadow in the sky shrank and finally condensed into a golden claw, which then descended into Kai Shuquan's brow and disappeared. At his command, the Vajra Claw seamlessly fit onto his hand, shimmering with a cold light. The crowd below buzzed with discussion once more. A level talent, that's already quite high, especially since it's a combat-type soul weapon. If I could awaken a combat-type soul weapon, I'd be happy with a level. If I could awaken a combat-type soul weapon, I'd take level talent. Dude above, you really want it all without any compromise. Ying Xuan stood among the crowd, his mind racing. Although he had learned a lot about spirit warriors from his memories, witnessing the awakening firsthand was still exhilarating. His gaze was drawn to the shimmering Vajra Claw, imagining what his own awakening might look like. On the podium, the grade director's expression remained unchanged. To him, Kai Shuquan's talent was decent but far from genius. Just then, a voice interrupted Ying Xuan's thoughts. Jin Yuan, what does first grade, second level mean on the device? Ying Xuan turned to Jin Yuan beside him, frowning slightly, and asked, how is the combat power system divided here? Jin Yuan was a bit surprised at first, then chuckled. Xuan, you should just call me Fatty. I'm not used to hearing my full name. He scratched his head and explained, the combat power here is divided into 9 grades, with grade 1 being the lowest and grade 9 the highest. Each grade is further divided into 9 levels. Starting from grade 3 level 1, a soul master can earn a title, but that's a story for another time. Ying Xuan nodded thoughtfully, just about to ask how to enhance his combat power when a sudden commotion erupted around them. On the podium, a burst of golden light appeared. Even the usually composed grade director looked shocked and excited. This golden light. It's in grade awakening. The grade director's voice trembled. Zhang Jiuhao Logistics Soul Tool, Talents Grade, Watering Can, Combat Power Grade 1 Level 1. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then erupted in chatter. All eyes turned to Zhang Jiuhao, who stood awkwardly holding a watering can. The excitement on the grade director's face quickly vanished, and he sighed. What a pity. And grade talent, but awakened with a logistics soul tool. If it were a combat type, Jiangling Hai would have another true genius. Zhang Jiuhao quietly felt the power surging within him, contemplating the potential plant growth acceleration ability of the watering can. His homeroom teacher also looked regretfully at the stage, lamenting the missed opportunity to nurture and grade combat genius. Zhang Jiuhao walked off the stage expressionless, seemingly unfazed by his watering can awakening. Ying Xuan's homeroom teacher softly comforted. Everyone has their own path. Not everyone enjoys fighting. For a harmonious society, logistic soul tools are just as indispensable. This encouragement restored confidence among Class 5 students. The awakening ceremony continued. Zhang Chao Logistic Soul Tool, Chopsticks, grade. Lu Yibing, Combat Soul Tool, Sharp Scissors, grade. Wang Chao Logistic Soul Tool, Feather Duster, grade. Besides Zhang Jiuhao, no other grade talents appeared, not even a grade. The grade director frowned, murmuring, the awakening talents of this year's freshmen are generally low. Class 5 Jin Yuan. Jin Yuan, with his round belly, winked at Ying Xuan before stepping onto the podium. He placed his hand on the awakening device, and once again the golden light appeared. The homeroom teacher was so shocked he spat out his drink. Jin Yuan, Logistics Soul Tool, Talents Grade. Guitar, Combat Power Grade 1 Level 1. The room buzzed with excitement. The grade director, seeing another logistics grade talent, couldn't help but lament, can't Jiangling Hai be blessed with a combat genius? Jin Yuan was overjoyed, waving his arms in excitement. Wow, Xian, I really awakened in grade talent. Ha ha ha, even our ancestors must be celebrating now. Dad, did you see? Your son has awakened in grade talent. Ying Xuan watched Jin Yuan's ecstatic expression and was genuinely happy for him. The crowd below looked on with envy in their eyes. Next, Class 5 Ying Xuan. Jin Yuan stepped down from the stage, leaned in close to Ying Xuan, and whispered mysteriously, Xuan, my level talent with the guitar soul tool is pretty amazing. Within the range of my performance, everyone's strength in our faction can increase by 10, plus there's a special bonus effect too. Ying Xuan, surprised, then patted Jin Yuan on the shoulder and laughed. That impressive? Well, after school at noon, I must hear your singing. Jin Yuan excitedly pounded his chest in assurance. Haha, no problem, leave it to me. Ying Xuan nodded with a smile, and turned to walk towards the podium. Meanwhile, Wang Hao, watching from the shadows, kept a hawk-like gaze on the podium. Beside him stood a middle-aged man, whose badge indicated his position as the head of the Academic Affairs Office. Wang Hao complained in a low voice to the middle-aged man. Dad, it's that first-year student on stage. He not only disobeys the student council, but also dares to confront me. The middle-aged man frowned slightly, and took out his phone, snapping a photo of Ying Xuan. He sternly reminded, Wang Hao, at school, call me teacher. Try not to reveal our father-son relationship, understood? I'll check his background. If he has no connections and his awakened talent is low, then... He didn't finish his sentence, but gave Wang Hao a meaningful look. Wang Hao understood, turned his gaze back to Ying Xuan, and a hint of malice flashed in his eyes. Then let's see him suffer. At this moment, the grade director stood on the podium, watching Ying Xuan approach. A hint of doubt crossed his mind. Ying, that's a rare surname. Could he be? With this thought, he quickly scanned Ying Xuan's records, but found no expected answers in the family section. He mused. It seems he's not a member of the legendary Ying Imperial clan. Otherwise, I would have known his identity upon his enrollment. Ying Xuan stepped onto the podium, and the grade director nodded at him. Under everyone's gaze, Ying Xuan placed his hand on the awakening device. In an instant, a warm current swept through his body, as if his consciousness was being drawn into an unknown space. Wang Hao kept a close eye on Ying Xuan, and the next second, a sinister smile crept onto his lips. He saw the awakening device emit a faint white light, which indicated the weakest level talent. The grade director beside him also shook his head. This white glow signified the lowest level of talent. Wang Hao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ying Xuan, a level talent. A level talent loser, and you dare to challenge me, Wang Hao. With that, he left the stadium without looking back, not even bothering to glance at Ying Xuan again. In his view, the specific soul tool that Ying Xuan awakened was irrelevant. Even the most top-tier soul tool couldn't exhibit any power with a level talent. At this moment, he was already contemplating ways to teach Ying Xuan a lesson. However, after Wang Hao left, a surprising scene unfolded. The white light in front of Ying Xuan suddenly began to change. Ying Xuan, watching from the audience, was dumbfounded and stammered. Xuan this. The homeroom teacher also looked surprised. In all his years of teaching, he had never encountered a situation where the light changed during an awakening. The grade director swallowed back the words he was about to announce regarding Ying Xuan's talent. Everyone watched in astonishment as the white light first turned green, indicating the talent had risen to level. But the transformation didn't stop there. Before anyone could react, the light in front of Ying Xuan shifted to blue. At the awakening ceremony at Jiangling No. 1 High School, everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the stage. Ying Xuan's talent radiated a continuously changing light, as if undergoing an unprecedented upgrade. This scene challenged the common belief that talents were immutable, causing a wave of astonished exclamations. Simultaneously, Ying Xuan's consciousness entered a mysterious space. On either side stood iron-armored giants kneeling on one knee, as if welcoming his arrival. At the end of the path was a throne engraved with 9 golden dragons, above which floated a Black Dragon Robe, exuding an unparalleled imperial aura. Outside, the light continued to change. From red level to purple level, the closer Ying Xuan got to the Black Dragon Robe, the higher his talent level rose. The head of the grade, heart racing, trembled as he called the principal, incoherently reporting this bizarre phenomenon. The light continued to ascend, brown level, red level. Everyone was in awe, speculating that this might be the third A-level talent following Zhang Jiuhao and Ying Xuan. However, the transformation did not stop. In the mysterious space, Ying Xuan pressed on, facing increasingly intense pressure. The iron-armored giants warned him not to enter the forbidden zone, but Ying Xuan firmly declared that he was destined. He stepped over the red line, provoking an attack from the iron-armored guards, but skillfully dodged the lethal strike. Outside, the light turned to a golden level, causing an uproar. 2 level talents emerging from Class 5 made the other class heads green with envy. Yet, the light continued to change, leading to speculation about the emergence of an S-level prodigy. Inside the mysterious space, Ying Xuan maneuvered around the iron-armored guards, driven by a willpower directed at the Black Dragon Robe. In an instant, the light outside changed to a gray S level, a formidable aura sweeping over the entire venue. The principal rushed to the scene, the usually dignified elder now wide-eyed with shock. He and the head of the grade exchanged incredulous glances, simultaneously exclaiming, "Wow, an S-level talent! Oh heavens, please let this child have a combat-related talent." The principal of Jiangling First High School paced anxiously, his eyes fixed on the awakening device. It had been 3 years since the last occurrence of an S-level talent, and the school had since fallen into a slump. Amidst fierce competition with the other 7 high schools in Jiangling City, First High had consistently ranked at the bottom due to a lack of high-talent students. Now, hope finally seemed to be on the horizon. "What is this child's name?" the principal asked urgently. "Principal, his name is Ying Xuan," the director of studies replied, noticing the principal's concern. "He didn't fill out any family information when he enrolled." The principal squinted. "Not filling it out doesn't mean he's not from the Ying Imperial clan. Go check it out." The director nodded thoughtfully. Meanwhile, within the awakening space, Ying Xuan felt the approach of an armored giant, the pressure building like a tidal wave. He gritted his teeth and ran forward, his target clear the mysterious Black Dragon Robe. "Just a little more," Ying Xuan shouted in his mind. "Today, I must wear it." Suddenly, a black, Ink-like energy erupted, engulfing the entire stadium. Everyone's breath hitched, hearts pounding rapidly. What is this? The audience was in an uproar. Can someone explain what level black represents? Ying Xuan rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. The homeroom teacher of Class 5 was dumbfounded, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. The principal could no longer contain his emotions and laughed heartily. Ha! Heaven bless Jiangling First High. SS level, there are only a few in the entire Xia domain. Whether he's in combat or logistics, he's a pillar of the nation, a core prodigy. In the mysterious space, Ying Xuan finally reached the Black Dragon Robe. The armored giant knelt in submission, retracting its weapon. The pressure of the dragon robe dissipated, and Ying Xuan donned it, his eyes gleaming with imperial majesty. Mandated by heaven, may my reign be long and prosperous. Seal the wolves at Gusu, the bravest of the three armies. Awe-inspiring across China, remembered in history. Ying Xuan murmured, his aura suddenly heightened. However, to everyone's astonishment, the black energy abruptly vanished, replaced by the white light, symbolizing a level talent. The awakening device displayed. Ying Xuan, combat type soul artifact, talent, unidentifiable. Soul artifact, Black Dragon Robe. Combat strength, grade 1, level 9. The principal frowned, staring intently at the device. Unidentifiable, he muttered. His talent likely surpasses SS level, reaching the legendary level. The grade director turned in disbelief. Legendary level? The principal offered no further explanation. He understood that the awakening device's inability to display a talent meant only two things: a talent below level or above SS level. And this young man was clearly the latter. Ying Xuan stood on the stage, his eyes glimmering with a peculiar light, clearly one of those fortunate enough to awaken extraordinary talents. Below the stage, Ying Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, his enthusiasm evident. See that? That's my big brother. Ying Yuan boasted proudly to those around him. With Brother Xin backing us, that student council is nothing. Though Ying Yuan's words carried a hint of arrogance, there was truth in them. With Ying Xuan in their corner, Class 5 would indeed face fewer troubles. At that moment, Ying Xuan slowly opened his eyes, as a mysterious voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Congratulations to the host for awakening the forbidden level soul artifact. The Black Dragon Robe is now aligning with the host's innate talents. Alignment successful, please choose a talent path, Divine Human. Ying Xuan frowned, not quite understanding what it meant. The voice continued to explain. Divine Path. Gain faith points through ancient deity worship, which will enhance the host's combat power. High floor, low ceiling. Human Path. Focus on humanity, expanding your army by recruiting subordinates. The stronger the army, the stronger the host. Low floor, high ceiling. Ying Xuan pondered. The divine path seemed vague and hard to control, while the human path was more tangible, with traceable power increases. Being a pragmatic person, Ying Xuan preferred things he could see and touch. Without much hesitation, Ying Xuan decisively chose the human path. Selection successful. Current path, human. The system then unlocked 3 forbidden level talents for Ying Xuan. 1. Endless vitality. Randomly summon one absolutely loyal human subordinate daily, with their combat power linked to the host's own. 2. United we stand. For each additional subordinate, group combat power increases by 1, with no upper limit. 3. One heart, one mind. The host can temporarily gain the combined combat power of all subordinates for 3 minutes. Afterward, all subordinates lose combat ability and cannot protect the host. Cooldown time is 24 hours. At this moment, a storm of excitement surged within Ying Xuan. These talents were simply extraordinary. In future battles, he could easily stay in the back, directing his subordinates to conquer the world for him. One more subordinate meant one more group combat power. 100 subordinates equaled 100, 1,000 equaled 1,000. And the one heart, one mind talent was even more terrifying, allowing him to gain the combined power of all his subordinates for a brief 3 minutes. It was unimaginable. Ying Xuan couldn't help but speculate whether his ancestor with the surname Ying had unified the world using this ability. While Ying Xuan was lost in thoughts of future possibilities, the principal outside had already regained his composure. He quickly pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, is this the organizer of the 8 schools freshman exchange competition? The principal's voice was urgent. Yes, I propose we hold the competition immediately. The person on the other end seemed surprised, and the principal quickly added, What? How did you know Jiangling No. 1 High School has a prodigious talent? You say you haven't asked yet? No matter, I anticipated your question. Jiangling City, the ancestral hall of the Ying family. Inside the resplendent hall, a middle-aged man sat at the head of the table, exuding an undeniable authority. He was Ying Zhantian, the current head of the Ying family. Beside him stood an elegant woman, Ji Mingyue, who watched her husband with a sorrowful gaze. Husband, does Xian still refuse to accept us? Ji Mingyue asked softly, her eyes glistening with tears. He's our only child. yet he's never called us mother or father. Ying Xuan clenched his fists, a pained expression crossing his face. Memories from 15 years ago rushed back to him, when they accidentally lost their 1-year-old son, Ying Xuan, due to a moment of negligence. It's laughable, Ying Xuan said with a self-deprecating smile. An 8th-level battle saint, yet I couldn't even keep an eye on my own child. Ji Mingyue moved closer, gently placing her hand on his shoulder. We finally found Xian 3 years ago. By then, he had grown into a handsome young man. But he didn't recognize us and refused to come back to us. At this moment, they were no longer the esteemed 8th-level soul masters, but simply a pair of heartbroken parents longing for their child. As they were lost in their melancholy, a sudden rush of footsteps echoed from outside. An elderly man dressed in black entered quickly, kneeling with an excited expression on his aged face. Master, the elder reported with enthusiasm. I have been secretly watching over the young master, and today, he successfully awakened his soul weapon. Ying Xuan sprang to his feet, hastily helping the elder to stand. Yang Lao, did you say Xian awakened his soul weapon today? What kind of soul weapon did he awaken? How is his talent? The elder, known as Yang Lao, immediately pulled out his phone and played a video. Ji Mingyue hurried over, her face filled with anticipation as she watched the screen. In the footage, Ying Xuan placed his hand on the awakening device, which began to emit a white light. Ying Xuan and Ji Mingyue both showed disappointment at this sight. Xian is only a level talent. Ying Xuan murmured, feeling a mix of emotions. As a direct descendant of the Ying family, it was rare to have a talent below S-level. Ying Xuan himself possessed a rare S-level talent, and Ji Mingyue was in S-level. He had expected their son to be at least S-level, but instead, despite the initial disappointment, the thought quickly faded. Ying Xuan adjusted his mindset, silently vowing, what does a level talent matter? Xian is my son. As long as he can live a healthy and happy life, I will protect him for a lifetime, even if he doesn't acknowledge me as his father. At this thought, a trace of loneliness flashed in Ying Xuan's eyes. However, Yang Lao suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Master, don't be too hasty. The young master isn't a level talent. Ying Xuan looked at the screen with confusion, witnessing an astonishing scene. The light shifted from white to green, then to blue, continuously changing. Level, a level, 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 a level, finally settling at S-level. Ying Xuan's breath quickened, and beside him, Ji Mingyue covered her mouth, unable to utter a sound. This Xian? Ying Xuan muttered in disbelief. Talent upgrade, S-level. In an instant, all of Ying Xuan's previous gloom vanished, replaced by an overwhelming excitement. His son had not only returned, but possessed such astounding talent. Ha ha ha, my son Xian has the potential of a sage. A proud smile spread across Ying Xuan's face, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He announced loudly, I knew it. With my Ying Xuan's bloodline, SS level is just a piece of cake. Hearing this, Elder Yang's lips curled into a subtle, meaningful smile. He said nothing, simply speeding up the video playback. Suddenly, a surge of black energy flooded the screen, sweeping through the entire display. Ying Xuan's pupils contracted sharply as he stared at the screen in disbelief. This is SSS level. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. The last time our Ying clan had an SSS level bloodline was 100 years ago. That person is now the Grand Elder of our clan, a 9th level soul master. Ying Xuan clenched his fists, tears of joy shimmering in his eyes. Heaven blesses my son. Heaven blesses the Ying clan. My son has the potential of a great emperor. Just then, Ji Mingyue spoke up, her voice tinged with confusion and unease. Husband, why is the black energy still changing? Ying Xuan refocused on the screen. The rating kept changing, finally settling on the words, unable to assess. His heart sank, and his pupils contracted rapidly. This situation, Ying Xuan's voice was low and shocked. I've only seen this in ancient texts. It's the legendary level beyond SSS, known as the Forbidden Level. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying wave of energy suddenly erupted in the hall. The energy instantly formed a violent tornado, rushing into the hall without warning. From within the tornado, an elder in a black robe slowly emerged. Even from a distance, everyone present could feel the suffocating, terrifying aura. Grand Elder, Ying Xuan, Ji Mingyue, and Elder Yang exclaimed in unison, immediately kneeling and paying respects to the elder in black robes. The Grand Elder slowly raised his right hand, and the phone playing Ying Xuan's video floated into the air before him. This, a talent beyond SSS level, the Forbidden Level. The Grand Elder's voice quivered slightly with excitement. Before he finished speaking, the phone suspended in front of him suddenly shattered, turning to ashes. Renowned for severing emotions and desires, the Grand Elder found himself struggling to maintain composure, his inner self trembling intensely. As someone with SSS level talent, he understood better than anyone what a forbidden level talent meant. It was the hope of reaching the legendary 10th level Soul Master realm in the future. It was the ultimate card of the Xia domain, even the entire human race, possibly becoming the savior to eradicate demons. The Grand Elder took a deep breath, barely calming his excitement. He surveyed the kneeling Ying Xuan and Ji Mingyue coldly, his voice carrying undeniable authority. Ying Xuan, Ji Mingyue, do you know your crime? The two, suddenly named, were momentarily bewildered and at a loss. The Grand Elder gave them no time to think, directly declaring, you too, due to your own reasons, have caused our Ying clan to lose such a prodigious talent. Now he refuses to acknowledge his ancestry, hasn't even met me, the Grand Elder. Do you admit your guilt? Only then did Ying Xuan and Ji Mingyue awaken to the gravity of their crime. They had not only failed in their parental duties, but had also caused the clan to lose an unparalleled genius. Grand Elder, we admit our guilt. Their voices trembled, foreheads pressed against the ground. As soon as they finished speaking, a terrifying aura burst forth from the Grand Elder under the Black Robe. Ying Xuan and Ji Mingyue were instantly knocked back, landing heavily on the ground. Even as an 8th-level soul master, Ying Xuan had no power to resist before the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder coldly watched the disheveled duo, slowly speaking. Since you admit your guilt, and considering you didn't intentionally lose Ying Xuan, I'll be lenient. I give you 1 month to bring Ying Xuan back to the Ying clan. He must return willingly and accept your apologies. Otherwise, I'll strip you of your headship and exile you from the Ying clan forever. Ying Xuan struggled to his feet, helping Ji Mingyue up, then knelt again in the hall's center. Thank you, Grand Elder. We will do our utmost to bring Xuan back. As soon as he finished speaking, the Grand Elder waved his sleeve, and his figure vanished from the hall. Ying Xuan slowly stood up, a determined look in his eyes. He turned to Ji Mingyue. Mingyue, you stay home to recover. Then he looked at Elder Yang. Elder Yang, come with me to Jiangling First High School. Yes, clan head. Elder Yang responded respectfully. The awakening ceremony at Jiangling First High School had just concluded. The principal sat in his spacious office, tightly gripping a paper report that detailed the soul weapon awakenings of this year's sophomore class. His eyes scanned the numbers: 166 at grade G, 332 at grade F, 277 at grade E, 92 at grade D, 41 at grade C, 19 at grade B, 5 at grade A, 3 at grade S, 0 at grade SS, and 1 at grade SSS. The logistics department had 564 students, while the combat department had 372. The principal's gaze lingered on the last line, on the sole SS-level talent, Ying Xuan. At that moment, this young man was sitting across from him, with a steaming cup of tea on the mahogany table before him, brewed from the principal's cherished high-grade tea leaves. The dean of education and the homeroom teacher of class 5 stood on either side, the air thick with a subtle awkwardness. Sensing the tension, Ying Xuan casually remarked, Principal, Dean, teacher, let's not be so serious. Come on, have some tea. He deftly picked up the teapot and poured each of them a cup. The three elders exchanged complex glances before downing their tea in one gulp. The principal set down his cup, took a deep breath, and fixed his gaze on the computer screen displaying Ying Xuan's identity information. He spoke slowly, with a barely detectable tremor in his voice. Ying Xuan, do you know your own identity? Ying Xuan smiled openly, replying without hesitation. Of course, I know. I'm the young master of the Ying Imperial clan. Direct line, only child. His tone carried a hint of pride, but mostly it was matter of fact. He had no intention of concealing his identity, believing that being upfront would save a lot of trouble. Besides, he hadn't offended anyone, and even if he had, they would have to consider the consequences of opposing the Ying Imperial clan. After all, the clan was infamous for holding grudges, a trait well preserved through generations. The 9-clan severance technique was no joke. Even though the principal and the two teachers were somewhat prepared for this revelation, hearing Ying Xuan confirm his identity left them stunned and trembling. The principal tried to remain composed, his voice slightly dry. Ying Xuan, or rather, young master, what brings you to our humble Jiangling First High School? With the resources of your imperial clan, wouldn't you grow faster than at a public high school like ours? This question momentarily puzzled Ying Xuan. Indeed, as the young master of an imperial clan, he could have thrived within his family's abundant resources without attending a regular high school. However, when he tried to recall more details about his identity, a sudden sharp pain struck his mind. As a transmigrator, Ying Xuan hadn't fully inherited the memories of this body. He knew he was the imperial clan's young master, but his childhood memories were a blur, and he couldn't even recall his parents' faces. With no other option, Ying Xuan improvised an excuse, planning to inquire about his family's situation in a few days. He feigned a serious tone and replied, Well, I prefer to rely on my own abilities and climb up step by step. After all, a flower in a greenhouse never grows strong. As he said this, Ying Xuan felt a bit guilty, knowing full well the appeal of living as a carefree rich heir. However, to the principal and the teachers, Ying Xuan's words took on a completely different meaning. The principal's eyes shone with admiration as he remarked, not relying on family resources and growing stronger through your own capability is that's truly commendable. And with such a high level of talent awakened, the future of the Xia domain is in good hands with young people like you. I can finally rest easy. The dean and the homeroom teacher nodded in agreement, echoing the sentiment. Please, just call me by my name. Even though my status might be a bit unusual, you three are still my seniors. Calling me sir would be too much, wouldn't it? Haha. Ying Xuan's words instantly dispelled the awkward atmosphere in the room. The homeroom teacher stepped forward first, giving Ying Xuan a pat on the shoulder, with a look of approval in his eyes. Even heirs from ordinary families are usually quite proud and arrogant. But you, with your talent and position, don't show a hint of arrogance. That's truly rare. I knew I was right about you. The teacher's tone was full of relief. For the upcoming 8 schools freshman challenge, you'll be the face of Jiangling High School. Hearing this, Ying Xuan frowned slightly, looking puzzled. Freshman challenge. Noticing his confusion, the grade director cleared his throat and stepped forward to explain in detail. The 8 schools freshman challenge is a competitive event organized by 8 high schools in Jiangling City. The competition is divided into logistics and combat categories. Freshmen from each school will collectively enter a challenge space created by several 7th grade soul masters from our city. Within this space, a series of challenges will take place to earn points. The school and individual with the most points will receive significant resource support. Ying Xuan nodded thoughtfully, understanding the significance of the challenge. It was not only about future educational resource support, but also a matter of honor. As Jiangling High School often ranked at the bottom among the 8 schools, the principal and grade director clearly had high hopes for this opportunity. For Ying Xuan himself, it was a perfect chance to test his first grade 9th level combat power. Seeing that Ying Xuan grasped the importance of the competition, the principal nodded with satisfaction and added, "Oh, and before participating in the challenge, all students with awakened combat talents can go to the school's training space. There are beginner combat scenarios designed to help students quickly master their abilities." Beginner scenarios? A hint of curiosity flashed in Ying Xuan's eyes. After a few more words, Ying Xuan made his way to the school's training space located behind the stadium. The once spacious hall was now crowded with freshmen, and the noise was overwhelming. As an SS-level standout, Ying Xuan's arrival immediately drew everyone's attention. Wow, it's Ying Xuan in the flesh. I wonder what kind of incredible effect his SS-level talent has. It must be something amazing. Even Kai Shukuan's level talent can increase his own claw strength by 10. SS level is beyond what we level talents can imagine. Despite the surrounding chatter, Ying Xuan paid no heed and headed straight for the training space entrance. There, a massive blue glowing screen caught his attention. This space was established by the first principal of Jiangling High School, specifically for newly awakened students to practice in beginner scenarios. The teacher at the entrance was explaining the guidelines to the students, but couldn't help but glance at Ying Xuan as he arrived. Although the crowd was unaware of Ying Xuan's imperial lineage, his SS-level talent was enough to make him a school celebrity. Standing before the screen, Ying Xuan silently invoked, Black Dragon Robe, activate forbidden level talent, unyielding vitality. Immediately, a familiar system notification echoed in his mind. Summoning conditions met. Host's current combat power is first grade 9th level. Congratulations on a successful draw. Number of first grade 8th level subordinates in the Qin Imperial Guard. 1. Group bonus. 1. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a tall figure clad in armor and wielding a bronze sword appeared out of thin air. The imposing warrior approached Ying Xuan, knelt on one knee, and declared in a booming voice, "Member of the Qin Imperial Guard, Qin Yi, at your service, your majesty." The surrounding students and teachers widened their eyes in unison, rendered speechless by the sudden scene. At that moment, everyone realized that Ying Xuan had awakened an SS-level summoning talent. Under the gaze of the crowd, Ying Xuan stepped into the blue light screen, with Qin Yi following closely behind. The system prompt immediately appeared. Ying Xuan, Combat Department, First Grade 9th Rank Soul Weapon, Black Dragon Robe Talent Level, cannot be displayed. Entering Jiangling No. 1 High School's martial arts space, constructing single-player beginner's instance. A strong sense of dizziness overcame him, and Ying Xuan's consciousness shifted to a vast desert. The scorching air was filled with roaring yellow sand. The realistic scene made him marvel at the exceptional abilities of Jiangling No. 1 High School's first principal. "Your Majesty, I sense a dangerous presence." Qin Yi suddenly appeared beside Ying Xuan, hand resting on the hilt of a bronze sword, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. "Qin Yi, you are my first subordinate. In future battles against demons, we will have each other's backs," Ying Xuan stated solemnly. Qin Yi was taken aback by these words and immediately knelt on one knee. "Your Majesty, I am a Qin army guard, sworn to serve with my life. You wear the Black Dragon Robe, the true Dragon Emperor. I will protect you with my life." Ying Xuan quickly clarified, "You've misunderstood. I hope you can correct me when I make mistakes." These words stirred a storm in Qin Yi's heart. In his understanding, emperors were always autocratic and tyrannical. When had a ruler ever been willing to listen to a subordinate's opinion? Your Majesty, I cannot do that. Ying Xuan patted Qin Yi's armor, understanding that changing his deeply ingrained class beliefs wouldn't be easy. However, such loyalty wasn't entirely a bad thing. At least his orders would be executed with absolute dedication. Suddenly, a dark shadow rushed through the swirling sandstorm, heading straight for Ying Xuan. Qin Yi's eyes turned icy cold as he unhesitatingly positioned himself in front of Ying Xuan, the bronze sword at his waist flashing with a chilling gleam. With a swift flash of the sword, the dark figure was instantly severed. Such a reaction is truly worthy of the elite guards of the Qin dynasty. Ying Xuan looked at the towering figure of Qin Yi before him, feeling a surge of security. Your Majesty, the threat has been neutralized. Qin Yi reported respectfully. Well done. Ying Xuan did not hold back his praise. Qin Yi scratched his head sheepishly, a goofy smile spreading across his face. Ying Xuan glanced down at the bisected dark figure on the ground. Is this a sandworm? As he pondered, the sandworm's corpse began to dissipate, transforming into white energy that flowed into his body. A warm current spread throughout his body, and he could clearly feel his strength increasing. Even the demons in virtual space can provide energy? Ying Xuan recalled what his teacher had explained. Defeating demons to gain energy was crucial for spirit warriors to enhance their combat power. However, demons in virtual space were not supposed to give energy feedback. As he contemplated this, more shadows of sandworm demons appeared. Qin Yi moved with the fluidity of flowing water, his bronze sword swiftly cutting them down with ease, as if he were slicing vegetables. How many sandworm demons was that? Ying Xuan asked. Reporting to your Majesty, that was the 26th. Ying Xuan nodded in satisfaction, feeling the energy within him grow stronger. By his estimation, these sandworms had a combat power around the first tier, second level, which was insignificant compared to Qin Yi's first tier, 8th level prowess. With a wave of his sleeve, his Black Dragon Robe exuded a formidable aura, causing the distant sandworms to freeze in fear. Qin Yi advanced effortlessly, his bronze sword unstoppable, mowing down the sandworms in droves. The blue exit appeared ahead, and just as Ying Xuan prepared to leave, the sandy ground beneath him suddenly shook violently. Your Majesty, it's an ambush. Qin Yi's warning barely finished when a massive shadow burst from the sand. It was a giant sandworm. It let out a chilling shriek and lunged at Ying Xuan. Qin Yi, teach it a lesson. At your command. The bronze sword whistled through the air, piercing the giant sandworm precisely. With a final agonized scream, the demon, roughly at the first tier, 5th level, collapsed heavily. With the infusion of new energy, Ying Xuan's combat strength rose once more. No pressure at all. Wow. Ying Xuan actually made it onto the leaderboard. The giant screen at the top of the training space was flashing brilliantly, clearly displaying the top 100 fastest completion records since the founding of Jiangling High School. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the leaderboard. First, Jiang Shan, Grade 1, Level 9 12 minutes 36 seconds. Second, Huiyan, Grade 1, Level 9 13 minutes 8 seconds. 13th, Ying Xuan, Grade 1, Level 9 16 minutes 15 seconds. How long did that take? Finished already, someone exclaimed. A Grade 1, Level 5 boss is nothing compared to a Grade 1, Level 9 fighter, another voice analyzed. Especially since he had that Iron Guard assisting him. An SS level talent. That's just insane. Ying Xuan stepped out from the light screen, glanced at his ranking, and frowned slightly. Too slow, he muttered to himself. This was my first time entering, unfamiliar with the terrain, and letting Qin Yi handle most of it slowed me down. His words left the surrounding students speechless. Too slow? Did you hear that? Someone couldn't help but comment. We fought tooth and nail just to kill one sandworm. Didn't even see the boss. And you made it into the top 20 on your first run. Since the power cap for the novice instance was Grade 1, Level 9, Ying Xuan reaching the peak right away was unprecedented in the history of Jiangling High School. The teacher overseeing the instance approached. Did you feel your power increase? Ying Xuan was a bit surprised. Teacher, aren't the monsters in the instance virtual? Why could I feel energy after killing a sandworm? The teacher smiled and explained. The monsters are virtual, but the energy inside them is real. High-level spirit descenders hunt monsters and store energy, which is then distributed to the training spaces of the 8 major high schools in Jiangling City. These spaces use specific programs to inject energy into the virtual monsters. This explanation left everyone present in awe. Ying Xuan pondered. So the energy from monsters can be stored and utilized like this, both to train newcomers and to enhance combat techniques. The teacher continued. The energy in the training space is limited. To gain more resources, you need to perform well in the upcoming challenge competition among the 8 major high schools. The higher your rank, the more energy you can obtain. Ying Xuan nodded, finally understanding the true significance of the competition. Currently, obtaining a high ranking is crucial as I am in need of a substantial amount of energy. In the office of the Academic Affairs Department at Jiangling No. 1 High School, Wang Hao's father sat at his desk, frowning as he stared at the computer screen. He attempted to access Ying Xuan's file, only to find that the entire document was hidden. Even with his authority as the head of the Academic Affairs Department, he was unable to view it. Dad, Ying Xuan is just a waste with a great talent. No matter what background he has, which family would care about someone with such a low-level gift? Wang Hao impatiently walked over to his father's side, waving his hand as he spoke. At this moment, the father and son were completely unaware that the entire school already knew the truth about Ying Xuan's talent level. Dad, with your authority, can't you just find a reason to expel him quietly? Who would care about someone so insignificant? Wang Hao pressed on, frustrated by his father's hesitation. You know my temperament. If I can't let this go, I won't be able to focus on my studies. The middle-aged man sighed, sensing that his son might be leading him into trouble. Yet, he eventually relented, moving the mouse to the button for expulsion. The system quickly displayed the reason for expulsion: low talent level, disrespect towards teachers, and no value for cultivation. Seeing his father agree to his request, Wang Hao grinned triumphantly. Haha, Ying Xuan, you're still too green to challenge me. He was completely unaware that this decision would soon infuriate the principal, who valued Ying Xuan highly. At that moment, the principal, leisurely sipping tea, had no idea what had just transpired. As he left the academic affairs office, a malicious glint appeared in Wang Hao's eyes. Since he's no longer a student, the homeroom teacher has no reason to protect him. When I get the chance, I'll teach that arrogant guy a lesson. Meanwhile, in the martial arts training space, as Ying Xuan finished his training and stepped out, night had fallen. He was surprised to find it was already past 9 o'clock, realizing that the time flow in the replica space was more than 10 times faster than outside. He regretted missing the lunch meeting he had arranged with his friend, but then figured his friend was likely busy familiarizing himself with his soul weapon. With a thought, Ying Xuan summoned Qin Yi, who transformed into energy and merged into the Black Dragon Robe, disappearing along with it. He could feel that he could summon them anytime he needed. Just as he was about to head to the cafeteria, an elderly voice suddenly called out from behind. Turning around, he saw an old man dressed in black, kneeling on one knee and respectfully greeting him. Old servant Yang Xiao. At your service, young master. Yang Xiao. Ying Xuan gazed at the elderly man in black kneeling before him, his brow furrowing slightly. The aura emanating from the old man was even stronger than that of the principal of Jiangling No. 1 High School, yet Ying Xuan had no recollection of him. Please rise. Ying Xuan stepped forward, extending a hand to help him up. What brings you here? You may call me your humble servant, young master. Yang Xiao stood, his aged face marked with urgency. I have come specifically to escort you back to the clan. Ying Xuan's heart skipped a beat. Could this man be from the Ying Imperial clan? Before he could voice his questions, Yang Xiao continued, clasping his hands in respect. The clan leader and madam miss you greatly and have realized their mistakes. Suddenly, it all clicked for Ying Xuan. This must be tied to the missing memories from before he traveled through time. Clearly, there was some unpleasant history between the original owner of this body and his parents. Not far away, hidden among the trees, a man watched cautiously. This was Ying Xuan's biological father, Ying Xuan, a formidable 8th grade Saint Soul master. He had sent Yang Xiao ahead to gauge his son's reaction before deciding to reveal himself. Young master, Yang Xiao hurriedly explained when Ying Xuan remained silent. The clan leader and madam didn't lose you on purpose. They were momentarily careless while battling demons. These words unlocked a flood of memories in Ying Xuan's mind. It turned out he was lost at the age of 1 and raised by an old man until he was found more than a decade later. Yet, there seemed to be more to the story. With the Ying Imperial clan's status and power, it seemed unlikely that anyone could easily abduct the young master, let alone take over a decade to find him in the small city of Jiangling. There must be a mysterious force at play, preventing his return to the clan. However, these past events no longer held much weight for Ying Xuan. He immediately declared, I am willing to return to my roots. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ying Xuan, hidden in the shadows, could no longer contain his excitement. A surge of powerful energy erupted, and in the next moment, he appeared before Ying Xuan in a beam of light. Yang Zhao's face was filled with astonishment. For 3 years, the head of the family had tried in vain to persuade Ying Xuan to acknowledge his heritage, yet with just a few words, the young master was now willing to accept his lineage. Xianer, are you serious? Ying Xuan was so excited that he could barely speak, his hands trembling slightly. He had only intended to gauge his son's attitude, never expecting such a positive response. Ying Xuan gazed at the imposing man before him, deeply moved. Compared to Yang Zhao's river-like presence, this man's aura was like the vast ocean, unfathomable. Father, Ying Xuan ventured cautiously. This single word made Ying Xuan's eyes widen, his chest heaving with emotion, making it hard for him to breathe. Xianer, what did you just call me? His forehead veins bulged with excitement. This was the scene he had longed for countless nights. Yang Xiao stood by, equally incredulous. How had the young master, who had been so resistant to the family not long ago, suddenly become so understanding? Father, I've come to understand, Ying Xuan said, looking his father in the eye. Even though you lost me accidentally, you are still my biological father. My life was given by you and mother. Without you, there would be no Ying Xuan. These words brought tears to Ying Zhantian's eyes. As an 8th-tier Saint Soul Master, he had never felt so moved and gratified. Good son. Ying Zhantian's voice was choked with emotion. Xianer, you've grown up. Your willingness to forgive us is our honor. From now on, in Zhongling City and throughout the entire Xia realm, with the Ying imperial family, no one will dare to harm you. With that, he took out a small, exquisite jade sword and handed it to Ying Xuan. This is the sacred weapon of the Ying imperial family. Just infuse it with your mind power, and the sword will grow in size with your combat strength. Ying Xuan accepted the jade sword, feeling its coolness, and was amazed to find it perfectly matched his aura, as if it were made just for him. Xianer, Ying Zhantian said with a satisfied smile. Do you know what soul artifact you have awakened? Can you show it to your father? Ying Xuan nodded and hung the jade sword on his chest. In the next moment, a black dragon robe with an overwhelming presence appeared on him, filling the space with its majestic aura. By the mandate of heaven, mighty across the skies. A legacy for the ages, immortalized in history. Ying Zhantian stared in disbelief at the soul artifact of legendary status before him. This is the fabled soul artifact, the Black Dragon Robe. Impressive. Haha, my son truly has the potential of a great emperor. Ying Zhantian looked at Ying Xuan with a satisfied gleam in his eyes. It was as if he saw his younger self, full of ambition and vigor. With a flip of his hand, a bronze sword appeared out of thin air, emanating a chilling aura. This was the S-grade combat soul weapon, the bronze divine sword. Under the power of an 8th-grade soul conjurer, the sword's cold light could even sting the eyes of bystanders. However, even such a formidable soul weapon seemed somewhat overshadowed in the presence of Ying Xuan's Black Dragon Robe. Even my bronze divine sword pales in comparison to your Black Dragon Robe. A talent of prohibitive level, the Black Dragon Robe is truly terrifying. Ying Zhantian's heart was filled with indescribable joy. Not only did his son agree to return to his roots, but he also awakened such powerful soul weapons and talents. Xianer, when do you plan to return to the clan with your father? Your mother misses you dearly and cries every day. Hearing this, Ying Xuan fell into brief contemplation. Returning to the imperial clan would indeed provide him with immense resources, allowing his strength to soar. But he had promised the principal of Jiangling No. 1 High School to participate in the 8 Schools Challenge. Without him, the school might end up at the bottom again. Moreover, both the principal and the class teacher had been very kind to him. He couldn't break his promise. Additionally, based on the original owner's memories, there was a grandfather who raised him. Emotionally and logically, he should first settle the original owner's concerns. Father, I want to handle school matters first and then return to the clan. Besides participating in the challenge, I also want to ensure the well-being of the grandfather who raised me. Ying Zhantian nodded with approval in his eyes. His son was not only exceptionally talented, but also remarkably composed and humble. Yet, he couldn't help but worry if such a considerate son might be bullied outside. Xianer, I support your decision. I'll arrange for someone to bring the elderly gentleman back to the clan to enjoy the status of an elder. You can return after dealing with school matters. But, is there a condition? Ying Xuan asked, puzzled. Ying Zhantian patted his son's shoulder. Remember, Xianer, you are now the rightful young master of the imperial clan, my only son. Don't worry too much about things. Do what you want. With me and the Ying clan backing you, no problem is too big. You're young, and youth should be bold. What's the point of being young if you're not a little wild? These words genuinely surprised Ying Xuan. Other noble families taught their children to be cautious and avoid trouble, yet his father was encouraging him to stir things up. Father, I've got it. Ying Xuan agreed outwardly, though he had his own ideas. He would adhere to the principle of do not offend unless offended, as initiating trouble was not his style. However, if someone were to provoke him, then he wouldn't mind making the other party pay the price. Ying Zhantian nodded with satisfaction, a hint of affection in his eyes. It's getting late. I'll return to the imperial clan to share this good news with your mother. When you officially acknowledge your ancestry, the Ying imperial clan will host a grand banquet to welcome you, Xian. With that, he gave a signal to the old servant Yang Xiao beside him and lowered his voice. Old Yang, until Xian acknowledges his ancestry, continue to protect him in secret. If anyone poses a threat to Xian, eliminate them without hesitation. Yang Xiao nodded slightly, a cold gleam in his eyes. Now that the young master had agreed to acknowledge his ancestry, he was determined to ensure Ying Xian's safety at all costs. If anyone or any family dared to challenge them, he wouldn't hesitate to let Jiangling City be stained with blood. In an instant, Ying Zhantian's figure vanished from Jiangling High School, as if he had never been there. Yang Xiao also faded into the shadows, silently guarding Ying Xian. With Ying Xuan's current first-level combat strength, he was naturally unaware of any of this. Just then, a wave of hunger hit, and Ying Xuan's stomach growled loudly in protest. He quickly headed to the cafeteria, where the lights were still on, offering meals to students like him who returned late from missions. "Auntie, I'll have some beef noodles. Loaded up with beef, no noodles." Staring at the steaming pot of braised beef, Ying Xuan felt like he could eat an entire cow. The cafeteria lady was surprised by the unusual request, but filled a bowl to the brim with braised beef. However, just as Ying Xuan was about to swipe his card, the machine beeped. "No identity information, meal card deactivated." Confused, Ying Xuan looked up to hear a burst of grating laughter from the cafeteria entrance. There stood Wang Hao with a group of student council followers, a sneer on his face. "Ha ha." Ying Xuan surprised. "You were so arrogant before, and now you can't even eat. Did you get expelled, you level talent loser?" Ying Xuan immediately realized that Wang Hao must have used his father's position in the administration office to pull some strings. With this thought, a sly smile appeared on his lips. She had just acknowledged his ancestry, and Wang Hao was already eager to deliver himself on a silver platter. How considerate. Who claimed they had a level talent? Before the words even settled, the cafeteria lady briskly walked out from the kitchen, her face stern with duty. "Fighting is prohibited in the cafeteria. Break the rules, and I'll report you to the academic office." Instead of backing down, Wang Hao laughed even more arrogantly. "Auntie, feel free to report it. If you think it's too slow, just let me know. My dad is the head of the academic office. I can help you report it." His laughter was laced with contempt. This statement hit like a heavy blow, freezing the cafeteria lady's expression. She was just an ordinary cafeteria worker, and offending the head of the academic office was akin to risking her job. "Auntie, you don't need to worry about this," Ying Xuan said, noticing her dilemma. "I want to see if Wang Hao really dares to lay a hand on me in school." The cafeteria lady hesitated, then simply shook her head and retreated to the kitchen. The students around, sensing trouble, slipped out through the back door. Wang Hao snapped his fingers, and his followers promptly lowered the cafeteria's shutters. "Ying Xuan, you've already been expelled from school. You're just an outsider now," Wang Hao proclaimed smugly. "As a student council member, I have the right to throw you out. But," he paused theatrically, "if you kneel and apologize, I might go easy on you, and even help reinstate your student status." However, when he expected to see fear on Ying Xuan's face, he was met with a playful smile, as if the one about to get beaten wasn't Ying Xuan, but Wang Hao himself. "Wang Hao, what era do you think this is, still playing the oppression card?" Ying Xuan retorted without hesitation. "Head of the academic office? Someone who doesn't know might think you're an emperor. You love biting people so much, you'd make a decent dog. You're mistaking soy sauce for wine, just bored." These words left Wang Hao's followers stunned, and Wang Hao himself was so furious his face twisted. But Ying Xuan wasn't done, continuing to ruthlessly mock. "You've really turned the student council into a joke. Bullying freshmen, do you really think you're something special? You followers, to put it nicely, are a rabble. Bluntly, you're a bunch of idiots. With all this time, why not level up in a game dungeon? If that doesn't work, just go to sleep and stop causing trouble for society." Every word hit its mark like a bullet, and finally, Wang Hao exploded. Suddenly, red flames erupted around him, and a burning red crystal floated in front of him. His eyes turned fierce, with a hint of murderous intent. The fire cloud crystal stone glowed with a dangerous light. In Wang Hao's hand his pride and joy, his sole weapon. He glared coldly at his opponent, rage burning within him. "A worthless grade talent dares to challenge me?" Wang Hao scoffed. "I'll show you what true power of an A-grade combat talent looks like." The fire cloud crystal stone suddenly unleashed a pulse of terrifying energy. The onlookers took a few steps back. They knew Wang Hao was truly angry. In this school, where private fights and the use of soul weapons were strictly forbidden, Wang Hao disregarded the rules. As the son of the head of the academic affairs office, he had been untouchable for 3 years, and no one had dared to challenge his authority like Ying Xuan. "Second rank, 6th level," gasped his followers. Wang Hao's strength had broken through again, and the fire cloud crystal stone not only provided immense power, but also carried a deadly burning effect. Wang Hao advanced step by step, his eyes glinting dangerously. "Ying Xuan, since we're still in school, I won't take your life today. But," his fist blazed with scorching flames, "you must suffer a little." Facing this intimidating attack, Ying Xuan remained unfazed. He slowly closed his eyes, and a black dragon robe appeared on him. When he opened his eyes again, the golden vertical pupils shocked everyone present. What is this?" Wang Hao's followers recoiled in fear. How can someone with a grade talent have such a terrifying aura? While Wang Hao was also puzzled, Ying Xuan simply waved the dragon robe lightly and uttered, "Qin Yi." In an instant, a figure materialized from the void. Qin Yi, wielding a bronze sword, looked on with murderous intent. The sword's light clashed with Wang Hao's fiery fist. Even though Wang Hao used only a fraction of his strength, the outcome left him astonished. As the two prepared to clash again, a green blade of light suddenly flashed through the air, sending Wang Hao crashing into the cafeteria's iron doors. Yang Xiao appeared, holding a green bamboo staff, kneeling on one knee. "Young master, this old servant is late." With a swift stroke of his staff, Yang Xiao unleashed a green light like a blade, severing Wang Hao's left hand. Amidst his piercing screams, Wang Hao fainted. Ying Xuan glanced at the time. It was 11:59 p.m. Revenge is best served swiftly. "Ying Xuan, spare us please." The student council members, looking at the unconscious Wang Hao, knelt down pleadingly, their faces pale with fear. Although Yang Xiao was hunched over, the bamboo staff in his hand swung with the precision of a grim reaper's scythe. Each strike was swift and clean, instilling an unprecedented fear in everyone present. "Yang Lao, your skills are extraordinary," Ying Xuan remarked, a hint of awe in his eyes as he gazed at the elder's back. Yang Xiao respectfully bowed and replied, "The young master praises me too highly. My skills are only ranked in the lower tier within the family. Compared to the head of the family, my 6th-rank soul master abilities are like a mayfly to the sky, a star to the sun." Ying Xuan was taken aback. Such power ranked only in the lower tier of the Ying imperial clan? No wonder my father told me to be more assertive. This identity simply cannot remain low profile. Just then, an authoritative and aged voice echoed from outside the cafeteria. "Who dares to cause trouble at Jiangling High School?" Bang! The principal kicked open the shutter door and immediately saw Wang Hao's severed hand. The previously despairing student council members, as if finding a savior, began to cry out, "Principal, Ying Xuan has gone mad. And that man in black is the one who cut off Wang Hao's hand." The principal's presence was instantly imposing, not inferior to Yang Zhao's. But upon recognizing Ying Xuan, he paused, visibly surprised. "Ying Xuan? What happened here? And who is that beside you, Qingzhu?" At the mention of Qingzhu, Yang Xiao trembled slightly. Before the puzzled Ying Xuan could speak, Yang Xiao addressed the principal. "Old Luo, who would have thought we'd meet today? But you're clearly not doing your job as principal well. You can't even control the students." Wang Hao almost harmed the young master of the Ying clan. Ying Xuan stepped forward and explained to the principal how Wang Hao had abused his power to expel him and attempted to attack him. The principal's eyes widened in disbelief. Wang Hao must be insane to provoke the only young master of the Ying imperial clan. "Ying Xuan, this is indeed Wang Hao's fault. I will ensure that you and the Ying clan receive justice. Losing a hand is his own doing, and it has nothing to do with you." The principal knew full well that with Ying Xuan's status, even if Wang Hao had been killed, there would have been no consequences. Wang Hao was fortunate to have lost only a hand. He knew that Ying Xuan was giving him, the principal, a bit of face by not taking action at Jiangling No. 1 High School. Otherwise, with the domineering style of the Ying imperial clan, they could have turned the entire school upside down. After listening to Yang Xiao, the principal immediately composed himself and walked slowly over to the two men. "Old Bamboo, I never expected you to join the Ying imperial clan." The students who had tattled earlier turned pale upon witnessing this scene. They realized that the principal was actually acquainted with the intimidating old man in black, and they seemed to have a close relationship. "Old Luo, stop calling me Old Bamboo," Yang Xiao said with a somber expression. "The old bamboo of the assassin hall died in that war long ago. If not for the Ying clan taking me in, I would have long become a pile of dirt. Now, I'm just an old servant of the Ying imperial clan." Assassin hall. The crowd finally understood why Yang Xiao was so decisive and skilled in his actions. Listening to the conversation between the two elders, Ying Xuan gradually learned about their past. It turned out they had known each other since youth, and were both exceptionally talented in combat soul summoning. Luo Gudian chose a conventional academic path, while Yang Xiao joined the Assassin Hall, using the code name Bamboo. After a mission went wrong and his identity was exposed, Yang Xiao was pursued by enemies and had to hide at Luo Gudian's home. Later, he fell into a trap set by his enemies while hunting demons, endangering himself and implicating the entire Assassin Hall. To avoid affecting Luo Gudian, who was preparing for exams, Yang Xiao decisively cut off contact with him. Eventually, Luo Gudian successfully passed the martial exam, while Yang Xiao began a long period of escape. In a great battle, he was rescued by the Ying imperial clan, changed his name to Yang Xiao, and became their servant. His enemies and the Assassin Hall no longer dared to trouble him. 50 years had passed, and the two old friends reunited today. As Ying Xuan listened to the elder's story, he enjoyed a bowl of beef noodles in front of him, murmuring with slight regret, "Not bad, but it would be better if the beef were a bit more tender." Yang Xiao chuckled. "Young master, this old servant will take his leave now." Before leaving, he gave Luo Gudian a deep look. The two understood each other without saying more. "Ying Xuan, it's getting late. You should go rest," the principal said. "I'll give you an explanation tomorrow. I don't think there's any need for Wang Hao's father to continue as the director of the Academic Affairs Office." As night fell, Ying Xuan returned to his dormitory. He no longer cared about how the principal would handle the Wang Hao situation. Lying in bed, exhaustion quickly pulled him into a deep sleep. In his dream, a commanding figure appeared before him. The person was dressed in a black dragon robe, standing atop the majestic Great Wall, surveying the land with piercing eyes. Under the pressure of this figure, the demons outside the Great Wall trembled, not daring to cross the line. The next morning, Class 5 of the first year at Jiangling High School was buzzing with excitement. Did you hear? Last night Wang Hao tried to mess with Ying Xuan, only to find out he's from a powerful background. I heard someone powerful behind Ying Xuan crippled one of Wang Hao's hands. That harsh. Doesn't the principal care? Care? Apparently. Even the principal can't afford to offend the forces behind Ying Xuan. Good thing we never crossed him. As the gossip continued, Ying Xuan walked into the classroom, yawning. Instantly, everyone fell silent, except for the chubby Jing Yuan, who eagerly approached him. Hey Xian. Ying Xuan casually greeted Jing Yuan and headed straight to his seat in the corner. Xian, is it true about what happened yesterday? Did you really? Jing Yuan began to ask, but quickly stopped when he caught Ying Xian's meaningful look. The other students, eager for gossip, reluctantly returned to their seats. Bang! The classroom door swung open, and the homeroom teacher, adjusting his glasses, walked to the podium with a stack of papers. He glanced meaningfully at Ying Xuan in the corner before addressing the class. I have 2 announcements. The class immediately quieted down. First, the student council system is abolished and will be replaced by management from grade heads and homeroom teachers. Applause erupted in the classroom. Second, as a school-wide announcement, Wang Hao from Class 1 of the 3rd year is expelled for abusing power and bullying classmates. Director of Academic Affairs Wang Zhitao is suspended for corruption and abuse of power. The class was in an uproar, with all eyes involuntarily turning to Ying Xuan. Yet, he remained calm, as if everything was as expected. To him, Wang Hao and his father were merely reaping what they had sown. Meanwhile, in a hospital room, Wang Hao lay in bed, his fractured left hand wrapped in layers of bandages. His father, Wang Zhitao, stood by the bed, his chest heaving with intense anger. Wang Zhitao's face was grim, his fists clenched tightly as he cursed under his breath. Damning Xian. Not only did he hurt my son, but he also got us expelled from school. If there's no way out for us, then I won't hold back. I don't care about your family background. Once you're on that organization's hit list, no one survives. With trembling fingers, he pulled out a backup phone and dialed a mysterious number. A murky voice answered on the other end. Assassin's Guild, money for deeds. I want someone dead. Money is no object. Wang Jitao gripped the phone tightly, his voice filled with venom. Who do you want dead? Ying Xuan from Jiangling First High School. In the classroom, the homeroom teacher knocked on the blackboard forcefully to gather everyone's attention. All right, let's get to business. Yesterday, you all completed your soul artifact awakening and gained your talents. Remember, the level of your talent only affects your future potential. Those with high talents shouldn't be arrogant, and those with lower talents shouldn't be discouraged. Apart from top-tier talents, the difference in combat power is not significant in the early stages. With effort, even students with lower talents can become powerful soul masters. At this point, the teacher couldn't help but glance at Ying Xuan. A genius like him, who reached the first-rank 9th level of combat power right after awakening, was truly one in a million. Yesterday, the combat students experienced the beginner's dungeon in the martial space. Today, we will continue to progress, aiming to clear it by the end of the first semester. Jing Yuan immediately raised his hand to ask, what about us in the logistics department, teacher? The homeroom teacher looked at the student with grade logistics talent and nodded. The logistics department will have specialized theoretical classes. Upon hearing this, the logistics students sighed, realizing they still had to study theory even after awakening their soul artifacts. In contrast, the combat students seemed relieved, evidently preferring practical training. As everyone re-entered the martial space, the number of participants was noticeably higher than the previous day, thanks to the teacher-led group study. Wow, look at the leaderboard. 13th place in history. Ying Xuan, the other students from Class 5 exclaimed. Is that our class's Ying Xuan? Weren't we supposed to clear it by the end of the first semester? How did he clear it on the first day and make it onto the historical leaderboard? The homeroom teacher was also stunned. He knew Ying Xuan was talented, but not to this extent. This completely disrupted his teaching plan. Ying Xuan, have you already cleared it? Ying Xuan nodded calmly. Teacher, I was still getting familiar with the dungeon yesterday, so my completion time was a bit slow. The surrounding classmates were once again taken aback. What do you mean? Clearing it on the first day and you think it's slow? That's like setting a high jump record in a bathroom. It's just too much. The homeroom teacher shook his head helplessly. Indeed, a genius cannot be judged by ordinary standards. In that case, I have nothing more to advise you on. Ying Xuan nodded slightly, and, under the envious gazes of his classmates, stepped into the light screen. The system prompt immediately appeared. Ying Xuan, combat class, first rank, 9th tier. Soul artifact, Black Dragon Robe, talent level, undisplayable. Entering Jiangling High School Martial Arts Arena, constructing solo beginner instance. This time entering the instance, Ying Xuan felt noticeably more at ease. he decided to take this opportunity to explore the limits of his combat power. Black Dragon Robe, activate talent, endless vitality. The system responded instantly. Summoning conditions met. Host's current combat power is first rank, 9th tier. Congratulations to the host on successful summoning. Qin Empire's guards first rank, 8th tier. Number of subordinates, 2. Group buff, 2. From the void emerged a Qin Empire guard resembling Qin Yi, who knelt on one knee. Qin Empire guard Qin Heir, at your service, your majesty. Qin Heir. Ying Xuan mused to himself. The first one's called Qin Yi, and the second one Qin Heir, easy to remember. The imperial aura of the Black Dragon Robe spread from Ying Xuan, enveloping the entire instant space. He then summoned Qin Yi, and the two armored guards stood side by side, filling Ying Xuan with a sense of satisfaction. The thought of being able to summon an army in the future thrilled him. With the Black Dragon Robe, one person becomes an army. Guard Qin Yi, at your service, your majesty. Guard Qin Heir, at your service, your majesty. Ying Xuan drew the jade sword gifted by Ying Xuan and strode deeper into the instance. In an instant, sandstorms raged, and countless sandworm demons surged from all directions. Qin Yi, Qin Heir, full force attack, slay the demons. Understood. The two guards shot out like arrows, their bronze swords unstoppable. Ying Xuan, unwilling to be left behind, infused his will into the jade sword. The blade instantly extended to 3 feet, resonating with his intent. Just then, a sandworm silently appeared behind Ying Xuan. He noticed the ambush through the sword's reflection and swiftly swung the sword horizontally, slicing the sandworm in two. What a fine sword. Truly the treasure of the imperial clan. Ying Xuan admired the blade closely, growing increasingly fond of it. Why not give you a name? The jade sword's light flickered, as if responding to his words. Ying Xuan gently stroked the blade with his finger. With demons rampant and people living in fear, I awakened the Black Dragon Robe by Divine Will to eradicate demons and dispel human fear. Demons are like the sky, pressing down on humanity. To achieve peace, someone must stand up and pierce through this sky. Therefore, I name you Kaitian. Ding! The jade sword emitted a clear chime, seemingly acknowledging the name. Ying Xuan, holding the Kaitian sword, rejoined the two battling guards. As more and more sandworms were slain, bits of energy continuously flowed into him, and he felt his combat power gradually increasing. With his formidable strength at the 9th level of the first rank, Ying Xuan could easily dominate the beginner dungeon. Glancing at the two 8th level first rank Qin guards beside him, he felt even more confident. He was already contemplating applying for a higher level challenge after finishing this dungeon, as these low-level demons no longer posed much of a growth opportunity for him. Boom! The last giant sandworm collapsed to the ground, dissolving into specks of light. Ying Xuan once again completed the beginner dungeon flawlessly. In the principal's office, Luo Gudian was staring at the beginner dungeon leaderboard when he suddenly spat out his drink. The grade director happened to walk in and was stunned by the scene. Luo Gudian hastily wiped away the mess and eagerly called out, "Never mind this, old man. Come and check out our school's beginner dungeon rankings." The grade director, puzzled, approached the computer. As his eyes scanned the leaderboard, he almost dropped the documents he was holding. The leaderboard for Jiangling First High School's beginner dungeon prominently displayed. First place, Ying Xuan, first rank 9th level, 10 minutes 15 seconds. Second place, Jiang Shan, first rank 9th level, 12 minutes 36 seconds. How is this possible? The grade director exclaimed in shock. Jiang Shan was our school's first principal, a combat genius with S-level talent. He intentionally suppressed his level to the first rank 9th level to set that record, and it stood unbroken for a century. And now it's shattered by a student who's only been awakened for 2 days? And by over 2 whole minutes. Monster! Luo Gudian muttered to himself. The talent of an imperial bloodline is truly terrifying. The grade director quickly composed himself and excitedly said, "With Ying Xuan, we're set for the 8 schools challenge. With his strength, won't he just crush the other schools?" However, Luo Gudian frowned. This challenge is about the overall strength of the school. Besides Ying Xuan, our students' average talent is relatively weak. We might not fear individual battles, but in team competitions, we're at a disadvantage. Moreover, he paused. The news of Ying Xuan's SS-level talent has already spread. The grade director immediately understood. You're worried that the other 7 schools might team up against Ying Xuan? Luo Gudian nodded with a sigh. Even if Ying Xuan is strong, it's hard to face the combined forces of 7 schools. If he gets defeated, Jiangling First High might end up at the bottom again. At this point, both of them fell silent. Their concerns not unfounded. Ying Xuan's awakened talent was truly astonishing. Among the 8 high schools in Jiangling City, he was the only student with an SS-level talent. Even more shocking, his true talent surpassed the SSS level, a secret known only to a select few. Such an extraordinary individual was destined to become a target of envy. Just then, a commotion erupted in the martial arts training space. Everyone stared in disbelief at the latest update on the novice dungeon leaderboard. Ying Xuan had broken the record once again. This was a century-old record set by the first principal of Jiangling High School, and Ying Xuan had effortlessly surpassed it with overwhelming superiority. I'm still struggling with the first sandworm, and he's already making history, someone couldn't help but exclaim. Ying Xuan emerged from the light screen with a calm expression, his black dragon robe gradually dissipating, and Qin E and Qin Air returning to the robe. Too easy, no challenge at all, he remarked nonchalantly, leaving the martial arts space. However, in the crowd, a blonde-haired boy was clenching his fists tightly. He was Xiao Yu, the only level combat talent awakener in this year's class at Jiangling High School. Originally meant to be in the spotlight, he was now completely overshadowed by Ying Xuan. TCH, he just has a higher innate combat power. If our strengths were equal, he wouldn't stand a chance against me, Xiao Yu said disdainfully. Xiao Yu, don't go against Ying Xuan. Look at Wang Hao as a warning, someone kindly advised. I'm not a brute like Wang Hao, Xiao Yu retorted, raising his chin. Let me tell you, the Xiao family is a noble clan with a 5th-grade soul master. With these words, the people around him gasped. In the Xia domain, family power determines status, with rankings from low to high being noble family, clan, sect, ancient family, holy family, imperial family, and divine family. The Xiao family, with a 5th-grade soul master, was indeed a noble clan, far surpassing the family status of Kai Shuquan's family. But what they didn't know was that Ying Xuan's family was truly an imperial family with a 9th-grade soul master. Even ordinary servants were 6th-grade soul masters, any one of whom could crush the entire Xiao family. As the long-standing saying goes, in the absence of divine families, imperial families rule. At this moment, Xiao Yu was clearly unaware of his foolishness. He arrogantly thought that he knew all the notable young men in Jiangling City, yet he had never heard of someone like Ying Xuan. In his eyes, Ying Xuan was merely a member of an ordinary family, lucky enough to awaken such a high level of talent. What he didn't realize was that, with his status in a regular family, he couldn't even begin to reach the level of the imperial clans. Since everyone says I'm not as good as Ying Xuan, I'll show them who the real genius is. Xiao Yu sneered and stepped confidently into the portal of the novice dungeon. Meanwhile, Ying Xuan was walking along the cobblestone path of the academy. The evening sun cast a golden glow over him. Although it was already 6 p.m., the early summer sun still lingered on the horizon. Having just cleared a dungeon in record time, he was now ready to take care of some errands. First, he headed to the academic office to reinstate his student status. Just as he finished the paperwork and exited the office, a familiar figure appeared. Principal Luo Gudian was striding quickly toward him. Ying Xuan, what a coincidence. I was just looking for you. Luo Gudian's voice was filled with barely contained excitement. Principal, what can I do for you? Ying Xuan asked, slightly frowning. Luo Gudian stroked his graying beard, patting Ying Xuan on the shoulder, his eyes shining with admiration. You've broken the record for the novice dungeon set by the former principal. Among all the talents I've seen, you are definitely the most extraordinary. Before Ying Xuan could respond, Luo Gudian got to the point. Do you remember the 8 schools challenge I mentioned yesterday? I've just received the latest news. There's a major change in this year's competition rules. Seeing Ying Xuan's inquisitive look, Luo Gudian continued. In addition to the traditional college arena battles, they've added a Battle Royale mode. Battle Royale? Ying Xuan raised an eyebrow. That's right. Luo Gudian lowered his voice. All first-year students from the 8 colleges, whether from the combat division or the logistics division, will be thrown into a challenge space to compete for points. The most unique part is there are no rules. Only those who survive until the end, along with their school, will receive resource support. Ying Xuan nodded thoughtfully. This mode was a double-edged sword for him. The lack of rules meant he could unleash his full potential without restraint, but if he shone too brightly, he risked being targeted by the other 7 schools in a combined effort. It was like a diamond-ranked player suddenly appearing among a group of bronze-level competitors. Naturally, they prioritize eliminating the most threatening opponent. Ying Xuan, this is both a challenge and an opportunity, Luo Gudian said meaningfully. If you can withstand this pressure, you might just seize all the resources from the 7 other schools. Upon hearing the principal's words, Ying Xuan frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. It was indeed unrealistic to take on the 7 major academies alone, but if he could quickly advance to a rank 2 soul descender and pair it with the extraordinary abilities of the Black Dragon Robe, there might be a glimmer of hope. Principal, Ying Xuan said, lifting his head with determination in his eyes, the beginner's realm offers me little improvement now. Can I enter the intermediate realm directly to accelerate my progress? Luo Gudian furrowed his brows at this. According to the rules, freshmen were not allowed to enter the intermediate realm, but Ying Xuan was clearly an exception. After a moment of consideration, he replied, it's possible, but the virtual monsters in the intermediate realm are highly aggressive. If you die in the realm, your mental strength will suffer significant damage. That's why usually only sophomores challenge the intermediate realm. I understand the risks, Ying Xuan replied without hesitation. But high risk means high reward. To quickly enhance my combat capabilities, the intermediate realm is the only option. With my current strength, I can protect myself. Luo Gudian observed the resolute young man in front of him and, after some thought, nodded in agreement. Indeed, a genius who could break the beginner's realm record in 2 days couldn't be judged by normal standards. He retrieved a green card from his drawer and handed it to Ying Xuan. This is the pass for the intermediate realm. You must have it to enter. The entrance is on the second floor of the training space. Ying Xuan took the card, which displayed his identity information. Name: Ying Xuan. Class: Freshman Class 5. Soul Tool: Black Dragon Robe. Pass level: Green. Affiliation: Jiangling No. 1 High School. After securing the pass, Ying Xuan quickly returned to rest, conserving his energy for the challenge the next day. Late at night, the martial space was still bustling with activity. Xiaoyu stumbled out of the light screen, looking disheveled and with eyes full of frustration. Damn giant sandworm. It's too strong. Facing it heat-in is hopeless. My rank 1 tier 4 power just isn't enough. Students quickly gathered around him. Xiaoyu, we heard you almost defeated the giant sandworm. After Ying Xuan, you're the second person to clear it. At the mention of Ying Xuan, Xiaoyu's eyes grew cold. Humph. Xiaoyu, will not be second to anyone. Just because his combat power is a little higher? Once I gain family resources, I'll surpass him. The onlooking students shook their heads. It was almost laughable for someone with S-level talent to challenge Ying Xuan, who had an SS-level talent. Unfortunately, Xiaoyu remained lost in his unrealistic ambitions. In a dimly lit alleyway in Jiangling City, the moonlight was as gentle as water, and Wang Hao's father, Wang Jitao, stood at the mouth of a shadowy alley with a bulging backpack slung over his shoulder. His eyes darted around restlessly. His face was stern, clearly waiting for someone. Suddenly, an eerie figure slowly emerged from the depths of the alley. The person was entirely wrapped in black fabric, leaving only a pair of blood-red eyes exposed. The chill emanating from those eyes made Wang Jitao involuntarily shiver. After confirming no one else was around, Wang Jitao quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Sir, you're here. The figure in black nodded slightly, and a voice, deliberately masked and raspy, said, You know the rules. Our guild only recognizes money, not people. Wang Jitao hurriedly took off the backpack. Sir, the money is ready. It's just a regular high school student. No need for you to handle this personally. Don't ask what you shouldn't. The black-clad figure's eyes flashed coldly. As Wang Jitao handed over the backpack, the figure briefly inspected it before suddenly bursting into anger. With a loud smack, the backpack was thrown heavily to the ground, scattering bills everywhere. 50,000. Do you take me for a beggar? Wang Jitao hastily knelt down. Sir, I understand the rules. But this is just a regular high school student. 50,000 is already the market rate. The figure in black stomped on the scattered money, speaking coldly. A regular high school student is indeed 50,000. But the one you want dead is far from ordinary. 5 million. This astronomical figure left Wang Jitao collapsed on the ground. Yes, sir. Even if he has the backing of a noble family, it can't be. Do you know his name? The figure in black suddenly closed in. Ying Xuan. The surname Ying, I don't need to elaborate, do I? Wang Jitao trembled all over, finding it hard to breathe. Sir, are you saying Ying Xuan is from the Ying Imperial clan? The figure in black shook his head. That's just speculation. The power of the Imperial clan is not something our guild can meddle with. If he truly is from the Imperial clan, 5 million wouldn't even be enough. Sir, can I withdraw the bounty? With a thunderous sound, a strong gust of wind rose around the figure in black. In his hand appeared a blood-red dagger, and the aura of a 5th-grade soul reaper burst forth. You think our guild is a place where you can come and go as you please? Once a bounty is placed, unless. The figure's voice was as cold as ice. You leave your life behind. In an instant, Wang Jitao was drenched in cold sweat and fell to his knees with a thud. His voice trembled with fear. Sir, please have mercy and spare my life. I'll find a way to gather the 50 million as soon as possible. Kneeling on the ground, Wang Jitao was filled with deep regret. Although he had embezzled a lot over the years at the school, 50 million was his limit. Spending such a large sum for revenge on his son was hardly worth it. Yet, to save his life, he had no choice but to agree. He could only pray silently that Ying Xuan was not from the Ying imperial family, or else not only would revenge be impossible, but even his life would be at risk. You must gather the ransom within 10 days, the hoarse, low voice of the man in black echoed in the night. Or you know the consequences. Before the words had fully faded, the figure disappeared into the moonlight. Wang Jitao stood frozen, his fists clenched so tightly they turned white. Not only had he lost his position at the school, but decades of accumulated wealth were about to be handed over. Wang Hao, you've really put your old man in a tough spot this time. The next morning, after freshening up, Ying Xuan headed straight to the school's martial arts training space instead of the classroom. According to his homeroom teacher, There was nothing left to teach him what was supposed to be a semester's worth of lessons. Ying Xuan had completed in just 2 days. While teaching such a student was easy, it certainly lacked a sense of accomplishment. Look, it's Ying Xuan. Wow, the early bird catches the worm. We get to see the real Ying Xuan. So handsome. I admit he's a bit better looking than me. Come on, have some shame. Having set a new record in the beginner's dungeon in just 2 days, Ying Xuan had become a star in the senior grade. Just then, a girl in a floral dress gathered her courage and approached him. Ying Xuan, may I ask you a few questions? A clear voice called from behind. Turning around, he saw a girl with bright, large eyes, looking shy. Who are you? I'm Gu Weiwei, the class president of Class 8. On behalf of my classmates, I'd like to ask you for advice on how to clear the beginner's dungeon. There was an immediate chorus of exclamations around them. Wow, isn't that Gu Weiwei, the class beauty from Class 8, actually approaching Ying Xuan? Damn it, Ying Xuan, I'm going to hold a grudge against you. Stop being bitter. In our grade, only Ying Xuan is a match for Gu Weiwei. Being a typical straight guy, Ying Xuan clearly didn't catch the subtext in Gu Weiwei's words. Clearing the dungeon? There's no special trick, just brute force. Gu Weiwei, you just need to keep working on the dungeon and gain energy points. Once you reach the first tier, 9th level of combat power, you'll be able to breeze through the dungeons like I do. The girl nodded obediently, while those around them were both impressed and daunted by his words. After all, with an SS level talent, he was born with first tier, 9th level combat power. We with the level talents, how long will it take us to reach that combat power? Gu Weiwei looked at the leaderboard, her heart waging a silent battle, and finally, as Ying Xuan was about to leave, she mustered the courage to speak up. Ying Xuan, could I invite you to dinner tonight? Just to thank you for helping me and my classmates. Ying Xuan frowned, scratching the back of his head with a simple, honest look. No need. I didn't help much, just told you all to keep grinding and leveling up. With that, he turned and stepped into the light screen, still pondering. What was that girl's name again? Never mind. Improving my combat power is more important. Left standing there, Gu Weiwei lowered her head in disappointment. She mistakenly thought Ying Xuan was deliberately avoiding her, not realizing he completely missed the hint in her words. But soon, she perked up again. A guy as outstanding as Ying Xuan is still single. He must have high standards for a girlfriend. Of course, this kind of approach wouldn't move him. I need to do something special, she resolved. I'll start by becoming the second person to clear the beginner dungeon. Just as she was about to enter the novice dungeon, a familiar voice called from behind. Weiwei. Turning around, she saw Xiaoyu from her class, holding breakfast. Weiwei, you're up so early. You must not have had breakfast yet. He approached with a fawning smile. Gu Weiwei frowned. Xiaoyu, I told you not to bring me breakfast, and don't call me Weiwei. We're just regular classmates. Having pursued Gu Weiwei since junior high, Xiaoyu had long mastered the art of persistence, maintaining his smile. Don't be so cold. We've known each other for so long. I'm the young master of the Xiao family. If you become my girlfriend, I'll treat you well. Gu Weiwei immediately took a few steps back, her expression shifting from indifferent to disdainful. To be honest, I already like someone else, so stop bothering me. Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly turned fierce. As the eldest son of the Xiao family at Jiangling High School, and in level combat talent, he couldn't imagine anyone more outstanding than himself. Suddenly, a figure popped into his mind. Weiwei, who is it? Could it be Ying Xuan? It is Ying Xuan. Gu Weiwei pouted. I warn you not to trouble him, or he'll tell the principal. Boom. Xiaoyu punched a support column, the loud noise drawing the attention of those around. He glared at the name, Ying Xuan, on the leaderboard, shouting to the sky. Ying Xuan. I, Xiaoyu, am at odds with you. At that moment, Ying Xuan suddenly sneezed. Who's cursing me? Probably Wang Hao. He was about to step into the second layer of the dungeon space when a gentle breeze passed, and an elderly man in green stopped him. Ahead is the intermediate dungeon. First-year students are prohibited from entering. The elder's voice was deep and authoritative. Even though he was dressed in simple blue robes, he couldn't conceal the intimidating aura that surrounded him. Senior, here's my access card. Please take a look, Ying Xuan said, taking a green access card from his pocket and handing it to the elder. The elder in blue took the card, frowning slightly. Grade 10, Class 5, Ying Xuan? He sounded surprised. Technically, grade 10 students are strictly prohibited from entering intermediate dungeons. His gaze lingered on the card for a moment, as he suddenly recalled the name that had broken the historical clearance record on the rookie leaderboard outside. It was this very boy. Since you have the principal's exclusive access card, you may proceed, the elder said seriously. However, I must remind you that intermediate dungeons are fundamentally different from beginner ones. The demons here are generated completely at random, with varying levels of strength. You might encounter a second-tier demon as soon as you enter, with no time to react. You must remain ready for battle at all times. Being killed will result in permanent mental damage. Thank you for the warning, senior. I'll remember that. Ying Xuan nodded solemnly before turning and stepping into the light curtain. The elder in the blue robes watched the boys back with a satisfied nod. Such talent without arrogance was indeed a blessing for Jiangling High School. But that surname. The elder frowned slightly. Could he be from that family? Why would he come to Jiangling High School? By this time, Ying Xuan had reached the second level of the martial arts space. Compared to the first level, there were fewer people here, all grade 11 students. His appearance immediately caught everyone's attention. Is that a junior? Didn't grade 10 students just awaken their soul tools? Why would he come to an intermediate dungeon? He can't be mistaken. The entrance to the second level is guarded by elders. Amidst the surprised gazes, Ying Xuan approached the light curtain of the intermediate dungeon. Just standing outside, he could feel the terrifying aura inside. The difficulty here clearly surpassed that of the beginner dungeons. Hey, little junior, need a team? Senior sister can help you clear it. A girl in a red dress with a ponytail approached. She had a well-proportioned figure and healthy, sun-kissed skin. Thank you for the offer, senior sister, but I want to try it alone. Ying Xuan politely declined. Although intermediate dungeons allowed up to 5 people to team up, reducing the risk of being killed, he wanted to challenge himself. The girl in red was taken aback. Junior, I don't know how you managed to get here, but I must tell you, intermediate dungeons are far more dangerous than you might imagine. Many from our grade have been killed by demons inside. Permanent mental damage. The girl's tone carried a warning. She had expected her words to give Ying Xuan pause, but his expression remained unchanged. Ying Xuan had his own plans. He urgently needed a large amount of energy, and teaming up would mean sharing the energy gained from defeating demons. More importantly, his unique Black Dragon Robe talent could summon a third subordinate today. With 3 subordinates and himself, their combat power would rival that of a standard squad. Additionally, he had yet to test the United We Stand talent effective faced with a powerful demon. He could combine all his subordinates' strength with his own. Even if that wasn't enough, a 3-minute escape window would suffice. Thank you for your concern, senior, but I can take care of myself. The girl shook her head helplessly. All right, I can't persuade you. My name is Yu. If you experience any mental damage, you can always find me in the second-year section. My father is the head of psychiatry at Jiangling Hospital, and students from our school get a 20% discount on treatment. Good luck. Watching Yu's departing figure, Ying Xuan raised an eyebrow. Is that a blessing or a curse? He shrugged and stepped into the light curtain without hesitation, amid the astonished gazes of others. Whoa, is he really going solo? Does he think an intermediate dungeon is as easy as a beginner one? He didn't even listen to the senior's advice? The surrounding chatter was quickly cut off. A strong dizziness swept through his mind, and when he regained his senses, he found himself standing on a grassy field. A system prompt appeared. Ying Xuan, combat class, rank 1 9th tier. Soul Artifact, Black Dragon Robe talent level, undisclosed. Entering Jiangling High School's martial space, intermediate dungeon constructing. Opening his eyes to survey his surroundings, towering ancient trees stretched to the sky, and the sounds of insects and birds filled the air, accompanied by the earthy fragrance of soil and plants. Black Dragon Robe. At his command, the imposing black robe appeared, instantly transforming Ying Xuan's demeanor. Activate Everlasting Talent. This time, the robe emitted an unprecedented golden light, satisfying summoning conditions. Current host strength, rank 1 9th tier. Congratulations on summoning a growth-type subordinate. Bai Qi, rank 1 9th tier. Subordinate count, 3. Group boost, 3. Growth-type subordinate. Strength increases as host strength rises. From the golden light emerged a not particularly tall figure, yet the overwhelming aura of killing intent left Ying Xuan in awe. This was the legendary General Wuan, Bai Qi, who struck fear into enemy forces, a butcher who had slain millions. He waged war across 6 states, building his fame through countless victories, and his unyielding spirit refused to accept disgrace, making his name one that future generations dared not casually comment on. He was the true god of war, an invincible General Bai Qi. The moment Ying Xuan saw Bai Qi approaching him slowly, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. This legendary General Wu and was not only his capable assistant, but, more importantly, his combat strength would increase with Ying Xuan's breakthroughs. This meant that every improvement in strength would yield exponential returns. Bai Qi, clad in shimmering silver armor, exuded an intimidating aura. As he knelt on one knee, the clinking sound of his armor echoed crisply. General Bai Qi, at your service, your majesty. His voice was hoarse yet unwavering, resonating through the space. Ying Xuan reached out to help Bai Qi to his feet. This simple gesture brought a flicker of surprise to Bai Qi's eyes. This young ruler clearly understood how to treat his subordinates well. Your majesty, Bai Qi respectfully bowed his head. Ying Xuan, satisfied, patted the armor on his shoulder, already calculating in his mind. With such a commander, he wouldn't have to worry about directing the army in the future. This brought him one step closer to his ideal of growing stronger while doing nothing. Black Dragon Robe. Summon all subordinates. With Ying Xuan's command, 2 figures instantly appeared in the void Qin Yi and Qin Air. Qin Yi, at your service, your majesty. Qin Air, at your service, your majesty. As soon as they saluted, they noticed the imposing figure behind them, radiating a terrifying aura. Their eyes widened, and their bodies trembled slightly with fear. Is that General Wuan? Bai Qi's gaze sharpened, and his authority was palpable. In the presence of his majesty, such laxity is intolerable. Even if it's just the three of us, we must hold ourselves to the highest standards. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Qin Yi and Qin Air were already standing as straight as pine trees. Ying Xuan nodded in approval. Although there were currently only 2 guards, Bai Qi's outstanding leadership skills were already evident. When the number of subordinates increased, this general's value would become even more pronounced. By then, Ying Xuan would only need to strategize from behind the ranks, leading them to invincibility. As Ying Xuan was envisioning the future, a commotion arose at the entrance to the forest ahead. He immediately became alert. The level of monsters in a mid-level dungeon was random, and while particularly powerful beings wouldn't appear, second-tier monsters were not uncommon. In an instant, Bai Qi drew his sword from his waist and swiftly positioned himself in front of Ying Xuan. The gleam of the sword cut through the air, causing it to tremble. Qin Yi and Qin Air also drew their bronze swords in unison, taking combat stances on either side of their monarch. Observing his subordinates' quick reactions, Ying Xuan felt a sense of satisfaction. The security of being so well protected was immensely gratifying. Your Majesty, there's something unusual ahead. I'll go investigate and return quickly. Even before Bai Qi finished speaking, he had already shot towards the entrance like an arrow. Ying Xuan followed at a leisurely pace, and the rustling in the bushes became more pronounced as they advanced. With a swift swing of Bai Qi's sword, the thicket was instantly cleaved apart. A nimble figure suddenly leaped out from within. Bai Qi looked up and swiftly moved to shield Ying Xuan behind him. A white figure suddenly darted out from the shadows, lunging toward Ying Xuan's direction, but abruptly changed course and scurried away just before reaching them. In the faint light, Ying Xuan finally saw that it was a snow-white rabbit, with 2 sharp front teeth standing out beneath its blood-red eyes. His tense nerves relaxed immediately, and he couldn't help but feel a bit amused. How could an ordinary wild rabbit make for grown men so anxious? Bai Qi sheathed his sword, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Qin Yi and Qin Air both let out a sigh of relief, their shoulders visibly relaxing. Everyone, we shouldn't delay any longer. Let's head into the forest, Ying Xuan suggested. It's better to be cautious than to be caught off guard by real demons. Bai Qi nodded in agreement and led the way with his sword. As subordinates, they needed to clear any potential threats for Ying Xuan. As the 4 stepped into the forest, the atmosphere suddenly shifted. The lively sounds of insects and birds eerily vanished, and towering ancient trees blocked out the sunlight, casting an ominous shadow over the forest. Stay alert. We're out in the open, while the demons hide in the dark, Ying Xuan whispered. We must be on high alert. Understood, Your Majesty, the 3 replied in unison. At that moment, a strange mist began to spread, and several pairs of crimson eyes appeared faintly within it, their gaze seeming to pierce right through one's soul. Ying Xuan quickly drew his jade sword, infusing it with his intent. Everyone, prepare for battle, he commanded, just as the red eyes surged forward with the mist. Bai Qi unleashed an incredible aura of menace, forming an invisible barrier that pushed back the mist. At close range, Ying Xuan finally saw the true form of their enemies, several giant black spiders, each with 8 crimson eyes. 8-eyed demon spiders. Ying Xuan recognized these terrifying demons from his studies, known for their exceptional assassination abilities and the bane of low-ranked soul masters. The lead spider let out a piercing shriek, and the others followed, treating the group as prey. By observing the shade of their eyes, Ying Xuan quickly assessed that the leader possessed the combat power of a first-grade 7th tier, while the others were at first-grade 5th tier. This level of strength was comparable to the final boss of a beginner dungeon, the giant sandworm, confirming the notorious difficulty of an intermediate dungeon. However, for Ying Xuan, a first-grade 7th tier was not intimidating. Suddenly, the leader spider lunged at them with astonishing speed. Bai Qi's killing aura condensed instantly, and his sword unsheathed, piercing through one of the spider's eyes with precision. As the spider let out a haunting screech, Bai Qi moved like lightning, appearing beside another spider and severing its leg, rendering it immobile. Watching Bai Qi move with such grace, like a dragon, Ying Xuan was awestruck. Bai Qi shouted fiercely, "Dare these petty demons cause trouble in my Xia domain? In the name of the Butcher of Men, I will slay you 8-eyed demon spiders." In an instant, Bai Qi raised his sword. The blade flashed like lightning, swiftly slicing the leading 8-eyed demon spider in half. The remaining spiders fell one by one under Ying Xuan's heaven-cleaving sword, their black bodies strewn across the ground. Your Majesty, the crisis has been averted, Bai Qi said, sheathing his sword and kicking aside a spider's corpse. Ying Xuan approached to inspect. On the abdomen of the first-grade 7th-rank demon spider was a stone emitting a faint blue glow. Bai Qi cautiously struck a few more times to ensure the spider was lifeless before using the sword's tip to extract the stone. Your Majesty, this stone contains extremely pure energy. It should greatly aid in enhancing your combat power. Ying Xuan took the stone, feeling a refreshing coolness seep into his palm. As he focused his mind on it, he discovered that the energy within was more than 10 times what he had gained from other spiders. An energy crystal? Ying Xuan recalled his teacher's explanation when he first enrolled. When slaying demons, most energy dissipates, with only a small portion becoming nourishment for soul masters to boost their power. However, in very rare instances, the energy within a demon can crystallize, preserving all its power. This occurrence is less than 1 in 1,000. Even though it was just a low-grade energy stone, its potential to accelerate power enhancement far surpassed ordinary kills. Ying Xuan felt a surge of delight. Could he truly possess such extraordinary luck? There is a saying in the Xia domain that those with exceptional talent often have remarkable fortune. Moreover, he wielded the legendary forbidden soul artifact, the Black Dragon Robe. At that moment, an unexpected event unfolded in the principal's office at Jiangling First High School. The door burst open with a loud bang, a green flash darting through, shattering Principal Luo Gudian's treasured purple clay teapot. Damn it, my precious teapot. Luo Gudian fumed, his aura flaring as a white whirlwind formed in his palm. The green flash outside collided with it, instantly turning the office into chaos. A 6th-grade soul master. Luo Gudian was taken aback. As the principal of Jiangling First High, he was only at the 5th grade 9th rank. Achieving the 6th rank required not only talent and hard work, but also life and death trials. Coming from an academic background, he had been stuck at the 5th grade 9th rank for over a decade. It was clear that he was no match for the green glow. Luo Gudian calculated silently. The visitor could only be Yang Xiao. Qingzhu. No, Yang Xiao, let's talk this out. Are you trying to take my life? Before Luo Gudian could finish speaking, the sharp green light suddenly changed direction, precisely hitting the fragments of the purple clay teapot on the table and instantly grinding it to dust. My exquisite purple clay teapot. Luo Gudian looked at the pulverized teaware, heartbroken. But in this world where strength reigns supreme, facing a 6th-tier soul descender, he could only swallow his pride. The sound of a bamboo staff tapping the ground came from outside, and a hunched figure in black, leaning on a green bamboo staff, entered the office. It was Yang Xiao. Luo, old man, you've got some nerve. Yang Xiao questioned angrily. Luo Gudian was confused. As the principal of Jiangling No. 1 High School, he had always been honest. Even if he occasionally withheld some teachers' salaries, it shouldn't provoke such a figure to come questioning. Yang Xiao, there must be some misunderstanding. Explain what's going on. Yang Xiao slammed the desk heavily, and the sheer force covered the redwood surface with cracks. Luo, old man, how dare you letting Xian, the young master, enter the intermediate instance? He's the only direct heir of the Ying imperial clan. If anything happens to him, can you bear that responsibility? Luo Gudian met Yang Xiao's eyes and said solemnly. Ying Xian voluntarily applied to enter the intermediate instance. I warned him of the dangers, but he was resolute. Besides, he has reached 1st-tier 9th level combat power, fully meeting the entry requirements. Yang Xiao took a deep breath. He was under orders from Ying Zhantian to ensure Ying Xian's absolute safety before his return to the clan. In the Ying imperial clan, there are countless treasures. A single intermediate energy stone could help him break through to 2nd-tier combat power. Why take this risk? Luo Gudian stepped forward and patted Yang Xiao's shoulder. Old friend, you've become as cautious as I am. But do you remember, what a genius soul descender needs most is the experience on the edge of life and death. This sentence seemed to awaken certain memories deep within Yang Xiao. Once, he too was a poor young man, tempered by life and death in the Assassin's Hall, eventually achieving a formidable 6th-tier combat power. Ying Xian is not only the young master of your Ying clan, but also a ancien millennium genius at Jiangling No. 1 High School, Luo Gudian continued. I am more concerned about his safety than anyone. But I don't want to see him, like me, forever stuck at the 5th-tier realm due to lack of life and death experience. I hope he can go further. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao fell into deep thought and slowly retracted his green bamboo staff. He took a deep breath, showing a hint of helplessness. Well, since the young master has already entered, we cannot forcibly stop him. With his talent, as long as he doesn't encounter overly powerful demons, he should be able to protect himself. Luo Gudian nodded slightly, looking serious. Let's assume the worst-case scenario. If Ying Xian encounters any mishap, as the headmaster, I must take full responsibility. Yang Xiao shook his head upon hearing this, his brows furrowed. The Ying imperial family is known for their domineering and protective nature. If anything happens to Ying Xian, I'm afraid even your life might be at risk. Before he could finish, Luo Gudian shifted the conversation. Yang Xiao, let's not dwell on this for now. Tell me, how do you plan to compensate for my exquisite purple clay teapot and rosewood table? Old Luo, You're as stingy as ever, Yang Xiao frowned. I'll get you a new set from the Ying clan when I visit them. Mention of the Ying clan sent a shiver down Luo Gudian's spine. Could he really return safely after asking for something from them? He sighed. All right, let's wait until Ying Xian comes out. Meanwhile, inside the intermediate dungeon, Ying Xian was focused on absorbing a primary energy stone. As the blue glow from the stone gradually faded and disappeared, he clearly felt his strength growing. This feeling, I'm getting closer to the second-grade combat level. Ying Xian calculated silently. Just 3 more primary crystals should do it. Unfortunately, these crystals are rare, and this find was merely a stroke of luck. Bai Qi, Qin Yi, Qin Air, move forward. Yes, sir. The 3 responded in unison, dropping their guard. Most of the demons they encountered along the way had a combat level of the 1st grade, 5th tier, which Bai Qi and the others easily dealt with, leaving Ying Xian with little need to intervene. He couldn't help but marvel at the energy absorption efficiency of the intermediate dungeon compared to the primary one. Suddenly, Ying Xian turned to Bai Qi. General Bai Qi, when I absorb energy, do you feel your strength increasing as well? Bai Qi clenched his fist and sensed for a moment. Your Majesty, indeed, I'm not far from reaching the 2nd-grade combat level myself. This discovery astonished Ying Xian. Logically, the limited energy absorbed by him should leave little behind, yet Bai Qi could simultaneously enhance his combat power. This completely defied the law of conservation of energy. But then again, in a world plagued by demons and awakening soul artifacts, science seemed to have lost its relevance. As they walked and pondered, they soon reached the center of the forest. Here, towering ancient trees intertwined their branches and leaves, blocking all the sunlight, making sunshine the most luxurious presence. The group cautiously advanced along the path, torches in hand. This was the core area of the entire mid-level dungeon, where dense canopies blocked most of the light and shadows lurked in the surrounding thickets, potentially hiding dangerous demons. According to the school statistics, this central forest area had the highest casualty rate in the entire mid-level dungeon. The dark environment severely limited visibility, and any slight carelessness could lead to an ambush by lurking demons. While teaming up allowed for mutual assistance, solo adventurers had to remain constantly vigilant, turning this place into a graveyard for lone adventurers. Although Ying Xian entered the dungeon alone, he was accompanied by 3 loyal subordinates. He quickly organized a defensive formation. Qin Air, you guard the torches and ensure the light source. Bai Qi, Qin Yi, and I will each cover a direction, ready to respond to any ambush. The group immediately took their positions, forming a triangular defensive formation centered around Qin Air. Qin Air held a torch in each hand, providing illumination for the 3. Suddenly, a gust of demonic wind howled through, causing the leaves to shake violently and emit a piercing rustling sound. Qin Air quickly concentrated his mind, managing to keep the torches from being extinguished. Your Majesty, there's movement on my side. I've detected something unusual here too. 2 urgent warnings rang out almost simultaneously. The demons can't hold back any longer, Ying Xian said gravely. Hold your positions and prepare to fight. In the underbrush, several ghostly figures darted swiftly. By the faint torchlight, Ying Xian could barely make out the outlines of these 4-legged demons, small in size, but incredibly fast. They kept moving in the shadows, clearly trying to disrupt the group's formation. A wolf's howl suddenly echoed from deep within the forest, as if signaling an attack. In an instant, all the dark figures lunged at the group. Qin Yi swung his sword at an attacking demon. You won't harm His Majesty. As the distance closed, aided by the torchlight, Ying Xian finally saw the true form of these demons, amber eyes glinting with malice, ferocious fangs bared, and bodies covered in gray-black fur like steel needles. They resembled wolves, but were twice the size. Dark Nether Wolf Pack. Ying Xian recognized the demons. Each pack had about 20 dark nether wolves, each with the combat power of a 1st-grade 7th rank, and more terrifying, each pack had at least 1 dark nether wolf king with 2nd-grade strength. Protect the torches, Ying Xian shouted, swinging his sky-splitting sword fiercely. A sneaking dark nether wolf fell to the ground, blood spraying. Maintain formation, Ying Xian shouted as he swung his sword, slaying the dark shadow wolves lunging at him, while calling out to Bai Qi and the others behind him. On the battlefield, over 20 dark shadow wolves encircled them, their fangs bared and eyes glowing with an eerie green light. Bai Qi delivered a powerful punch, sending a wolf flying, and quickly regrouped with his teammates. Even though he and Ying Xian possessed 1st-rank 9th-tier combat strength, the sheer number of wolves was overwhelming. The team cohesion bonus of 3 felt negligible, as this restriction-level talent only truly shines when leading a large number of subordinates. Qin 2, switch with Qin 1, take turns guarding the torch. At Ying Xian's command, the torch exchange was swiftly completed. Qin 1 drew his bronze sword and swiftly beheaded a wolf beside him. Attack! The 4 of them formed a triangular formation, resembling an impenetrable fortress amidst the wolf pack. Swords flashed, and wolves fell one after another. Their armor was splattered with blood, yet still gleamed coldly. Although these first-rank 7th-tier Dark Shadow wolves were formidable, the tight formation kept the situation under control. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from the depths of the forest. A giant wolf, 3 times the size of a regular Dark Shadow wolf, slowly emerged. Its body was silver gray, its fangs sharp as knives, and its claws deadly. The Shadow Wolf King. Ying Xuan held his sky-splitting sword at his chest, fully alert. Howl! The Wolf King roared and charged at them with a speed 3 times that of an ordinary wolf. Combined forces to defend. Boom! The Wolf King's front paw slammed down, and the combined strength of their swords barely resisted the force, scattering their formation. Even Ying Xuan was pushed back several steps. Your Majesty, this beast's strength is overwhelming. We have no advantage, Hedon. Bai Qi rolled to dodge another attack, quickly adjusting his sword stance. Ying Xuan was alarmed. The Shadow Wolf King's strength had reached the 2nd rank. A first-rank 9th-tier power level is 100, but crossing into the 2nd rank 1st-tier leaps to 200. The challenge of fighting with such a disparity in rank was immense. This must be the mid-level dungeon boss. Defeating it should clear the level, Ying Xuan thought. Regroup the formation to prevent the Wolf King from picking us off. As soon as they regrouped, the Wolf King attacked again. We can't fight it, Hedon. Retreat, and look for an opening to strike. They dispersed in unison, dodging the lethal attack. Here the Wolf King's claws struck a nearby ancient tree, its massive strength causing the towering tree to tremble violently. The Shadow Wolf King bared its fangs and let out a deafening howl, its foul breath spreading instantly and causing everyone present to grimace and step back. You beast! How long has it been since you brushed your teeth? Take this. Bai Qi swiftly appeared at the Wolf King's side, his long sword drawing a cold gleam as it struck down hard. Although the blade hit its target, it only left a shallow mark on the Wolf King's skin. This sight caused Ying Xuan to furrow his brow. The Shadow Wolf King was not only incredibly fast and powerful, but also had an astonishing defense. He scrutinized the massive creature before him, trying to discern its weakness. At that moment, Qin Yi and Qin Air seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack from both sides. The Wolf King stepped back hastily, instinctively shielding its abdomen with its front paws. Although it easily deflected their attacks, this reflexive defensive move did not escape Ying Xuan's sharp eyes. Could its weakness be its belly? Ying Xuan thought, immediately ready to act. Open heaven! With a low shout, his jade sword burst into dazzling golden light. The Black Dragon Robe he wore appeared even more majestic in the sword's glow, as the full power of a first-rank, 9th-stage warrior surged into the blade. Bai Qi, help me distract it, Ying Xuan commanded in a deep voice. Understanding the plan, Bai Qi began to maneuver around the Wolf King. However, the Wolf King was not to be outdone, accurately predicting Bai Qi's movements. In a critical moment, Bai Qi threw his battle sword at the Wolf King's face. This was the moment. Ying Xuan propelled himself forward with extraordinary speed, closing the distance. The open heaven sword hummed with power, its blade nearly unable to contain the energy about to be unleashed. As Bai Qi's sword briefly obscured the Wolf King's vision, a shadowy figure appeared behind it like a phantom. It was Ying Xuan, clad in the Black Dragon Robe. The clear ringing of the sword echoed through the forest, accompanied by a howling wind and rustling leaves. Ying Xuan's eyes turned into golden slits, his aura climbing steadily. He gripped the open heaven sword, exuding an imperial majesty from his brow. This strike embodied all his strength and fighting spirit. The sword's light seemed to shake even the heavens. If one were to ask the name of this sword, it would be called Open Heaven. No matter how swift the Shadow Wolf King was, it couldn't outrun the flash of the heaven-splitting sword. Ying Xuan's sword sliced through the air with precision, cutting open the Wolf King's abdomen. The Wolf King let out a piercing scream, and its massive body crashed to the ground, its life force rapidly fading. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Qin Yi and Qin Air shouted excitedly. Bai Qi silently picked up his battle sword, gazing at Ying Xuan, who was dressed in a Black Dragon Robe. In that moment, he seemed to see the shadow of the ancient emperor overlapping with the figure before him, stirring a wave of emotion in his heart. The corpse of the Shadow Wolf King dissipated into wisps of blue energy, vanishing into the air. Ying Xuan felt the flow of this energy and felt a slight regret the Wolf King hadn't dropped an energy crystal, missing the chance to directly advance to his second-tier demon slayer. However, he wasn't overly concerned, as his breakthrough was imminent. The heaven-splitting sword transformed back into a small jade sword and hung around Ying Xuan's neck. Ahead, a blue light screen slowly appeared in the forest just as Ying Xuan had expected. The exit to the dungeon revealed itself after defeating the boss. Congratulations to Class 15's Ying Xuan for being the first to clear the Jiangling High School Intermediate Dungeon, the system announced. Reward: Rare Material Claws of the Shadow Wolf King. Please collect it from the Guardian Elder on the 2nd floor of the Martial Space. This unexpected reward surprised Ying Xuan. The sharp claws of the Shadow Wolf King, though not as powerful as the heaven-splitting sword, were a rare weapon. But who was this guardian elder? Meanwhile, on the second floor of the martial space, the elder in green robes opened his eyes, realizing another student had cleared the intermediate dungeon. Having guarded the entrance for over 20 years, he was accustomed to it. After all, many second-year students had reached second-tier strength. However, when he checked the clearance records, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Among the names of second-year students was Class 15 Ying Xuan. Holy crap, this is unbelievable. The elder's heart was in turmoil. Clearing an intermediate dungeon just 3 days after awakening? It was unheard of, especially since the dungeon was guarded by second-tier demons, making it nearly impossible to challenge a higher tier. What baffled him even more was that he had recently warned Ying Xuan about the dangers of the intermediate dungeon. How long has it been? And he already took down a second-tier demon. The elderly man in the blue robe urgently needed to share this unbelievable news. With trembling fingers, he pulled out his phone and quickly dialed a number labeled Xuanwu. This Xuanwu was another elder responsible for guarding the entrance to the advanced instance at Jiangling High School. Elder in the blue robe, what made you call me? Are you in the mood for a drink? A lazy voice came from the other end of the line. Forget about drinking. The elder in blue replied hastily. Get to the second level of the martial arts space immediately. I have a student who just cleared an intermediate instance. Isn't it quite normal for students to clear intermediate instances by the second half of their sophomore year? Xuanwu's tone was somewhat dismissive. I've got a few seniors who have already cleared the advanced instances. What if I told you it was a freshman who did it? There was a loud thud on the other end, as if something heavy had been dropped on a table. Just 3 minutes later, a chubby old man in simple clothes appeared in the second level of the martial arts space, panting heavily. It was Elder Xuanwu, his eyes wide with disbelief. Elder in the blue robe. Did you say a freshman cleared the intermediate instance? Without a word, the elder in blue slapped the clearance list onto his face. Freshman, Ying Xuan. Elder Xuanwu's eyes lit up. The same student who awakened an SS-level talent a few days ago. Ying Xuan's name had already spread throughout the school as the first student in Jiangling High's history to awaken such a high-level talent. It's only his 3rd day since awakening. He's a prodigy among prodigies. Elder Xuanwu exclaimed in shock. While other freshmen are still struggling with the first sandworm in the novice instance, he can already slay a second-tier demon. It's like a first grader mastering 6th grade material on their first day, skipping to middle school on the second, and taking high school entrance exams on the third. At this rate, he might challenge the advanced instance you're guarding in a few days and jump straight to the senior martial arts exam. The elder in blue half-joked. Elder Xuanwu stroked his chin, eyes gleaming with curiosity. If only there were surveillance in the instance. I'd love to see how he managed to slay a second-tier demon with first-tier strength. As the two elders marveled, the light curtain at the exit of the intermediate instance suddenly lit up. A figure emerged slowly, dragging a slightly weary body. Is that Ying Xuan? The two elders stared wide-eyed at the recorder, fixated on confirming whether it was malfunctioning or if Ying Xuan truly had the skill to pass the challenge. At that moment, Ying Xuan emerged from the light screen. After a fierce battle with the Dark Wolf King, he was nearly drained of all energy, and his consciousness began to blur. It wasn't until the silhouettes of the Black Dragon Robe and his 3 subordinates gradually faded before him that a wave of exhaustion washed over him. How long has it been? Ying Xuan rubbed his empty stomach. The rapid flow of time in the replica space left him unable to gauge how much time had passed outside, but the intense hunger told him everything. As he pondered, a refreshing chill suddenly swept into his mind, dispelling his fatigue. Looking up, he saw 2 old men with unfathomable auras approaching him. He recognized the one in blue as the guardian elder of the intermediate replica, but the slightly plump elder exuding a cool aura was unfamiliar to him. Greetings, esteemed elders, Ying Xuan said, cupping his hands in respect. Am I to collect the challenge reward from you too? At these words, both elders drew in a sharp breath. The recorder wasn't malfunctioning. Ying Xuan had truly completed the challenge. Haha, that's right. The plump elder spoke first. I'm Xuanwu, one of the school's elders. You can claim your reward directly from me. With that, he stepped forward and placed the Dark Wolf King's sharp claw into Ying Xuan's hand. Feeling the cold radiating from the claw in his palm, Ying Xuan thought that if this material were forged into a blade, it would surely be a rare treasure. Thank you, Elder. Elder Xuanwu looked increasingly pleased with Ying Xuan, while the elder in blue shook his head discreetly. The reward was supposed to be presented by him, but Xuanwu had jumped in to win favor. He regretted inviting Xuanwu along. Ahem, Elder Xuanwu. The elder in blue couldn't help but speak up. Could you be a bit more composed? You're not acting like an elder at all. He then turned to Ying Xuan with a smile, studying him closely. Well, the elder in blue nodded approvingly. Not only are you exceptionally talented, but you also have a steady character. And on top of that, you're quite handsome, almost as handsome as I was in my youth. Ying Xuan looked at Elder Xuanwu's plump figure and thought that something about this didn't quite sit right. Before he could dwell on it, the elder in blue turned to Xuanwu. Xuanwu, have some dignity, will you? I remember what you looked like when you were young, perpetually single. Qingyi, you're one to talk? Xuanwu retorted, unwilling to back down. You're still single too. At least I had the courage to pursue the school beauty back then. You didn't even have that. The usually composed elder in blue suddenly became agitated, and the two elders began bickering in front of Ying Xuan, casting aside their dignified appearances. Get lost. I'm not going to be anyone's sycophant. Elder Qingyi shouted angrily. You chased after the school bell, and what did you get? Nothing but a waste of time. You lost your money and even gave away an energy crystal. Xuanwu's plump body shook with anger, his round face flushed red. No matter what, it was my choice. This is love, and you don't understand it. Love? Qingyi sneered. What nonsense romantic love. I've lived this long without it, and I'm just fine. Seeing the two elders about to clash in the training space, Ying Xuan quickly stepped in between them. Ahem. Elders, Ying Xuan tried to diffuse the tension. I'm single too, and it doesn't matter. At this, both elders turned to stare at Ying Xuan in disbelief. You're single too? Xuanwu sighed, shaking his head. What a waste of a handsome face. Let me tell you, it's best to start dating early, or you'll end up like me and Qingyi, both over 70 and still bachelors. He emphasized Qingyi with a mocking glance. Noticing Qingyi's furrowed brow, Ying Xuan quickly changed the subject. Elders, what is the purpose of the Dark Nether Wolf King's claws? Qingyi calmed down and explained seriously. After defeating demons, you can obtain corresponding materials. These materials can be integrated into soul weapons to enhance their attributes. The Dark Nether Wolf King's claws are rare materials with a sharp characteristic, ideal for soul masters awakening sword-type soul weapons. Ying Xuan thoughtfully played with the claws in his hand as Qingyi continued. The higher the quality of the materials, the greater the enhancement to the soul weapon. Material grades range from common, rare, epic, legendary, spirit, soul, to sacred. As Ying Xuan pondered what materials would suit his Black Dragon Robe, Qingyi approached him with a hint of melancholy. I've lived over 70 years with no children. Would you be willing to become my disciple? I'll teach you everything I know and provide you with the best resources. Ying Xuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it's fine as long as he didn't have to be treated as a grandson. Xuanwu, anxious, slapped his thigh. Damn it, he cursed under his breath. Ying Xuan, don't listen to that old Qingyi. Become my disciple, and I'll double any resources he offers. Xuanwu, Qingyi erupted in anger. I didn't invite you here to steal my disciple. Turning to Ying Xuan, he said, if you become my disciple, I guarantee you'll break through to a 7th grade soul master in 10 years and reach the 8th grade in 30. Humph, Xuanwu retorted disdainfully. With Ying Xuan's SS level talent, I swear if he becomes my disciple, he'll reach the 9th grade soul master level in 30 years. A 9th grade soul master. This astonishing promise left everyone present in awe. Boom. As soon as the words 9th rank demon vanquisher were spoken, the entire martial arts arena trembled violently. Everyone present understood the weight of this title. Being a 9th rank demon vanquisher not only represented the pinnacle of their kind, but also served as the ultimate protector of the Xia region and humanity. It was the presence of such formidable figures that kept demons at bay, preventing them from wantonly invading human territories. The elder in green showed a flash of anger in his eyes as he slammed the table beside him. Xuanwu, you're speaking recklessly. We are merely 6th rank demon vanquishers. Do you realize the resources required to cultivate a 9th rank? Even if we exhaust all our wealth and lives, reaching the 8th rank is already the limit. Elder Xuanwu snorted, unable to refute, but still holding a glimmer of desire in his eyes. As an elder without heirs, he yearned to find a disciple to carry on his legacy. Ying Xuan, standing before him, not only possessed an SS-level talent, but also embodied integrity and passion, making him the ideal candidate for a disciple. Ying Xuan, Elder Xuanwu softened his tone. Whether you choose to become a disciple, and whom you choose as a master, is ultimately your decision. Though we are old, our pride remains. We genuinely wish to nurture you because only you are worthy of everything we've learned throughout our lives. The two elders exchanged a glance and ceased their argument, leaving the choice to Ying Xuan. Watching the two white-haired elders, Ying Xuan felt a pang of emotion. They were once brilliant figures, now hoping only for the next generation to carry on their legacy. However, what they did not know was that Ying Xuan was the sole direct heir of the Ying imperial clan. Esteemed elders, Ying Xuan began to speak when a sudden disturbance erupted at the entrance of the martial arts arena. Two figures burst in, completely disregarding the barrier set by the elder in green. Who goes there? The elder in green demanded sharply. As the light faded, the figure of Principal Luo Gudian emerged, with Yang Xiao nervously surveying the situation inside. Upon seeing Ying Xuan unharmed, Yang Xiao visibly relaxed. Principal? Elder Yang. Ying Xuan looked at the unexpected visitors in confusion, and what caught his attention even more was the uncharacteristic tension on the faces of the two elders upon seeing Yang Xiao. The aura. It's actually a 6th-tier soul descender. In the training space, the 4 elders exchanged glances. Yang Xiao quickly walked up to Ying Xuan, causing the 2 elders, Qing Yi and Xian Wu, to tense up vigilantly. Principal Luo Gudian waved his hand in time, signaling the 2 elders to remain calm. Old servant Yang Xiao, at your service, young master. Did you get injured in the intermediate instance? Do you need a mental healing? Yang Xiao asked with concern in his voice. Ying Xuan hurriedly helped Yang Xiao up. Don't worry, Yang Lao, an intermediate instance is no challenge for me. Hearing this, both Yang Xiao and Luo Gudian breathed a sigh of relief. If anything happened to Ying Xuan at school, the entire Zhongling High would surely be turned upside down by the Ying Imperial clan. Young master, Qing Yi and Xian Wu looked surprised. Luo Gudian leaned in and whispered Ying Xian's true identity to them. The young master of the Ying Imperial clan. The 2 elders were nearly speechless with shock. Remembering their earlier thoughts of taking Ying Xian as a disciple, they couldn't help but feel embarrassed. With Ying Xian's talent, only the Imperial clan could provide such abundant resources for cultivation. At this moment, Yang Xiao noticed the Dark Knight Wolf King's claw in Ying Xian's hand. Young master, why are you holding on to such trash materials? Trash, Ying Xian and the 2 elders retorted simultaneously. This is a rare-grade Dark Knight Wolf King's claw, worth at least 3 primary energy crystals. Yang Xiao was unimpressed and took out a small silver box from his pocket. Elder Qing Yi immediately recognized it. Is that made from the horn of a 6th-tier demon, the iron-armored giant rhino? That's a legendary-grade material. The 3 elders curiously leaned in to look. If the box itself was made from such precious material, the contents must be even more extraordinary. Young master, this is from the head of the clan, your father, who instructed me to deliver it to you, Yang Xiao said cautiously as he handed the box to Ying Xian. Considering your Black Dragon Robe Soul Artifact, the head of the clan specially selected the most suitable material. As soon as the box was opened, a dense energy filled the air. Everyone present was so overwhelmed by the aura that they were left speechless. Inside lay several snow-white threads, each containing immense energy. This is the silk of a 9th-tier monarch-level demon, the demon god giant silkworm, everyone exclaimed. The material level has reached the sacred grade. Sacred materials are typically found only on 9th-grade monarch-level demons. As Yang Xiao gazed at the strands of snow-white, frost-like silk before him, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. If such a level of material were to appear in the outside world, it would undoubtedly cause a bloody storm. If a great soul artifact is fused with sacred materials, its combat power could rival that of an ordinary grade soul artifact, Yang Xiao explained quietly. With sacred materials, it's truly like defying destiny. Watching the Ying clan so easily produce sacred materials, everyone present couldn't help but marvel at their immense wealth. In comparison, the rare-grade claws of the Dark Shadow Wolf King seemed like mere trash. Principal Luo Gudian, Elder Qingyi, and Elder Xuanwu all had an unmistakable glint of desire in their eyes. Fusing with such sacred materials might allow them to break through their long-stalled combat abilities. But considering Ying Xian's status not only as the young master of the Ying clan, but also a student at Zhongling High, they had to suppress their greed. Yang Xiao discreetly observed the reactions of those around him. Although the allure of sacred silk was enough to drive soul tamers mad, Luo Gudian and the 2 elders maintained a rare sense of restraint, making no inappropriate moves. Young master, Elder Qingyi said respectfully, please summon your soul artifact and let the silk meld with the Black Dragon Robe. They will gradually fuse, eventually completing the enhancement. Ying Xian felt a surge of anticipation. What kind of surprise would await once this level of sacred material was integrated into the Black Dragon Robe? With a thought from Ying Xian, the Black Dragon Robe instantly enveloped his body. A majestic aura of imperial power swept through the entire martial arts space, causing everyone present to feel their knees weaken, as if compelled to kneel. This oppressive force didn't stem from combat strength, but from the absolute pressure of the soul artifact's bloodline hierarchy. Only Luo Gudian and Yang Xiao knew that Ying Xian's innate soul artifact had reached the legendary prohibition level, but for the young master's safety, this secret could not be revealed. When Ying Xian took out the snow-white silk from the box, his previous fatigue vanished instantly. The silk, seemingly imbued with a spirit of its own, crawled onto the Black Dragon Robe, merging into its golden dragon patterns. In an instant, a black and gold light enveloped Ying Xian entirely. A system prompt then sounded. Congratulations to the host for fusing sacred soul artifact material, Demon God Silkworm's Silk. Talent advancement in progress. Please choose one of the 3 talents for advancement: Vitality, Unity, or Harmony. This exceeded Ying Xian's expectations. He thought the prohibition level was the limit, but it turned out there was room for further advancement. Without hesitation, he chose Vitality, the core of the Black Dragon Robe's talents, which, when strengthened, would allow the other 2 talents to truly unleash their power. The success of the forbidden level talent, Endless Vitality, at its second stage is now evident, allowing for the random summoning of 2 subordinates each day. Ying Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of awe as he experienced the enhancement of his Black Dragon Robe talent. This meant that he could now add 2 elite Qin guards of the highest rank each day, exponentially increasing his combat power. What excited him even more was that there were several more levels of this talent waiting to be unlocked. Glancing at the time, he realized that an entire day had passed in the outside world. It was the perfect moment to activate his talent. Black Dragon Robe. Activate the Endless Vitality talent. In a flash of golden light, 2 figures appeared out of thin air. Clad in bronze armor, they knelt on one knee. Guard Qin 3, at your service, your majesty. Guard Qin 4, at your service, your majesty. The elders beside him were utterly astonished. This was their first time witnessing the power of an SS-level talent up close. A summoning talent of such magnitude, producing 2 elite guards at once, was beyond their comprehension. One person is equivalent to an entire army, murmured Elder Xuanwu, deeply shaken. Having lived for over 70 years, he was now truly aware of the vast differences in talent among individuals. The 2 elders who once considered taking Ying Xuan as their disciple were now deeply humbled. Ying Xuan looked at his new subordinates with satisfaction. Including Bai Qi, his team had now grown to 5. He felt confident that he could defeat the Dark Wolf King much faster now. At the level of 1st grade, 9th rank combat, he was indeed invincible. You may rise. There's no need for formality in my presence. Yes, your majesty. Meanwhile, the hallway outside the 2nd year division was abuzz with chatter. A crowd gathered around a large screen displaying the intermediate level instance completion records, where a particularly striking name caused a stir. Grade 10, Class 5 Ying Xuan. My gosh, there must be a system error. Even a 1st year has cleared it, and I, a senior, haven't managed yet. Exclamations erupted from the crowd. Yu stood among them, her eyes filled with astonishment. As the senior who had previously advised Ying Xuan to seek her father's treatment if he suffered mental damage, she never imagined he would accomplish such an impossible feat. This freshman is really something. A group of upperclassmen gathered together, discussing animatedly. Their gazes were filled with both amazement and a hint of envy. Less than half of the sophomore students can clear the intermediate level, and most are still struggling at the 1st rank, 9th stage of combat power. Someone like Ying Xuan, who can leap ranks to defeat 2nd rank demons, is incredibly rare, one student remarked. Not to mention that demons are naturally stronger than humans. Without the advantage of human intelligence, there would be no way to contend with them, another added. I heard he awakened an SS-level soul weapon, someone chimed in excitedly. SS level? When has our school ever had such a genius? Forget about when, we've never had one. Those top-tier talents are usually snapped up by powerful families. Why would they come to Jiangling High School? At that moment, a girl suddenly remembered something. I saw this Ying Xuan in the instance. Oh right, didn't you try to chat him up? As soon as she said this, all eyes turned to Yu. Startled by the sudden attention, Yu quickly defended herself. Chatting up? I was just fulfilling my senior duties. Thinking of Ying Xuan's somewhat handsome face, her cheeks flushed involuntarily. Look, she's blushing, and she says it's not true. Teasing laughter erupted around her. Yu huffed and quickly left the crowd. Rather than explaining herself, which felt more like covering up, she decided it was better to avoid the situation altogether. At the same time, on the 2nd floor of the training space, Ying Xuan had just bid farewell to 2 elders, the principal and Elder Yang. Luo Gudian suggested the 4 elders have a sunset drink together. Although the principal wanted to invite Ying Xuan, he politely declined the nostalgic gathering. Stepping out of the light curtain, Ying Xuan stretched and checked the date on his phone. The freshman challenge was approaching, and so was the day for him to acknowledge his roots. Thinking of the powerful enhancements brought by the sacred materials, he couldn't help but marvel at the depth of the Ying imperial clan. The Dark Wolf King's claw in his hand, though rare, paled in comparison to the sacred materials. I wonder if the sharp properties of the wolf claw could be imbued onto the Black Dragon Robe. Ying Xuan pondered as he made his way to the 1st floor of the training arena. The lively scene before him caught his attention. A group of freshmen were gathered around the novice instance leaderboard, with a blonde-haired boy Xiao Yu standing proudly in the center, surveying the crowd. Xiao Yu, teach us the tricks to clear the novice instance. Brother Xiao, you're amazing. You cleared the novice instance just 4 days after awakening. Ying Xuan was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected anyone else to clear the novice instance so quickly besides himself. At this moment, Xiao Yu was basking in the praise, his eyes gleaming with pride. Completely unaware of Ying Xuan's arrival, the crowd was gathered around Xiao Yu, discussing strategies for clearing the beginner level of the game. Haha, the strategy is that there's no strategy. Once you reach a 1st grade, 5th level combat power, you'll naturally clear it. Xiao Yu boasted confidently. The students around him looked on with envy. Rumor had it that Xiao Yu had awakened in S-level talent and received full support from the Xiao family. With just 3 initial energy crystals as a gift, his strength soared to first grade, 7th level, which was key to him clearing the beginner level effortlessly. Oh, being born into the right family is really a skill. With the backing of a powerful family, we ordinary students can't compare, someone sighed. It really is a skill. A sudden voice startled everyone. Holy crap, it's Ying Xuan. The crowd erupted. Quick, quick, I want to get his autograph. In an instant, the crowd around Xiao Yu dispersed, leaving him awkwardly standing alone. Meanwhile, from a distance, Gu Weiwei's eyes lit up as she quickly approached Ying Xuan, pulling out a delicate lunchbox from her bag. Ying Xuan, you're finally out, she said with a slight blush on her cheeks. You've been in the game for so long, you must be hungry. I made this meal with love, eat it while it's hot. Before Ying Xuan could respond, Xiao Yu angrily shouted, Ying Xuan, I've tolerated you long enough. Only someone with my status deserves Weiwei. I advise you to give up. You're just a bit more talented, but I have the entire Xiao family behind me. Ying Xuan looked at him puzzled. Do I know you? What's the Xiao family? Is it impressive? Gu Weiwei turned and glared at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, you're so annoying. How many times have I told you? Stop bothering me. Xiao Yu's face turned green with anger, and he quickly stepped forward. Weiwei, don't be fooled by this pretty boy. My feelings for you are genuine, as true as the heavens and earth. Gu Weiwei turned her head away, ignoring him completely. Frustrated, Xiao Yu redirected his anger at Ying Xuan. It's all because of you. If you hadn't shown up, Weiwei would have accepted me by now. Although Ying Xuan was inexplicably caught up in this situation, as a straightforward guy, he couldn't be bothered with such drama. He handed the lunchbox back to Gu Weiwei. You're Gu Weiwei, right? You keep the food. I actually prefer the beef noodles from the cafeteria. Gu Weiwei realized this was a gentle rejection. Though a bit disappointed, she quickly composed herself, unaware that Ying Xuan genuinely loved the cafeteria's beef noodles, especially without the broth. Xiao Yu seized the opportunity. Weiwei, you see? Ying Xuan doesn't deserve your kindness. Ying Xuan frowned at Xiao Yu's constant attempts to make himself known. Do we have a problem? Why are you barking on the side? Ying Xuan, watch your mouth. Xiao Yu glared fiercely. Don't think you're all that just because you awakened some high-level talent. Do you know what kind of backing I have? It would scare you to death. Ying Xuan almost burst out laughing. It was the first time someone dared to compare backgrounds with him. He walked up and patted Xiao Yu on the shoulder. Little brother, do you know what my background is? Xiao Yu paused for a moment upon hearing Ying Xuan's words. Then a look of disdain appeared on his face. What background do you have? You're just an ordinary high school student. What kind of background could you possibly have? Xiao Yu said with his head held high, his voice carrying a hint of arrogance. I come from an aristocratic family. As soon as he said this, the surrounding students gasped. To these ordinary high school students, an aristocratic family seemed as unreachable as the stars in the sky. Seeing everyone's reaction, Xiao Yu looked even more smugly at Ying Xuan. To be honest, if it weren't for me pursuing Weiwei, I would have already gone to a prestigious high school. Coming to this little Jiangling first high is giving you face. No matter how talented you are, without family support, you'll only be a stepping stone for me. And, he paused, emphasizing his words, I've already cleared the beginner's dungeon. To his surprise, Ying Xuan wasn't fazed by his words. Instead, he wore a playful smile. Since arriving in this world, this was the first person to challenge him based on family background. Ying Xuan thought to himself whether he should reveal his imperial lineage. But then he reconsidered, thinking it might scare the guy too much. Whispers spread through the crowd. A prestigious high school is the strongest in Jiangling City, with a grade talents everywhere and grade talents running rampant. Someone whispered. The thought of competing with such prodigies in a few days left everyone feeling dejected. Just then, a voice broke the tense atmosphere. Whoa, look at what Ying Xuan is holding. All eyes turned to the shimmering silver claws of the Dark Wolf King in Ying Xuan's hand. Isn't that a rare material only obtainable from clearing an intermediate dungeon? The crowd gaped at Ying Xuan in disbelief. Xiao Yu's expression turned ugly instantly. Impossible. He must have stolen it. Being well-informed, he knew that even second-year students rarely cleared intermediate dungeons. At that moment, four elderly figures, including the principal, descended from the second floor of the martial arts space. The first-year students quickly bowed. Although they didn't recognize the two elders and Yang Xiao behind the principal, they could feel that these elders' presence was even more powerful than the principal's. Xiao Yu immediately recognized the figures behind the principal. He recalled that the Xiao family elders had told him that, in addition to the principal, Jiangling First High was guarded by two 6th-grade soul descenders. Such power was beyond the reach of even the aristocratic Xiao family. He deduced that those elderly figures must be the school's elders. A gleam flashed in Xiao Yu's eyes. This was a rare opportunity. If he could be taken as a disciple by the elders, not only could he walk with authority in the school, but he could also gain the highest resources from the Xiao family. At that point, defeating Ying Xuan would be a piece of cake. However, he was slightly puzzled. Jiangling High only had two elders, so where did the one in blue come from? Could it be a hidden elder of the school? With this thought, Xiao Yu straightened his back and said loudly, "Greetings to the principal and the three elders. I am Xiao Yu from the Xiao family." This statement caused the surrounding first-year students to look at each other in confusion, whispering, "Our school has elders?" The four individuals, who were about to exchange pleasantries with Ying Xuan, were quite displeased by this sudden interruption. The two elders were already frustrated for not being able to take Ying Xuan as a disciple, and now their brows furrowed even more. Seeing no response, Xiao Yu thought they hadn't heard him clearly, so he raised his voice. "Elders, I am Xiao Yu. I just cleared the novice dungeon." Finally, Elder Xuanwu turned his head, his sharp gaze sweeping towards Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu misunderstood this look, feeling pleased as he thought he had finally caught the elder's attention. Such disrespect. Elder Xuanwu coldly uttered these words, like a sharp slap across Xiao Yu's face. Xiao Yu was stunned, wondering why things weren't going according to plan. In an attempt to salvage the situation, he quickly accused Ying Xuan. "Elders, Ying Xuan stole rare materials from the school and claimed they were rewards for clearing an intermediate dungeon." Gu Weiwei clutched her lunchbox nervously. Although she didn't believe Ying Xuan would steal, it was even harder to believe he could clear an intermediate dungeon. The two elders were taken aback. They had personally witnessed Ying Xuan receiving the rewards, and given Ying Xuan's status as the heir of an imperial family, rare materials were like trash to him. Even sacred materials were easily within his reach. Suddenly, a flash of azure light. Xiao Yu flew like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the wall. Yang Xiao stepped forward slowly, his voice icy. "How dare you slander the young master? Are you courting death?" The crowd was in an uproar. Xiao Yu clutched his aching abdomen, struggling to shout. You dare hit me? I am from the Xiao family." Before he could finish, another flash of azure light struck his face fiercely. The principal opened his mouth to intervene but, considering Ying Xuan's background, chose to remain silent. Under the shocked gaze of everyone, Yang Xiao knelt on one knee. "Young master, this boy slandered you. Shall I?" Xiao Yu felt a chill all over, as if the Grim Reaper had gripped his throat. A 6th-grade soul tamer kneeling to Ying Xuan. What kind of power was this? Ying Xuan walked slowly to Xiao Yu and said calmly, "Little brother, didn't you want to compare backgrounds with me? Then remember, my surname is Ying." As soon as the surname Ying reached Xiao Yu's ears, he was struck by a terrifying thought. In Jiangling City, there was a legendary family known to all. People would often say, when the divine clan does not emerge, the imperial clan rules. Ying Xuan's surname was precisely the emblem of this imperial clan. A chill crept up Xiao Yu's spine, his pupils dilating in shock. His throat tightened as cold sweat began to seep from his forehead, quickly soaking his collar. His legs grew weak, his mind blank, and his breathing became rapid and labored. The scene before him twisted into a singular, suffocating reality. Ying Xuan was indeed from the Ying imperial clan. This realization caused Xiao Yu to collapse. He understood that his vanity might bring disaster upon the entire Xiao family. He fell to his knees with a thud, his forehead repeatedly hitting the ground. "Ying Xuan, please be merciful. Spare me like a passing breeze. I won't bother Gu Weiwei anymore. I'll do anything you ask, just spare my life." Students from the senior section, including Gu Weiwei, felt their hearts race. To them, a family like the Zhao's was already beyond reach, and the existence of an imperial clan was as distant as the stars. At that moment, they finally understood why Wang Hao was expelled, Wang Jitao dismissed, and even the student council disbanded, all because of this usually low-key Ying Xuan. Everyone was relieved they had never offended Ying Xuan. At this moment, a single word from him could doom Xiao Yu, and no plea could help. All eyes were fixed on Ying Xuan, filled with a mix of awe and respect. Ying Xuan, however, remained calm amidst it all. "I've long told you, it's important to stay low-key. You never know if one of your classmates might be from an imperial clan. The chances are slim, but not impossible." Hearing this, Xiao Yu immediately threw himself at Ying Xuan, clutching his leg, sobbing and begging for mercy. Despite his usual arrogance, he wasn't foolish and knew he couldn't provoke the person before him. He quickly admitted defeat to save himself. A glint flashed in Ying Xuan's eyes as he made up his mind. "Xiao Yu, I'll give you a chance. If you're willing to seize it, I'll let you go today." Xiao Yu, as if grasping at a lifeline, nodded frantically. "Ying Xuan, I'll do anything you ask. Even if it means being your servant, just spare my life." Ying Xuan squinted slightly. "I don't have the habit of making people my servants. My request is simple." As he spoke, not only did Xiao Yu widen his eyes, but the other senior students, including Gu Weiwei, held their breath. "That is, during the upcoming 8 schools challenge, follow my orders." Xiao Yu thought he must have misheard, and quickly blinked in disbelief. He stared at Ying Xuan in front of him, his heart racing. Is it really that simple? Ying Xuan looked directly at Xiao Yu. "You don't agree?" Xiao Yu immediately knelt down, his voice trembling with excitement. "I agree, of course I agree. Thank you, young Master Ying, for sparing my life." He was overjoyed. To have provoked the imperial clan and still kept his life, with the only condition being to become a follower, this was a deal worth making. After all, Even the old servants of the imperial clan were 6th grade soul masters. Being a follower of Ying Xuan was definitely a step up for him. Ying Xuan was calculating. Xiao Yu's ability to pass the beginner's trial indicated that his strength and talent were decent. Although he was far from Ying Xuan's level, in the generally weak Jiangling High School No. 1, a compliant helper would indeed be useful for the upcoming 8-school challenge. If he could leverage Xiao Yu's connections to unite the first-year students into a solid front, they might have a fighting chance against the combined forces of the other 7 high schools. Meanwhile, at Jiangling City's most prestigious private high school, a discussion about the 8-school challenge was taking place on the sports field. This school had always been the benchmark for high school strength in Jiangling City, with a grade talents everywhere, S-grade talents common, and even a few S-grade talents. On the field, a young man in noble attire, by AO, was frowning as he reviewed a list. The list recorded students with S-grade talents and above from various schools, with the most prominent being Ying Xuan from Jiangling High School No. 1, marked with an SS grade talent, the only SSS in the entire list. By AO, what are you worried about? A classmate noticed his expression. Are you concerned about the 8-school challenge? By AO nodded, but his classmate scoffed, pulling out a form covered in fingerprints. An SS grade talent is indeed rare, but he will inevitably be the primary target for all the schools. Do you think he can withstand the alliance of 7 high schools alone? The form clearly stated that as long as Ying Xuan was not eliminated, the 7 high schools would maintain their alliance, united against Jiangling High School No. 1. 6 school representatives had already signed, leaving only Bai Ao. Bai Ao hesitated. As a representative of the private high school, he preferred a fair competition. Sorry, I have no desire to win in such a manner. His classmate, however, was unfazed, taking the initiative to press his handprint on the form. He then photographed it with his phone and sent it to the representatives of the other schools. Thus, the 7-school alliance was officially formed. The heads of various high schools simultaneously checked their phones and collectively breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the affirmative response from the representative of the elite high school. They believed that even with Ying Xuan's SS-level talent, he couldn't possibly withstand the joint assault of the 7 major high schools on his own. At that moment, Ying Xuan from Jiangling First High School sneezed loudly. Who's badmouthing me? I bet it's Wang Hao again, he muttered to himself, rubbing his nose. Meanwhile, there was a jubilant atmosphere within the Ying Imperial clan. The clan leader, Ying Zhantian, had spread the news of Ying Xuan's willingness to acknowledge his roots and return to the clan. Both the main and auxiliary branches were eagerly preparing for the ceremony to welcome the young master. Ying Xuan's mother, Ji Minghua, was so overwhelmed with joy that she cried for an entire day. The clan had decided to hold a grand feast on the day Ying Xuan officially rejoined, and the elderly man who had raised him had already moved into the clan, enjoying the status of an elder. The revelation of Ying Xuan's identity caused a stir in the senior class of Jiangling First High School, with students eagerly speculating about his status within the clan. No one was more thrilled than Ying Xuan, who had befriended Ying Xuan on the first day of school. The chubby boy was so excited that his body shook as he walked. Now, in the logistics department, he wielded considerable influence, able to solve almost any issue by invoking Ying Xuan's name. Ying Xuan, for his part, turned a blind eye to this, as long as Ying Xuan didn't do anything to tarnish his reputation. To quickly advance to 2nd-grade combat power, Ying Xuan had settled into a highly disciplined routine, shuttling between the training space, his dormitory, and the cafeteria. One morning, after quickly finishing a bowl of clear broth beef noodles, he headed straight to the 2nd floor of the training space. Look, it's Ying Xuan. He's even more handsome now that his imperial background is out. Flattery needs skill. He was always handsome, wasn't he? Amidst the exclamations, Ying Xuan stepped onto the 2nd floor. Many second-year students were waiting specifically for him and immediately gathered around when he appeared. Ying Xuan, want to team up? I'll help you clear it quickly. Wow, Wang Fan, you're shameless. You're almost done with your 2nd year and haven't cleared the intermediate dungeon, yet you want to lead others? Faced with numerous enthusiastic offers, Ying Xuan politely declined. Thanks, everyone. Maybe next time. I'm aiming to break through to 2nd-grade combat power this time, so I need a lot of energy. His words left the surrounding crowd in awe once again. Breaking through to the 2nd tier in one go? Could Ying Xuan be the legendary innate highest power? In the martial arts space, an upperclassman stared in disbelief at the young boy in the arena. His voice was filled with shock and envy. He's about to break through to the 2nd tier just 5 days after awakening? I've been at 1st tier level 8 for a year and a half. Is this the terror of an SS-level talent? In the corner, Yu was cautiously observing Ying Xuan. When she heard he was about to break through to the 2nd tier, her bright eyes blinked a few times, clearly shaken by the news. As an awakened one with S-level talent, she had just recently advanced to the 2nd tier herself. Yu stopped sneaking peeks. A sudden voice startled Yu. She turned to see her best friend smiling at her. If you like him, go for it. I heard some freshmen have already started making moves on Ying Xuan. Oh, stop it. That's not what I mean. Yu hurriedly denied it and quickly left the martial arts space, unable to resist glancing at the boy in the arena one last time. Meanwhile, Ying Xuan was oblivious to all this. He stepped into the light curtain amidst the envious gazes of his peers. The system prompt immediately sounded. Ying Xuan, Combat System, First Tier Level 9. Soul Weapon, Black Dragon Robe. Talent Level, cannot be displayed. Entering Jiangling Hai's martial arts space, constructing intermediate scenario. With a wave of dizziness, the scent of earth and leaves filled the air. Ying Xuan immediately activated the Black Dragon Robe's endless vitality, talent, and the system prompts continued. Summon conditions met. Host's current power First Tier Level 9. Endless vitality, Stage 2. Congratulations on successful draw. Qin Imperial Guard First Tier Level 8 7 members. Group bonus, 7-inch. The Black Dragon Robe glowed with golden light, and 7 figures emerged from the void. Led by Bai Qi, 6 guards shouted in unison, "Greetings, Your Majesty." They knelt on one knee, causing the entire space to tremble. Ying Xuan was thrilled. The addition of 7 powerful subordinates bolstered his confidence. "Charge with me," he commanded, leading the team into the forest. During the battle, Ying Xuan continuously absorbed the energy of the demons, sensing the opportunity for a breakthrough approaching. His Black Dragon Robe suddenly radiated a dazzling black gold light, and energy surged within him like a river. When he opened his eyes, his entire demeanor had transformed dramatically. To test his second-tier strength, Ying Xuan punched a nearby boulder. With a boom, the boulder shattered instantly. So this is the power of the second tier, crushing boulders with a mere wave of my hand. Ying Xuan held the Black Dragon Robe, possessing talents beyond the SSS level, with life-sustaining Stage 2 and United Strength Stage 1 abilities. His overall power had reached the level of the United Heart Stage 1. In his hand was the heaven-opening sword, whose quality lay between first and second grade. As his strength grew, he could distinctly feel his mind becoming clearer. At that moment, the miniature heaven-opening sword on his chest suddenly glowed with a cold light, and its quality abruptly increased a level. With a thought, Ying Xuan merged his consciousness into the sword, and the sword's hilt seemed to have a life of its own, falling into his hand. He swung the sword sharply, and its blade sliced through the air. Simultaneously, Bai Qi was enveloped in a brilliant golden light, and the intense murderous aura in his eyes became even more focused. Almost at the same moment as Ying Xuan's breakthrough, Bai Qi's combat power also reached second grade, first stage. This simultaneous enhancement of weapon and subordinate strength was completely unexpected for Ying Xuan. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed through the dark forest. Looking up, ancient towering trees fell one after another. With the dust they stirred up mingling with the sunlight, drastically reducing visibility. "Stay alert," Bai Qi commanded, and his subordinates immediately tightened their formation, forming a human wall to protect Ying Xuan in the center. Ying Xuan's expression was serious as he vigilantly watched ahead. In this intermediate-level dungeon, the appearance of demons was entirely random, with their types and levels full of unpredictability. Judging from the powerful aura and the massive commotion, this unknown demon's strength likely far surpassed that of the Dark Wolf King. "Your Majesty, it's getting closer," Qin Yi shouted nervously, watching the ancient trees collapse. "This noise, it's a big one." Before the words were out, a colossal creature, twice the size of the Dark Wolf King, burst from the forest. It was a giant beast covered in razor-sharp bristles, with powerful hooves and a huge snout emitting a hissing sound. This was the Boar King, a second-grade, second-stage demon, known as a nightmare for novice soul masters, on par with the Dark Wolf King. "Damn, that's a huge boar. Your Majesty, this boar is top-grade cuisine. Making soup with its trotters would be a delicacy." Qin Lu couldn't help but lick his lips, his eyes gleaming with a hunger for gourmet food. Bai Qi cleared his throat and turned to Qin Lu. "Qin Lu, it's battle time now. Attention, everyone," Bai Qi commanded, causing Qin Lu to straighten up immediately, standing at attention. "Once we take down this wild boar, let's cook its trotters for the Emperor to try." Bai Qi added. "Yes, yes." Qin Lu thumped his chest in assurance. "Leave the cooking of the trotters to me." Ying Xuan stood nearby, observing Bai Qi and his men. He mused to himself. "This feels like we're a band of bandits descending the mountain to hunt a pig." Just as his thoughts wandered, the Wild Boar King launched an attack. This massive beast was capable of toppling towering ancient trees, and scattering the formation of the group would be a simple feat. With a grating squeal, the Boar King kicked its hind legs, charging at Bai Qi with astonishing speed. Although both were of second-tier strength, the Boar King's brute force clearly had the upper hand. Bai Qi's sword clashed with the boar's tusks, emitting a harsh metallic screech. Though Bai Qi managed to hold his ground, he was evidently at a disadvantage. "Everyone, follow my command. Charge," Ying Xuan ordered. The 6 guards advanced in unison, surrounding the Boar King. Despite their small number, the 7 boost from their strength in unity, talent elevated these originally 8th-tier warriors to near 9th-tier strength. Even with its second-tier, second-level power, The Boar King couldn't afford to be careless against the guard's assault. Seeing this, Ying Xuan joined the fray with his heaven-splitting sword, turning the tide of battle. The Boar King let out an angry growl, attempting to retreat and gain distance. Qin Yi taunted loudly. Boar King, weren't you just showing off? How come you're trying to flee as soon as the Emperor arrives? Want to offer your trotters in exchange for your life? The Boar King seemed to understand, directing a series of squeals at Ying Xuan. Qin Lu sidled up to Ying Xuan and said, Your Majesty, it looks like the Boar King wants a unknown fight. Surprised, Ying Xuan raised an eyebrow, amused that this beast understood the concept of a duel. Seeing the anticipation in the Boar King's eyes, he nodded first, then smirked. As much as I appreciate a duel, I prefer a good group fight. Everyone, give it your all and take down the Boar King. Tonight, we feast on trotters. Boar King, ? How dishonorable. The Boar King roared internally, its bloodshot eyes fixed on Ying Xuan and his group as they charged towards it. Facing the colossal beast with a formidable second-tier combat strength, Ying Xuan led his guards with a thunderous battle cry. Attack! Slaughter this pig and stew its trotters for his majesty. Their voices echoed through the forest. Ying Xuan felt no guilt. After all, the opponent was a demon, a mortal enemy of humanity. Moreover, during his last visit to this intermediate dungeon, he had been ambushed by a pack of shadow wolves. This was merely justified retribution. The battle quickly reached its peak. Despite the Boar King's impressive defense, it retreated under the relentless assault of Ying Xuan's heaven-splitting sword. Each swing left deep, bone-revealing gashes on the boar's rough hide, forcing it to let out pained howls. Your Majesty, the Boar King is losing its strength. Bai Qi immediately ordered. Qin's guards, charge with me. The soldiers quickly encircled the beast, and with a decisive strike from Ying Xuan's sword, the Boar King collapsed with a mighty crash. Invincible Majesty. Qin Lu, it's your turn to stew the trotters. The soldiers cheered. As Qin Lu and others began processing the Boar King's carcass, Ying Xuan pondered. This was supposed to be a virtual shadow in a digital realm, so why did it feel so real? Before long, the forest was filled with an enticing aroma. Qin Lu had somehow produced a large pot and was stirring the trotters inside with a wooden stick. Qin Lu, where did you get the pot and seasonings? Ying Xuan asked curiously. While adding salt to the pot, Qin Lu explained. Your Majesty, I was the royal chef for the late emperor. He was quite particular, so I always carried cooking utensils and seasonings on campaigns to prepare his meals. Ying Xuan nodded in approval, thinking this was the perfect personal chef. With the addition of various spices, a pot of rich, creamy trotter soup was finally ready, its fragrance permeating the air. Ying Xuan tasted a spoonful and was immediately captivated by the savory flavor. The rich collagen perfectly melded with the spices, leaving a lasting impression. To his surprise, the soup transformed into energy upon consumption, gently coursing through his body. Under the warm flow, Ying Xuan felt the complete relaxation of his meridians. He examined the pork trotter soup in his hands, deep in thought. This was entirely different from the direct absorption of energy when slaying monsters. The energy of the wild Boar King could actually be absorbed in the form of food. As he savored the soup, he suddenly realized that the pork trotter soup was essentially another form of energy, simulated by the martial space to have the taste of real food. This was evident as he felt no fullness after eating it. Come on, Bai Qi everyone, try Qin Lu's cooking. Ying Xuan enthusiastically invited. However, he was met with silence, as all the soldiers stared at him with astonishment, none daring to step forward. Bai Qi stepped forward and clasped his fists. Your Majesty, the late emperor decreed that we subordinates must not dine with you. Ying Xuan then remembered the strict hierarchical system of ancient times. But he quickly smiled. Times have changed. Those old rules should be revised. As long as I, Ying Xuan, have a bite to eat, you will not be left out. We shall share fortune and adversity together. These words were like a gentle rain, dispelling the gloom in everyone's hearts. The wariness in Bai Qi's eyes vanished, replaced by deep gratitude. This was more than just a meal. It was a sincere gesture from the ruler to his subjects. I, Bai Qi, vow to follow you to the death. If I harbor any disloyalty, may I be struck by lightning. I, Qin Yi, vow to follow you to the death. If I harbor any disloyalty, may I be struck by lightning. The soldiers all pledged, and Ying Xuan smiled, gesturing for them to enjoy the meal. As everyone was immersed in the delicious food, a loud noise suddenly erupted from the depths of the forest. They immediately put down their bowls and picked up their weapons warily. Ying Xuan was puzzled. Logically, after defeating the Wild Boar King, the level should have ended, and there shouldn't be any further incidents. Suddenly, a faint green light rose behind them, gradually forming into a portal. This was distinctly different from the usual blue exit of the level. Before Ying Xuan could think further, a powerful suction emerged from the portal, one that even he, a second-rank soul descender, could not resist. What the hell is this? Before he could finish his exclamation, Ying Xuan was pulled into the portal by the force. His Majesty is in danger. Protect him. Bai Qi's roar echoed from behind. Your Majesty, don't be afraid. We're here. Bai Qi led the Imperial Guards fearlessly towards the green portal. As the last guard stepped through, the portal swiftly contracted into a bright green flash and vanished. The forest returned to its tranquil state, only to be disturbed by a soft rustling sound. Out of the dust, an elderly man with a steady gait gradually appeared. He approached the steaming pot and tasted the pig trotter soup with a spoon. Good soup, he murmured to himself, a hint of regret in his eyes. It would be a waste not to drink it. It's just a pity that this old man can no longer savor the taste. Before he could finish, his figure dissipated into the air. Meanwhile, Ying Xuan felt a dizzying sensation, his body uncontrollably plummeting and landing heavily on the ground. Fighting off the dizziness, he opened his eyes to find himself in a bizarre space. The ground beneath him was a dark purple, and the air was filled with a nauseating stench. Your Majesty, are you all right? Where are we? Bai Qi rushed to his side with urgency. Where the hell are we? Is this even our land? Ying Xuan was about to speak when a purple figure suddenly flashed by, too fast to catch. Enemy attack. Prepare for battle. Protect the Emperor. Bai Qi shouted, just as the purple figure appeared like lightning beside Qin Air. A purple light struck Qin Air's heart, instantly transforming him into a mass of energy, absorbed back into the Black Dragon Robe. Although this deadly strike wouldn't truly kill his subordinate, it rendered him unable to fight for an entire day. Ying Xuan struggled to his feet, gripping the heaven-splitting sword. The speed of the purple figure was astonishing, taking down Qin Air in the blink of an eye. He scanned the surroundings warily, suddenly shouting, Bai Qi, watch your right side. The purple figure attacked again, moving like a phantom. Upon hearing Ying Xuan's warning, Bai Qi swiftly drew his battle sword and held it defensively in front of his chest. This instinctive reaction allowed him to dodge the direct impact of the purple light, but his shoulder was still pierced, causing blood to gush out and stain his armor crimson. General Bai Qi, don't worry about me. All guards, protect His Majesty immediately. Bai Qi ordered through clenched teeth. Qin Yi immediately positioned himself in front of Ying Xuan with a bronze sword, while Qin San and Qin Si took positions on either side. Qin Wu watched the rear, and Qin Lu hurried to Bai Qi's side to tend to his wound. What level of demon is this? We can't even catch its shadow. Qin Yi murmured, staring at the sky. The second-in-command of first rank 8th level was killed instantly. This demon must be at least second rank 4th level, maybe even 5th. Before he finished speaking, the purple shadow streaked across the sky again. Its small size and incredible speed left them no time to react. Another streak of purple light shot forward, prompting Ying Xuan to draw the Kaitian sword and slash at it. Clang! The sword clashed with the purple light, producing a crisp metallic sound and repelling it. Ying Xuan's hand holding the sword paused slightly, secretly astonished. What material is this Kaitian sword made of to withstand an attack from a third-rank demon? The purple demon let out a chilling screech and lunged directly with its body. Ying Xuan's eyes narrowed, and the Black Dragon Robe he wore emanated a powerful imperial aura, forming an invisible barrier on the purple land. The demon hesitated upon seeing the Black Dragon Robe, its attack noticeably slowing. It's a bat. Qin Lu exclaimed. Ying Xuan closely observed the creaturite indeed resembled a bat, but the ghost face markings on its wings identified it as a ghost face bat, a second-rank demon. He knew that with his recently achieved second-rank level, facing a second-rank 5th-level demon left him with almost no chance of victory. The only hope was to use the United as One talent. Soldiers, lend me your strength. The guards, including Bai Qi, nodded solemnly, placing their hands over their chests and gazing skyward. In an instant, their bodies transformed into radiant light, merging into the Black Dragon Robe. Immediately, the robe exuded a majestic aura that seemed to make the surrounding air tremble. Black Dragon Robe, activating United as One talent. Conditions for talent usage met. Current host power, second rank, first level. Talent, United as 1, phase 1. Combining subordinate power, second rank, first level 1, first rank, 8th level 6. Combination successful. Current host power, second rank, 4th level. Duration, 3 minutes. In an instant, the Black Dragon Robe erupted with a torrent of energy, flooding into Ying Xuan's body. He felt an unprecedented power coursing through him, with golden vertical pupils glinting coldly in his eyes. The United Will ability not only brought a surge in strength, but also elevated his mental acuity and agility to new heights. The ghost-faced bat flitted rapidly through the air, yet under Ying Xuan's enhanced perception, its every move was crystal clear. He could even accurately predict the demon's next attack trajectory. Bang! Before the opponent could get close, Ying Xuan decisively threw a punch. In pursuit of extreme speed, he even forewent summoning the heaven-splitting sword. This sudden strike caught the ghost-faced bat off guard, but as a formidable being at the second rank, 5th stage, it swiftly raised its massive wings to clash with Ying Xuan's fist. A deafening sonic boom shattered the air. Although the ghost-faced bat excelled in agility, in a pure strength contest, even Ying Xuan at the second rank, fourth stage, held his ground. In the distance, an old man who had just savored a bowl of pig's foot soup watched silently. A forbidden level talent. Who would have thought such a prodigy would emerge from Jiangling High? He muttered to himself. The Black Dragon Robe, a summoning talent, reminds me of that legendary old fellow. He continued softly. It seems our human race might see another emperor in the making. I just hope this child's character holds up. If so, my demon suppression tower will have a worthy successor. Before his words faded, the old man's figure vanished from sight. The battle had reached a fever pitch. Ying Xuan knew the United Will State only lasted 3 minutes, so he dared not slacken and immediately summoned the heaven-splitting sword. Unsure if this was a simulation or reality, he had to give it his all. Being killed by a demon in the real world would be a true disgrace. Take this sword. The flash of the sword missed its mark, as expected. The ghost-faced bat let out a mocking shriek, oblivious to the sliver of sword energy Ying Xuan had secretly unleashed. This energy was as fast as lightning, and by the time the bat noticed, it was too late to evade. Rip! The sharp sword energy sliced through its wing, and purple blood spurted out. With that hit, the ghost-faced bat's speed dramatically decreased. A sharp, piercing roar from the ghost-faced bat echoed through the vast emptiness of the sky. Very well then. I'll send you on your way. Open heaven. Ying Xuan gripped the sword hilt tightly with both hands, channeling the energy of the second tier, fourth rank into the blade. In an instant, a dazzling golden light shot skyward, illuminating the area for dozens of feet around. The ghost-faced bat, which had been menacing moments before, now showed signs of fear. It frantically flapped its wings to escape, but found itself firmly locked in place by the open heaven sword, unable to move. Boom! Ying Xuan's sword traced a sharp arc, the blade's radiance carrying a hint of imperial resonance, and in an instant, it sliced the already wounded ghost-faced bat in two. As the battle concluded, the united strength began to wane. Ying Xuan felt weak and could barely stand. The Qin imperial guards within the Black Dragon Robe, including Bai Qi, all fell into a deep sleep. For the next day, they would be unable to offer any assistance. In this weakened state, even a low-level demon could easily take my life, Ying Xuan thought to himself. Just then, the ghost-faced bat's corpse on the ground began to tremble. Ying Xuan's heart tightened. If this attack hadn't completely killed it, he might truly become a demon's meal. Fortunately, it was just a death spasm. Pure strands of energy seeped from the demon's body, slowly flowing into Ying Xuan. This energy was far purer than expected. It not only instantly restored his weakened body, but even hinted at a breakthrough to the second tier, second rank. How can this energy be so pure? Ying Xuan broke out in a cold sweat. Could this place not be a simulation, but the real world? He knew that energy from demons and simulations was usually only a tenth of what it was outside. But this energy was complete and intact. This meant that if he had lost the battle, it would have been his corpse on the ground. Even more unsettling was the absence of an exit after defeating the demon. Damn it, what kind of place is this? Ying Xuan took out his phone, but found no signal. With no other choice, he continued forward. Before him stretched a barren purple landscape, extending to the horizon. Fortunately, he encountered no more second-tier demons. After walking for what seemed like an eternity, an exhausted Ying Xuan finally spotted a small stream in the distance. He rushed forward, only to find the water was also a strange shade of purple. To his surprise, there appeared to be a figure by the stream. Hello? Can you hear me? Receiving no response, Ying Xuan hurried closer and discovered an unconscious old man. He quickly checked and found a faint pulse. Sir, are you okay? Do you need me to call 911? He immediately regretted his words, remembering there was no signal here. As he shook the old man, a purple crystal slipped from his body. Ying Xuan stared at it, eyes widening in shock. Holy crap, could this really be a super-tier energy crystal? Ying Xuan had personally experienced the value of energy crystals. He knew well that even the lowest level, basic energy crystals had only a 1 in 1,000 chance of being obtained by defeating first or second rank demons. Yet, in the arms of this unconscious old man lay the most supreme of them all, a super-tier energy crystal. Such a treasure could only be acquired by vanquishing demons of the 7th rank or higher, its rarity comparable to soul-grade materials. Ying Xuan gazed at the super-tier energy crystal, which emitted a dazzling glow, and felt a stir in his heart. If he were to absorb it now while the old man was unconscious, he might be able to break through to become a 3rd-rank spirit master. However, he swiftly dismissed this thought. Not only was he unsure if his body could withstand the violent energy within the super-tier crystal, but taking advantage of someone in their vulnerable state was against his principles. I'm a decent young man who received 9 years of compulsory education. Ying Xuan muttered to himself as he carefully placed the energy crystal back into the old man's pocket. Sir, next time you carry something this valuable, make sure to keep it well hidden. Time ticked by, and Ying Xuan grew increasingly anxious. It was rare to encounter another person in this desolate wilderness, and yet the only one he found was unconscious. He just hoped the old man hadn't been attacked by a powerful demon, or they would both be in great danger. I can't wait any longer. Ying Xuan decisively bent down and hoisted the old man onto his back. With his second-rank strength, carrying an elderly man wasn't difficult. At that moment, the old man on his back quietly opened his eyes and a faint, enigmatic smile appeared on his lips. Ying Xuan continued along the stream. The surrounding barren, purple landscape seemed endless, the repetitive scenery making him feel disoriented, as if he were going in circles. His phone still had no signal, but fortunately, aside from the initial encounter with the ghost-faced bat, he hadn't come across any other demons. It's strange. In such a vast area, how could there be only one demon? Ying Xuan pondered, though he didn't stop moving. Soon, something unusual appeared on the horizon. Amidst flashes of purple light, a mysterious tower that reached up to the clouds stood at the end of the stream. As they drew closer, the tower's outline became clearer, its sheer size far beyond what Ying Xuan had imagined. Finally, a proper structure. Ying Xuan murmured to himself as he approached the base of the tower with the old man on his back. The entire tower emitted a faint purple glow, giving it an eerie appearance. The desolate land surrounding the tower was covered in purple soil, as if it had been contaminated by this mysterious structure. As Ying Xuan stood there puzzled, a long, drawn-out groan came from behind him. He quickly turned around and gently placed the elderly man he was carrying on the ground. The old man slowly opened his eyes, squinting as he sized up the young man before him, a playful smile appearing on his face. "Ah, that was the best sleep I've had in ages. It's been so long since I've slept so well." "Senior, you're finally awake," Ying Xuan asked urgently. "Where exactly is this place? How can I leave?" The old man lazily yawned. "Young man, since you're already here, there's no need to rush off. Join me for a cup of tea first." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the two were instantly transported to the first floor of the tower. Upon entering, a suffocating aura of terror enveloped them. Countless powerful demons were imprisoned in cages all around, and these usually fierce and violent creatures were now trembling in fear, cowering in the corners at the sight of the old man. "Senior, these," Ying Xuan began to ask, but the old man interrupted with a wave of his hand, producing a set of exquisite tea utensils from thin air and placing them on a wooden table in front of them. "Young man, don't be so impatient. We can talk while we drink." The old man poured a cup of purple tea, and a rich fragrance instantly filled the air. Ying Xuan drank the tea and immediately felt refreshed. Not only was his strength fully restored, but even the bottleneck of his second-tier, first rank showed signs of loosening. Curious, he examined the teapot and discovered it was brewed with slices of high-grade energy crystals. "Holy cow! High-grade energy crystals used as tea leaves." The old man chuckled. "Young man, after drinking your pig's trotter soup and being saved by you by the river, this high-grade energy crystal tea is my way of saying thank you." In their subsequent conversation, the old man revealed his identity was Ying Xuan, the founding principal of Jiangling First High School, a legendary figure who had passed away 1,000 years ago. The Purple Tower was known as the Demon Suppression Tower, located in a special temporal rift, with its entrance set in the martial arts space of Jiangling First High School. Seeing Ying Xuan's shocked expression, the old man calmly said, "Don't be alarmed. I died 1,000 years ago. What you see now is merely a shadow of my former self." "Headmaster, you..." Ying Xuan started to speak, but the elderly man gently raised his hand to interrupt. "You may have many questions, but they are not important," the old man said with a deep gaze. "I left a part of my spirit here to wait for someone destined to come. You just need to understand that bringing you here was my deliberate arrangement." A look of sudden realization appeared on Ying Xuan's face. It turned out that everything he had encountered before, the terrifying demonic faces and bats, even the tempting high-level energy stones, were all carefully designed tests by the old man. Seeing through his thoughts, the old man nodded slightly. "That's right. All of this was a trial for you, and you have passed." Ying Xuan furrowed his brows. What was the purpose of the headmaster's test? Could it be like the two elders at the school who wanted to take him as a disciple? "Ying Xuan, ever since you broke the record in the beginner's dungeon, I've been paying attention to you," the old man said with a steady and powerful voice. "In terms of both talent and character, you have the qualifications to inherit this Demon Suppression Tower." "Inherit the Demon Suppression Tower?" Ying Xuan looked around at the demons in the iron cages, filled with curiosity. What was the secret of this mysterious tower? "This Demon Suppression Tower has a history of over 10,000 years, the old man said mysteriously. "It is both a treasure and a powerful weapon against demons. The Tower Master can imprison demons of a corresponding level based on their own combat strength. Most importantly, when these demons are slain inside the tower, energy crystals are guaranteed to be released." Ying Xuan's eyes widened. Energy crystals were priceless treasures in the outside world, considered valuable trading currency even by high-level soul masters. The probability of obtaining crystals from killing demons outside was only 1 in 1,000, but here it was 100%. No wonder the headmaster dared to consume high-level energy crystals like water. With such a tower, crystals could indeed be enjoyed like candy. However, the old man continued, his expression turning serious. If the imprisoned demons are not killed, they will immediately retaliate against the tower master. At best, the soul weapon will break. At worst, the soul will be scattered. These failed demons will remain in the tower, waiting for the next tower master to challenge them. Ying Xuan gasped. This was like dancing on the edge of a blade. Success meant endless wealth. Failure meant the soul would be scattered. Headmaster, this sounds more like an arena. Why is it called the Demon Suppression Tower? The old man nodded slightly and explained further. Because over the millennia, more than 10,000 powerful demons that were not slain have been sealed here. They are constantly seeking opportunities to break through the seal. This tower is the last line of defense against the havoc wreaked by demons. Hence it is called the Demon Suppression Tower. Ying Xuan nodded in understanding and then approached a nearby cage containing a demon. As he got closer, the demon let out a chilling growl. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a robust giant bear demon crashed into the cage. The cage immediately emitted a purple glow, deflecting the bear's attack. The bear roared in frustration, unable to break the seal on the cage. Upon careful observation, Ying Xuan assessed that this giant bear's combat power had reached the 2nd rank, 9th tier, possibly even touching the 3rd rank. More alarmingly, the bear's true combat strength likely far exceeded its apparent power. Looking around, he noticed that every demon within the Demon Suppression Tower was far stronger than ordinary demons, each one an elite among elites. Ying Xuan, what you see now are merely the weakest demons in the tower, the old headmaster said gravely. The tower has 9 levels, with the stronger demons sealed on higher levels. It is said that the 9th level holds a world-ending demon. If the seal of the Demon Suppression Tower ever fails, it would spell disaster for all humanity. Ying Xuan was taken aback. Headmaster, are you saying that this tower might one day fail to contain these demons? The old man nodded, a hint of apprehension in his eyes. From my observations, the seals of the Demon Suppression Tower are gradually weakening. Many demons that have been sealed for millennia are becoming restless. This is why I sought you out. I hope you can become the new tower master and weaken their overall strength by slaying the demons on each level. This requires not only exceptional talent and strength, but also extraordinary courage and character. But headmaster, Ying Xuan interrupted, although I have some talent, I have only just reached the 2nd rank in combat power. Why not seek help from a stronger soul master? The old man shook his head, explaining, the tower master can only duel with demons of the same level. In the Demon Suppression Tower, high-ranking soul masters cannot engage with lower-ranking demons, so we can only look for successors among the young, talented soul masters. Ying Xuan pondered. The benefits of becoming the tower master were evident. Just the ability to draw external demons into the tower for battle, resulting in the release of energy crystals, far surpassed relying solely on the resources of the Ying imperial clan. More importantly, as a traveler from another world, he seemed to have a certain mission. The fate of humanity tied to the Demon Suppression Tower felt like it was somehow linked to this destiny. As the inheritor of the Black Dragon Robe, it was his duty to carry on his ancestors' will. The Demon Suppression Tower has many hidden functions that you can explore once you become the tower master, the old headmaster added. For instance, you can enter the tower's space at any time, which is convenient for evading pursuers or storing supplies. Access to the inside of the Demon Suppression Tower at any time. A glint of determination flashed in Ying Xuan's eyes. As a young noble who had experienced an abduction in his childhood, he understood the importance of having means to protect himself. Moreover, the identity of the mastermind behind that incident still remained a mystery. He quickly assessed the practical value of this ability. In the upcoming inter-school competition, the other 7 schools would undoubtedly join forces against him. If he found himself in danger, retreating into the Demon Suppression Tower would be a flawless way to ensure his safety. This position of the Tower Master is practically tailor-made for me. Ying Xuan mused to himself. Not only can I gain energy crystals, but I can also use it as a means of protection and a portable storage space. Even if the world were to end, I could survive inside the tower. Having figured this out, Ying Xuan no longer hesitated. He smiled at the old man and said, Headmaster, I am willing to take on the role of the new Tower Master. The old man smiled with relief. He had been worried that Ying Xuan might refuse due to the potential dangers the Tower Master could face, as a slight misstep in battling demons could lead to disaster. But Ying Xuan had already devised a strategy to only engage when confident, weakening demons in the outside world before finishing them off inside the tower. Headmaster, how exactly should I proceed to become the Tower Master? Ying Xuan inquired. The old man took out a small purple soul suppression tower from his sleeve. This is the core spirit of the soul suppression tower. You simply need to recognize it as your master with a drop of your blood. Once you complete the succession, my remaining spirit can finally be at peace. The core spirit slowly drifted toward Ying Xuan. He bit his finger, letting a drop of bright red blood fall onto it. Instantly, an eerie purple light filled the entire space, causing the surrounding demons to shudder in fear of this formidable power. Meanwhile, in the second layer of the martial arts training space outside, the principal of Jiangling First High School, along with two elders and Yang Xiao, were anxiously waiting. 3 days had passed, and even if the mission had failed, Ying Xuan should have been transported out by now, yet he remained absent. What could the young master be facing inside? Yang Xiao muttered with a frown. The four elders wore grave expressions, fully aware that if something happened to the young master of the Ying Imperial clan, Jiangling First High School might face catastrophic consequences. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached from outside, belonging to Xiaoyu, who had previously been reprimanded by Ying Xuan. He shouted loudly towards the door, "Headmaster!" Upon seeing Xiaoyu, the principal's eyes sharpened. Today was the day of the 8 schools challenge. The competition among the 8 colleges in Jiangling City was about to begin. With a wave of the elder in green, the barrier at the entrance slowly dissipated, allowing Xiaoyu to step inside. "Greetings, principal, elders, and Lord Yang," Xiaoyu said respectfully. Just as he was about to inquire about the details of the 8 schools challenge, the principal raised a hand to interrupt him. "There's no need to discuss it. All first-year students, depart for the competition venue immediately." "Yes," Xiaoyu replied, leaving promptly, while the 2 elders remaining in the martial arts space looked worried. "Elder Luo, the 8 schools challenge has already started," one elder sighed. "Ying Xuan is our greatest asset at Jiangling First High, but now he's missing in the replica space." Luo Gudian shook his head, his expression grave. "I'm more concerned about Ying Xuan's safety in the replica space than losing the challenge. Losing the competition only means losing face among the 8 high schools in Jiangling, and we've been at the bottom for several years now. But if something happens to Ying Xuan," his voice trailed off, "Jiangling First High will face immense pressure from the terrifying Imperial clan. For now, the head of the first-year department will lead the competition team. We elders will stay here and wait for news about Ying Xuan," Luo Gudian said meaningfully, glancing at Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao's brow was furrowed. As an old servant of the Ying Imperial clan, he knew the consequences would be dire if something happened to the young master. Ying Xuan had just agreed to acknowledge his ancestry, and the clan was preparing a celebration. If anything went wrong now, he thought of the clan's grand elder, a 9th-rank soul descender, and an Imperial-level powerhouse, whose presence could shake the entire Jiangling city. Meanwhile, the first-year department was ready to set off. The head of the department stood at the front of the team, feeling anxious usually. The principal led the team, and he worried about his ability to command respect. The team marched grandly toward the competition venue. Since the competition didn't restrict soul weapon types, students who had awakened logistics-type soul weapons finally had a chance to shine. In the queue of Class 5, Ying Xuan moved his hefty body, looking around constantly. "Hey, where's Brother Xian?" The surrounding students were also searching for Ying Xuan. Without the school's strongest representative, everyone feared they would end up at the bottom again this year. Someone murmured, "I've long been annoyed by those arrogant guys from the noble high school. Too bad without Ying Xuan, no one can put them in their place." As far as I know, this year, universities are flourishing. A student from Jiangling No. 1 High School declared loudly in the crowd, sparking a lively discussion among the nearby students. The number of students awakening with a level and above talents has reached hundreds, the highest record in the history of the 8 major high schools in Jiangling City, another student added. Even the rare S-level talents, which are hardly seen in years, have appeared several times this year. Hearing these words, the initially enthusiastic crowd couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. They started to list these prodigies. Zhang Dai from Experimental High School, who awakened the combat system S-level talent soul weapon Reaper's Scythe. Wu Xiaofeng from Jiangling No. 2 High School, who possesses the combat system S-level talent soul weapon Radiant Sword. And Bai Ao from the Ancient Bai clan, hailed as the strongest genius of the Noble High School, whose top-tier combat system S-level talent soul weapon Conqueror's Spear is particularly intimidating. Why is it that S-level talents, which hardly appear in years, are suddenly everywhere this year? Someone asked in confusion. Do geniuses prefer to be born together? Other schools have S-level talents, but Jiangling No. 1 High School doesn't have any. Someone said dejectedly. What are you talking about? Even though we don't have S-level talents, we have an SS-level talent that is truly fearsome, someone immediately retorted. With Ying Xuan around, what's an S-level talent? That's right, but where is Ying Xuan? The crowd began searching for Ying Xuan's figure in the lineup. In the lineup of Class 8, Xiaoyu looked anxious. Ever since being subdued by Ying Xuan, he had become Ying Xuan's second-in-command, along with Jin Yuan, known as the Hung Ha Generals. He had long given up pursuing Gu Weiwei, considering her as the boss's woman. Where's Brother Xian? We can't do without him, he muttered under his breath. While everyone was discussing, no one noticed the 3 mysterious figures on the rooftop of a residential building. One of them, With his right arm wrapped in bandages was Wang Hao. Standing beside him was his father, Wang Jitao, along with a mysterious black-robed figure from the Assassin's Guild, who was fully covered, revealing only a pair of piercing eyes. Which one is Ying Xuan? The black-robed figure asked coldly. Wang Hao and Wang Jitao carefully scanned the lineup, but couldn't find their target. Sir, it seems Ying Xuan is not in the lineup. Not in the lineup? The black-robed figure frowned. Didn't you say he is a freshman at Jiangling No. 1 High School? Would he really skip such an important event as the 8 Schools Challenge? Facing the embarrassment of Wang Hao and his father, the black-robed figure waved his hand. Don't worry, we at the Assassin's Guild always get the job done. Taking this 10,000 from you. Even if today's assassination attempt fails, there's no way he'll escape later. As the man in black finished speaking, the tense expressions on Wang Hao and his father's faces slightly relaxed. 50 million for a life, this deal was worth it. With a wave of the cloaked man's hand, 3 figures vanished into the night. Meanwhile, at Jiangling High School, students were orderly boarding the buses by class. This was the first time the first-year students were participating in a major event, and a mix of nervousness and excitement was evident on everyone's faces. Inside the bus, the grade director was giving a motivational speech through the onboard PA system. Students, the director's voice resonated through the speakers. Our destination is the prestigious Jiangling University. Although we might not match the other 7 high schools in terms of talent, Jiangling High students are known for their perseverance and ambition. As long as we stay united, we can achieve great results. These words instantly ignited the students' fighting spirit. For them, this was not just a chance to showcase their abilities, but potentially a turning point in their lives. After all, many of Jiangling City's prominent families and dignitaries would be present, and gaining their recognition could mean a bright future. More importantly, Jiangling University, being the top institution in the city, might even offer direct admission to those who stand out in the competition. The bus slowly pulled up to Jiangling University, and the impressive entrance came into view. However, as soon as they got off, they were met with jeers from students of other schools. Look, Jiangling High's shabby bus is here, like a tourist group. No wonder they're at the bottom. They have no presence. As the only student at Jiangling High with ins-level combat talent, Xiaoyu couldn't just stand by. In the absence of Ying Xuan, he was the face of the school, chattering like a bunch of old women. Xiaoyu retorted coldly. No sooner had he spoken than several students from other schools angrily surrounded him. The leading student pulled out his ID, boasting. Take a good look, we're from the elite high school. And you, a bumpkin from Jiangling High, dare to make noise here. What's so great about a prestigious high school? The students of Jiangling First High quickly gathered together, forming a human wall. While they might joke about their own school on normal days, any belittling from outsiders would ignite their anger. Facing the oncoming crowd of Jiangling First High students, the few from the prestigious high school were visibly flustered. The young man leading them put down his student ID and squinted, his tone threatening. Thinking of starting a fight? Let me tell you, I'm from a noble family. Don't think that just because you have numbers, you can scare me. Touch me, and you'll face consequences you can't handle. These words infuriated the Jiangling students. They clenched their fists, yet none dared to make the first move. The repercussions of provoking a noble family were too great. Just as Xiaoyu was about to speak, a figure dressed in white emerged from behind the prestigious students. The previously arrogant group immediately changed their demeanor and greeted respectfully. Young Master Bai Ao. Bai Ao. This name caused a stir among the Jiangling students. Known as the most talented student at the prestigious high school and a key figure nurtured by the Bai clan, Bai Ao's reputation was widespread. Xiaoyu swallowed nervously. Only Ying Xuan could possibly stand against someone of this caliber. Unexpectedly, Bai Ao was not there to support his peers. He coldly dismissed the prestigious students. What are you causing trouble in someone else's school for? Get back. After they hurriedly left, Bai Ao turned to Xiaoyu. Are you Ying Xuan? Brother Xian is currently busy, Xiaoyu replied, glancing around as he realized Bai Ao had mistaken him for someone else. Bai Ao looked disappointed. I wanted to meet the SS level talent holder. Since he's not here, I'll take my leave. With that, he turned and walked away. The grade director arrived just in time to lead everyone into Jiangling University's campus. As the students took in the grand surroundings, they couldn't help but exclaim, "So this is Jiangling University, it's really impressive. I guess this might be the only chance we get to be here in our lifetime." In the midst of Class 8's group, Gu Weiwei's eyes were constantly searching for something. Ever since Ying Xuan revealed his imperial family background, she hadn't been able to spot that familiar figure in the crowd. Gu Weiwei has been deliberately avoiding contact with Ying Xuan recently. Every time she is reminded of her identity as an ordinary girl and the vast gap between her and Ying Xuan from the imperial clan, she can't help but retreat. Nevertheless, she continues to secretly pay attention to Ying Xuan's every move. At the moment, noticing Ying Xuan hasn't appeared for a while, she can't help but feel waves of worry. Ying Xuan is currently inside the demon suppression tower. His eyes are closed, brow slightly furrowed, with a core tower spirit emitting purple energy floating in front of him. As a cool sensation flows into his body, the purple tower spirit gradually shrinks and finally merges into his forehead. The old headmaster beside him smiles with satisfaction, his figure gradually fading away into the space. In the next moment, Ying Xuan opens his eyes and finds himself back in the forest of the intermediate dungeon. The pig trotter soup in front of him has long gone cold, but his hunger overrides any concerns, and he devours it ravenously. The warm soup transforms into energy that spreads throughout his body, alleviating some of his hunger. Was it a dream? Ying Xuan murmurs to himself, but the warm sensation in his forehead assures him that it was all real. He is surprised to discover that with just a thought, he can enter the space of the demon suppression tower. Looking around and not seeing the old headmaster, he finds a note in his pocket. It reads, Ying Xuan, my soul has completed its mission to find the next tower master and can finally leave this world. I hope you can use the power of the demon suppression tower to shoulder the future of humanity. One day, humans will completely eradicate the demon threat. The road ahead is long. May you have smooth sailing and do not dwell on the past. After reading, the note turns to ash and dissipates. At this moment, Ying Xuan feels a mix of emotions. The legacy of the 1,000-year-old demon suppression tower, bearing the hopes of countless human ancestors, now rests on his shoulders. Suddenly, his phone emits a series of urgent notifications. With the signal restored, the screen is filled with unread messages. The 8 schools challenge. He is puzzled by the messages from Ying Xuan and others. He remembers that there were still 4 days before the competition when he entered the dungeon, but it seems to have already started. Checking the calendar, Ying Xuan is shocked to find he has spent an entire 4 days in the dungeon. Damn, I haven't summoned my subordinates for 4 days. That's such a loss. He immediately activates the everlasting life ability of the Black Dragon Robe. The system notifications follow one after another. Current combat power, 2nd rank, 1st stage. Everlasting life stage 2. Congratulations, host, for a successful draw. 2 Qin Imperial Guards, 1st rank, 8th stage. Number of subordinates, 9. Group bonus, 9. Detected no use of ability for 3 days. Cumulative compensation applied. Congratulations, host, for a successful draw. 6 Qin Imperial Guards, 1st rank, 8th stage. Number of subordinates, 15. Group bonus, 15. Ying Xuan's eyes widen in surprise, realizing that the missed days could be compensated for, and he has gained 15 subordinates in one go. Excited as he was, Ying Xuan felt a twinge of doubt. Glancing at the 15 subordinates around him, he realized that only Bai Qi was capable of growth. This realization made him frown. The odds of obtaining such potential were astonishingly low. Even though these elite Qin guards, each with 1st-tier 8th-level combat power, could easily overpower their peers, they seemed inadequate against true threats. Against formidable demons, their strength was insufficient. Ying Xuan understood clearly that subordinates who could level up alongside him were essential. Defeating human geniuses is nothing. The real skill is in slaying powerful demons. Ying Xuan murmured to himself, absent-mindedly stroking his soul weapon. I need to find more sacred materials to enhance my talent level. He finally understood why high-talent soul masters were so costly. It required a vast amount of advanced materials just to enhance soul weapon talents, not to mention the energy crystals needed to boost combat power. Fortunately, he hailed from an imperial clan with ample resources. Otherwise, the potential of his forbidden-level Black Dragon Robe would have been wasted. As these thoughts passed through his mind, Ying Xuan found himself at the exit of the intermediate dungeon. As a blue barrier rose, the principal and 3 elders looked over simultaneously, their eyes filled with surprise and relief. Ying Xuan, they all sighed in relief, glad you're safe. Clearly, the might of the Ying imperial clan placed significant pressure on Jiangling High School, and every time Ying Xuan was in danger, the school's fate seemed at stake. Seeing him return safely, everyone felt a weight lifted from their hearts. Principal, Elder Yang, elders, why are you all here? Ying Xuan asked, puzzled. Luo Gudian quickly approached, using his spiritual sense to examine Ying Xuan's condition. It's good that you're okay, but based on your previous records, it shouldn't have taken this long. Ying Xuan briefly recounted his encounter with the Wild Boar King, deliberately omitting his meeting with the old principal and the Demon Suppression Tower. Principal, this Wild Boar King was much stronger than the Dark Wolf King. If I hadn't broken through to the 2nd tier, I might not have been able to defeat it. Second tier? Luo Gudian's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the young man before him. Yang Xiao quickly clasped his hands in respect. The young master is truly a prodigy. If the head of the family and the great elder knew, they would be overjoyed. The 2 elders, Qing Yi and Xian Wu, exchanged shocked glances. Even for level talent soul master, reaching 2nd-tier combat power after awakening usually took at least 6 months. With full family support, it would still take 3 months. Yet here, only a week had passed since Ying Xuan's awakening, and some hadn't even familiarized themselves with their soul weapons yet. Ying Xuan had already advanced to a second-tier soul descender and completed 2 intermediate dungeons. This news caused quite a stir at Jiangling High School. Comparisons can drive you mad. From first tier to second tier in just 7 days. Elder Xuanwu exclaimed, turning to Elder Qingyi beside him. Qingyi, how long did it take you to reach second-tier combat strength back then? Elder Qingyi furrowed his brows, trying to recall. 106 days, Saturday afternoon at 2 hours 43 minutes and 22 seconds. Can't remember the exact details. Elder Xuanwu couldn't help but smirk at this overly precise response. He clearly remembered when Elder Qingyi broke the record for the fastest advancement to second tier at Jiangling High School, causing quite a sensation and even catching the attention of the school beauty. Unfortunately, Qingyi had no interest in romance, which Xuanwu envied for a while. Ying Xuan, you've not only broken Jiangling High School's historical record, but also claimed future records for second-tier combat achievements. Elder Xuanwu's remark drew nods of agreement from the crowd. It was their first time witnessing the terrifying potential of a talent at the restriction level. Luo Gudian approached Ying Xuan with a serious expression. Ying Xuan, the 8th school challenge has begun, and our school's martial arts space is nearly out of energy. The outcome of this competition is crucial for getting more official energy supplies. Ying Xuan nodded silently. From the support of his homeroom teacher to the high expectations from the school, he understood the responsibility on his shoulders. Moreover, the principal had hinted that the top-performing student would have the chance to obtain a mysterious soul artifact material, something he desperately needed. Principal, rest assured. First place will belong to Jiangling High, Ying Xuan confidently assured, all the while thinking about the mysterious material. Meanwhile, Jiangling University's sports stadium had been transformed into a venue specifically for the 8th school challenge. 8 school flags fluttered in the wind, with Jiangling High's flag positioned in the southeast, gathering all the first-year students beneath it. Jin Yuan, have you contacted Brother Xian? Xiao Yu asked nervously. Jin Yuan shook his head, worry flashing in his eyes. With the competition looming, there was no news from Ying Xuan. The grade director approached, looking at them seriously. If Ying Xuan can't make it, the arena battle will depend on you. Along with Zhang Jiuhao, you 3 are the only S-level talent holders this year. Jin Yuan was incredulous, pointing to himself. As the owner of a guitar soul artifact from the logistics department, he chuckled wryly. Director, you want me in the arena battle? At most, I can play Chengdu for the opponent, or if it comes to it, use the guitar as a club. Xiao Yu stood to the side, his hands tightly covering his mouth, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. The scene before him was just too comical. While other contestants were dashing forward, armed and ready for battle, Jin Yuan was sitting on stage, clutching a guitar and singing Chengdu. This sight reminded Xiao Yu of Zhang Jiuhao's predicament. That guy had awakened with a showerhead. He couldn't help but picture Zhang Jiuhao wielding a showerhead, spraying his opponents in a ludicrous battle scene. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. Xiao Yu, what the heck are you laughing at? Jin Yuan shouted, his face flushed with anger. Brother Xian, come back quickly, or I'll be used as a punching bag. He initially thought the grade director was joking, but the seriousness on the director's face made him realize it was true. Director, are you serious? Jin Yuan asked nervously. The grade director nodded with a frown. Don't worry, I know you've awakened a support-type soul tool. When a support-type talent participates in the arena challenge, they can team up with a student within a level combat talent. You just need to focus on providing support. Jin Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he had to face the combat geniuses from other schools alone, he'd be nothing more than a punching bag. Just then, a piercing voice came from the left side of Jiangling High's spectator stand. Which one of you is Ying Xuan from Jiangling High? Come out and face your fate. Everyone turned to look and saw a red-haired boy with a face full of acne arrogantly standing under the experimental high school's banner. Who is this redhead, acting so cocky? You don't recognize him? That's Zhang Dai from experimental high school, who awakened the S-level soul tool Reaper's Scythe. The grade director stepped forward. This is the spectator stand for Jiangling High. Students from other schools should return to their places. Instead of leaving, Zhang Dai looked around even more smugly. What? Too scared to come out? Is that all the courage an SS-level talent has? The grade director finally lost his patience, releasing a powerful aura, and an axe-shaped soul tool, the stone-crushing axe, appeared behind him. A 4th-grade soul descendant. Jiangling High's students exclaimed, and he's our grade director? Feeling the pressure of a 4th-grade soul descendant, Zhang Dai toned down his arrogance. But just then, a figure appeared behind him, releasing the aura of a 5th-grade soul descendant, forcing the grade director back several steps. When Zhang Dai turned around and saw the figure of the middle-aged man, a smug smile immediately appeared on his face. Principal. His tone carried a clear sense of reliance. The middle-aged man, referred to as the principal, had a buzz cut and a somewhat unkempt stubble, but the sharpness in his eyes made him someone not to be underestimated. Zhou Chu, our experimental high school students are not for you at Jiangling No. 1 High School to manage, the middle-aged man said coldly. Grade Director Zhou Chu glared at the middle-aged man in front of him, his face dark with anger. Gaohan, your experimental high school students are causing trouble at our Jiangling #1 high school's venue. Can I discipline them? The man called Gaohan snorted, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Zhou Chu, enough with the nonsense. Where's your principal, Luo Gudian, from Jiangling #1 high school? Is he too embarrassed to show up? And where is your so-called SS-level gifted genius? Could it be a fabrication? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Dai behind him burst into laughter. These clearly mocking words made the students of Jiangling #1 high school clench their fists in anger. Seeing this, Gaohan continued to provoke them. It's just as well if he doesn't come. Jiangling #1 high school has always been at the bottom of the 8-school challenge. As for that so-called genius Ying Xuan, I suggest you don't let him compete. If the geniuses from the 7 schools accidentally hurt him, it wouldn't be good. Better to withdraw from the competition and call it the 7-school challenge. He followed this with a piercing laugh. Jing Yuan and Xiao Yu listened on, gritting their teeth. These people from experimental high school are all the same, like father, like son. Jing Yuan muttered quietly. If I meet that redhead in the ring, I'll teach him a lesson with my guitar. Xiao Yu was equally indignant, even more arrogant than the elite high schools. If Brother Xian were here, he'd teach them a lesson in no time. Even one of his family's servants is a 6th grade soul descender, much stronger than any 5th grade. Just as Zhou Chu was about to retort, a commanding voice suddenly interrupted the impending conflict from the podium. Good morning, everyone. I am Zhou Bin, Vice Principal of Jiangling University. The podium was already filled with distinguished figures from various sectors of Jiangling City and the leadership of Jiangling University. An imposing silver-haired elder stood at the center, holding a microphone as he continued. Welcome to Jiangling University for the 8-School Challenge. This competition is officially hosted by the Daxia Divine Realm and aims to compare the comprehensive qualities of first-year students who have just completed their awakening. The higher the school's score, the more official resources it will receive. As the voice of the silver-haired elder echoed throughout the stadium, the once noisy venue fell silent. Zhang Dai and Gaohan stood in the stands with a contemptuous smile, exchanged a glance, and then turned to head back to the viewing platform of their experimental high school. Their goal had been to make the students of Jiangling #1 high school uncomfortable. Though the students of Jiangling #1 high school were simmering with anger, none dared to speak up before the arrival of Ying Xuan and Luo Gudian. On the podium, the silver-haired elder continued. Next, I will introduce the guests from various sectors of Jiangling City who have come to watch the event. After introducing all the guests, he announced, finally, let's welcome the host of this competition with a round of applause, who will explain the rules to all the contestants. Amid the enthusiastic applause, the audience murmured, I didn't expect the vice president of Jiangling University to be so approachable. I heard he's at the peak of the 6th tier in combat strength. The peak of the 6th tier? The higher a spirit summoner's power, the harder it is to advance. The gap from the 1st to the 9th tier at the 6th level is as vast as from the 1st to the 5th level. Amidst the discussions, a girl in a cheongsam gracefully ascended the podium. Her presence immediately captured everyone's attention. The cheongsam accentuated her graceful figure, and beneath her neat bun was a pair of eyes shining with confident brilliance. Welcome, fellow students, to Jiangling University. I'm the host of this competition, Yao Yao. Her voice was clear and pleasant. The crowd erupted into another wave of excitement. That's our senior from Jiangling University. She's absolutely captivating. Before the noise could subside, Yao Yao continued. This competition is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is the 8-school arena battle, where each school selects 10 representatives. Contestants may freely challenge other schools' participants, and those chosen cannot refuse. Winners earn 100 points, while losers are eliminated. When all representatives from a school are out, that school temporarily withdraws. The last contestant standing on the arena will earn 2,000 points. Special note, Logistics Division contestants can team up with one A-level Combat Division talent, occupying only 1 slot. The second stage is a battle royale, with specific rules to be announced after the arena battles. As the rules were announced, the venue buzzed with lively discussions. The first stage of the arena battle would undoubtedly be a showdown of top-tier strength among the 8 schools. In simple terms, it's a straightforward onion-own duel where the winner earns points and the loser is immediately eliminated. The last person standing will receive 2,000 points. As soon as this rule was announced, it caused an uproar among the spectators from the 8 major high schools. People began to discuss it fervently. Some were shocked by the rule's harshness, while others keenly noticed its loopholes. Isn't this just like raising goo insects? Someone whispered. Only the strongest can survive until the end. Even more worrying was another fatal flaw in the rule. If 7 schools teamed up against one, the targeted school would stand no chance. Everyone present knew that the most likely target would be Jiangling First High School. On the Jiangling First High School viewing platform, Grade Director Zhou Chu frowned deeply. This rule was extremely disadvantageous for Jiangling First High. as defeating an A-level talent earned the same points as defeating an S-level talent. Given the generally lower talent level of Jiangling First High students, they would undoubtedly become easy targets for other schools to gain points. Meanwhile, the other 7 schools all turned their gaze toward Jiangling First High's banner, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Without Ying Xuan to lead, Jiangling First High was like a lamb without its fangs. From the viewing platform of the Noble High School, Bai Ao stared in Jiangling First High's direction, puzzled. Why hadn't Ying Xuan shown up in such a critical moment? Over at Experimental High School, Zhang Dai appeared unusually excited. He turned to Principal Gao Han with a hint of malice in his voice. Principal, what if I accidentally kill someone during the competition? Gao Han smiled knowingly. You're just a young soul weapon awakener. It's normal to struggle with control. Even if someone dies, that's the referee's responsibility. At this point, the host, Yao Yao, announced that each school needed to submit their list of participants. The other 7 schools had already handed theirs in, but Jiangling First High's Zhou Chu was still hesitating. He held the list in his hand, undecided should he include Ying Xian's name. Finally, Zhou Chu gritted his teeth and wrote Ying Xian's name in the 10th spot. It was a gamble, betting on the possibility of a miracle at the last moment. Why does Jiangling High School only have 9 contestants? Couldn't they even find 10 people? Ha ha ha. A wave of laughter erupted from the audience. At that moment, representatives from 8 high schools began to fill the stage, taking their seats in an area originally meant for 80 people. The host, Yao Yao, stood at the front, her gaze falling on the conspicuous empty seat, her brow slightly furrowed. Why has Jiangling High School only sent 9 representatives? Yao Yao's voice echoed throughout the venue. Jing Yuan, with his round belly, stood up and sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Senior, our 10th contestant, Ying Xian. He had a stomachache and went to the restroom. Yao Yao's eyes lit up. Ying Xian? The only one with an awakened SS-level talent this year. Jing Yuan nodded in confirmation, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes as he silently prayed for Ying Xian to make it to the competition on time. Yao Yao looked surprised. It was rare for someone to dare be late to such an important event. Normally, she would have disqualified them immediately. But Ying Xian was different, was the focus of various powers in Jiangling City, as well as being of particular interest to the high-ranking officials at Jiangling University and the Huaxia Divine Realm authorities. After some consideration, Yao Yao announced a compromise. Since he's in the 10th position, if the first 9 contestants from Jiangling High School fail, Ying Xian will automatically lose his qualification to compete. Until then, we'll keep his spot open. This decision was quite strategic. Since the tournament followed a sequential format, challengers had to defeat their opponents in order to continue. Ying Xian being 10th meant other schools would first have to beat the 9 Jiangling High contestants before facing him. Jing Yuan nodded repeatedly, feeling secretly pleased. This was undoubtedly a privilege granted to Ying Xian by the senior. If it had been anyone else, they would have been disqualified for being late. Thank you, senior. You're a good person, he said with a grin. Yao Yao felt something odd about his words, but didn't dwell on it. She returned to the podium. As the host, the final say on Ying Xian's lateness rested with the important figures on stage. Vice Principal Zhou Bin, having heard of the situation, furrowed his brow. Considering all factors, he ultimately decided to give Ying Xian a chance. Let's do it as you suggested. If he can return before the first 9 contestants are eliminated, we'll let it go. If not, no one can help him. Yao Yao nodded in agreement and then picked up the microphone to announce. I declare the 8 schools challenge officially open. Let's welcome the representative from last year's top-ranked Noble Academy to come up and choose their first opponent. Thunderous applause erupted, and the students from each school began to discuss excitedly. The competition finally began. In the stands, students from various schools were eagerly discussing the potential winner. Who will be the last one standing in the ring? Isn't it obvious? It has to be Zhang Dai from our experimental high school. Just the sight of his S-level Reaper scythe is enough to send chills down your spine. Nonsense. Wu Xiaofeng from Jiangling No. 2 is the strongest. His S-level radiant sword can blind you with a single strike. Shut up, all of you. A student from the Noble High School stood up. We have Bai Ao from the Ancient Bai clan. He's the most talented genius our school has ever seen, wielding the S-level Overlord spear that makes all demons tremble. The chatter continued, but someone suddenly reminded them. Aren't you forgetting someone? The man who awakened the SS-level talent. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere, Jiangling No. 1 students huddled in a corner, trembling. The powerful opponents with their Reaper scythe, Radiant sword, and Overlord spear made these students with level talents wish they could disappear. Where's our big brother from Jiangling No. 1? A student murmured softly. Ying Xian, until you came, I wouldn't say a word without an xin. Without our big brother, we can't even lift our heads. In the center of the competition field, top talents from each school were searching for Ying Xian. Wu Xiaofeng, holding the Radiant sword, stood in the middle, frowning. Could this guy really have run away because he's scared of the 7 schools' alliance's encirclement? It doesn't make sense. If he were to run, it should be during the second stage escape game. He clearly has the advantage in this ring battle. While everyone was puzzled, Bai Ao had already stepped onto the stage. His appearance immediately caused a commotion, especially among the girls who screamed, "Wow, that's Bai Ao? With his ancient clan backing, top-notch talent, and such good looks, he's simply perfect." Bai Ao stood on the stage expressionless, his gaze calm as water. Yao Yao nodded to herself, recognizing that it was rare to see a genius like Bai Ao who remained humble and composed, especially one from an ancient clan. "Bai Ao, please choose your first opponent." This was a privilege reserved for the previous champion. Below the stage, Ying Xuan sneered. "Humph, does his talent surpass my brother Xian's? Does his background rival my brother Xian's?" His looks ahem. The competitors swept by Bai Ao's gaze silently prayed not to be chosen. At this moment, Zhang Dai suddenly shouted, "Bai Ao, don't bother choosing. Remember our 7 schools alliance agreement. Let's eliminate Jiangling number 1 first." "Yeah, Bai Ao, let's get rid of those bumpkins from Jiangling number 1, and then worry about scoring points," others chimed in. Bai Ao glanced slightly upward, casting a quick look at Zhang Dai below the stage, but he did not respond. His gaze gently swept over Jiangling number 1 high school, finally settling on the ranks of Liqing High School. This sudden attention made the students of Liqing High School feel uneasy, as if an invisible pressure had descended upon them. "Weren't we supposed to eliminate Jiangling number 1 first?" Someone murmured softly. "What is Bai Ao planning?" Below the stage, Zhang Dai and Wu Xiaofeng both frowned simultaneously. Logically, Bai Ao could easily secure points by defeating Jiangling number 1 high school, so why choose a different path? However, Bai Ao had his own reasons. With Ying Xuan absent, choosing Jiangling number 1 as his opponent could lead to their elimination, thus losing the chance to compete directly against Ying Xuan. Such opportunistic behavior was against his principles. "Referee, I choose the representative from Liqing High School as my first opponent," Bai Ao declared solemnly. The referee nodded in confirmation and signaled the host, Yao Yao, to announce the decision. Yao Yao immediately picked up the microphone. "All right, Bai Ao has made his choice. We now invite the first contestant from Liqing High School to the stage for the match, while the other contestants wait off stage." A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd, and the people from Jiangling number 1 high school finally breathed a sigh of relief. On the podium, Vice President Zhou Bin of Jiangling University nodded in satisfaction. As expected from a member of the Bai family, he has a broad perspective. If such a talent joins Jiangling University, it would be an honor for our school. In the center of the venue, a silver-toned platform slowly rose. The platform was about 20 meters in length and width, constructed from the scales of a specially armored giant lizard, capable of withstanding a full-strength attack from a 4th-grade soul awakener, perfectly suited for high school competitions. The first match will be between Bai Ao from Noble High School and Li Chun from Liqing High School. Let's welcome the referee to take over the arena. With the sound of rushing wind, 3 shadows descended from the sky. Dressed in black, their figures were tall and their expressions solemn. The head referee stepped between Bai Ao and Li Chun, his gaze sharp as a hawk. This competition aims to exchange skills and foster friendship, with no lethal means allowed, the head referee announced in a deep, powerful voice. If anyone deliberately intends harm, they will be immediately disqualified and held accountable. If a contestant is unable to continue, they must indicate so promptly. Once a referee intervenes, that contestant will be declared the loser and must leave the stage. Finally, he raised his voice to declare, "The final outcome of this match will be determined by my official announcement." The match begins. With the referee's signal, the audience erupted into a thunderous cheer. In the ring, Li Chun nervously eyed Bai Ao across from him, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. As a newcomer, facing Bai Ao, reputed to be the strongest contender this year, in his first match was a daunting challenge. Soul weapon, 9-ring blade. Combat power, 1st grade, 4th tier, please advise. Li Chun decisively launched his attack first. With a resounding boom, a silver-long blade materialized in his hand. The blade's body was lined with 9 holes, each embedded with a silver ring that chimed crisply as the blade vibrated. "The 9-ring blade," gasps erupted from the audience. "That's an A-level combat talent," someone shouted excitedly. 1,000 years ago, someone used that blade to slay an 8th-tier demon, and they were only a level talent. Since then, it's been said among soul tamers, there are no useless soul weapons, only useless soul tamers. Facing Li Chun's display of strength, Bai Ao raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. He lifted his right hand, and a blue phantom appeared. Soul weapon, Overlord Spear. Combat power, 1st grade, 8th tier, please advise. As Bai Ao's words fell, the blue phantom solidified into a long spear. Instantly, an intense chill emanated from the spear, enveloping the entire arena in a layer of frost, causing everyone present to shiver involuntarily. 1st grade 8th tier. The astonishing level of combat power caused an uproar. Even the dignitaries on the podium showed expressions of surprise. In the audience, Zhang Dai frowned as he watched Bai Ao wielding the Overlord Spear, his expression serious. As one of the few opponents who could pose a threat to him, Bai Ao's strength was indeed formidable. Old Xiao, what's your combat power now? Ying Xuan turned to ask. First grade, 5th tier, Wu Xiaofeng replied solemnly. Besides Brother Xian, you're the strongest in Jiangling High. Xiao Yu clenched his fist. But even you are only at 1st grade, 5th tier. It seems only Brother Xian can stand a chance against Bai Ao. But Brother Xian's Black Dragon Robe is primarily summoning-based, not strong in attack. Jin Yuan hesitated, worry filling his eyes. And to this point, there's been no word from Brother Xian. Let's take it one step at a time. At least we're not the first ones to get hit. Before Jin Yuan could finish his sentence, Li Chun charged at Bai Ao like a fierce tiger, wielding his nine-earing saber. This sudden attack sent the audience into a frenzy. Facing a soul tamer far superior in strength, Li Chun opted for a preemptive strategy to disrupt his opponent's rhythm. The dignitaries on the podium nodded in approval of this tactical choice. This kid's got guts, praised a middle-aged man in camouflage with a shaved head. He'd make a great candidate for military school. Xiao Lu, Zhobin said with a smile, since your military school has its eyes on Li Chun, then Bai Ao is ours at Jiangling University. Old Zhou, that's not quite right. The bald man replied good-naturedly. The military school is in need of talent, but in the end, it's up to the kids to decide. On the stage, Bai Ao remained calm as water in the face of Li Chen's assault. He held his overlord spear with one hand, standing sideways, as a chilling aura enveloped the spear. First move of the overlord spear, overlord thrust. Bai Ao's figure transformed into a blue lightning bolt. The spear aimed directly at Li Chun. His S-grade talent, Overlord's Intimidation, was activated, reducing his opponent's speed and mental strength by 30, with even greater effects on opponents with a significant power gap. The spectators gasped at the sight of this terrifying talent. As Li Chun faced this oppressive force, fear crept into his heart. His nine-earing saber trembled. His A-grade talent, Fury Blood, completely suppressed by the Overlord's Intimidation where he should have grown fiercer in battle, he now struggled to remain composed. Li Chun fought against his fear, raising his trembling saber before him. Just as Bai Ao's spear was about to strike, a silver flash intervened. The chief referee stepped in, an invisible force separating the two weapons. This scene left the audience in awe once more. The referee's intervention indicated Bai Ao's strike was potentially lethal, and the ease with which the referee neutralized the attack showed a power of the 3rd rank. On the stage, Bai Ao looked at his thwarted attack. Realizing he had already secured victory in the match, Bai Ao put away his spear and walked off the stage with an impassive expression. Li Chun, standing before the head referee, swallowed nervously, his back drenched in cold sweat. He thought with lingering fear, that was too close. Wow, the entire stadium erupted into thunderous cheers and applause. Bai Ao, you're amazing. Bai Ao, we love you. The stands were filled with the screams of enthusiastic female fans. Bai Ao's clean and decisive fighting style was indeed captivating, and he was sure to win over many more admirers. Maintaining his stern demeanor, Bai Ao walked steadily back to the team from the elite high school. As he passed by, the competitors from other schools felt a chilling aura, shivering involuntarily. Whoa, that's terrifying. If I face Bai Ao, I'll surrender immediately. Delaying even a second would be disrespectful to his S-level talent. Have some backbone. At least wait until the referee comes to save you before surrendering. The dignitaries on the podium remained composed. To them, Bai Ao's victory was entirely expected. The gap in absolute strength and talent was insurmountable. Yao Yao, dressed in a cheongsam, gracefully took the stage and picked up the microphone. After receiving confirmation from the head referee, she announced, first match, Elite High School, Bai Ao wins. Points 100. Now, Liqing High School, please choose your opponent for the next round of the tournament. The mood among the Liqing High School team was low, with everyone looking dejected. At that moment, a slender girl stepped forward from the group. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, and she wore a red combat outfit, her eyes burning with unyielding determination. Come on, cheer up, she commanded, her gaze intense as she looked at her teammates. We've only lost one match. There are still chances to turn the tables. Losing to Bai Ao, one of the strongest contestants this year, is nothing to be ashamed of. Her words seemed to jolt her teammates back to life, and they began to recover their spirits. Only then did the girl turn to approach the podium. Oh, a girl representing Liqing High School, Yao Yao remarked with a hint of surprise in her eyes. It looks like your boys need to get back on track quickly. Which high school will you choose as your opponent? The girl flicked her ponytail with confidence and pointed towards the Jiangling First High School team. Senior, I choose Jiangling First High School. Immediately, the audience erupted into lively discussions. Haha, that's the spirit. Pick the weakest opponent first and secure the points. The girl had originally wanted to challenge a stronger opponent to prove herself, but considering her school's recent defeat, she had to ensure a victory in this match to boost morale. The weakest team, Jiangling First High School, naturally became the best choice. Below the stage, Zhang Dai displayed a sinister smile. Jiangling First High School better not lose too badly, or I'll definitely have a good laugh at your expense, ha! On the stands of Jiangling No. 1 High School, the grade director, Zhou Bin, shook his head with a grave expression. In the end, it couldn't be avoided. He murmured, his gaze fixed on the lineup of Jiangling No. 1 High School. A tall and upright young man stepped out from the lineup, walking with steady steps and a determined expression. Zhou Bin quickly approached, placing his hands on the young man's shoulders. Li Yin, don't feel pressured. Winning or losing isn't the most important thing. What's important is the spirit of Jiangling No. 1 High School. Li Yin nodded solemnly, his eyes shining with determination. As the school's first-choice competitor, he knew well the weight of the responsibility he carried. His opponent was the genius girl from Liqing High School, known as the Valkyrie, with an S-level talent. Go, Li Yin. Li Yin, don't be nervous. Everyone at Jiangling No. 1 High School is cheering for you. The encouraging shouts from around made Li Yan's chest rise and fall slightly. He took a deep breath and stepped onto the arena. Jiangling No. 1 High School, first choice, Li Yin. Soul weapon, Li Huarake. First grade, third-level combat power, please guide me. As soon as he finished speaking, laughter erupted around him. Haha, first grade, third-level combat power is Jiangling No. 1 running out of people? A level talent dares to step into the ring? This is a battle of top-tier strength. A level talent, isn't he just asking for humiliation? Across the arena, a spirited girl approached slowly, a peculiar glint in her eyes. Liqing High School, Tang Yin. Soul weapon, Jiu Yuan Xingtian Axe. First grade, 7th level combat power, please guide me. The crowd roared. In stark contrast to the ridicule Li Yin faced, Tang Yin instantly became the center of attention. Is this Liqing High School's Valkyrie, Tang Yin? An S-level talent with first grade, 7th level combat power, last year's absolute champion. Two such monstrous talents appearing in the second match of this tournament. Tang Yin gazed at Li Yin. Li Yin, you're not my opponent, and we shouldn't waste each other's time. My Jiu Yuan Xingtian axe is renowned for its extreme lethality, and I've only awakened it a few days ago, so I can't fully control its power. Neither of us wants to see you get hurt. Faced with these words, Li Yin did not retreat. Instead, the fighting spirit in his eyes burned even brighter. Students from the 7 schools laughed at his overconfidence, but only he knew the honor and dignity of Jiangling No. 1 High School rested on his shoulders. Enough talk, Valkyrie, huh? If it weren't for the absence of our leader from Jiangling No. 1, US-level talents would just be small fry. If you have the skills, defeat me fair and square. I can't achieve victory without a fight. Li Yin declared firmly as he stood on the stage. He needed to buy time for Ying Xuan to arrive, believing there must be a reason for Ying Xuan's absence. Tang Yin watched Li Yin with a hint of admiration in her smile. Not bad. You have more backbone than anyone from my high school in Liqing. For that statement alone, I'll go easy on you. No need for your mercy. Take this. Li Yin shouted, launching his attack first. Despite only having first-grade, third-tier strength, his momentum was no less than Tang Yan's first-grade, 7th-tier power. Meanwhile, in a speeding car, Ying Xuan anxiously glanced at the dashboard. Principal, how far are we from Jiangling University? Luo Gudian frowned, pressing the accelerator to the floor. Don't worry, I've got the pedal to the metal. If you hadn't been delayed in the instance, I wouldn't have to push myself like this. Ying Xuan scratched his head sheepishly. Well, I ran into some unusual circumstances. He watched the speedometer, which exceeded 180 kilometers per hour, knowing this was Luo Gudian's limit. Jiangling High is counting on you this time, Luo Gudian said, eyes filled with expectation. Don't worry, Principal, I'll give it my all. Ying Xuan nodded resolutely. At that moment, a large truck quietly tailed them. Inside the cab, a man in a black robe pressed a dagger to the driver's neck. Damn it, I told you to speed up. How can you not even catch up with an old man? Sir, this truck can only go up to 160, and that car ahead is over 170. The driver trembled as he replied. The man in black was an assassin sent by the Assassin's Guild. He had spotted Ying Xuan at Jiangling High and, despite it being broad daylight, and with Luo Gudian present, was determined to carry out his mission. Useless, the man in black muttered, ending the driver's life with a quick stab. He shoved the body out of the truck and took over the wheel, pushing the accelerator to its limits. Ying Xuan suddenly shivered. Principal, do you feel something strange? No, maybe your car's sick because I'm driving too fast. Luo Gudian replied, puzzled. No, it feels like a murderous intent. Ying Xuan exclaimed, glancing back through the rear window to see the speeding truck. Principal, swerve now. Bang. Rogation sharply turned the steering wheel, but it was too late. A large truck suddenly veered into their path, crashing violently into the rear of their car. The powerful impact sent the speeding vehicle spiraling out of control, like a kite with its string cut, flying hundreds of meters before crashing into the roadside flower bed. The car's body was severely deformed, yet thanks to his formidable strength, Rogation emerged almost unscathed. However, for the ordinary person, Ying Xuan, such a collision could have been fatal. Inside the truck's cab, a figure in a black robe flashed a cold smile before vanishing like a shadow. In the nick of time, a purple light appeared on Ying Xuan's forehead, quickly forming into a tower-like mark. Waves of purple energy spread out, creating a protective shield around him. Though the twisted metal pressed against it, it could not penetrate the purple barrier. The power of the soul suppression tower had safeguarded him just in time. Despite avoiding fatal injury, the violent rolling left Ying Xuan dizzy. Seeing black smoke rising from the hood, he pushed through the dizziness and quickly crawled out of the car. Principal, Ying Xuan, are you hurt? I'm fine. Rogue Tian leapt agilely from the driver's seat, immediately pulling Ying Xuan away from the scene. With a deafening explosion, the car burst into flames. The explosion drew the attention of nearby pedestrians, who stopped in their tracks. Oh my god, what happened? There was an accident. Let's go see. Stay back, it exploded. Keep your distance. Ying Xuan, still shaken, looked at the burning vehicle and suddenly remembered. Principal, the truck. Rogue Tian's eyes became filled with a bluish hue, swirling with countless gusts of wind. He realized this was no accident, but a deliberate assassination attempt targeting Ying Xuan. Damn it, it's one thing to try and kill me, but you won't get away with targeting Ying Xuan. Rogue Tian roared in fury. It wasn't just because Ying Xuan was about to represent the school in a competition. He was the young master of the Imperial clan, possessing talent beyond SS level, crucial to the future of humanity. Rogue Tian, with Ying Xuan in tow, swiftly pursued the truck, his eyes filled with murderous intent. This was the first time Ying Xuan had seen the principal so enraged. Observers watching from afar were stunned by the scene. Holy crap, the aura of that soul master is terrifying. That's the principal of Jiangling First High School, a renowned figure in our city. I'm afraid it's a 4th grade soul descender, capable of founding a family clan. A voice emerged from the crowd. Nonsense. Another person immediately retorted. Look at the pressure from that elder. It's almost tangible. Definitely a 5th grade soul descender, and not a low rank. Even someone like that can get into a car accident. This is exactly why I don't buy a car. Huh, stop it, someone nearby scoffed. Isn't it just because you can't afford a car? The crowd further noticed the young man beside the elder, sparking more discussion. Who is that young man? The elder seems to defer to him. Could he be his grandson? Or perhaps a disciple from a prominent family? At that moment, Luo Gudian and Ying Xuan arrived by the large truck. The truck had stopped by the roadside, with only its emergency lights flashing intermittently in the night. Boom. Luo Gudian struck with his palm, and the truck's cabin window shattered into dust. However, the cabin was empty, with only traces of blood mixed with strange black mist on the seat. Principal, have you found any clues? Ying Xuan asked. Luo Gudian's wrinkles deepened. The black mist in this blood is a mark of a forbidden technique from a mysterious organization, the Assassin's Hall. The Assassin's Hall? Ying Xuan was shocked. The same organization that old Yang joined in his youth? Luo Gudian nodded gravely. This organization is entrenched within the underground forces of the entire Huaxia divine realm. Ying Xuan, have you offended anyone recently? Ying Xuan thought carefully, then suddenly recalled. Wang Hao? Besides him and his father Wang Jitao, I haven't offended anyone else lately. Wang Hao himself doesn't have the capability, Luo Gudian analyzed, but Wang Jitao might. Ying Xuan's expression turned cold. He had already spared the lives of Wang Hao and his father, yet they showed no gratitude and instead hired the Assassin's Hall to target him. If you're going to be ruthless, don't blame me for being unkind. Ying Xuan thought to himself. Regardless of how powerful the Assassin's Hall is, informing his father and the Great Elder would ensure they pay the price. After all, the Ying Imperial clan is known for being protective. If it truly was the work of Wang Hao and his father, he wouldn't hesitate to emulate the methods of his ancestors, the technique of severing 9 clans. Ying Xuan, I will get to the bottom of this matter, Luo Gutian said with a serious expression, his eyes sharp and determined. Ying Xuan nodded slightly, acknowledging the principal's promise. Luo Gutian continued. If it's indeed Wang Hao and his son who hired the Assassin's Guild, I will address this issue at its root. His voice carried a firm resolve, understanding that if this threat wasn't eliminated, Ying Xuan would never find peace. Ying Xuan quickly took out his phone and sent a message to Yang Xiao. As soon as the message was received, Yang Xiao jumped up from his chair as if pricked by a needle. Young master, are you hurt? Yang Xiao's voice was filled with anxiety. It's my fault for being negligent, trusting that Luo Gutian could protect you. At that moment, Luo Gutian sneezed loudly, rubbing his nose and muttering. Who's talking bad about me? The principal is not to blame, Ying Xuan quickly explained. Someone bribed the Assassin's Guild to assassinate me. Yang Xiao felt a bit relieved, but still harbored resentment towards Luo Gutian. He slammed his bamboo staff on the ground heavily. How dare they target the young master of the Ying Imperial clan? It seems the Assassin's Guild in Jiangling City doesn't wish to exist any longer. With that, Yang Xiao swiftly dialed the contact number for the Ying Imperial clan. On the other end, a commanding voice answered. Yang Lao. Is Xian'er returning to the clan? It was Ying Xuan, the current head of the Ying Imperial clan, an 8th grade soul master, and Ying Xian's father. Master, it's like this. Yang Xiao began. Outrageous. Ying Xuan roared, slamming the phone down on the solid wood desk in front of him, reducing it to splinters with his fury. Husband, what has angered you so? Ji Mingyu asked in confusion. As an 8th grade soul master, Ying Xuan rarely lost his composure, but now he was visibly enraged. My dear, Xian'er is being hunted by the Assassin's Guild. Ying Xuan said through gritted teeth. What? Is Xian'er all right? Ji Mingyu exclaimed in shock. Ying Xuan took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. With the principal of Jiangling High School protecting him, he's safe for now. Seeing Ji Mingyu slightly reassured, he immediately picked up his phone and decisively dialed another number. As soon as the call connected, he didn't give the other person a chance to speak. In a deep and authoritative voice, he said, Assassin's Hall, tell your leader to come and see me immediately. If he doesn't show up within 10 minutes, my Ying clan will obliterate all your forces in Jiangling City. With that, he hung up forcefully, his fingers turning white from the pressure, almost crushing the phone. After leaving the crime scene, Ying Xian and Yang Xiao, aided by Luo Gudian's wind power, quickly headed to Jiangling University. Standing in front of the prestigious entrance of this renowned school in the Xia region, Ying Xian looked up at the grand sign above the gate, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. So this is the competition venue? Inside the campus, the noise from the 8 schools' challenge echoed from afar. At this moment, Jiangling First High School was in a precarious situation. Li Yin had already lost to the Valkyrie Tang Yin and suffered another defeat against Fuxing High School. In the face of a 7-school siege, Jin Yuan and Zhang Jiuhao also fell. Now, only the 9th seed, Xiao Yu, was left struggling on the field. As Jiangling First High School's only combat systems level talent, he was their last hope. Grade Director Zhou Bin watched the scene on the field and shook his head with a sigh. This is probably the worst defeat Jiangling First High School has ever suffered. In the stands, cheers from other schools rose and fell, while the area for Jiangling First High School was enveloped in a deathly silence. In the distance, Bai Ao from the Noble High School also showed a look of regret, pondering that if they had chosen to face Jiangling First High School earlier, the opponent might have been eliminated by now. The host, Yao Yao, broke the silence with her clear voice. Next up, we have Xiao Yu from Jiangling First High School, ranked 9th, against Zhang Dai from Experimental High School. The audience erupted. It's Zhang Dai. He's the one with the Death Scythe, an S-level talent. I heard that every time that scythe is summoned, it must claim a life, or the summoner himself will suffer backlash. This doesn't look good for Xiao Yu. In this world, the strong are revered, and the weak have no place. There's no need for sympathy. On the stage, facing the slowly approaching Zhang Dai, Xiao Yu involuntarily swallowed hard. With a playful smile, Zhang Dai looked down at him and said, Kid, you must have heard the rumors about my death scythe. If you don't want to die, bow to me 3 times and concede. Otherwise, my scythe doesn't see who it's cutting. Xiao Yu stood on the stage, his brow furrowed. He knew very well that if Ying Xian were present, he would be the first to concede and leave. But now, Xiao Yu was the last hope for Jiangling High School. Surrendering would mean the school's complete defeat. Zhang Dai, don't think you're invincible just because you awakened an S-level talent. If Brother Xian were here, you wouldn't have the chance to act so arrogantly, Xiao Yu said, suppressing his inner unease. Ha! Zhang Dai laughed heartily. Still talking tough on the brink of defeat? Ying Xian, that coward, is probably hiding in a hole somewhere. Before he finished speaking, a flash of light appeared in Zhang Dai's hand, and a dark scythe materialized from thin air. Experimental High School, Zhang Dai, Soul Weapon, Reaper's Scythe. 1st grade, 7th tier battle power, prepare to die. Before Xiao Yu could react, Zhang Dai launched a fierce attack. He quickly shouted, Jiangling High School, Xiao Yu, Soul Weapon, Wind and Fire Fan. 1st grade, 5th tier battle power. The students in the audience stood up, buzzing with discussions. Jiangling High actually has someone with a combat types level talent. Wind and Fire Fan can control wind and fire elements as a soul weapon. Don't get too excited, the opponent is Zhang Dai. Staying alive would be an achievement. On the stage, Xiao Yu focused on defense, his wind and fire fan constantly waving, creating sparks in the air. Suddenly, he shouted, S-level talent, flame burst. Boom. A massive fiery tornado erupted, forcing Zhang Dai to halt his attack and evade. This flame burst could ignite all the sparks, causing immense damage, but its disadvantage was clear. It was hard to hit an agile opponent without a binding talent. Zhang Dai dodged like a phantom, his Reaper's Scythe glowing with an eerie red light, murderous intent filling the arena. The chief referee frowned, preparing to intervene. Too late, Zhang Dai sneered. Even the referee can't save you now? S-level talent, Soul Harvest. The Reaper's Scythe vibrated violently, as if it sensed its prey. This move targeted the opponent's soul directly, ignoring all defenses. Not good, save him quickly. The chief referee lunged towards the stage, but Zhang Dai's speed was overwhelming. The entire audience stood, even the head of the grade, Zhou Chu, had beads of sweat on his forehead. At that moment, everyone realized that a tragedy might be imminent. If Xiaoyu were killed, as his teacher, I wouldn't be able to bear such a huge responsibility. Moreover, Xiaoyu's aristocratic background makes this matter even more troublesome. The dignitaries on the podium furrowed their brows, clearly apprehensive about the Death Scythe, the most powerful soul-killing weapon talent. This method of attacking the soul is so bizarre that it sends chills down one's spine. Xiaoyu knew he couldn't evade the attack. He stood his ground, unfolded his wind and fire fan in front of him, and prepared to withstand the deadly blow. Damn, playing dirty, huh? Even if I die, I'll make sure to take a piece out of you, Zhang Dai. At this critical moment, a clear sword hum suddenly echoed throughout the venue. It seemed to come from the heavens above, resonating with everyone's heartstrings and causing a wave of involuntary fear among the spectators. Everyone looked up to see a brilliant flying sword streak across the sky, like a meteor falling to earth. As the sword light flashed, the death scythe was knocked away. Seeing the danger, the chief judge quickly stepped in front of Xiaoyu. In this way, Xiaoyu miraculously survived. Holy crap! Thank the heavens for sparing my life. Xiaoyu shouted with lingering fear. This sudden turn of events shocked the entire venue, prompting even the big shots on the podium to rise. Zhang Dai's attack was interrupted, and he suffered the backlash of the death scythe's power. The stadium fell silent, with only the sound of tense heartbeats remaining. On the podium, the vice president of Jiangling University carefully examined the mysterious flying sword. The material of this sword, it must be made from saint-level materials. Saint-level. The bald, middle-aged man from the military academy was incredulous. That's rare material obtained by slaying a 9th-rank demon emperor, enough to cause a sensation in the entire Jiangling city. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Who in Jiangling city has such capability? The vice president thoughtfully stroked his beard. Jiangling city is full of hidden talents. The only family likely to possess such a sacred item openly would be that one. The bald man widened his eyes as a terrifying thought occurred to him. With no gods emerging, the imperial clan rules. Are you suggesting it's the Ying imperial clan hidden behind Jiangling city? The existence of an imperial clan commands respect even from the divine realm of China. Their influence can shape the development of an entire city. A city with an imperial clan's presence is not only safer, but also develops more rapidly, with overall strength far surpassing that of ordinary cities. Do you think you can play dirty just because Jiangling No. 1 High School has no one to stand up to you? A clear, youthful voice rang out across the stadium. As the voice faded, a flying sword shot into the air, like an arrow released from a bow, heading straight toward the source of the sound. The entire audience in the stadium stood up in unison, craning their necks to look toward the entrance. On the viewing platform of Jiangling No. 1 High School, Gu Weiwei shuddered. She was all too familiar with that voice. Ying Xuan, the chubby student, stared intently at the entrance, and even the grade director's heartbeat quickened. The owner of this voice was none other than Jiangling No. 1 High School's legendary figure Ying Xuan. His feats had long spread throughout the campus, clearing a beginner dungeon on his first day of awakening, defeating a giant sandworm in seconds, breaking a dungeon record on the second day, forcing a 6th-grade soul descender to submit, single-handedly dismantling the senior student council, causing the academic director to resign in disgrace. While his peers were still dealing with sandworms, he had already slain the Shadow Wolf King, becoming the first freshman to clear an intermediate dungeon. Even Xiaoyu, from a noble family, was willing to be his follower, and Gu Weiwei's longtime admirers stayed away because of him. The flying sword landed steadily in the hands of a black-clad teenager. Ying Xuan stood at the stadium entrance, his dark hair framing a face with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding both elegance and authority. His deep eyes seemed to hide a dragon on the verge of awakening. His commanding presence made students from other schools feel an involuntary urge to kneel. Even the principal, Luo Gudian, a 5th-grade soul descender, standing beside him, seemed overshadowed. On the stage, Xiaoyu, upon seeing Ying Xuan, was moved to tears. Brother Xuan, you finally came. I was almost done for. Jin Yuan's excitement caused his whole body to tremble. Brother Xuan, we waited so long. Even I, from the logistics department, had to step in. Bai Ao from the Noble High School slowly stood up, his gaze intense. So this is Ying Xuan. The SS-level talent is not overstated. His presence even surpasses mine. Finally, a worthy opponent. Tang Yan from Liqing High School, known for her strong demeanor, showed a rare softer side as her eyes sparkled. Other geniuses with S-level talents, including Wu Xiaofeng, frowned instinctively. Zhang Dai put away his scythe. Though the backlash from his soul weapon left him dizzy, he still glared at Ying Xuan fiercely. Ruining my plans. On the podium, the senior staff from Jiangling University also turned their attention to this legendary young man. In the audience, prominent figures stood up, eager to catch a glimpse of Ying Xuan. The surname, Ying, stirred a wave of excitement, with all lighting up their eyes. "He's from the Ying Imperial clan," gasped the crowd. "Witnessing a member of the Imperial family at the 8 Schools Challenge is an incredible honor." The audience buzzed with conversation. The so-called big shots present instinctively toned down their presence, feeling insignificant in the face of the Imperial clan's prestige. "Luo Gu's really lucky to recruit a descendant of the Imperial family," someone murmured. "The clan's education system is far superior to even the top aristocratic high schools." The students of Jiangling First High spirits soared upon seeing Ying Xuan. Their eyes shone with fervor, as if a savior had arrived. S-class Overlord Spear, 9 Yuan Xingtian Axe, Death Scythe, all pale in comparison to brother Ying Xuan's Black Dragon Robe, the students shouted excitedly. SS-class talent, unstoppable. Ying Xuan, Ying Xuan, Ying Xuan. The entire Jiangling First High erupted in a roar, venting their long-held frustration and humiliation. Ying Xuan walked steadily onto the stage, turning to the head referee and asked, "Referee, what's the ruling for intentionally lethal actions in the ring?" At his words, Xiaoyu immediately feigned a dramatic fall, wailing, "Oh, my whole body hurts. I feel like I can't go on." The head referee didn't even glance at Xiaoyu and was about to announce Zhang Dai's expulsion when a middle-aged man suddenly stepped onto the stage. It was Gao Han, the principal of Experimental High School, whose appearance made Luo Gu frown. "Luo, I thought you'd be too embarrassed to show up." Gao Han sneered. "Head referee, Zhang Dai didn't intentionally aim to kill." Ying Xuan and the head referee both frowned. However, Gao Han confidently continued, "You're right, the soul weapon is indeed in Zhang Dai's hands. But this death scythe does have a consciousness of its own." "You liar." Luo Gudian looked at Gao Han with disdain, his eyes filled with contempt. To him, the idea of a soul weapon having its own consciousness was utterly ridiculous, clearly a pretext for Zhang Dai's deliberate actions. Gao Han smirked, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "Old Luo, why be so stubborn? Zhang Dai is an S-level genius, a rarity in our Experimental High School. His death scythe ability is unique. Once activated, it must draw blood, or it will backfire on the user's soul." Clearly, it was the soul weapon influencing his judgment, not his own intent. He then turned to Zhang Dai. "Tell me, did you really want to kill Xiaoyu?" Understanding the cue, Zhang Dai's eyes gleamed with cunning before he feigned innocence. "Principal, I just awakened my soul weapon and really struggled to control its power. I assure you, I had no intention of harming my classmate." He then bowed deeply to Xiaoyu. "I'm sorry for frightening you." This left Xiaoyu puzzled. Did Zhang Dai truly lack the intent to kill? The chief judge nearby frowned. Zhang Dai had exploited a loophole in the rules. Without the competitor's intent, there was no conviction. "So hypocritical," Ying Xuan said coldly. Despite Gao Han and Zhang Dai's flawless performance, he caught a glint of cunning in Zhang Dai's eyes. Though lacking direct evidence, Ying Xuan saw through their act. "If you like playing dirty," Ying Xuan's gaze was sharp, "then I'm afraid my men, Bai Qi and the 14 Qin generals, might also lose control." Realizing the implication, Luo Gudian, though eager to expose the truth, understood Ying Xuan's silent signal there was more to come. Seeing the tide turn, Gao Han and Zhang Dai quickly seized the opportunity. "In that case, let's not waste any more time and continue the competition." Ying Xuan helped Xiaoyu up, stopping him from speaking. "Don't worry, I'll get justice for you." He scanned the crowd. "It's time to settle scores with those who humiliated Jiangling #1 High School." From the stands of the 7 schools, countless hostile gazes fell upon him, making the situation tense. As Zhang Dai walked away, the apologetic look vanished from his face. He pulled out his phone and opened his contacts. The previously quiet group chat of the 7 Schools Alliance suddenly erupted with activity. Messages flashed rapidly across the screen as everyone discussed Ying Xuan's stunning, unexpected arrival. "By AO, stop holding back," someone urgently typed in the chat. "The swordsmanship Ying Xuan just displayed clearly surpasses the first rank, 8th stage. If you keep hiding your skills now, our 7 schools really won't stand a chance." In the aristocratic high schools team, Bai Ao stared at his phone screen, a slight change flickering across his stern face. As a super genius of the Bai clan, he had conquered the entire aristocratic high school in just 7 days. Yet, with his competitive nature, he hesitated not out of fear of failure, but from the fear of not finding a worthy opponent. After a brief pause, Bai Ao simply replied with a yes in the chat. On the podium, the host, Yao Yao, raised her microphone, her eyes sparkling with amazement. As a top student from Jiangling University, she could clearly sense the overwhelming aura emanating from Ying Xuan, far beyond what a newly awakened first-year student should possess. The talent in this year's Jiangling city is truly terrifying, Yao Yao thought to herself, then professionally continued her hosting duties. Ladies and gentlemen, the brief interruption has ended. Let's return to the competition. Due to the main referee's intervention, Jiangling High School's 9th ranked Xiaoyu is eliminated, and Experimental High School gains 100 points. The experimental high school audience erupted in cheers. Next, will Jiangling High School's 10th ranked Ying Xuan please choose an opponent? Before the words were fully spoken, Ying Xuan had somehow produced a large drum and began pounding it with a boom, boom, boom. With a red ribbon on his head, his chubby frame shook with each beat. Students of Jiangling High, I say Ying Xuan, you say unbeatable. Ying Xuan, unbeatable. The entire Jiangling High School stands erupted, their energy completely overshadowing the cheers from experimental high school. On the stage, Ying Xuan turned to look at Jin Yuan and smiled. Hey, chubby, keep it up. Think of it as exercise. By the way, which school was bullying us earlier? Brother Xian, it was the aristocratic high school. Xiao Yu and Jin Yuan said in unison. They called us bumpkins at the school gate. The aristocratic high school students broke into a cold sweat, and the instigators were especially silent with fear. Ying Xuan turned toward the aristocratic high school stands, a smile playing on his lips. All right, my first opponent will be from the aristocratic high school. The aristocratic high school students turned pale at his words. Don't come over here. But by Ao's expression lit up. Bring it on. The others looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Let's welcome the top seed from the noble high school, Wang Yang. The host's voice echoed across the arena. The situation was clear. 7 schools had united against Jiangling No. 1 High School. Except for Liqing High, the other 6 schools maintained their full teams of 10. This meant that Ying Xuan had to face 69 of Jiangling City's top talents consecutively, an almost impossible challenge that had the entire audience holding their breath. In the stands, Jin Yuan turned to Xiao Yu beside him. Third brother, how many opponents do you think Brother Xian can defeat? Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled as he answered without hesitation. Second brother, it depends entirely on the number of opponents. If there are 10, he'll beat 10. If there are 69, he'll beat 69. If there were 1,000. Jin Yuan quickly covered Xiao Yu's mouth. Although he agreed with him, the dangerous looks from the experimental high school's stands suggested they might rush over to teach them a lesson at any moment. All right, let's watch the match, Jin Yuan said helplessly. I admit, when it comes to flattery, I'm no match for you. By this time, Wang Yang had already stepped onto the stage. Surprisingly, he showed no fear facing Ying Xuan. Instead, he wore a determined expression. This demeanor made Ying Xuan nod in respect, recognizing a worthy opponent. Just as the main referee was about to announce the start of the match, Wang Yang suddenly spoke up. Wait. All eyes focused on him. Even Ying Xuan, who was ready to summon his Black Dragon Robe, was taken aback. The referee asked in confusion, Wang Yang, do you have a problem? Wang Yang maintained a solemn expression and, in the firmest tone, uttered the most unexpected words. I concede. With that, he walked off the stage without looking back. The arena fell into a dead silence. Even Ying Xuan was stunned, had his sword ready, and yet the opponent conceded? What was all that bravado about? Even the bigwigs in the audience were left exchanging puzzled glances, unsure how to react. The silence was first broken by the Jiangling No. 1 High School stands. Xiao Yu and Jin Yuan stood up simultaneously, shouting in unison. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. What a thrilling battle. This was clearly a pre-prepared script. No matter how unexpectedly the victory came, they were ready with praise. Meanwhile, the noble high school stands erupted in chaos. Wang Yang, what are you doing? Conceding without a fight. You've not only embarrassed yourself, but also dragged down the entire noble high school with you. But Wang Yang had his own calculation. She knew very well that although he had great talent and was considered a genius among ordinary people, against Ying Xuan's SS-grade talent, the outcome was already decided. As the first contestant to compete, Wang Yang felt a wave of anxiety. He hadn't even seen what his opponent's soul weapon looked like, so how could he possibly prepare for the battle? Moreover, being the target of a coalition of 7 schools, the strength of someone like Ying Xuan must be extraordinary. Wang Yang also recalled the earlier confrontation between Zhang Dai from the experimental high school and Ying Xuan. His opponent was undoubtedly looking for an outlet for his anger. If Wang Yang recklessly stepped into the arena, wouldn't he just become a punching bag? With this thought, he chose to back down without hesitation. If you want to fight, you go fight. No sooner had he spoken than a burly bald man in the lineup stood up with a fierce glare. Wang Yang, as the owner of Insgrade Talent Soul Weapon, how can you be so cowardly? Watch closely. I'll show Ying Xuan that Insgrade talent is no weaker than an SS grade. Wang Yang glanced at him disdainfully as the bald man strode towards the arena. On the podium, Yao Yao announced with a slight pause. As Wang Yang from the Noble High School forfeits, Ying Xuan wins this round. Jiangling No. 1 High School, score 100. Cheers erupted instantly from the Jiangling No. 1 High School camp. The grade director hugged Principal Luo Gudian with tears streaming down his face. Principal, we're finally not at 0 points. I can see that, Luo Gudian gasped. Could you not hug me so tightly? Soon, another voice came from the podium. Next, Noble High School, please select your opponent. The burly bald man had already stepped onto the arena, eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. I want to challenge Jiangling No. 1 High School. The audience buzzed with excitement, cheers echoing throughout the crowd. Finally, someone with guts. Yes, the 7 schools should unite and eliminate Ying Xuan first. Ying Xuan remained calm. Through Jin Yuan's information, he was already aware of the alliance among the 7 schools. Due to his exceptionally powerful talent, he had become a threat that everyone felt needed to be eliminated. But so what? What did it matter if there were thousands of them? The referee looked at the bald man. Kid, if you want to surrender, say so in advance. Don't be like that halfway guy. I'm not a coward like Wang Yang, the bald man scoffed. SS-grade talent? Today, I'll prove that talent doesn't decide everything. The referee nodded in satisfaction. The match begins. Noble High School, Wu Jinggang, the bald man declared in a deep voice. Soul weapon, meteor hammer. Combat power, first rank 5th stage. On the military academy's stands, an important figure chuckled. Interesting, this kid not only looks like me, but even shares my temperament. Secretary, give him a chance for admission without an exam. Hearing the name, Wu Jinggang, the audience collectively gasped. This was the renowned meteor hammer wielder, reputed to be invincible among his peers. Ying Xuan calmly stated his information. Jiangling No. 1 High School, Ying Xuan. Soul weapon, Black Dragon Robe. Combat power, 2nd rank, 1st stage. Wow. The spectators in the stands all stood up in unison, exclamations echoing throughout. Even the dignitaries on the podium couldn't hold back and rose to their feet. In the midst of everyone's attention, a strange black hue slowly emerged around Ying Xuan, with golden light flowing around him like water. This was the Black Dragon Robe he had mentioned earlier. With a thunderous roar, the black and gold energies erupted, finally coalescing into a majestic and imposing dragon robe. Unlike the traditional golden dragon robe, this one was pitch black, with gold merely as an accent. The 5-clawed golden dragon on the robe looked strikingly lifelike, as if it might burst forth at any moment and soar into the sky. Ying Xuan, who was already unfathomable, now exuded an aura that was even more intimidating. An SS-level gifted soul weapon truly lives up to its reputation, someone in the audience murmured, with some even feeling the urge to kneel on the spot. What was even more shocking was Ying Xuan's combat level 2nd rank, 1st stage. This news hit everyone like a sledgehammer. It was known that the gap between the 1st and 2nd rank was like a chasm. Even the ancient clan genius by AO was only 1st rank, 8th stage. What the crowd didn't know was that Ying Xuan was born with a 1st rank, 9th stage combat power, an advantage that put him in an almost unbeatable position from the start, which was utterly despairing. Opposite him, the bald Wu Jinggang swallowed nervously. Facing the terrifying pressure emanating from Ying Xuan, he finally understood why Wang Yang had conceded directly. But having made bold claims, backing down now would only be more humiliating than Wang Yang. Here goes nothing. Wu Jinggang gritted his teeth, swinging his meteor hammer at Ying Xuan. He simultaneously activated his S-level talent, Herculean Strength, instantly multiplying his power several times, dramatically enhancing the hammer's might. Yet, faced with this fierce attack, Ying Xuan didn't move an inch. The dignitaries on the platform and Zhang Dai in the audience all watched intently. Since the Black Dragon Robe was a combat-type soul weapon, it must have a unique attack method, likely related to Ying Xuan's SS-level talent. Ying Xuan, once I unleash my S-level talent, the power of my meteor hammer will double. Even by AO and the others would avoid confronting it heat-in. Are you really going to take it on? Wu Jingang's voice was filled with confidence and a hint of warning. Ying Xuan responded with a slight smile, a playful glint in his eyes. Young man, you're still too inexperienced. In that case, I'll go easy on you. Before he finished speaking, Ying Xuan's Black Dragon Robe suddenly emitted a strange glow. A towering figure appeared behind him, a valiant warrior clad in armor, wielding a cold, gleaming bronze sword, exuding an aura of formidable strength at the 1st rank of the 8th level. Wow! Gasps erupted from the audience. What an imposing armor and a magnificent bronze sword. Where did it come from? That's Ying Xuan's Black Dragon Robe, a legendary summoning talent, someone explained. Great Qin Guard, Qin Yi. Ying Xuan spoke calmly. Defeat him, but don't go too hard. Qin Yi shot forward like an arrow, his bronze sword clashing fiercely with Wu Jingang's meteor hammer. The metallic clanging echoed across the arena. Despite Wu Jingang's doubled strength, he was forced to retreat under the powerful blow. This was no coincidence. Qin Yi possessed 1st rank, 8th level strength, and with Ying Xuan's United We Stand talent, his actual combat power reached the 1st rank, 9th level. The 15 power boost from 15 subordinates made the strike unstoppable. Impossible. Wu Jinggang felt a tremendous force in his hands, causing him to lose balance. With a loud bang, Wu Jinggang was sent flying out of the arena. The entire match lasted just 20 seconds, with 15 seconds spent introducing themselves. More astonishingly, Ying Xuan remained motionless throughout. Go, Brother Xuan. Brother Xuan is unbeatable. Jin Yuan and Xiao Yu cheered from the stands. The grade director and Luo Gudian smiled, with satisfaction their expectations were met, and Jiangling High School didn't suffer a humiliating defeat. The chief referee signaled to the podium, and Yao Yao announced, Ying Xuan wins. Jiangling High School 100 points. Wu Jinggang returned to the Noble High School's viewing area in defeat. Despite his loss, no one mocked him, knowing he had given his all. Now, Jiangling High School, please choose your next opponent. Who's up next for the match? Ying Xuan asked. Jin Yuan quickly pulled out a small notebook from his pocket, filled with detailed information about the other 7 schools competing with Jiangling No. 1 High School. This scene sent chills down the spines of the surrounding students from Experimental High School, who never expected someone to hold such a grudge. Seeing the shocked expressions on their faces, Jin Yuan grinned with satisfaction. The frustration he felt earlier when his big brother wasn't around finally dissipated. He straightened his back and declared loudly, Honestly, Brother Xian, I just can't stand these people from Experimental High School. As soon as he said this, the students from Experimental High School all turned their heads, including Zhang Dai and Gao Han, staring at Jin Yuan with hostile eyes. Feeling intimidated by so many hostile gazes, Jin Yuan was momentarily nervous, but when Luo Gudian stood in front of him, his confidence surged. With the principal and brother Ying Xuan present, what was there to fear? What are you looking at? Never seen a handsome guy before, Jin Yuan taunted. This remark caused the students from Jiangling No. 1 High School to burst into laughter, easing the tense atmosphere. Brother, do you have any shame? Nope. Selling organs is illegal. The students from Experimental High School were left speechless by this series of taunts, while a sinister glint flashed in Zhang Dai's eyes. The laughter from Jiangling No. 1 High School grew even louder, and even Luo Gudian couldn't help but shake his head with amusement, thinking that although this student wasn't particularly strong, his verbal skills were impressive. On the stage, Ying Xuan turned to the podium. The host, Yao Yao, understood and announced, Next match, Jiangling No. 1 High School, Ying Xuan versus Experimental High School, first seed, Yang Wei. The subsequent matches were intense. Under Qin Yi's bronze sword, challengers were consecutively knocked out of the ring without exception. Ying Xuan's intention was clear. Since all 7 schools were targeting Jiangling No. 1 High School, he would use strength to show them that Jiangling No. 1 High School was no pushover. However, even a strong competitor like Qin Yi struggled to endure the ongoing high-intensity battles. When he knocked out the 4th seed from Liqing High School, his fatigue finally showed. Ying Xuan wins. Jiangling No. 1 High School gains 100 points. Jiangling No. 1 High School currently has 1,900 points, ranking first. The crowd was in an uproar. In just 10 minutes, Ying Xuan had won 19 consecutive matches, boosting Jiangling No. 1 High School's score to 1,900 points, far exceeding the second-ranked Noble High School's 200 points. This staggering gap made everyone aware of Ying Xuan's formidable strength. Didn't you love to target us? Didn't you look down on Jiangling No. 1 High School? Why aren't you being arrogant now? Is there anyone here who can put up a fight? Can anyone give me a challenge? Ying Xuan's provocative words caused an immediate uproar in the audience. Damn, this Ying Xuan is so arrogant. Does he really think that awakening an SSS level makes him invincible? The crowd was in an uproar, and at that moment, a figure from Liqing High School stepped forward. She was dressed in a striking red outfit, her hair tied back in a high ponytail, and she was none other than the renowned Valkyrie, Tang Yan. Her appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. Haha, with the Valkyrie in the arena, Ying Xuan, who's running on empty, doesn't stand a chance. Cheers erupted from the audience. Jiangling No. 1 High School supporters, however, looked worried. They had witnessed Qin Yi exhaust himself in battle, and knowing the Valkyrie's reputation for close combat, they feared for Ying Xuan. Yet, they were unaware that Ying Xuan had more tricks up his sleeve besides the visible Qin Yi. He had 13 equally powerful Qin guards, not to mention Bai Qi, who possessed second-tier combat strength. Ying Xuan calmly recalled Qin Yi into his Black Dragon Robe, a move that further convinced everyone present that he was at the end of his rope. Tang Yan thought the same. Ying Xuan, I admire you, Tang Yan said, locking eyes with her opponent. Defeating 19 geniuses single-handedly is a feat worthy of respect, but your presence has disrupted the balance of the 8 schools challenge. For fairness, I must defeat you. I'm sorry, but I have to strike while you're weak. Tang Yan was right. Ying Xuan was indeed an extraordinary presence, but she could never have imagined that this was just the tip of the iceberg. Everyone knew he possessed an SS-level talent, but they did not realize that this talent far exceeded the ordinary, even potentially reaching the legendary 10th-tier Soul Master Prohibition level, a level that even the heavens would fear. Meanwhile, the scene was entirely different within the Ying clan's imperial family. The clan's main hall, which should have been brightly lit and festive for the young master's return, was shrouded in a suffocating silence. The Grand Elder sat at the head, flanked by Ying Zhantian and Ji Mingyue, with 28 clan elders lined up on either side. Under this pressure, 3 black-robed figures knelt on the ground. They were the chief and 2 deputy chiefs of Jiangling City's assassin hall. They did not understand why they had been suddenly summoned, but upon seeing the scene before them, they immediately sensed trouble. Just then, a furious voice echoed through the hall. Assassin Hall, how dare you? How dare you stir trouble under the nose of the imperial family? The leader in the black robe looked up, bewildered. As the head of the Assassins Guild in Jiangling City, he knew all too well what the presence of the Ying imperial clan meant. It was an overwhelming force, far beyond the reach of any underground organization like the Assassins Guild. In the power hierarchy of Jiangling City, they were not even on the same level. Senior, there must be some misunderstanding here. The black-robed man's voice trembled. Before he could finish speaking, Ying Xuan, the head of the Ying family, had already stood up and was striding towards him. The oppressive aura of an 8th-level saint filled the room, making the black-robed man's knees weak and nearly causing him to collapse. Misunderstanding. A sharp flash of a sword cut through the air, and one of the vice leaders of the Assassins Guild fell into a pool of blood without even having time to scream. The 6th-tier soul controller had no chance to react in the face of the bronze divine sword. Seeing this, the remaining two turned pale, hurriedly bowing their heads to the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Blood spread across the floor of the hall, yet no one seemed shocked by the scene, as if such occurrences were routine. Our esteemed imperial clan does not kill the innocent without evidence, Ying Xuan said coldly. Elder Yang, come forth. From the back of the hall, an elder with a green bamboo staff stepped out slowly, his face weathered. Servant Yang Xiao, paying respects to the Grand Elder, the clan head, the clan mistress, and all the elders. The sound sent a shiver through the Assassin's Guild leader. He raised his head, trembling, and his pupils contracted sharply upon seeing the green bamboo staff. Wasn't this the former bamboo elder of the Assassin's Guild? Before he could sort out his thoughts, Yang Xiao spoke. Lone Wolf, your Assassin's Guild has some nerve, daring to attempt the assassination of the young master of the Ying clan? Hearing his codename, Lone Wolf jerked his head up, eyes filled with terror. Assassinate the young master of the Imperial clan? That's impossible. Elder Bamboo, you know we accept assassination commissions, but we absolutely forbid targeting members of ancient clans or higher. Barely had he finished when another flash of the sword cut down the second vice leader. Still trying to argue? Ying Xuan said icily. Another word, and your head is next. Lone Wolf was close to suffocating, unable to comprehend why Ying Xuan was so certain. Until Yang Xiao took out a phone and played a video sent by Luo Guxian's distinctive black smoke was unmistakably the signature escape technique of the Assassin's Guild. Seeing this irrefutable evidence, Lone Wolf finally understood someone under him had broken the rules behind his back. Ying Xuan stepped closer to the trembling Lone Wolf, exuding a murderous intent. With a swift and decisive motion, Ying Xuan lifted him off the ground. So, have you remembered? Lone Wolf was drenched in cold sweat, cursing internally. Which careless subordinate dared to take on the bounty for assassinating the young master of the Imperial clan? Even if there's money to be made, you need to be alive to spend it. Sir, it was indeed my oversight. No sooner had Lone Wolf spoken than the aura of the 28 elders around him erupted, a terrifying pressure causing the whole hall to tremble. The young master has really been targeted with a bounty? Which blind fool dared to place a bounty on our Ying clan's young master? It seems the Assassin Guild in Jiangling City is no longer necessary. Hearing these threats, Lone Wolf immediately knelt down and pleaded for mercy. 3 hours, just give me 3 hours, and I will bring both the employer and the assassin to confess. Ying Xuan remained silent, crouching in front of Lone Wolf, slowly spreading his fingers. Lone Wolf was taken aback, about to say that 10 hours weren't needed, when Ying Xuan shook his head, his voice calm, yet chilling. I'll count to 10. Tell me the assassin's name. If you can't, I'll wipe out your entire assassin guild. 10-9. The countdown to death began, and Lone Wolf's heart pounded like a drum. As a 7th-grade Soul Reaper, he had never felt such a threat of death before. 8-7. Lone Wolf thought rapidly. From the previous video, he had seen Luo Gudian, the principal of Jiangling First High. Anyone who could attempt an assassination under the nose of a 5th-grade Soul Reaper must be at least 5th grade in strength. 6-5-4. In the Assassin Guild, aside from the 2 deceased deputy leaders and himself as a 7th-grade Soul Reaper, there were only 3 6th-grade Soul Reapers. 3-2. The truth was becoming clear. 1. Just as Ying Xuan was about to strike, Lone Wolf shouted desperately, Blood Shadow! It's Blood Shadow! Ying Xuan sheathed his bronze divine sword, his gaze sharp as a blade, and vanished from the hall. The chief elder on the throne casually waved his hand, sending Lone Wolf and the corpses of the 2 deputy leaders flying. Though bloodied, Lone Wolf was relieved to have survived. Meanwhile, at the Jiangling City Assassin Guild headquarters, Blood Shadow, having just completed an assassination task, wondered about the whereabouts of the guild master and deputy masters. Suddenly, a strong sense of foreboding washed over him. Years of being an assassin had honed his instincts to an extreme sensitivity. He knew he had been targeted by something terrifying. Who is it? Shuang swiftly turned around, scanning his surroundings with caution, yet found nothing amiss. Just as he dismissed it as a figment of fatigue, an intense chill enveloped him. This overwhelming aura of murderous intent was so palpable that even a veteran assassin like him couldn't help but shiver. Are you Shuang? A deep voice echoed in his ear. Despite his formidable skills as a 6th-rank soul descender, he couldn't pinpoint the source. The voice seemed to emanate from all directions, leaving him in a state of panic. Who hired you? The voice pressed on, weighing heavily on Shui Ying's mind like a boulder. What employer? What are you talking about? I don't know. Just as he was about to summon his soul weapon, a flash of cold light streaked by. With a thud, his right arm fell to the ground. Shui Ying looked down at the blood-soaked severed limb, his face turning ashen. My arm. Oh, the excruciating pain nearly broke him. Who gave you the audacity to assassinate my son? Ying Xuan. Name your employer, and I'll grant you a swift death. Before the words had fully settled, a figure stepped out from the void. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the newcomer, Shui Ying fainted from fear. The figure frowned slightly, casually sending a stream of energy to jolt Shui Ying back to consciousness. Shui Ying slumped on the ground, his pupils contracting in sheer terror. An 8th-rank soul descender. Ying Xuan. Only then did he realize the enormity of his blunder. Recalling the surname, Ying, he regretted his actions deeply. The Ying imperial clan. He had indeed suspected Ying Xuan's identity earlier, but his investigation suggested the boy was just an ordinary child with a grandfather, studying at Jiangling High School. Who would have imagined the young master of an imperial clan attending a common high school? He had quoted a price of 50 million, merely intending to swindle Wang Hao and his son. Spare me, sir. I'll tell you everything if you spare my life. Before he could finish, a bronze sword was already at his throat. Shui Ying breathed heavily, his Adam's apple twitching. Stop wasting time. Who's the employer? Feeling the genuine threat of death, Shui Ying had no choice but to reveal Wang Zitao and his son. Sir, it was Wang Hao and Wang Zitao. They misled me, making me believe your young master was just a regular high school student. If I had known he was your son, I wouldn't have dared, even if I had 1,000 lives. This was indeed true. With Shui Ying's status, he might have dared to provoke members of ancient clans, but never those of the imperial clan. Faced with the true imperial clan, he indeed dared not entertain any presumptuous thoughts. However, upon hearing the names Wang Hao and Wang Jitao, Ying Zhantian's brow furrowed slightly. These names were entirely unfamiliar to him. Has my Ying family been so low profile lately that even these nobodies dare to act so brazenly? A glint of coldness flashed in Ying Zhantian's eyes. Blood Shadow, keenly aware of this subtle change in expression, was instantly alarmed. He immediately knelt and kowtowed, his voice trembling. Sir, my father is the governor of the Assassin Hall, overseeing 10 cities. I beg you to spare my life for his sake. The Assassin Hall, one of the largest underground forces in the Xia region, had its influence spread across the entire area. The branch in Jiangling City was just one part of it, with higher-ranking officials like governors and leaders above. Blood Shadow relied on this identity, believing that Ying Zhantian wouldn't easily take his life. However, upon hearing Blood Shadow's identity, Ying Zhantian merely sneered, the governor's son? Even if the leader himself were here, anyone who dares to harm the young master of the imperial clan, who dares to touch my son, Ying Zhantian, has only one path: death. The bronze sword flashed a cold light through the air, and before Blood Shadow could react, his throat was slit, and he collapsed in a pool of blood. Wang Hao, Wang Jitao. Ying Zhantian murmured these names as he vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, Wang Hao and his son were oblivious to the fact that death was already stalking them. Much later, the Hall Master Lone Wolf returned to the hall and was shocked to see Blood Shadow's corpse. Provoking the Ying Imperial clan, almost dragging the Assassin Hall down with him, Blood Shadow, you died deservedly. In the Tianqing County of the Huaxia Divine Domain, which governed 10 city-level cities including Jiangling City, the status and strength of Tianqing County far surpassed that of Jiangling City, despite their similar sizes. At this moment, in the main hall of the Assassin Hall headquarters, Blood Shadow's father, the governor codenamed Ghost Fiend, stared blankly at the extinguished soul lamp. The soul lamp has gone out. My son is dead. A terrifying murderous intent erupted in Ghost Fiend's eyes. Who dares to kill my son, the son of Ghost Fiend? Someone, bring 200 assassins and follow me to Jiangling City. Meanwhile, at the Jiangling University's 8 schools martial arts competition, Ying Xuan, unaware of the events unfolding outside, was facing the onslaught of the Valkyrie, Tang Yan. Tang Yan believed that Ying Xuan's Black Dragon Robe summoning ability had been exhausted, and he could only rely on his own strength now. However, not only Tang Yan, but everyone present was unaware of how many cards Ying Xuan still had up his sleeve. He merely smirked as the Black Dragon Robe on him once again emitted a dazzling light. Qin Air, fight with me. How is this possible? Zhou Bin, the vice president of Jiangling University, suddenly sprang up from his seat on the stage, his eyes wide with shock. The surrounding dignitaries were equally stunned, fixating on the arena. Tang Yan's beautiful eyes showed a hint of surprise, clearly not expecting her opponent to have such a hidden move. Qin Error stepped forward without a word, positioning himself protectively in front of Ying Xuan, his robust frame like a small mountain. Your Majesty, who do you want me to deal with? Qin Er asked in a deep voice. It's just a sparring match, don't go too hard, Ying Xuan quickly reminded. Understood, Your Majesty. You want me to incapacitate them? Well, no need for that, just keep it to a normal match. With his instructions clear, Qin Er nodded solemnly and leaped into the air, drawing his bronze sword. On the opposite side, Tang Yin was not to be outdone, summoning her soul weapon the Juan Xingtian axe. S-level talent, martial god. With Tang Yan's shout, a layer of golden sand appeared on her skin, and the blade of the Juan Xingtian axe gleamed with a golden light. Gasps erupted from the audience. People explained excitedly. This is the terrifying martial god talent of Tang Yan. Each attack stacks battle intent, increasing strength, agility, and mental intensity with no upper limit. Unless her assault is interrupted, her battle intent will keep accumulating. Clang! The bronze sword collided with the Xingtian axe, producing a crisp metallic sound. Initially, the first-rank 7th-level Tang Yin struggled against Qin Er, forced back several steps, nearly off the platform. Yet, the golden sand on her body grew brighter. Unaware, Ying Xuan continued to urge Qin Er to attack. Unexpectedly, Tang Yan, who had been retreating, began to fight back with increasing vigor and ferocity. Your Majesty, why does she keep getting tougher to deal with? Her strength has at least tripled, Qin Er exclaimed. Before he could finish, Tang Yan's axe was already bearing down on him. Though he managed to block with his sword in time, he realized his advantage was slipping away. Ying Xuan frowned in thought, finally realizing that this must be related to Tang Yan's talent. Bang! A loud crash shook the entire arena as Qin Er was unexpectedly forced back several steps. This surprising turn of events sent a wave of astonishment through the audience. Huh! It seems Ying Xuan is unaware of Tang Yan's talent, someone shouted from the sidelines. With her battle intent stacking, Tang Yan's strength will only grow stronger. On the main stage, the prominent figures furrowed their brows. Everyone present was well aware of the reputation of the S-level martial god talent. They vividly remembered the miracle created by a super genius in the Huaxia Divine Realm who once used 7th-level combat power to withstand a 9th-level demon emperor, all thanks to this talent. However, this martial god talent had a clear drawback: defeating the opponent before their battle intent stacked could easily resolve the threat. At this moment, it was evident that Ying Xuan had missed the best opportunity. On the battlefield, the Xingtian axe in Tang Yan's hands grew more formidable with each strike, radiating an astonishing momentum. Qin Er continued to retreat, struggling to keep up. The spectators from Liqing High School erupted in thunderous cheers. Hail the Valkyrie! In stark contrast, the mood at Jiangling No. 1 High School's viewing area was gloomy. Even the drumbeat led by Jin Yuan had weakened. Everyone could see that Ying Xuan had lost the best chance for victory. There's only one way to turn this around now. Xiaoyu suddenly spoke up, drawing the attention of the Jiangling students around him. What chances left? Jin Yuan leaned in to ask, could Ying Xuan possibly summon a third guardian? This comment was overheard by students from the experimental high school. Wishful thinking, one of them immediately retorted. Summoning 2 guardians is already the limit. If he turns this around, I'll wash my hair while standing on my head. You're too conservative, another chimed in. If he summons a third guardian or turns this around, I'll eat dirt on the spot. These statements sparked a tense standoff between students from the 2 schools. Jin Yuan, undeterred, shot back. Stop trying to bluff your way out. I'll remember you, and don't think you can back out later. In the audience, Principal Luo Gudian leisurely cracked sunflower seeds, a smile on his face. The grade director, worried, asked, Principal, at a time like this, how can you remain so calm? Being the only one present who truly understood Ying Xuan's capabilities, Luo Gudian waved his hand confidently and said, don't worry. Ying Xuan is far more formidable than you imagine. He's a prodigious talent who has cleared intermediate dungeons twice and can slay 2nd-level demons. Moreover, I've seen him absorb sacred materials firsthand. The enhancement from that Black Dragon Robe is beyond imagination. Even more terrifying than we imagined? The head of the grade murmured, shock etched on his face. In his eyes, Ying Xuan's consecutive victories over 19 prodigious talents were already a monumental achievement in the history of the 8 schools challenge. Yet, the principal hinted that Ying Xuan still had undisclosed trump cards, which was simply unbelievable. However, everyone overlooked a crucial issue. They were all fixated on the summoned guardians of Ying Xuan, forgetting Ying Xuan's own formidable power at the 2nd rank, 1st stage. On the stage, a loud crash reverberated throughout the arena. Qin Er's body slammed heavily against a pillar, producing a dull thud. This scene surprised even Ying Xuan. Qin Er, although only at the 1st rank, 8th stage, had his actual combat strength boosted to the 1st rank, 9th stage through collective enhancement. Yet he was retreating in the face of a first-rank, 7th-stage girl. Qin Air, stand down, Ying Xuan commanded timely. As a member of the Great Qin's elite guards, Qin Air was filled with reluctance. Being bested by a young girl, he would surely face ridicule from other guards upon returning to the Black Dragon Robe. Your Majesty, please give me another chance. I can still fight. Qin Air pleaded urgently. Ying Xuan shook his head and said, You've done your best. Your defeat isn't due to insufficient strength, but rather my underestimation of our opponent's talent effect. Against others, you would certainly prevail. But now, each of your attacks only strengthens Tang Yin. Leave this battle to me. Hearing this, Qin Air nodded reluctantly and returned to the Black Dragon Robe. Observers assumed this signaled Ying Xuan's impending defeat. Did you see that? Even the guards were driven away. Ying Xuan's downfall is near. Tang Yan's battle spirit has stacked up to 36 layers, truly a Valkyrie. On the stage, Tang Yan's golden aura grew increasingly dazzling, her presence more terrifying. Even by AO on the Noble High School's viewing platform frowned this strike's power might be too much for him to withstand. Although Ying Xuan's Black Dragon Robe talent was formidable, it was ultimately summoning-based, lacking inherent attack power. Even if it could block this strike, Tang Yin would continue to stack her battle spirit. This terrifying talent effect made by AO involuntarily gasped. Ying Xuan, can you still create a miracle? Wu Xiaofeng and Zhang Dai already wore confident smiles. Looks like we won't need to step in. Tang Yin can finish him off. Humph, did he really think an SS-level talent makes him invincible? Letting Tang Yin accumulate to this extent, he must be out of his mind. Everyone concluded that under Tang Yan's unstoppable axe, Ying Xuan would inevitably be blasted off the stage. The main referee was poised and ready to intervene in Tang Yan's attack at any moment. In his professional judgment, Tang Yan's strike could indeed pose a threat to Ying Xuan's life. The prominent figures in the stands frowned and whispered among themselves. Why hasn't the referee stepped in yet? If Ying Xuan, with his status, gets injured in this match, the wrath of the Imperial clan is something Jiangling University cannot withstand. Look at Ying Xuan's eyes, someone said in a low voice. So calm, he clearly has yet to play his trump card. With these words, all eyes turned to Ying Xuan. As a member of the Imperial clan, his trump cards were undoubtedly not exhausted. 36 levels of battle intent, the 9 yuan Xingtian axe. Tang Yin shouted fiercely as a massive axe whistled towards Ying Xuan. The sound of the axe blade cutting through the air was terrifying, and the audience from Jiangling High School closed their eyes, unable to bear watching the earth-shattering strike. Clang! A clear sword chime instantly echoed throughout the stadium. Waves of shock surged in Tang Yan's Harther Xingtian axe seemed to strike a massive steel plate, failing to harm Ying Xuan at all, and instead, the impact numbed her grip. Second rank, first stage, someone in the audience exclaimed, reminding everyone of Ying Xuan's true strength. Ying Xuan stood firm as a mountain, unmoved. He merely lifted his hand slightly, and with a gentle flick of the Kaitian sword, deflected the 9 yuan Xingtian axe. Kaitian. The sword flashed, swift as lightning. Though the main referee rushed onto the stage immediately, he was still a step too late. In an instant, Ying Xuan's sword edge was already at Tang Yan's throat. Had he not deliberately held back, Tang Yan might have already fallen. The arena fell into a dead silence, only punctuated by the sound of rapid heartbeats. Tang Yan felt the immediate danger, the coldness of the Kaitian sword seeping from her neck. She slowly raised her eyes, seeing Ying Xuan just inches away, his breath brushing against her cheek. For some reason, a blush crept onto Tang Yan's cheeks. You lost, Ying Xuan said calmly, pulling her thoughts back to reality. Tang Yan quickly lowered her head, nodding shyly. This scene left the students of Liqing High School dumbfounded. Is this still our Valkyrie? They looked at the hint of shyness on Tang Yan's face in disbelief, as if their entire worldview had been overturned. Ying Xuan clearly didn't notice Tang Yan's unusual state as he turned to look at the main referee. With the referee's nod of confirmation, the match result was officially announced. Match over. Ying Xuan wins. Jiangling High School, 100 points added. The spectator stand of Jiangling High School erupted in cheers, waves of shouts echoing like a roaring sea. Xuan is unbeatable. Among the crowd, Jin Yuan pointed triumphantly at two people in the audience of Experimental High School. Hey, you two who said you'd wash your hair standing on your head and eat filth, don't hide. Can't follow through. Those two were utterly embarrassed, wishing they could disappear into a hole, never expecting Ying Xuan to actually break the Valkyrie's infinite battle intent with a single strike. On the stage, Ying Xuan calmly sheathed the sky-cleaving sword and turned to walk off the platform. Meanwhile, Tang Yin remained standing in place, her eyes following Ying Xuan's retreating figure, her heart unable to calm for a long time. The power of that sword deeply shook her soul, giving her a strange and unprecedented feeling. In the audience of Liqing High School, discussions buzzed around. Oh no, look at the Valkyrie's expression, she's falling in love. No wonder. Think about it. Ying Xuan is not only powerful but also has an outstanding physique. and to top it off, he's handsome. He's practically Tang Yan's ideal type. It wasn't until the referee signaled that they could leave the field that Tang Yan snapped out of her daze. She slowly put away the 9-origin Xingtian axe and walked toward the Liqing High School stands. Before turning away, she couldn't help but take another deep look at Ying Xuan's back, softly murmuring his name, planting a quiet seed in her heart. In the stands of the noble high school, Bai Ao stood up, his eyes glinting with excited battle spirit. As the strongest person present besides Ying Xuan, he clearly felt the powerful aura contained in that sword. The Bai ancient clan has an ancestral motto: better to die under a heavy blow than to be a disgraced general. Bai Ao resolved that if Ying Xuan chose Noble High School as the opponent in the next round, he would personally take up the challenge and compete. On the podium, Yao Yao's crisp voice rang out. Thank you, Ying Xuan and Tang Yan, for such an exciting battle that brought us a thrilling showdown. Currently, Jiangling High School score has reached 2,000 points. Even Tang Yan, with her S-level talent, is no match for Ying Xuan. Who can possibly stand in his way? This question sparked a heated discussion among the audience. Spectators from other schools looked serious. Despite knowing Ying Xuan's exceptional skills, witnessing his battle firsthand was still shocking. The combined efforts of 7 schools couldn't shake his position, leading some to doubt whether there was any suspense left in the competition. With a second grade, first-level combat power, what's the point of fighting? Lamented one spectator. Might as well just declare him the winner. Does Bai Ao have a chance? Someone asked. Don't kid yourself. Another person immediately retorted. Bai Ao may have extraordinary talent, but with only a first-grade, 8th-level combat power, he's not in the same league. His overlord domain might suppress his opponent. Maybe. What good is causing trouble? The key is to defeat Ying Xuan. Meanwhile, Ying Xuan ignored the chatter around him. He just wanted to finish this challenge quickly so he could focus on studying his demon suppression tower. Winning the competition was secondary to him. Enhancing his strength was what truly mattered. Host, referee. Ying Xuan suddenly spoke, looking towards the podium. Yao Yao and the chief referee both turned to him, unsure of his intentions. The chief referee approached Ying Xuan. Do you have any questions? Ying Xuan glanced at the contestants from the other 7 schools, causing an ominous feeling to rise in everyone's hearts. Can I challenge all the schools at once? Fighting them one by one is too slow. The entire stadium erupted at his words. The chief referee was stunned. Such a request was unheard of in the history of the challenge. Is he crazy? That's 50 geniuses. The weakest among them have a level talent, and there are 3 with S level. Even if each of them spat at him, he'd drown. The chief referee frowned. According to the rules, you can only challenge one school at a time, and besides, the venue can't accommodate so many people at once. Ying Xuan quickly adjusted his proposal. Then how about challenging one school at a time? 7 or 8 people should fit in the arena. The chief referee turned to Zhou Bin, the vice president of Jiangling University, for his opinion. If Ying Xuan's proposal was accepted, he would face all the contestants from one school. If he won, Jiangling High would receive 700 points directly, and the challenge school would be eliminated. How confident must one be in their abilities to make such a statement? As everyone marveled, a figure in white descended from the sky, instantly capturing the crowd's attention. It was a middle-aged man with a sharp demeanor, exuding an extraordinary aura. The dignitaries on the podium immediately stood to greet him. Greetings, Principal Zheng. Vice Principal Zhou Bin exclaimed. This greeting enlightened everyone present. The newcomer was none other than Zheng Wudi, the principal of Jiangling University. As a super-strong figure officially recognized by the Divine Realm of Huaxia, Zheng Wudi had reached the pinnacle of the 7th tier, just one step away from the 8th tier, a sage level. Not only was he one of the strongest in Jiangling City, but he was also renowned throughout the entire Xia region. It was rumored that he had recently single-handedly defeated 3 7th-tier demons, and his feats were set as rewards for the 8 schools challenge. Zheng Wudi strode confidently onto the podium, locking eyes with Ying Xuan. To his surprise, the young man showed no sign of retreat. Instead, he remained calm and composed. Zheng Wudi nodded inwardly. This young man was not only exceptionally gifted but also possessed rare composure. Although Ying Xuan's request to challenge all 7 schools alone was shocking, Zheng Wudi saw unparalleled confidence in his eyes. With his years of experience in judging people, Zheng Wudi was convinced that Ying Xuan was not bluffing, must have some hidden aces up his sleeve. In fact, even Zheng Wudi couldn't fully discern how much power Ying Xuan was concealing. Beneath that Black Dragon Robe, not only were Qin Yi and Qin Er hidden, but also 12 other guards, along with Bai Qi, a subordinate with 2nd-tier combat potential. On the surface, he appeared alone, but Bai Qi alone could fend off thousands. Ying Xuan, Zheng Wudi began. As one of the organizers of this competition, I agree to your request. However, it must be approved by the other 7 schools to proceed. After all, your request is unprecedented in the history of the 8 schools challenge. The crowd erupted at this. On the spectator stand of the experimental high school, Zhang Dai and Gao Han felt their frustration dissipate upon hearing this. They had been pondering how to defeat Ying Xuan, but now he had voluntarily presented them with an opportunity. If it were unknown, indeed, no one present could match Ying Xuan. Since he's making such an outrageous demand, don't blame us for using numbers to our advantage, the representative from Experimental High School sneered. Even if his combat skills are extraordinary, can he really withstand the combined attack of 7 of our top talents? On the podium, Zheng Wudi's gaze was sharp as he looked directly at Ying Xuan. Ying Xuan, are you sure you want to take on all the remaining representatives from the single academy schools by yourself? It's not too late to change your mind. All eyes in the venue immediately focused on Ying Xuan. He remained calm, his eyes scanning the spectators from the 7 schools, and said firmly, I'm sure. I won't change my mind. As soon as these words were spoken, the contestants from the 7-school alliance began to sneer mockingly. Meanwhile, supporters on the Jiangling High School stand held their breath in tension. Do the remaining 7 schools agree to Ying Xuan's request? Zheng Wudi asked. Agree. Of course, we agree. The representatives from the 7 schools responded in unison. With a slight smile, Zheng Wudi announced the new rules. Ying Xuan will challenge all the remaining representatives from the 7 schools individually. For each school Ying Xuan defeats, Jiangling High School will earn 700 points. However, if Ying Xuan is defeated, the school that beats him will receive a special reward of 2,000 points. The announcement caused an uproar. 2,000 points. That's like defeating 20 contestants. Let's go take down the big boss. The shouts echoed throughout the venue. Riding this wave of excitement, Ying Xuan had become the ultimate boss of the 8-school challenge, earning the nickname Big Boss. Ying Xuan, choose your first opponent, Zheng Wudi said. Ying Xuan's gaze moved among the stands of the 7 schools and finally settled on the direction of the Noble High School. There, Bai stood proudly, with eyes burning with intense fighting spirit. The familiarity in that gaze gave Ying Xuan a sense of recognition, but he didn't dwell on it. Look, the big boss has chosen Noble High School. He's actually challenging the strongest opponent right from the start. Gasps of surprise erupted from the audience. Ying Xuan raised his hand and pointed forward, his voice ringing with determination. I choose Noble High School. Ying Xuan really chose the elite high school. The entire audience was instantly abuzz, with all eyes fixed on what seemed to be a crazy decision. As the strongest among the 8 schools, the elite high school had been the undefeated champion of the tournament for 19 consecutive years, its prowess beyond question. This guy doesn't know his limits. Our elite high school is not something those rural schools can compare to, sneered a frail-looking young man in the elite high school's viewing area. Ignoring him, Bai Ao leaped onto the stage, landing steadily. Perfect timing. Ying Xuan, face me in battle. His voice was firm, filled with a fighting spirit. The audience from the elite high school hadn't yet recovered from their shock when Bai Ao was already standing at the center of the stage. Haha, with Bai Ao leading and the rest of us supporting, those 2,000 points are as good as ours, came the confident chatter from the spectators. Ying Xuan walked onto the stage calmly. From Jin Yuan's introduction, he knew that Bai Ao was not only a top talent cultivated by the elite high school, but also had a prestigious background. Although Bai Ao was only at the 8th stage of the first rank, his aura was exceptionally powerful. Since awakening the Black Dragon Robe, Ying Xuan hadn't encountered a true opponent, and now he felt his blood begin to boil. So you are Bai Ao? Those simple 5 words made Bai Ao's heart skip a beat. This deep-seated fear was shocking to him. As a descendant of the Bai ancient clan, known for their combative nature, they had long filtered out emotions like fear. Yet, facing Ying Xuan, who was only at the first stage of the 2nd rank, he felt an unprecedented pressure. Bai Ao quickly composed himself and said in a deep voice, Yes, I am Bai Ao. I will give my all in the upcoming battle, please guide me. Before he finished speaking, 5 young men and 2 young women were already standing behind him, their matching elite high school uniforms highlighting their extraordinary status. The way they carried themselves exuded the distinctive aura of nobility. Wait, someone from Jiangling No. 1 High School's audience suddenly shouted. Isn't the elite high school supposed to have only 7 representatives, including Bai Ao? Why are there 8 people on the stage? There must be someone with logistics talent among the 8 from the Noble High School. This sudden realization changed the atmosphere on the stage. Zheng Wudi's gaze swept over the key figures of Jiangling City, finally resting on Vice President Zhou Bin of Jiangling University. He watched the arena with interest. Ladies and gentlemen, which side do you favor in this battle? Zhou Bin pondered for a moment before speaking first. Ying Xuan's individual strength is indeed outstanding, but facing 8 genius-level opponents simultaneously might be overwhelming. Moreover, he's already summoned 2 guards. It's unlikely he can summon a 3rd. If he could, such an SS-level talent would be too extraordinary. Other prominent figures nodded in agreement, but Zheng Wudi responded with a meaningful smile, then shook his head. Since none of you favor Ying Xuan, Zheng Wudi suddenly raised his voice. Why don't we make a bet? If Ying Xuan loses, I'm willing to offer 20 intermediate energy crystals for your faction's development. Conversely, if he wins, I ask you all to jointly contribute 20 intermediate energy crystals to supplement the energy of the martial arts spaces of Jiangling's 8 schools. This proposal caused a stir among those present. 20 intermediate energy crystals are a substantial fortune that could tempt even the most distinguished individuals. Principal Zhang, are you serious? The bald officer's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Given the current situation, Ying Xuan's chances of winning seemed slim. It was practically easy money. Zheng Wudi had anticipated such a reaction. These energy crystals could not only strengthen families and supplement military supplies, but also be exchanged for precious treasures and used to cultivate outstanding talent, making them highly valuable. I, Zheng, always keep my word. With that, Zheng Wudi placed 20 crystal-clear intermediate energy crystals neatly on the table. The glow from the crystals sparked a flicker of greed in the eyes of those present, but out of respect for their status, they restrained themselves. The military school is in. The Qian family accepts the challenge. The Blacksmith Association is joining. The crowd responded enthusiastically. Place your bets, no regrets. As Zheng Wudi's words settled, the voice of the main referee on the arena rang out at the right moment. At this moment, the audience was completely unaware of what was happening on the stage. Behind the tournament, there was an astonishing bed of 20 mid-level energy crystals. If this secret were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar among the spectators. As the referee announced the start of the match, all eyes were fixed on the arena. Surprisingly, the first to take action was not by AO or Ying Xuan, who stood at the forefront, ready for battle, but rather the seemingly delicate girl from the back of the noble high school camp. Look, gasped the crowd. The reaction speed of that girl from the back of the noble high school. Who is she? I've never seen her before. Suddenly, an unusual green light radiated from the girl, and an elegantly shaped Pipa spirit weapon slowly appeared before her. This scene immediately drew audible gasps from the spectators of the 8 school viewing stands. Is this the logistics spirit weapon from the noble high school? Its aura is even more intimidating than ordinary combat spirit weapons. The dignitaries on the stage had knowing smiles on their faces. Interesting. Our Jiangling city not only has an SS-level combat genius, but now we also have an S-level logistics genius. That's one of the top 100 logistics spirit weapons, the Qingyuan Pipa, a top-tier spirit weapon capable of both offense and defense. Principal Zheng, it seems those 20 mid-level energy crystals of yours might change hands. Hearing this, Zheng Wudi frowned. The rarity of an S-level logistics genius was comparable to an SS-level combat talent, something he hadn't anticipated. On the Jiangling No. 1 high school viewing stand, Jin Yuan couldn't help but compare his guitar spirit weapon with the imposing Pipa. Xiao Yu teased beside him. Your shabby guitar doesn't hold a candle to that. I'm just worried that if the Pipa has a group amplification effect, Brother Xian will be in trouble. In the arena, as the girl summoned her Pipa spirit weapon, the other members of the noble high school team also revealed their respective spirit weapons. The colorful summoning lights intertwined, illuminating the entire stage. This luxurious lineup, consisting of one S-level combat genius, one S-level logistics genius, 5 S-level combat geniuses, and 1 A-level combat genius, left everyone present in awe. This lineup is terrifying. How can Ying Xuan possibly cope? In my opinion, he should just concede to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. However, despite the immense pressure, Ying Xuan's expression remained as calm as ever. There was not a trace of fear in his eyes. Ying Xuan remained calm and composed, and the Black Dragon Robe he wore shimmered with a black-golden luster, instantly suppressing the aura of the opposing team from the noble high school. The Imperial might swept out like a tangible force, causing the formation of the 8 opponents to teeter. What an overwhelming presence. Yi quickly used the Qingyuan Pipa. At these words, Yi, who stood at the rear of the noble high school formation, sprang into action. Her delicate hands gently strummed the strings of the Pipa. The resonant and ancient melody echoed above the arena, and as soon as the Pipa's sound rang out, Ying Xuan's oppressive aura vanished without a trace. This was the effect of the first note of the S-level talent, Qingyuan string sound. It made allies immune to all mental interference and increased their mind power recovery speed by 50. The audience was awestruck by the power of the Qingyuan Pipa, knowing that this was only the first of 18 notes. Ying Xuan was slightly surprised by the effect of the Qingyuan Pipa, but remained largely unconcerned. At this moment, Bai Ao charged forward with his Overlord Spear, the chill emanating from the spear making one shiver. He activated his S-level talent, Overlord Domain, a fearsome ability that allowed him to remain undefeated in battles of the same rank. However, when the Overlord Domain reached Ying Xuan's Black Dragon Robe, it mysteriously bypassed him. Bai Ao was incredulous but did not stop his attack. Ying Xuan, take this strike. Clang. The heaven-opening sword collided with the Overlord Spear, and Bai Ao felt as though he was hitting an immovable mountain, being forced to retreat repeatedly. Before he could regain his composure, the remaining 6 opponents, wielding their soul weapons, closed in for an attack. Faced with attacks from all sides, Ying Xuan remained unfazed. A tall young man wielding a giant hammer shouted, "Brothers, let's go together." Simultaneously, Yi strummed the pipa again, unleashing the second note of the Qinghuan pipa, its sound waves sweeping towards Ying Xuan, intending to reduce his agility by 15. Yet, just like the Overlord domain, the sound waves automatically diverted upon reaching the Black Dragon Robe. "This is impossible," Yi exclaimed in disbelief. Ying Xuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Unknown to the others, the Black Dragon Robe concealed a hidden passive talent, Imperial Rhythm. This talent granted the wearer an Emperor's physique, rendering them permanently immune to all negative effects. The mysterious power of the Imperial Aura enveloped Ying Xuan, rendering Bai Ao's Overlord domain and Xiao Yi's Azure Wand Melody completely ineffective against him. The Black Dragon Robe shone brilliantly on his body, keeping him in peak fighting condition. Bai Ao gripped his Overlord's spear tightly, a frown etched on his face. To his disbelief, the Overlord domain, which should have suppressed his opponent, was now rebounding against him. This anomaly became particularly evident after Ying Xuan donned the Black Dragon Robe. In Bai Ao's moment of hesitation, the other six had already surrounded Ying Xuan from all directions, their battle cries echoing. Faced with this encirclement, Ying Xuan remained composed, holding the heaven-opening sword upright before him, golden light swirling in his eyes. With a slight smile, Ying Xuan felt the surging energies around him and slowly closed his eyes. His fingers gently gripped the sword's hilt, and with a clear sword chime, it seemed to pierce through the river of time. The encirclement of the 6 kingdoms 1,000 years ago, and now the blockade of the 7 schools, though vastly different in danger, shared an undying spirit of fearlessness passed down through generations. With this extraordinary sword strike, Ying Xuan honored the legendary ancestor of the Ying family. Heaven opening. With Ying Xuan's resounding shout, the clear sky was suddenly overshadowed by dark clouds. Thunder roared as golden lightning danced like dragons among the clouds. Sword energy radiated from Ying Xuan, sending the 6 attackers flying in an instant. The referee quickly jumped onto the stage, preventing the sword energy from causing further damage. Even so, the 6 attackers were left with shocking injuries. In the stands, everyone was too absorbed to wipe away the falling raindrops, their eyes fixed on the figure standing with the sword. Even prominent figures like Zheng Wudi rose to their feet, their eyes filled with awe. Meanwhile, on the eastern coastal battlefront of Jiangling City, a few soldiers in green camouflage uniforms watched the distant horizon with grave expressions. "Captain Li, can we really hold off the Tentacle Demon Lord? It's a peak 8th grade monarch-level demon," a nervous recruit asked. Captain Li, with a serious look, patted the young soldier's shoulder. "Xiao Wang, the Tentacle Demon Lord is indeed formidable, but there's no need to worry excessively. The powerful officials from Xiaoyu have stationed themselves in Jiangling City." Captain Li was introducing the advantages of the defense line to the soldiers around him. "This giant wall beneath our feet is made from a super material capable of withstanding a powerful blow from an 8th rank demon. Our Xiaoyu is not something a small country like Wa can compare to." Before he could finish, a soldier holding binoculars suddenly trembled all over, his voice filled with undisguised fear. Captain, look over there." Following his gaze, everyone saw the calm sea suddenly split open, and a colossal tentacle rose skyward, blotting out the sun. Its surface was covered in menacing suckers, each resembling a gaping maw. "Tentacle Demon Lord." Everyone gasped in shock. At this critical moment, Ying Xuan, who was in the middle of a competition, suddenly raised the sky-cleaving sword. Instantly, dark clouds roiled, and lightning intertwined, enveloping the entire Jiangling city in this terrifying weather phenomenon. Surprisingly, as the lightning in the clouds formed into a golden dragon, the fearsome tentacle demon Lord showed signs of fear and slowly retracted its tentacle back into the sea. Gulp, everyone involuntarily swallowed, exchanging uneasy glances. This unusual scene made everyone feel uneasy. Something's off. Report to the higher-ups in the war zone immediately, sound the red alert, and prepare for battle. Yes, Captain. Meanwhile, on the arena of Jiangling University Stadium, the residual power of Ying Xuan's astonishing sword still lingered. Only Bai Ao and the mascot Xiao Yi remained on stage, the latter spared from the strings of the Qinghuan pipa, thanks to Ying Xuan. "Do you still want to fight?" Ying Xuan's voice was low and imposing, sending chills down the spines of the noble high school students present, solidifying his title as the Great Demon King. "Fight!" Bai Ao's response was firm, causing a stir among the audience. They cheered and supported this brave warrior from the ancient clan. Ying Xuan looked at the discussions about his demon identity with a slight smile, while Bai Ao had already assumed a fighting stance. "Ying Xuan, though you are strong, the Bai ancient clan has no cowards. Don't hold back against me, let's fight." Bai Ao gripped the Overlord spear, while behind him, Xiao Yi played the first note of the Qinghuan to bolster him. Ying Xuan, clad in a black dragon robe, had eyes flashing with imperial majesty. Seeing Bai Ao's determined posture, Ying Xuan couldn't help but admire him. Such an opponent was indeed worthy of a battle. Overlord Spear, Overlord Domain. Clang. The sword and spear clashed, sparks flying everywhere. Ying Xuan's long sword collided fiercely with Bai Ao's Bawang spear. Surprisingly, the spear of the top prodigy from the noble high school managed to withstand 2 rounds against him. On the podium, the dignitaries wore worried expressions, except for Principal Zheng Wudi, who watched the stage with a cheerful smile. Principal Zheng foresaw this. No wonder he was willing to bet 20 mid-level energy crystals, someone whispered. This bet was entirely your choice. I didn't force you, Zheng Wudi chuckled. Who would have thought Ying Xuan could take on 8 opponents and win so effortlessly? His words made everyone present regret their decision deeply. As the battle neared its end, Ying Xuan's sword sent Bai Ao's Bawang spear flying, the powerful recoil knocking him off the stage. Despite his defeat, Bai Ao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Had finally found his target, and one day, he would defeat Ying Xuan fair and square. On stage, Xiao Yi, holding a pipa, stopped her performance at Ying Xuan's signal. The logistics department genius pouted slightly, reluctantly stepping off the stage. The pipa music abruptly ceased, leaving the scene in dead silence. Bai Ao's defeat was significant. The Noble High School, champion for 19 consecutive years, was the first to be eliminated. On the Noble High School's viewing stand, the team leader held his head in despair, unsure of how to explain to the principal. Even Zhang Dai from Experimental High School looked grim. As a grade 7, rank 1, he realized that wielding the power of the Grim Reaper's scythe was out of reach, let alone approaching Ying Xuan. Let's congratulate Ying Xuan from Jiangling No. 1 High School on winning the first match. Jiangling No. 1 earns 700 points, and Noble High School is eliminated. The host, Yao Yao, announced, her voice echoing throughout the venue. The Jiangling No. 1 High School contingent erupted in cheers, with Jing Yuan and Xiao Yu pounding the drums thunderously. Brother Xian is truly unstoppable. Ying Xuan is invincible. Didn't the Noble High School love to mock us as country bumpkins? Why aren't they laughing now? Are they naturally humorless? From this moment on, everyone gained a new understanding of the word genius. Comparison is the thief of joy. An angry murmur erupted from the audience. Is there anyone who can put an end to Ying Xuan's dominance? He's practically dragging the reputation of our 7-school alliance through the mud. Wu Xiaofeng and Zhang Dai stood at the edge of the field, their expressions grim as they listened to the discussions around them. Although both possessed S-level talents, they knew that even Bai Ao couldn't last more than 2 rounds against Ying Xuan. They understood that even if they teamed up, they wouldn't be a match for him. Moreover, they belonged to different schools, making effective cooperation impossible. At this point, Jiangling No. 1 High School score had soared to an astounding 2,700 points. Wu Xiaofeng muttered, even if Ying Xuan withdraws now, Jiangling No. 1 High School will at least secure a top 3 spot. The 7-school alliance's plan has completely failed. He could never have imagined that Jiangling No. 1 High School would pull off such a comeback against the odds. On the podium, 5 influential figures who had participated in the bet reluctantly handed over 4 mid-level energy crystals to Zheng Wudi. Turning to Vice Principal Zhou Bin, Zheng Wudi said, after the competition, these crystals should be distributed as educational resources to the 8 high schools in Jiangling City. I'll leave this matter to you, old Zhou. Just as Zhou Bin nodded in agreement, Zheng Wudi's phone suddenly vibrated. Upon reading the message, his expression turned serious. Principal Zheng, why the long face after earning 20 energy crystals? The influential figures asked. The coastal war zone has sounded a red alert. I need to check it out. I'll leave things here in your hands. Before finishing his sentence, Zheng Wudi had already vanished from the podium. The remaining figures exchanged worried glances. A red alert signified the approach of a monarch-level demon, and even a 7th-rank peak powerhouse like Principal Zheng was but an ant in the face of such a threat. Recalling the news of Wakoku's destruction a week ago, they quickly realized it might be the tentacled demon monarch. Let's continue with the competition, someone suggested. The coastal defense line has stood for decades. It won't be easily breached. Even if something unexpected happens, we're far enough from the coast to have time to evacuate. Zhou Bin's gaze fell on Ying Xuan in the arena. The young man, clad in a Black Dragon Robe, possessed an SS-level talent, showcasing unmatched determination and will. Coupled with his distinguished background and inexhaustible resources, perhaps he could truly achieve the impossible. As everyone pondered, Ying Xuan had already made his choice. Next, Experimental High School. Above the spectator stands of the Experimental High School, Zhang Dai seemed ready to rise as if anticipating something, but was held back by Gao Han, who placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Surprised, Zhang Dai turned to meet Gao Han's eyes, which glimmered with an unsettling intensity. Principal, what's going on? Zhang Dai began, but Gao Han was already scanning the surroundings with caution. Once assured that everyone's attention was fixed on Ying Xuan in the arena, he swiftly drew a peculiar purple-black pill from his pocket. Even from a brief glance, Zhang Dai could sense the extraordinary power contained within it. What is this? Zhang Dai inquired. But before he could finish, Gao Han leaned in close, discreetly placing the pill in his hand. This is the Bloodburn Elixir, Gao Han whispered. It can significantly boost your combat power for a short time. I intended it for your match against Bai Ao, but it seems Ying Xuan is a much tougher opponent. Zhang Dai stared in disbelief at the Bloodburn Elixir in his hand. He had heard of this forbidden concoction, crafted from the essence of a third-grade demonic beast's blood, combined with a dozen rare ingredients. It temporarily enhanced a soul master's power by burning their vital essence, but the side effects were severe, and it was officially banned in the Xia domain, now only available at a high price on the black market. Principal, this is just the 8 schools challenge. Is it worth resorting to such measures? Besides, taking it will severely deplete my stamina and affect my lifespan and cultivation progress. Zhang Dai's protest was cut short as Gao Han frowned and interrupted him. Zhang Dai, Gao Han said, patting his shoulder with an unyielding tone. The soul weapon material reward from this competition is crucial for me. If it weren't necessary, I wouldn't ask this of you. Seeing Zhang Dai's puzzled expression, Gao Han offered a cryptic smile. You don't need to know the specifics, just defeat Ying Xuan. Rest assured, once it's done, I'll compensate you with a legendary soul weapon material and 2 primary energy crystals. Zhang Dai's eyes lit up. Compared to these valuable rewards, the side effects of the drug seemed insignificant. Don't worry, Principal, with the Bloodburn Elixir. Even if Ying Xuan has second-grade power, it won't matter. He placed the pill under his tongue, intending to take it if the battle turned unfavorable, and then led the other 7 representatives from Experimental High School toward the arena. Gao Han remained where he stood, a gleam of greed and fervor flashing in his narrowed eyes. The mysterious soul weapon material. It shall be mine. Although Zhang Dai didn't understand why the principal was so concerned about a soul artifact material, he couldn't afford to dwell on it now. Defeating Ying Xuan would not only earn him the admiration of many and 2,000 points, but also legendary materials and energy crystals. The risks of using the Bloodburn potion had long been overshadowed by this overwhelming temptation. A slight smile played on his lips as he began to plan how to humiliate Ying Xuan. Both sides, take your positions. The chief referee's voice echoed throughout the arena. Ying Xuan stood at the center of the stage, locking eyes with Zhang Dai. Seeing the playful smile on Zhang Dai's face, Ying Xuan frowned. As someone capable of defeating Bai Ao in an instant, he couldn't fathom where Zhang Dai got the confidence to remain so calm. The audience below was buzzing with conversation. Look at Zhang Dai, why isn't he scared at all? Even if he has some hidden aces, they won't matter against such a huge gap in strength, right? Luo Gudian noticed the faint, ominous smile on the face of Gao Han, the principal of Experimental High School, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Just as he was about to warn Ying Xuan, the chief referee announced the start of the match. Principal, what's wrong? The grade director sensed Luo Gudian's unease. Luo Gudian scrutinized Zhang Dai on the stage with deep focus, but couldn't find anything obviously wrong. Something feels off, let's just watch the match for now. On the stage, Zhang Dai fixed his gaze on Ying Xuan, his voice dripping with provocation. Ying Xuan, you should know the effects of my death scythe. Don't blame me if you get hurt. This harsh remark didn't anger Ying Xuan. Instead, it left the 6 representative students from Experimental High School exchanging puzzled glances. One of them couldn't help but mutter under his breath, damn, has Zhang Dai lost it? Wasn't this supposed to be just a show? Now he's in for it. Probably won't escape a good beating. Zhang Dai suddenly turned his head, his gaze sharp as a knife, instantly silencing the boy. This scene prompted a sneer from Ying Xuan. Zhang Dai, it seems your teammates don't have much faith in you. Stop wasting time. Are you going to surrender or not? Humph. Zhang Dai gritted his teeth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Ying Xuan, today I'll show you what true power is. Soul Artifact, Death Scythe. With unwavering determination, Zhang Dai summoned the Death Scythe, its blade glowing with a sinister, black-red light. Following his lead, the other members of the Experimental High School team revealed their soul weapons: Ice Chains, Thunder Axe, and Windblade, each shimmering with vibrant colors in the air. Yet, to Ying Xuan, these were nothing more than flashy displays. With a simple gesture, his Black Dragon Robe enveloped him, exuding an overwhelming aura that shattered their formation. Without Xiao Yi's Azure Lute for support, the Experimental High School team was completely exposed to the oppressive force of the Dragon Robe. Damn it! Zhang Dai gritted his teeth, gripping the scythe tightly. No wonder he's called the Demon King. Is this the power of an SS-class soul weapon? The situation was far worse than Zhang Dai had anticipated. With his first grade, 7th level strength, even approaching Ying Xuan was a daunting task, let alone defeating him. The immediate priority was to have his teammates deplete the opponent's stamina, waiting for the right moment to use the magic potion for a decisive victory. Everyone, regroup and attack together. Zhang Dai commanded, and the 6 team members quickly gathered, raising their soul weapons and charging at Ying Xuan. It resembled a team of heroes challenging the final boss. Ying Xuan merely smiled faintly in response. To those charging at him, that smile was like the grim smile of death, sending chills down their spines. Sky Splitter. A fierce sword aura swept across, causing the experimental high school team members to lose their grip on their soul weapons, which clattered to the ground. The spectators watched clearly, their discussions bubbling over. Haha, they can't even hold their weapons. They might as well surrender. Exactly. Are they here for a comedy show? Don't talk big. If you were up there, you wouldn't even be able to move. The audience quickly realized that these were the top talents of Jiangling City on stage, and Ying Xuan's ability to make them bow their heads spoke volumes about his strength. The chatter quickly subsided. On the spectator stand of Liqing High School, Tang Yan's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light, clearly impressed by Ying Xuan's prowess. Back in the arena, Ying Xuan swung his sword again, sweeping the 6 team members off the stage with his sword aura. He then aimed another strike directly at Zhang Dai. With a resounding clash, Zhang Dai was forced back several steps, nearly falling off the platform. Damn, no wonder even by AO couldn't withstand 2 hits. The gap between second grade and first grade strength is like a chasm. A sinister smile suddenly appeared on Zhang Dai's lips. In that case, don't blame me for using some tricks. He curled his tongue and retrieved the potion hidden beneath it, swiftly swallowing it. Instantly, a searing flame erupted in his stomach, and his vital energy rapidly transformed into power, coursing through his body like molten lava. The intense pain caused his veins to bulge, but at the same time, waves of formidable strength surged into his limbs and bones. Under the potion's influence, his organs contracted and pulsated, merging with the potion in an instant. Zhang Dai's eyes were bloodshot, and the scythe in his hand emitted a blinding blood-red glow. Ying Xuan watched, frowning as Zhang Dai's aura continued to climb. This is... Before he could finish, a sharp sword aura swept in. Everyone thought this strike would surely knock Zhang Dai off the stage, but he simply raised the scythe and, with a light swing, deflected the terrifying sword aura that even by AO couldn't withstand. How is this possible? Zhang Dai was hiding his strength all along. Gasps erupted from the spectators. Gao Han, the principal of the experimental high school, smirked. With the enhancement of the blood-burning potion, Zhang Dai could not only break through to second-grade combat power in a short time, but also reach the second stage of the second grade. Combined with the scythe's unpredictable soul attacks, Ying Xuan was bound to lose. The dignitaries on the main stage stood up, shocked by Zhang Dai's sudden display of second-grade strength. Without family backing, such rapid advancement was unimaginable. Yet the undeniable reality was before them, all stemming from the potion that burned out in an instant. On Jiangling High's viewing platform, Luo Gudian frowned deeply. Even with SS-level talent, Ying Xuan had barely reached the first stage of the second grade. How could Zhang Dai, with merely S-level talent, break through so quickly? Main judge, I request a physical examination for Zhang Dai. But the main judge was fully focused on the fierce battle on stage, worried about potential casualties in the duel between second-grade soul masters. On the arena, Ying Xuan was still reeling from shock as Zhang Dai charged forward like a released tiger. He knew the potion's effects were short-lived and had to end the fight quickly. Ying Xuan, let's see if you can withstand the scythe of second-grade power. S-level talent, Soul Harvest. In the stands, Bai Ao suddenly stood up, his face filled with disbelief as he sensed Zhang Dai's presence. As one of the top experts in the Seven Schools Alliance, he knew Zhang Dai's strength. Well, it was impossible for him to reach second-tier combat power. It wasn't just Bai Ao, Wu Xiaofeng, Tang Yan, and Xiao Yi also frowned deeply. The Zhang Dai before them seemed like a completely different person, showcasing a strength that was unrecognizable compared to their previous impressions. This sudden surge of power was like a weak candle flame doused in gasoline, instantly turning into a raging fire. However, no one knew that the source of this power was the blood-burning elixir. On the podium, Yao Yao gripped the microphone, her voice trembling with excitement. This is unbelievable. Zhang Dai from the experimental high school has been hiding his strength all along. Can Ying Xuan, who has been unstoppable so far, withstand this fierce attack? No one present, including the chief referee, had expected Zhang Dai to gain his power by taking a magical potion. It wasn't a lack of imagination, but rather an unwillingness to consider such a possibility. The blood-burning elixir, a banned substance in the Xia domain, was not only hard to obtain, but also had terrifying side effects that deterred most. This drug, which burns life and exhausts the future, is typically only used in life-or-death situations. Who would risk their life for a mere 8 schools challenge, especially someone as promising as Zhang Dai? On the stage, Zhang Dai's scythe whistled through the air. Ying Xuan stood not far away, sensing the aura emanating from his opponent and understanding. Just as the rumors said, Zhang Dai's S-grade talent Soul Reaper primarily targeted the mental plane. Clang, the scythe collided with the sky-splitting sword, the sound of metal clashing echoing across the venue. At that moment, a sinister smile appeared on Zhang Dai's lips. The Reaper's scythe in his hand suddenly emitted a strange black aura, which quickly condensed into a smaller scythe aimed directly at Ying Xuan's forehead. Ying Xuan immediately realized this was a deadly strike aimed at his soul. He swiftly sidestepped, positioning the sky-splitting sword in front of him and pushing forward, forcing Zhang Dai to stagger back several steps. The black aura-formed scythe narrowly missed Ying Xuan's side. The audience below gasped at this breathtaking scene. Ying Xuan and Xiao Yu were particularly furious. Damn, that Zhang Dai is playing dirty, pretending to be all innocent, claiming the scythe has a will of its own, when in fact he intended to kill. If it weren't for Brother Xian's quick reflexes, Ying Xuan trailed off, too angry to continue, but the murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakable. Among the many contestants present, only Ying Xuan could fend off Zhang Dai's lethal move. Anyone else would likely have perished by now. The chief referee was about to intervene, but saw that Ying Xuan had already launched a counterattack against Zhang Dai. The battle between the two intensified, with sparks flying where their weapons clashed. Ying Xuan was surprised to discover that each of Zhang Dai's attacks was fiercer than the last, as if he were racing against time. Zhang Dai's sword strikes grew increasingly vicious, yet he still couldn't break through Ying Xuan's defense. On the platform, beads of sweat trickled down Zhang Dai's forehead, and a flicker of anxiety flashed in his eyes. He was well aware of the brutal cost of the bloodburn potion. The longer its effects lasted, the more it drained his life force. Meanwhile, Ying Xuan deliberately slowed his attack pace, each move executed with calm precision. Although he didn't understand Zhang Dai's urgency, he knew that making his opponent anxious would bring victory closer. Ying Xuan, are you doing this on purpose? Zhang Dai couldn't suppress his anger and shouted. His outburst only made Ying Xuan laugh, confirming his suspicions about his opponent's state of mind. A playful smile tugged at the corners of Ying Xuan's mouth. Since Zhang Dai was so desperate, he decided to play along. In a swift move, he stepped back, widening the distance between them. The spectators were buzzing with discussion. Look, why is Ying Xuan just circling around Zhang Dai on the platform? Haha, Zhang Dai looks like a puppet being led by the nose. But it seems Zhang Dai wants a quick fight. Is Ying Xuan afraid to face him head-on? By now, Zhang Dai's face had turned pale, and his failed attacks left him feeling defeated. Each strike seemed to hit nothing but air, with no solid connection. Worse still, his life force was burning away invisibly. Damn it, Ying Xuan, you coward. Are you man enough to fight me head-on? Zhang Dai's taunt only prompted Ying Xuan to dodge even more deliberately. On the Jiangling High School viewing platform, Ying Xuan asked, puzzled, Principal, why is Brother Xian avoiding him? That's not like him. Principal Luo Gudian explained with a smile. Ying Xuan is strong enough to defeat Zhang Dai outright. But he clearly sees that his opponent wants to end it quickly, so he's intentionally stalling. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Principal Gao Han of Experimental High School, who was frowning, further confirming that Zhang Dai had something to hide. As time ticked by, Zhang Dai could feel his body nearing collapse. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, Ying Xuan, you forced me into this. Dong, dong. The veins on Zhang Dai's neck throbbed violently, each pulse accumulating a terrifying energy. Outwardly, he appeared calm, but inside, his vital energy was burning, and his body was operating at full capacity. For the sake of that legendary material and energy crystal, he had to defeat Ying Xuan. In an instant, a scarlet aura of death enveloped the entire arena. The scythe of death in his hand trembled slightly, and a crimson gale swirled around, each wind blade carrying the soul-shaking power of the scythe. This force had already reached the second tier of the second grade, causing even the usually composed Ying Xuan to furrow his brow. A wave of exclamations erupted from the spectators. That death aura is almost tangible. Why isn't the referee intervening? Even Ying Xuan can't withstand this strike. The crowd buzzed with discussions, all intimidated by the eerie aura emanating from the scythe of death. Suddenly, the scythe emitted a crisp ding. Zhang Dai's pupils contracted, realizing something was amiss. Before he could react, the aura of the scythe had already invaded his mind. Help! His cry for help was cut short as his consciousness plunged into darkness. When he opened his eyes again, the usual brilliance was gone from his blood-red gaze. This body is so weak. Even burning life with forbidden drugs can't secure victory, useless. An unfamiliar voice spoke from his mouth. Boom. Zhang Dai gripped the scythe tightly, charging at Ying Xuan with astonishing speed. The latter raised his sword to block, but was pushed back several meters by the transformed power, nearly falling out of the ring. Struggling to his feet, Ying Xuan stared into Zhang Dai's blood-red eyes, instantly realizing the truth. Zhang Dai had lost control. The Scythe of Death, one of the most mysterious soul weapons, could drive its wielder mad if its power was overused, turning them into a killing machine. Although strength and speed would increase exponentially, the price was complete loss of control over the body, only to be released after killing the target or being defeated. Whoosh! Zhang Dai reappeared before Ying Xuan. As Ying Xuan raised his sword to defend, he overlooked a wisp of black air dispersing from the scythe. This wisp quickly formed a small scythe of death, aiming directly at his forehead. Compared to the last encounter, this attack was clearly more ferocious. The scythe of death in Zhang Dai's hand glowed with a sinister black light, aimed directly at Ying Xuan's face. I can't block it. Ying Xuan's pupils contracted, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. This smaller version of the scythe was specifically designed to target the soul and spirit. If hit, he would inevitably become a vegetable. A confident smile played on Zhang Dai's lips, but the next moment, a raspy, inhuman sound emerged from his throat. Boy, Zhang Dai's body is already wasted. It's an insult to the lineage of the Death Scythe. However, your body is quite suitable to become the next host for my Death Scythe. These words sent a chill down Ying Xuan's spine. The Death Scythe actually possessed its own consciousness. He quickly assessed the situation. Although the Black Dragon Robe provided comprehensive protection, its mental defense was its weakest point. Faced with a soul weapon specifically targeting the mind, he found himself without an effective countermeasure. Damn it! Whatever you are, take this sword first. Ying Xuan shouted, thrusting out the heaven-opening sword. Though it might be futile, it was better than doing nothing. Zhang Dai easily dodged the blade, sneering, "How arrogant! Becoming the vessel for the Death Scythe is an honor, yet you dare resist. Since you're so disobedient, taste the painful shock." The black scythe was now just a millimeter from Ying Xuan's forehead. In this life-or-death moment, a flood of regrets overwhelmed him. Failing to honor his ancestors, not fulfilling his dream of vanquishing demons, not showcasing the Black Dragon Robe's forbidden powers, disappointing Bai Qi and the soldiers, and not even having his last bowl of beef noodles. Most heartbreaking was not reuniting with the grandfather who raised him and his biological mother. Just as Zhang Dai was about to succeed, Ying Xuan suddenly remembered something crucial: the old principal's instructions. Boom! Zhang Dai's smug expression froze instantly. A mysterious purple light burst from Ying Xuan's forehead, forming the mark of a towering structure. The tower sensed the presence of the Death Scythe and immediately unleashed powerful purple waves, blasting Zhang Dai and the Death Scythe away. The scythe fell to the ground, trembling violently, as if it had met its nemesis. For it knew well that this was the legendary demon-suppressing tower. And Ying Xuan was not only the young master of the Ying Imperial clan, but also the master of the demon-suppressing tower. Everything happened so quickly, and with the scythe's evil spirit focused on mental attacks, Bai Qi and the guards had no time to react. At that critical moment, a dazzling purple light suddenly burst from Ying Xuan, directly blasting Zhang Dai away. The spectators erupted in astonishment. Everyone was stunned by the power displayed by the demon suppression tower, which was far beyond their understanding. "Mr. Zhou, did you see where that purple light came from?" A bald officer on the podium asked Zhou Bin, the vice principal of Jiangling University, as he kept his eyes fixed on the stage. Zhou Bin frowned and slowly shook his head. On the stage, the evil spirit of the Death Scythe was incredulous after its attack missed. It hadn't expected Ying Xuan to possess a magical artifact capable of defending against mental attacks. From the intensity of the purple light, it was clear this was not a one-time consumable, but a high-quality, continuous protective artifact. Before the spirit could recover, a powerful suction suddenly emanated from the demon suppression tower between Ying Xuan's brows. This feeling instilled fear in the spirit. It could distinctly sense itself gradually separating from Zhang Dai's body. In an instant, a purple breeze swept by, and Ying Xuan's figure vanished. Simultaneously, a wisp of black smoke was drawn out from Zhang Dai's body and disappeared as well, leaving Zhang Dai's body limp on the ground, his previously blood-red eyes returning to their normal color. The entire audience stood up, bewildered by what had just transpired. The head referee quickly rushed onto the stage, first scanning the area for any sign of Ying Xuan, then attending to the unconscious Zhang Dai. As his mental power swept over Zhang Dai's body, his expression changed dramatically. "Doctor," the head referee shouted. A man in a white coat with a Red Cross emblem on his chest, the chief physician of the competition, Yu Qian, immediately ran onto the stage. Zhang Dai's condition was extremely precarious, with his blood vessels so fragile they seemed on the verge of rupture. Upon seeing Zhang Dai's condition, Yu Qian immediately furrowed his brow. Zhang Dai was as pale as a sheet, his muscles limp and weak as he lay on the ground, his eyes unfocused, clearly having exhausted his mental strength. As Yu Qian examined him, he quietly diagnosed the symptoms. At that moment, the principal of Experimental High School, Gao Han, hurried onto the platform. He feigned concern, asking about the situation with a face full of worry, trying to show everyone how much he cared for the students. However, a hint of impatience flickered deep in his eyes, as his true concern was whether any trace of the blood-burn potion remained. He quickly realized that the potion had been completely consumed, leaving no residue on Zhang Dai. "Doctor, how is Zhang Dai?" Gao Han asked, pretending to be concerned. The doctor shook his head, not noticing the fleeting impatience in Gao Han's eyes. His body and spirit are severely overtaxed, and his blood circulation has become extremely sluggish. He must be taken to Jiangling Hospital immediately for treatment, or his life could be in danger. Meanwhile, Luo Gudian also rushed onto the platform, his eyes searching for Ying Xuan. Incredible, he murmured. How can a living person just vanish into thin air? Is this some kind of magic trick? At this moment, Ying Xuan found himself inside the demon suppression tower. The space was vast and awe-inspiring, with countless cages embedded in the walls, each containing a ferocious demon. Upon seeing Ying Xuan, the demons began to violently crash against their cages, emitting deafening roars, seemingly trying to break free. However, the cages were made of a special material and remained unmoved no matter how frenzied the demons became. Before Ying Xuan could adjust to this environment, Bai Qi led a group of soldiers rushing out from the void. Your Majesty, Bai Qi knelt on one knee, his expression grave. This guilty general is late. Please punish me. The other soldiers also knelt in unison. Ying Xuan did not blame them. No matter, the situation arose suddenly. It's not your fault. As Bai Qi prepared to plead again, a raspy voice suddenly emerged from the front. They all looked over to see a black mist gradually forming into a humanoid shape, looking around in confusion. Where the hell is this? Ying Xuan frowned, and the soldiers recognized the unwelcome guest, the death scythe demon soul that had nearly harmed the emperor earlier. Brothers, kill it. Just as the soldiers were about to charge forward, a loud crash sounded from the top of the tower. Massive stone walls descended from above, instantly sealing off the space and isolating the outer demon cages. The walls shimmered with mysterious purple runes, as if telling some ancient secret. This sudden change surprised the demon soul as well. From its perspective, the stone walls formed a space resembling an ancient arena, exuding a dangerous and mysterious aura. It and Ying Xuan seemed like gladiators chosen by fate, about to engage in a life-and-death battle within this enclosed space. The dense stone walls crackled with purple, forbidden energy, reminiscent of a raging storm. This terrifying force was palpable even from a distance, sending chills down one's spine. Ying Xuan surveyed his surroundings and whispered, the death arena. As the core functional area of the demon suppression tower, it was both an opportunity and a peril. Slaying demons could yield energy crystals, but defeat meant facing the threat of death. At that moment, a Reaper Scythe wraith, shrouded in black smoke, hovered in the air. Its face was obscured by thick fog, rendering its features indiscernible. This entity, originally Zhang Dai's sole weapon, had not only gained self-awareness but had also broken free, turning into a demon, which was beyond Ying Xuan's comprehension. Bai Qi shielded Ying Xuan and asked in a deep voice, Your Majesty, do we have to kill it to get out? Ying Xuan nodded, drawing the heaven-splitting sword. That's right. This is the death arena of the demon suppression tower. There's only one way out to defeat the enemy before us. His eyes sharpened, and the heaven-splitting sword trembled slightly with his emotion. 14 elite Qin guards stood in 2 rows, each clutching a bronze sword, their eyes fixed intently on the wraith ahead. Suddenly, the wraith emitted a raspy voice, possession body. The voice seemed to come from all directions, making it impossible to pinpoint its source. Seeing the wraith threaten the emperor, Bai Qi was filled with rage. He shouted, Demon, meet your end, and launched the first attack. The other guards followed closely, leaving Qin Lu and Qin Shi to protect Ying Xuan closely. The wraith immediately transformed into a cloud of black smoke, swiftly reforming into a scythe. Bai Qi's bronze sword struck the scythe blade, producing a crisp metallic clang. Second rank, second tier. Bai Qi sneered. A mere low-level demon dares to act insolent before the emperor? Take this. Though the wraith excelled in mental assaults, it was clearly outmatched in sheer power by Bai Qi, let alone facing the assault of numerous guards. Damn it. Ganging up on me, how unfair. If you're brave, face me unknown. The wraith cursed internally. Once I successfully possess a body, you'll regret it. A black whirlwind rose from the center of the Reaper Scythe. The wraith again turned into smoke, deftly dodging the guard's strikes. In an instant, it reformed and lunged straight at Ying Xuan. Ying Xuan, now prepared, focused intently on his opponent ahead. His movements were light and agile, as if he anticipated every strike from the Reaper's scythe. When the scythe's mental assault came, he deftly evaded it. Open heaven, he shouted, as the open heaven sword sliced through the air in a fierce arc, striking the scythe with precision. The clash of metal rang loudly, sending the scythe flying several meters away before it reformed into a human shape from swirling black smoke. This strike had clearly weakened the demon's aura. Boy, don't be ungrateful, the demon's soul hissed. Being possessed by the will of my Reaper's scythe is a blessing. There's still time to change your mind, and I can let you retain your consciousness. Before he finished speaking, the surrounding soldiers were already incensed. How dare you disrespect the emperor? Qin Lu shouted, brandishing his cleaver. Let me chop this monster up and feed it to the dogs. The soldiers surged forward, forcing the demon's soul to dodge frantically. Ying Xuan, however, had realized a crucial point. The demon's mention of possession while retaining consciousness made him understand Zhang Dai's awakening wasn't purely due to the Reaper's scythe, but was a symbiotic relationship. Zhang Dai had used certain methods to quickly enhance his power, which left his body weakened and allowed the Reaper's scythe to take advantage. Once the demon sensed Ying Xuan's powerful talent, it abandoned Zhang Dai and targeted him instead. Without the protection of the demon suppression tower, this possession might have succeeded. The thought sent a chill down Ying Xuan's spine. The demon's soul, now besieged by the crowd, was in a dire situation. What about a fair duel? A unknown fight? It shouted while dodging Bai Qi's attacks. Ying Xuan, spare my life, and I'll tell you an important secret. Seeing Ying Xuan unmoved, the demon's soul became desperate. I'm willing to become your second soul weapon. With your talent and my assistance, your power will skyrocket. I can even help you elevate the Reaper's scythe to an SS-level talent. Ying Xuan laughed coldly at this. An S-level soul weapon, even if it could grow to SS level, was nothing compared to the forbidden-level talent of the Black Dragon Robe. Bai Qi, soldiers, let's slay this demon. As you command, your majesty. Under the relentless attack from all directions, the aura of the demon's soul waned like a candle flickering in the wind. In the arena of the demon suppression tower, Ying Xuan showcased a unique combat style. Unlike other tower masters who engaged in fair, unknown duels with the demons, he commanded a battalion of heavily armored Qin guards to mercilessly besiege the demon's soul. Spare me, my lord, the demon's soul pleaded desperately, struggling against the flurry of sword lights from all sides. If you let me live, it'll reveal more ancient secrets to you. Yet, Ying Xuan's gaze remained as cold as ice. In the arena, there was no room for mercy. Especially since the moment the demon's soul attempted to possess him, its fate was sealed. Sensing the unwavering determination in Ying Xuan's eyes, the demon's soul abruptly switched tactics. You force my hand, boy. If I can't live, then no one will. Its previously waning aura suddenly surged several times over, as it began to frantically gather energy. Bai Qi immediately noticed the anomaly. This is bad. The demon's soul is going to self-destruct. Everyone, protect his majesty. Upon hearing the command, the soldiers swiftly formed a defensive line in front of Ying Xuan, swords raised and ready. The self-destruction of a second-stage demon soul would be devastating enough to endanger everyone present. Your Majesty, Qin Lu exclaimed suddenly. Wait, where is his majesty? Only then did they realize that Ying Xuan, who had been standing behind them, had vanished. At that moment, a clear sword hum echoed through the arena. A figure clad in a black dragon robe, wielding the heaven-splitting sword, shot towards the demon's soul like an arrow from a bow. What the hell? You're not playing by the rules. The demon's soul was clearly taken aback by Ying Xuan's sudden assault. It had intended to wait for its opponents to set up their defenses, then seize the opportunity to split off a fragment of its soul for possession. Now, it had no chance to evade. The heaven-splitting sword pierced the demon's soul with precision, and the once menacing demon's soul, ready to self-destruct, deflated like a punctured balloon. The aura of the demon's soul rapidly diminished as it staggered and collapsed to the ground, dissipating into wisps of black smoke in the air. Ying Xuan let out a cold snort and sheathed the heaven-opening sword. The battle had been so swift that it caught everyone off guard. The demon's soul hadn't even managed to unleash its vaunted charged attack before being slain. Trying to save a big move for the battlefield? That's an insult to my intelligence, Ying Xuan thought to himself. Bai Qi was the first to react, striding forward to bow before Ying Xuan. Your Majesty's decision-making is wise, and your actions are decisive and resolute. Truly, you are a master of great talent and strategy. I am in awe. The other soldiers also stepped forward, praising Ying Xuan's decisiveness. At that moment, the massive walls around them suddenly shifted, and a glow of purple inscriptions appeared on the ground where the demon's soul had vanished. In the center of the glow, two oddly shaped objects emerged. Ying Xuan approached to examine them, first noticing a round stone emitting a faint blue light, an elementary energy crystal with a mere 1 in 1,000 drop rate. Although it wasn't a rarity for him, it confirmed what the old headmaster had said. Defeating a demon in the arena indeed guaranteed the drop of an energy crystal. Even more attention-grabbing was the second item, a fragment of a blade emitting an eerie red glow. Bai Qi immediately moved to shield Ying Xuan, as the fragment's aura was identical to that of the Grim Reaper's scythe demon soul. Your Majesty, allow me to investigate first. Bai Qi cautiously probed the fragment with the tip of his sword. After confirming there was no danger, he picked it up. This fragment no longer has the consciousness of the demon's soul, but its energy is extremely turbulent. Ying Xuan took the fragment and instantly felt the restless energy within it. This should be soul artifact material dropped by the demon's soul, and of a high grade. Bai Qi and the others were stunned by his words. It was well known that soul artifact materials could enhance a soul master's artifact talents, with higher grade materials providing better effects. Even the sacred materials bestowed upon Ying Xuan by the Ying imperial family, such as the silk from the demon god giant silkworm, were among the most precious soul artifact materials in existence. Yet now, the fragment Ying Xuan held, from a mere second grade, second-tier demon soul, surpassed even legendary grade quality. This discovery left him puzzled as well. If I'm not mistaken, this blade fragment is likely of spirit level, Ying Xuan remarked, just as the surrounding soldiers erupted in astonishment. Everyone present understood that the higher the grade of the demon, the more precious the soul artifact materials it dropped. The grades progress from ordinary, rare, epic, legendary, spirit, soul, to saint. Typically, only by defeating a 7th grade demon could one obtain spirit level materials. Yet, this mere 2nd grade demon had dropped a spirit level material, defying all logic. Although Ying Xuan was puzzled, he quickly realized the key point: the demon soul had mentioned that the Scythe of Death was a growth-type soul artifact. While the specific growth method was unclear, it at least indicated that this demon soul had the potential to grow to the 7th grade, but was slain prematurely by him. As Ying Xuan pondered, the massive stone walls around them began to shake violently. Looking up, he saw the giant walls rising to the tower's top, signifying the end of the death duel. Without a doubt, Ying Xuan had emerged as the final victor. Bai Qi, guard me. I need to seize the moment to absorb the energy crystals and soul artifact materials. At your command, Bai Qi responded promptly. Ying Xuan sat cross-legged, grasping a primary energy crystal in his palm, and began to channel his mental power to guide the crystal's energy throughout his body. Bai Qi and the soldiers formed a vigilant circle, maintaining a tight watch on the surroundings. Although the demons within the demon suppression tower could not break free, they remained on high alert. As the warm flow from the primary energy crystal infused his meridians, Ying Xuan's aura began to change. After battles with the Wild Boar King and the Ghost-Faced Bat, his combat power had reached the peak of 2nd grade 1st level, and now he was finally about to break through to the 2nd grade 2nd level. His Majesty is about to break through again. As a growth-type subordinate, Bai Qi was the first to sense his master's change. When the crystal's glow gradually dimmed, Ying Xuan suddenly opened his eyes, feeling the surge of new power within. Every muscle in his body had become more resilient, and his spirit was significantly enhanced. 2nd grade 2nd level. Simultaneously, Bai Qi's strength also rose, reaching the 2nd grade 2nd level. Next, Ying Xuan took out the blade fragment, intending to integrate it into the Black Dragon Robe. He remembered clearly that saint-level materials could upgrade the robe's innate level, and he wondered what changes this spirit-level material would bring. However, as his mental power touched the blade fragment, a piercing chill engulfed him. This sensation was completely different from the smooth absorption of the demon god silkworm's silk. He could clearly feel the shards of the blade resisting the Black Dragon Robe. The rebellious intent emanating from the fragments struggled violently, like a wild horse trying to break free from the robe's constraints. A mere fragment dares to defy me? Ying Xuan sneered, and the Black Dragon Robe unleashed a tremendous pressure. This force descended like a mountain, causing the shard to tremble violently under its terrifying weight. Seizing the opportunity, Ying Xuan immediately directed his thoughts to precisely lock onto the shard. With the assistance of the robe's pressure, his mental power enveloped it layer by layer, finally subduing the defiant fragment. As the shard transformed into pure energy and merged with the Black Dragon Robe, a system notification echoed in his mind. Host has absorbed spiritual grade material. Talent upgrade progress increased by 10. Upon reaching 100, any talent advancement can be selected. This notification puzzled Ying Xuan. He distinctly remembered that absorbing a saint-grade material last time directly completed a talent advancement. Why did this only increase by 10? Upon reflection, the answer became clear. First, his talent was of a restricted level, naturally consuming far more resources than ordinary talents. Secondly, the energy contained in soul weapon materials of different grades varied significantly. Saint-grade materials could instantly reach 100, soul-grade materials could increase progress by 30, while spiritual-grade materials only by 10. This path is indeed long and arduous. Ying Xuan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Using lower-grade materials to upgrade the Black Dragon Robe was a waste of time. However, with the Ying Imperial clan as his backing, saint-grade materials were at his disposal, making these spiritual and soul-grade materials seem like candy. For an average family, such consumption would be impossible to sustain. Meanwhile, in a black palace in the wilderness, a figure slowly opened his eyes. The man seated on the throne looked down at an elder dressed in priestly robes, holding a skull-topped staff. Grand Priest, if I'm not mistaken, that aura just now originated from the Grim Reaper. The Grand Priest shook the staff in a peculiar manner for divination. When two beast teeth fell to the ground, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Great King, you are correct. The Grim Reaper's aura came from the Chinese Divine Realm. Chinese Divine Realm? The man frowned and stood up from his throne. Why would the Grim Reaper's aura appear there? Before the Grand Priest could respond, he continued. No matter what, there can only be one Grim Reaper in this world, and that's me. Even if the other is a powerhouse from the Chinese Divine Realm, I will surely slay them. As he finished speaking, a blood-red phantom formed in his hand, eventually taking shape as a menacing scythe of the Grim Reaper. Upon hearing the man's words, the high priest respectfully bowed. His gaze seemed to pierce through time, witnessing a long-buried history. Tens of thousands of years ago, at the dawn of chaos, the world was in disarray. Hordes of demons ravaged the land, reducing cities to rubble, and countless lives were lost under their claws and fangs. Just as human civilization was on the brink of annihilation, a divine artifact descended to the mortal realm, the Scythe of Death. An exceptionally gifted soul master awakened this scythe. With profound understanding of the laws of death, he wielded the scythe, its dark glow cutting a path through the endless hordes of demons. Wherever the scythe swung, demons fell, and he single-handedly saved humanity from the brink of extinction. The world revered him as the god of death, his name resounding across the land. However, even such a legendary figure could not withstand the ravages of time. After he passed away, the Scythe of Death did not accompany its master. Unexpectedly, freed from its master's control, the scythe manifested a spirit of its own and began to harvest lives indiscriminately, claiming both demons and humans as its prey. This catastrophe forced humans and demons to form an unprecedented alliance. In a brutal battle, both sides suffered heavy losses, but ultimately, they managed to shatter the rampaging Scythe of Death. Its sharp blades scattered across the world. Later, it was discovered that anyone who came into contact with these shards could awaken a terrifying S-grade soul weapon ability. This led to speculation about the full Scythe of Death's potential power. Could it be SS-grade? Or even higher? To prevent history from repeating itself, human leaders ordered a ban on collecting the shards. However, the secret leaked, and a faction called the Temple of Death emerged. They covertly sought out the shards, and after millennia of development, they became a formidable force in the wastelands. The man seated on the throne at this moment is the 203rd leader of the Temple of Death. Under his leadership, the temple has collected 5 shards, elevating his Scythe of Death ability to SS grade. Yet, his ambition extends far beyond this. He aims to gather all the shards and regain the supreme power over death. Now, through the High Priest's divination, he sensed the presence of the Reaper's aura within the Divine Realm of Huaxia. The familiar energy fluctuation made him instantly certain that one of the shards of the Reaper's scythe must be hidden there. High Priest, gather the troops and head to the Divine Realm of Huaxia, the man ordered sternly. The High Priest immediately knelt on one knee, respectfully bowing his head, and responded, "As you command, my great king." Meanwhile, inside the Demon Suppression Tower, Ying Xuan frowned slightly as a surge of memories from the Reaper flooded his mind just after he absorbed the blade fragment. This discovery left him astonished. The seemingly ordinary blade fragment was actually related to the Reaper. Though he knew nothing about the Temple of the Reaper, his intuition told him that this fragment was linked to extraordinary circumstances. As Ying Xuan was deep in thought, Bai Qi's voice suddenly interrupted his contemplation. "Your Majesty, a peculiar energy has suddenly appeared within me, and it seems I can summon it with just a thought." Ying Xuan quickly turned his head, and the sight before him left him speechless. Bai Qi was surrounded by a faint aura of death, and a blood-red mark glowed faintly on his forehead. This familiar scene, coupled with Bai Qi's description, clearly indicated the awakening of a soul weapon talent. Bai Qi, don't resist this energy. Try to embrace it and let it become a part of you, Ying Xuan urgently advised. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi released his suppression, and immediately, a thick killing intent filled the entire demon suppression tower. The demons in the surrounding cages trembled in fear at this aura. A scythe-shaped soul weapon gradually formed above Bai Qi's head, the Reaper's scythe, with an S-level talent. The scythe slowly descended into Bai Qi's hand, its presence perfectly aligning with Bai Qi's title as the God of Killing, as if it was tailor-made for him. "Your Majesty, I am forever grateful for your kindness." Bai Qi knelt on one knee, clasping his fists in salute, his voice resonating with strength. Ying Xuan was overwhelmed with excitement. He hadn't anticipated that integrating the blade fragment into the Black Dragon Robe would awaken a soul weapon in his subordinate. This was a significant leap in combat power. "Bai Qi, what is the effect of your awakened talent?" Ying Xuan asked eagerly. Bai Qi stood up, excitement flashing in his eyes. "Your Majesty, I have awakened the S-level talent Soul Shock, the same as that of the Demon Soul." Ying Xuan gasped. This was truly a godsend. Soul Shock, as a mental attack directly targeting the enemy's soul, was incredibly powerful. Even better, since the Demon Soul had dissipated, using the Reaper's scythe would not incur backlash. The potency of this attack, which had nearly overwhelmed Ying Xuan himself, was unimaginable. Currently, what Ying Xuan lacks is a means to counter mental attacks. Bai Qi, after awakening the Reaper's scythe, gained the S-level talent Soul Shock, which perfectly fills this gap, providing Ying Xuan with a powerful trump card. Meanwhile, chaos erupted at the 8 Schools Challenge. After Zhang Dai was taken away on a stretcher by medical staff, Luo Gudian led the students from Jiangling No. 1 High School directly to Gaohan, demanding an explanation for Ying Xuan's mysterious disappearance. Gaohan! Luo Gudian shouted furiously, his face red with anger and veins bulging on his neck. Don't play dumb with me. I know you and Zhang Dai are behind this. Hand over Ying Xuan immediately. The scene descended into chaos. The grade director and students from Jiangling No. 1 High School joined in the outcry, and even the referees and officials on the podium couldn't calm the uproar. Gaohan, publicly questioned and embarrassed, frowned and retorted, Luo, you're turning the tables on me? Ying Xuan severely injured Zhang Dai, and I haven't even settled that score with you. He disappeared on his own. It has nothing to do with me. Stop lying. Luo Gudian's body suddenly surged with powerful energy waves. You used Bloodburn Potion to boost Zhang Dai's strength, thinking I wouldn't notice? We'll deal with that later. For now, either hand over Ying Xuan, or I'll risk my life to fight you. Boom! A strong gust erupted from Luo Gudian's body. Although Gaohan felt guilty about being caught using the Bloodburn Potion, he maintained his composure. I told you, I really don't know about Ying Xuan's disappearance. Luo Gudian finally lost his temper, raising his hand to unleash a fierce wind blade. Gaohan hastily defended himself, incredulous. Are you crazy? This is a competition venue. At that moment, a powerful pressure descended from the podium, forcing Luo Gudian back several steps. Zhou Bin, the vice president of Jiangling University, leaped down and sternly commanded, silence. This is Jiangling University Stadium, and conflicts are strictly prohibited. Seeing this, everyone paid their respects. Gaohan immediately approached with a flattering tone. Mr. Zhou, Luo attacked openly and should be expelled immediately. However, Luo Gudian did not back down. Instead, he stood tall and faced Zhou Bin Heaton. Principal Zhou, Gaohan violated the rules by allowing Zhang Dai to temporarily boost his combat power through special means. Furthermore, Gaohan is definitely connected to Ying Xuan's disappearance. Luo Gudian's voice echoed around the arena, his eyes blazing with anger. Zhou Bin stood nearby, his brows furrowed. As the vice principal of Jiangling University, his primary concern at this moment was Ying Xuan's safety. After all, Ying Xuan was from an imperial family, a presence they dared not offend lightly. If anything happened to Ying Xuan at Jiangling University, the consequences would be unimaginable. Gaohan. Zhou Bin turned to the teacher leading the experimental high school team, his voice stern. Are you sure you don't know where Ying Xuan is? If you're involved, it's best to come clean now. Gaohan was taken aback, disbelief written all over his face. He hadn't expected Zhou Bin to not only ignore Luo Gudian's baseless accusations, but also to direct suspicion towards him. Principal Zhou, I'm being wronged. Gaohan protested, stamping his foot in frustration. I swear on my life, I had nothing to do with it. I am just as baffled as to why Ying Xuan vanished. As the situation reached a deadlock, a strange spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared on the arena stage. A familiar figure gradually emerged. It was Ying Xuan, who had disappeared earlier. Luo Gudian, abandoning his argument with Gaohan, rushed to the stage. The spectators buzzed with speculation, wondering if this had something to do with the special abilities of the Black Dragon Robe. Seeing this, Zhou Bin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ying Xuan. Luo Gudian hurried to the young man. What happened just now? Are you hurt? Ying Xuan smiled and shook his head. No need to worry, Principal. It seems to be an effect of the Black Dragon Robe's abilities. He deliberately omitted mentioning the events inside the Demon Suppression Tower, as the fewer people knew about such secrets, the better. Satisfied that Ying Xuan was unharmed, Luo Gudian switched his focus. During the fight, did you notice anything unusual? I suspect Zhang Dai used forbidden drugs to temporarily boost his combat power. Ying Xuan recalled how Zhang Dai's strength had inexplicably surged during the battle from the 7th stage of the 1st rank to 2nd rank combat power in an instant. This was beyond any reasonable explanation. With Zhang Dai's arrogant nature, he would never hide his true strength. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ying Xuan approached the head judge, his voice firm. Head judge, I wish to report that Zhang Dai used banned substances. Performance-enhancing drugs? Ying Xuan's accusation echoed through the stadium, bringing the once lively crowd to a sudden hush. Everyone knew that the competition rules strictly prohibited the use of any banned substances. If proven, not only would all awards for the school be revoked, but the offender would be expelled from the event, losing eligibility for the upcoming Battle Royale. After a brief silence, murmurs erupted across the stands of various schools. Ying Xuan actually accused Zhang Dai of using banned substances. That seems unlikely. This is just the 8 schools challenge. Who would take such a huge risk? Exactly. The side effects of these drugs are severe and could jeopardize one's life and future. Who would do something so reckless? The head judge strode over to Ying Xuan. Although he too was skeptical about Zhang Dai's sudden surge in strength, the test showed no traces of banned substances in Zhang Dai's system. Ying Xuan, do you have any evidence to support your claim that Zhang Dai used performance-enhancing drugs? The head judge asked sternly. Taking advantage of the situation, Gao Han stepped forward with a feigned, innocent expression. Ying Xuan, not only did you severely injure our Zhang Dai, but now you're making baseless accusations? Luo Gudian immediately stepped in front of Ying Xuan, frowning. However, Ying Xuan did not back down. He met Gao Han's gaze directly. Under his intense stare, Gao Han visibly faltered. Whether drugs were used, you and Zhang Dai know best, Ying Xuan said coldly. Jumping from first rank, 7th stage, to second rank combat power in an instant, what more evidence do you need? As a principal, to gamble with a student's future and life is a disgrace to educators everywhere. Gao Han's face twisted with anger as he snarled. Ying Xuan, who do you think you are? How dare a nobody like you speak up? Before he could finish, Luo Gudian lunged like a caged tiger, delivering a powerful punch to Gao Han's chest. What identity? Ying Xuan's status is beyond your ridicule. Staggering backward, Gao Han looked at Luo Gudian in disbelief. Old Luo, you dare strike me. He turned to Zhou Bin for assistance. Old Zhou, this is the second time Luo Gudian has resorted to violence in the competition. You must expel him from the field. However, Zhou Bin merely turned his head, indifferent to the scene unfolding before him. Gao Han's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. Zhou Bin chose to ignore him, which ignited a surge of uncontrollable anger within Gao Han. Even someone like Zhou Bin was insignificant compared to Ying Xuan's powerful background. Witnessing Gao Han publicly humiliate Ying Xuan, Zhou Bin naturally sided with the latter. Rage boiled within Gao Han, and his gaze turned fierce. Suddenly, a dagger emitting a faint yellow glow appeared in his hand out of thin air. It was his rank soul weapon, the dust dagger. Kid, you dare humiliate your elders in public? I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your family today. Gao Han unleashed the aura of a 5th-grade soul master, his figure darting towards Ying Xuan like a phantom. His target was clear, not Luo Gudian, but Ying Xuan standing to the side. Luo Gudian's eyes narrowed at the sight, and he immediately launched a gust of wind, which Gao Han deftly evaded with an uncanny agility. This scene caused the spectators from Jiangling First High School to rise in shock. Has the principal of experimental high gone mad? How dare he attack Ying Xuan? Doesn't he know Ying Xuan's identity? Gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience. Ying Xuan, the one at the center of it all, frowned, raising his sky-cleaving sword, clearly not expecting Gao Han to actually make a move against him. Huh, Ying Xuan, why aren't you as arrogant now? Gao Han had already reached Ying Xuan, his dust dagger transforming into a sandstorm, lunging at Ying Xuan like a ravenous tiger. Luo Gudian, the chief referee, and Zhou Bin all moved in from different directions to intercept the attack. At that critical moment, a silver lightning bolt suddenly descended from the sky, piercing through the clouds like a dragon. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the bolt transformed midair into a dazzling divine sword of lightning. How dare you? A thunderous voice roared from the heavens, causing the entire world to seem to tremble. The voice instilled a profound sense of pressure that was indescribable. The mysterious divine sword appeared to have a will of its own, streaking like lightning directly at Gao Han. With a sharp slash, Gao Han stared incredulously at his right hand. His hand gripping the dust dagger had been severed at the wrist by the divine sword, the cut smooth as glass, as if meticulously polished. Yeah, my hand, my hand. Gao Han's agonized screams echoed throughout the arena. In the next moment, blood gushed from Gao Han's severed arm, and the excruciating pain made him let out a piercing scream. As his cries echoed, the sandstorm stirred up by the soul weapon vanished instantly. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard, and all eyes instinctively turned to the center of the arena. Even Yao Yao, the commentator, put down her microphone, staring intently at the terrifying sword exuding an overwhelming aura. This aura alone suffocated everyone present, far surpassing the power of Jiangling University's president, Zheng Wudi. The geniuses, including Bai Ao, swallowed nervously, finding it difficult to breathe under the sword's pressure. Only Ying Xuan's eyes showed a flash of excitement upon seeing the sword. Its owner, radiating an awe-inspiring presence, was his father, Ying Xuan, the head of the Ying imperial clan. A figure descended from the sky, a middle-aged man clad in armor. With a mere wave of his hand, the sword in the air trembled and returned to his grasp. The spectators erupted in astonishment, whispering among themselves, "This aura is terrifying, completely overwhelming President Zheng. When did Jiangling City have such a formidable figure?" The dignitaries on the podium rose to their feet, sensing the man's aura and forming a suspicion this must be the legendary figure from the Ying imperial clan. Bald military officer He Feng excitedly rushed down from the podium, bowing respectfully to Ying Xuan. Junior He Feng greets the sage. The word sage sent ripples of shock through the crowd. Everyone immediately stood and paid their respects, the chorus of "Greetings, sage," resounding throughout the stadium. Even the top students gathered at the entrance of Jiangling University were drawn in by the spectacle, their eyes filled with awe as they looked up at the figure in the sky. Who would have thought that the small city of Jiangling harbored a legendary 8th grade sage, a true pillar of the nation? Oh my gosh, is that a sage? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Everyone present could feel the terrifying aura emanating from the spirit master, an aura that only an 8th grade sage could possess. People had originally thought Principal Zheng was the strongest in Jiangling City, but unexpectedly, a sage-level powerhouse appeared. Ying Xuantian's arrival was like a bombshell, and the news quickly spread throughout Jiangling University. Students, teachers, and leaders all rushed over to catch a glimpse of the sage. Everyone present respectfully bowed, except for Ying Xuan, who stood unmoved on the stage. This scene caught the attention of Wu Xiaofeng from Jiangling's second high school, who shouted sternly, "Ying Xuan, why do you not bow before the sage? What kind of behavior is this?" Before he finished speaking, an invisible pressure instantly flung Wu Xiaofeng to the ground. While everyone was still in shock, Ying Xuan stepped forward slowly, cupped his hands slightly towards Ying Xuantian, and said softly, "Father." These two words were like a thunderclap, and everyone present wondered if they had heard wrong. In the audience, whispers spread. "Did you guys hear that?" On the viewing platform of Jiangling First High School, Jin Yuan and Xiao Yu were so excited their hearts raced. They had long known Ying Xuan had an extraordinary background, but witnessing him as the son of a sage solidified their resolve to follow him. Luo Gudian, the chief referee, and Zhou Bin felt relieved. With a sage present, Ying Xuan was naturally safe. However, Gao Han looked ashen and filled with regret. He never dreamed he had dared to provoke the son of a sage. Ying Xuantian looked at his son, his eyes full of pride. "Xianer, in just a few days, you've advanced to second-grade combat power. You truly are my son, Ying Xuantian." His voice echoed across the sky, as if proclaiming his pride to the world. When Gao Han heard the name, Ying Xuantian, his knees buckled, and he fell to the ground. That surname awakened his deepest fear, the Ying imperial clan. "My lord, please spare my life," Gao Han pleaded, his voice trembling with fear. Ying Xuantian furrowed his brows slightly, ignoring Gao Han, who was kneeling on the ground. His gaze was cold and stern, clearly not intending to let the matter slide easily. "Father, what brings you to the tournament?" Ying Xuan asked in surprise. At these words, Ying Xuantian's faint smile vanished as he silently took out his phone. The photo on the screen made Ying Xuan's pupils constrict. A man in a black robe, covered in blood, lay lifeless on the floor. "Xianer, the assassin from the killer hall who attacked you on the road has been taken care of by me," Ying Xuantian stated with a hint of menace in his voice. "I intended to deal with Wang Hao and his son to eliminate future threats, and I decided to stop by and watch your match while passing through." Ying Xuan suddenly understood. So, it was indeed Wang Hao and his son who plotted against him. His previous leniency had indeed planted a seed of danger. This time, he would not give them any more chances. "Xianer, did you just mention that a contestant used illegal substances?" Ying Xuantian's voice rose sharply. "Who dares to break the law in my city of Jiangling?" A powerful aura immediately swept across the venue. Everyone present, including the dignitaries on the podium, broke into a cold sweat. If it turned out that a contestant had indeed used banned substances, those in charge would be held accountable. Zhou Bin quickly stepped forward, respectfully bowing. "Sir, according to Dr. Yu Qian's examination, no traces of banned substances were found in Zhang Dai's system." Before he could finish, an even stronger pressure emanated from Ying Xuantian, silencing Zhou Bin. Ying Xuantian's eyes scanned the room like lightning. "Whether there are traces or not is not for you to decide. As I understand, there is a banned substance called blood ignition potion that leaves no trace after use." Upon hearing this, Gao Han, who was kneeling, visibly trembled. This subtle reaction was immediately caught by Ying Xuantian. Gao Han's heart raced, and large beads of sweat rolled down his face, soaking his collar and seeping into the wound of his severed arm, causing intense pain. Yet, compared to the terror he felt inside, this pain was negligible. "Sir, everything should be based on evidence," Gao Han stammered. Ying Xuantian snorted coldly and waved a hand, sending Gao Han flying with an invisible force, crashing heavily against the arena's pillar. "Evidence. My son's word is evidence, irrefutable evidence." Ying Xuantian's voice was filled with authority. "Do you think my son, the heir of the prestigious Ying clan, would lie?" For the first time, those present were confronted with the domineering nature of the Ying clan, and they couldn't help but feel a deep sense of fear. This was the true power of a strong leader. In this world where strength reigns supreme, the powerful set the rules and are always right, while the weak can only be ruled by them. A deathly silence enveloped the crowd around the arena. The spectators were as quiet as mice, their breathing cautious and restrained. In this oppressive atmosphere, a clear voice suddenly broke the suffocating silence from the noble high school's viewing platform. "Ying Xuan is right. Zhang Dai may indeed have taken banned substances." Everyone turned their heads, as if frozen in place. Bai Ao's figure slowly stood up from the audience, walking steadily towards the arena. Even Ying Xuan was momentarily taken aback to see Bai Ao, the strongest in the Seven Schools Alliance, choosing to support him. Bai Ao stepped onto the arena, his gaze sharp. Previously, due to the Seven Schools Alliance, we had shared information about each other's strength. Zhang Dai had always shown a first-tier 7th-level ability, but in the recent battle, he suddenly surged to 2nd tier. This is highly suspicious. He paused before continuing. More importantly, Dr. Yu Qian's examination found no direct drug residues, but Zhang Dai's meridians are severely damaged, and his blood ratio is abnormal, which are typical aftereffects of taking banned substances. These words landed like a heavy blow, shattering the last hope of Gao Han, who was kneeling on the ground. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face ashen. Meanwhile, Ying Xuan looked at by Ao with approval. This young man speaks the truth. With evidence in hand, Gao Han, do you still deny your guilt? Ying Xuan's voice carried an undeniable authority. Gao Han knelt on the ground, engulfed in unprecedented despair. A seemingly ordinary 8 schools challenge had unexpectedly attracted the attention of the Ying clan's enforcer, and worse, he had offended the son of a sage. But he also knew there was a mysterious force behind him that he couldn't afford to offend, all for the sake of a crucial soul artifact material. Whether he admitted to using banned substances or not, death awaited him either way. My lord, it's a wrongful accusation. I, Gao Han, swear I did not use any banned substances. Gao Han cried out desperately. Ying Xuan said no more, raising the bronze divine sword in his hand, its tip pointing directly at Gao Han. The oppressive aura of death enveloped Gao Han, making every hair on his body stand on end. At that critical moment, an urgent ringtone sounded from Ying Xuan's pocket. He took out his phone, his brow furrowed as he read the message. A red alert has been issued for the eastern coastal region of Jiangling City. The tentacle demon lord is invading. Please provide immediate assistance. Ying Xuan's brows furrowed sharply the moment he saw the message on his phone. His change in expression did not escape Ying Xian's notice, and the latter quickly stepped forward. Father, what happened? Ying Xuan slowly sheathed his battle sword, his gaze heavy. The tentacle demon lord, after destroying Wakoku, has now set his sights on Jiangling City, he said gravely. As the nearest coastal city, we're the first in line. The coastal defenses have already issued a red alert. He paused before continuing. Jiangling City has long been under the secret protection of our Ying clan empire. The official Huaxia Divine Realm has requested me to oversee the defense line. The tentacle demon lord arrived so quickly? Ying Xuan was surprised but showed no fear. An 8th-grade demon dares to act recklessly in the Huaxia Divine Realm? Our Ying clan empire has slain countless 8th-grade demons over the millennia, and even several 9th-grade demons have met their end at our hands. He recalled that his Black Dragon Robe was crafted from the materials of a 9th-grade demon, the demon god giant Silkworm. Suddenly, Ying Xuan sensed something amiss. Father, even 9th-grade demons dare not easily step into our Huaxia Divine Realm. The tentacle demon lord's arrogance suggests he might have another plot. Be cautious on this journey. Hearing his son's words of concern, Ying Xuan felt warmth in his heart. In the past, Ying Xuan had always been cold towards him, reluctant even to call him father. Now, not only did he address him as such, but he also showed concern, which made him laugh heartily. Ha ha, Xianer finally knows how to care for his father. Don't worry, what's an 8th-grade demon? Not long ago, I had a direct confrontation with a 9th-grade demon in the primordial forest. He patted his chest and turned to face Gao Han. Since I'm in such a good mood today and have important matters to attend to, I'll spare your life for now. However, you must turn yourself in to the Jiangling City Enforcement Hall within 3 days and confess to administering banned substances to students, while also canceling all rewards for the experimental high school in the upcoming challenge competition. If you fail to comply, I won't hesitate to take action myself. With these words, everyone present gasped. The Enforcement Hall, as the official law enforcement agency of the Huaxia Divine Realm, was known for punishing law-breaking soul cultivators, and its reputation was enough to instill fear in anyone. Ying Xuan not only demanded Gao Han to turn himself in, but also revoked all the rewards for the experimental high school. Despite their resentment, no one from the school dared to voice their opposition. After all, in front of a sage, any dissatisfaction had to be swallowed. Having narrowly escaped death, Gao Han knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably and repeatedly kowtowing. Thank you, sir, for sparing my life. I will go to the enforcement hall to confess immediately. He secretly felt relieved, thinking Ying Xuan spared him to maintain the imperial family's reputation. Little did he know, Ying Xuan couldn't care less about others' opinions. He simply didn't want to ruin his good mood over something so trivial. Gao Han picked up his severed arm from the ground and fled the stadium like a defeated dog. Ying Xuan turned to Ying Xuan, speaking gently. Xianer, I must first attend to the coastal defense. I'll leave Wang Hao and the others to Elder Yang. Once the competition is over, the family will host a grand banquet to celebrate your return to the lineage. Ying Xuan nodded in agreement, though his mind was occupied with the possibilities following his recognition by the family. Before he could ponder further, Ying Xuan vanished in an instant. as if he had never been there, and the suffocating pressure disappeared with him. However, as Gao Han was leaving Jiangling University, preparing to turn himself in, he suddenly heard a cold female voice. Gao Han, did you get the soul artifact materials? A tall woman emerged from an alley, dressed in combat attire, with a murderous intent that chilled the air. Gao Han trembled all over. Madam, why are you here? Before he could explain, a flash of cold light passed by. Gao Han looked down in disbelief at the silver blade piercing his abdomen. The woman, expressionless, said, You failed such a simple task. What use are you? With that, she withdrew the blade and disappeared into the depths of the alley. Gao Han coughed up blood, his eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. He tried to speak, but only a faint no escaped his lips before he collapsed in a pool of blood, his life slowly ebbing away. No one could have predicted that Gao Han, the renowned principal of the experimental high school and a formidable figure in Jiangling City, would meet such a tragic end on the street. On a summer morning, a sanitation worker, who was routinely sweeping the street, suddenly stopped. His eyes widened, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Before him lay a corpse, face down in the alley, already emitting a nauseating odor. With trembling fingers, the sanitation worker dialed the number for the law enforcement hall. Hello, is this the law enforcement hall? He stammered, struggling to suppress his fear. A standard greeting came from the other end. Hello, this is Jiangling City Law Enforcement Hall. How may we assist you? In the alley by the Jiangling University perimeter. There's a dead body. As soon as he finished speaking, a chill ran up his spine. Within 5 minutes, the piercing sound of sirens shattered the morning calm. 3 law enforcement vehicles pulled up at the alley's entrance, drawing the attention of nearby residents. They noticed personnel in distinctive uniforms stepping out of the cars, sparking a flurry of discussion. That's the badge of the Criminal Investigation Unit. The Criminal Investigation Unit? They only show up for major cases. Leading the group was a burly man, whose expression was grave as he approached the alley, signaling his team to set up a perimeter. The sanitation worker quickly gestured to guide them. Officer, over here. As the officers gathered around the body, everyone gasped. The deceased's right arm was missing, and there was a horrific wound through the abdomen. A female officer began documenting the scene, questioning the sanitation worker for details. Sir, when did you discover the body? About 5 minutes ago. Did you see anyone suspicious? No. Did you touch the body? I wouldn't dare. I called the police as soon as I saw it. After completing the record and taking photos of the scene, the burly man put on disposable gloves, preparing to turn the body over. The man carefully grasped the edge of the deceased's clothing and slowly turned the body over, trying to identify the victim. As soon as the body was fully turned, a strong smell of blood filled the air, causing everyone present to cover their noses and step back. The moment the body was fully revealed, everyone gasped in shock. Despite the right arm being severed at the shoulder and the abdomen pierced by some deadly weapon, the face was surprisingly intact. A female officer pointed at the body with a trembling hand, her voice quivering. This is Principal Gao Han of the experimental high school. This discovery hit the officers like a heavy blow, shattering their composure. Gao Han was not only the head of Jiangling City's experimental high school, but also a powerful 5th-grade exorcist. The fact that someone could silently kill a 5th-grade exorcist in broad daylight and abandon the body on the street was a blatant challenge to the law enforcement hall and the laws of the Huaxia Divine Realm. The burly man in charge took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. Today is the 8 schools challenge in Jiangling City. Gao Han, as the leader of the experimental high school, was supposed to be at the competition. He examined the body closely. The severed arm and abdominal wounds were clearly caused by different weapons, suggesting it was likely a group attack. He made a quick decision and turned to give orders. Teams 2 and 3, stay at the scene and continue collecting evidence. Team 1, come with me to Jiangling University to investigate Gao Han's whereabouts. Yes, sir. Everyone responded in unison. Meanwhile, at the 8 schools challenge, the atmosphere was completely different. Unaware of the principal's tragic death, the competition continued in full swing. Sensing Zhantian's departure, Ying Xuan had been advancing effortlessly, easily qualifying through the rounds. Upon learning of his true identity, his opponents nearly lost their fighting spirit. If not for saving face, they might have followed the first competitor, Wang Yang, in conceding immediately. Wang Yang was really smart to surrender right away. Could he have known about Ying Xuan's background all along? A genius like him should be at a prestigious high school. Why is he at Jiangling No. 1 High School? With Ying Xuan on their side, Jiangling No. 1 High School is really going to soar this time. As the crowd buzzed with discussions, the host, Yao Yao, announced clearly to the entire venue. The first stage of the round robin is over. Congratulations to Ying Xuan from Jiangling No. 1 High School for achieving final victory, earning an additional 2,000 points. Now announcing the 8 schools ranking. First place, Jiangling No. 1 High School, with a total of 8,900 points. 8,900 points. As soon as this number was announced, The room fell silent before erupting into gasps of disbelief. Everyone stared at the scoreboard with wide eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. This was an unprecedented achievement. Ying Xuan not only defeated 69 elite students from 7 schools in succession, but also set a new record for the highest score in the history of the 8-school challenge with overwhelming dominance. It's important to note that those representing their schools are the cream of the crop, meticulously selected top talents. Yet, Ying Xuan swept through this group of prodigies, single-handedly dismantling the alliance of the 7 schools. The stands of Jiangling First High School were in an uproar. The earlier gloom was completely dispelled, replaced by enthusiastic cheers. Ying Xuan and Xiao Yu were so excited they were jumping around, exclaiming, "Brother Xian is amazing! Brother Xian is invincible! Let them see the strength of Jiangling First High School." Pride was written all over the faces of Luo Gudian and the grade director. Jiangling First High School, which had always been at the bottom in previous challenges, had now completely turned the tables thanks to Ying Xuan's unexpected emergence. Even the proud Bao from the prestigious high school was no match for Ying Xuan. What thrilled them even more was that Ying Xuan's background as part of the Ying imperial clan was well known, providing Jiangling First High School with an incredibly powerful backing. On the podium, Yao Yao was announcing the final rankings. Second place, Noble High School, 200 points. Tied for third place, Experimental High School, Liqing High School, Zhegang High School, Fuxing High School, Jiangling Second High School, Jiangling Third High School, each with 100 points. This outcome was undoubtedly a huge blow to the other schools, especially for the long-dominant Noble High School, for whom second place was a significant humiliation. The situation for Experimental High School was even more awkward, as their rewards were temporarily revoked due to Zhang Dai's suspected use of banned substances, pending the results of an investigation by the disciplinary committee. Principal Gao Han was about to surrender, and Zhang Dai's fate was uncertain. The once arrogant students of Experimental High School now hung their heads in dejection. Watching this scene, Ying Xuan wore a victorious smile on his face. "The more arrogant you were just a moment ago, the more pathetic you look now." Yao Yao's gaze swiftly shifted to Zhou Bin on the podium. He took the microphone, scanned the dense crowd below, and announced in a booming voice, "The first stage of the challenge is now over. Jiangling High School has gained 8,900 energy points in the instant space." This figure made Luo Gudian's heart race. 8,900 energy points meant that Jiangling High School's training space could be sustained for 3 years, providing students with more training opportunities and steadily enhancing the school's overall strength. Zhou Bin continued without pause. "Other schools, don't be discouraged. The second phase of the challenge, the Battle Royale mode, is about to begin. In this mode, you can also earn points to exchange for energy. More importantly, the ultimate victor will have the chance to obtain mysterious soul artifact materials." These words immediately ignited the fighting spirit of students from the other 7 schools. They exchanged glances, thinking, no matter how strong Ying Xuan is individually, can he really take on thousands alone? The combined effort of nearly 10,000 students could change everything. The discussions in the audience grew louder. "I heard this is the first ever Battle Royale competition. It's not just our 8 schools participating. Apparently, the entire Tianqing County and its 10 subordinate cities are involved." Zhou Bin raised his hand to signal for silence and began to explain the rules in detail. "This Battle Royale mode will gather elites from 100 high schools across Tianqing County and 8 other cities. Here, there are no restrictions. You can freely form alliances and fully showcase your talents." His voice grew even more powerful. "But remember, in this grand competition, there can be only one true winner." The entire venue erupted. This was no ordinary tournament, but a true battle of prodigies. On this rule-free battlefield, only the strongest will emerge victorious in the end. Just as everyone was about to enter the Battle Royale training space, a group of figures dressed in blue uniforms suddenly appeared at the stadium entrance. "Law Enforcement Hall investigation. Everyone, hands on your heads and squat down." A commanding voice echoed through the venue. The once noisy scene fell silent in an instant. The striking blue uniforms caused everyone's hearts to skip a beat as they immediately recognized who had arrived. Whispers spread through the crowd. "Are these people from the Law Enforcement Hall?" As Gao Han already turned himself in. The leader of the group, a burly man, unleashed a palpable pressure of 6th-rank combat power that swept across the entire area. "Didn't you hear? Law Enforcement Hall investigation. Everyone hands on your heads and squat down. The event organizer, come forward for investigation." The spectators in the stands quickly complied, and Zhou Bin, the vice principal of Jiangling University, hurried over to the man. Although he was also a 6th-rank soul master, even the vice principal had to show deference to the enforcers from the Law Enforcement Hall. "Sir, we are currently holding the Jiangling City Annual 8-School Challenge. May I ask what brings the Law Enforcement Hall here?" Zhou Bin inquired respectfully. The man frowned. "Are you the person in charge of the event?" "The person in charge is our principal, Zheng Wudi. He is currently occupied, so I am overseeing the event in his stead," Zhou Bin explained. A look of surprise flashed in the enforcer's eyes as he asked in a deep voice, "Are you aware of what happened to Gao Han, the principal of experimental high school?" Zhou Bin's expression changed slightly, a subtle shift that did not escape the man's notice. "Sir, Gao Han was about to go to the law enforcement hall to confess because he allowed students to take banned substances. Didn't you encounter him? Banned substances? Going to confess?" The man appeared puzzled. Meanwhile, on the Jiangling No. 1 high school spectator stand, Ying Xuan muttered quietly, "These law enforcement hall guys are too arrogant, making us squat without explaining anything, treating us like criminals." Shu, someone nearby, quickly cautioned, "These are official enforcers from the Divine Realm of Huaxia. Even Vice Principal Zhou shows them respect. If you provoke them, they can find any reason to put you in jail." "Humph, with Xianga looking out for me, what do I have to fear?" Jin Yuan boasted, but obediently squatted down nonetheless. The leading man from the law enforcement hall approached Zhou Bin and whispered, "Gao Han is dead." The words struck like a bolt from the blue, causing Zhou Bin's pupils to contract sharply, his lips parted slightly, and disbelief was etched across his face. "What did you say? Gao Han is dead?" Zhou Bin's voice trembled with disbelief as he asked again. His hands clenched involuntarily, and a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Did Ying Xuan deliberately let Gao Han go and then kill him outside the school? The man from the enforcement hall standing opposite Zhou Bin keenly noticed his unusual reaction. "Mr. Zhou, it seems you know something more?" The man's tone gradually became more aggressive. In broad daylight, a prominent figure in Jiangling City was murdered on the street. This is a major case. I hope you can cooperate with the investigation and tell us everything you know. These words made cold sweat instantly soak Zhou Bin's back. Although he was almost certain that Gao Han's death was linked to Ying Xuan, he could never say it aloud. The Ying clan not only secretly controlled everything in Jiangling City, but was also a top power in the entire Divine Realm of China. If his testimony offended the Ying clan, it wouldn't just be him facing Ying Xuan's retaliation, but the entire Jiangling University might suffer the clan's wrath. "Sir, the matter with Gao Han is highly complex. I suggest the enforcement hall stop here," Zhou Bin cautiously stated. The man's demeanor instantly became agitated. "Highly complex? In Jiangling City, no matter how big the case, the enforcement hall will investigate. Mr. Zhou, out of respect for your age, I'm giving you a chance. If you don't cooperate, don't blame us for charging you with harboring a criminal." Just as the man was about to apply more pressure, a cool voice suddenly came from behind. "Who gave the enforcement hall such authority? To charge whoever you want." The man turned sharply to see a young man with sharp features walking down from the stage, heading straight toward them. Zhou Bin recognized him as Ying Xuantian's son, Ying Xuan, and his heart grew even more tense. "Kid, didn't you hear me? Get down and wait for the investigation," the man barked. However, surprisingly, Ying Xuan showed no fear and continued walking forward. Gao Han, as the principal, violated professional ethics, forced students to take banned substances, and ignored basic humanity. What more is there to investigate? Ying Xuan said coldly. The man's attention was completely drawn to Ying Xuan. When other enforcement officers attempted to intervene, he raised his hand to stop them. Turning around, he squinted and said, "There's no need to investigate Gao Han forcing students to take banned substances, because Gao Han is already dead." Gao Han is dead. The words struck like a heavy blow, causing a wave of astonishment throughout the stadium. Everyone gasped in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. Even Ying Xuan couldn't help but furrow his brow as he quickly assessed the credibility of this news. As a fifth-rank soul descender, Gao Han was physically far superior to ordinary people. Even a severe injury like a lost arm shouldn't be fatal, unless someone took advantage of his weakened state to finish him off. Ying Xuan's first thought was that his father might have dealt the final blow, but he quickly dismissed this idea. With Ying Xuantian's character and status, if he wanted to kill someone, he would do so openly. After all, as a member of the Ying imperial clan with enforcement power, a single life meant little. However, the others in the stands had different ideas. Whispers filled the air. "The head of the fifth-rank demon subduers just died like that. It must be Ying Xuantian settling scores. Only a sage could silently eliminate a fifth-rank demon subduer. What does the enforcement hall matter in front of the Ying imperial clan? Would they even dare to investigate?" The leading enforcement hall officer sensed that the crowd seemed to know something. Since Zhou Bin remained silent, he decided to take a different approach. Anyone providing information on Gao Han will receive a primary energy crystal after verification. The crowd fell into a deathly silence, with only faint heartbeats audible. No one dared to offend the Ying imperial clan for the sake of an energy crystal. The man raised the stakes. 3 primary energy crystals. Still, no one responded. His chest heaved with frustration, clearly angered by this collective silence. Over 10,000 people, and not one dared to speak. What secrets lay hidden in this seemingly simple 8-school challenge? 1 mid-tier energy crystal, he roared, offering a new price. The crowd finally stirred, a ripple of commotion spreading among them. His fellow enforcer cautioned him worriedly. Boss, isn't a mid-tier energy crystal too valuable? The man dismissed his subordinate's concerns with a wave, convinced that the right price would unlock someone's lips. However, after a brief stir, the scene returned to a suffocating silence. Clearly, no one was willing to step forward with information. The man stood before the stands, his brow furrowed, muttering curses under his breath. Damn it, this is unbelievable. What kind of spell are these people under that even mid-tier energy crystals can't sway them? He clenched his fist, incredulously scanning the crowd. A single mid-tier energy crystal is worth 10 low-tier ones, enough to help a first-tier soul descender break through to the second tier. Just as the man was stewing in frustration, Ying Xuan's voice suddenly broke the silence. 3 mid-tier energy crystals, and I'll give you a lead. The crowd erupted in astonishment. A frail enforcer immediately jumped in, his voice sharp. What the hell? 3 mid-tier energy crystals? Are you robbing us? Those are only dropped by 3rd or 4th tier demons with a 9,000 chance. Do you think they're candy? The man frowned deeply. Although, as a 6th tier demon descender, he could afford such crystals, who would willingly part with such precious resources? Kid, 1 mid-tier energy crystal is the best I can offer. If you won't talk, plenty of others will. Ying Xuan merely smiled faintly, unmoved. Time ticked by, 5 minutes passed, and still no one spoke. The man's anger was nearly uncontrollable when he finally conceded. 2 mid-tier energy crystals. Ying Xuan still shook his head. Fine, fine. 3 it is, just tell me. The man practically spat the words through gritted teeth, desperate to know who wielded such power that everyone remained silent. Ying Xuan, however, flashed a teasing smile. Sorry, it's 5 now. This statement ignited the man's fury, a violent aura erupting instantly. Kid, are you playing me? Luo Gudian and Zhou Bin swiftly moved to shield Ying Xuan from the oppressive force. As the young master of the Ying Imperial clan, controlling the energy crystal harvesting demon tower, Ying Xuan was not short of a few mid-tier energy crystals. He was merely teaching these arrogant enforcers a lesson. Since they dared to challenge the Ying Imperial clan, as the clan's young master, he certainly wouldn't spare them any face. 5. Not a single one less, or I want talk. Ying Xuan's voice carried an unyielding resolve. At this moment, the man struggled to suppress the overwhelming anger within him, his fists clenching and unclenching reflexively. Ying Xuan's actions were not only a challenge to his authority as an enforcer, but also a blatant disregard for the entire enforcement hall's power. Yet, the reality was clear. Only Ying Xuan could reveal the hidden truths behind Gao Han. A glint of determination flashed in the man's eyes as he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, Fine. 5 mid-tier energy crystals, not a cent more. Behind this seemingly straightforward concession lay a plan. Once Ying Xuan disclosed Gao Han's secret, he could find various excuses to evade payment. After all, with the crystals in his possession, he could dictate their fate. However, Ying Xuan had already seen through this minor ploy and said coldly, Hand over the crystals first 5. Not one less otherwise. I won't say a word. The onlookers watched the enforcer's predicament with a hint of schadenfreude in their eyes. In their minds, the infamous reputation of the great demon king, Ying Xuan, surpassed that of the enforcers. Caught off guard, the man unleashed his pressure in an attempt to intimidate Ying Xuan. But standing beside Ying Xuan, Zhou Bin, a fellow 6th grade soul descender, immediately countered with an opposing aura. Enforcement hall, are you planning to use force for enforcement? Luo Gudian's loud shout broke the stalemate. The man gradually withdrew his aura. Despite his burning anger, he couldn't leave any evidence against him under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Forcing a smile, he retrieved 5 mid-tier energy crystals, glowing with a ghostly blue light, from his cloak. Ying Xuan unceremoniously stepped forward to take the crystals. The man immediately pressed, Kid, you have the crystals. Now, tell us about Gao Han. Ying Xuan silently pocketed the crystals and uttered a single sentence that made everyone gasp. My father cut off Gao Han's arm. Wow. The man could no longer maintain his composure, and several enforcers behind him erupted with an overwhelming presence aimed straight at Ying Xuan. Kid, you are suspected of a major criminal case. Come with me to the enforcement hall for investigation immediately, the man shouted, charging towards Zhou Bin. Zhou Bin, are you going to obstruct justice? Zhou Bin's eyes sharpened as he immediately summoned his soul weapon to confront the threat. Soul Artifact, Shuttle Sky Shield. With a deafening explosion, the man's fist slammed heavily onto Zhou Bin's shield. As a soul artifact specialized in defense, the Shuttle Sky Shield made Zhou Bin impervious to the attack. Despite both being 6th rank soul masters, Zhou Bin's natural advantage with the shield artifact gave him a defensive capability far superior to others of the same rank, making it nearly impossible for the man to breach his defenses. Just as the other enforcers prepared to intervene, Ying Xuan's voice rang out. Though it was my father who severed Gao Han's arm, I never said he killed him. Gao Han was a 5th rank soul master, with exceptional physical resilience and recovery abilities. How could a mere severed arm be fatal? His tone was laced with sarcasm. Is the enforcement hall always this hasty? Arresting someone without even verifying the true cause of death. These words struck the man like a hammer to the heart. He suddenly realized that Gao Han indeed had 2 injuries, and the fatal wound wasn't the severed arm, but rather the dreadful gash through his abdomen. In his eagerness to reprimand Ying Xuan, he had overlooked this crucial detail. A chorus of mocking voices erupted from the crowd below. Is this the standard of the enforcement hall? They lack basic logic and yet dare to arrest people so recklessly? How unprofessional. I wonder what their reaction will be when they find out Ying Xuan is from the Ying imperial clan. Before the words had even settled, a green light suddenly flashed on the stage. Luo Gutian instantly recognized the newcomer's identity. The green light transformed into a sharp blade, striking towards the enforcement hall man with lightning speed. His pupils shrank as he hastily raised his fist to block, only for the blade to accelerate and send him flying in an instant. Bang! The man crashed to the ground, covered in dust, with 3 shocking scars now marking his face. He shouted in disbelief. An assassin-type 6th-rank Soul Master. Daring to attack an enforcer in broad daylight is a grave crime in the divine domain of Huaxia. Before he could finish, an elderly figure appeared before Ying Xuan. The newcomer wielded a green bamboo staff and was none other than the old servant of the Ying imperial clan, Yang Xiao. Old servant Yang Xiao, at your service, young master. Yang Xiao knelt on one knee, leaving the enforcers present utterly stunned. A 6th-rank Soul Master kneeling to a young boy. Just who is this boy? The crowd was shocked. Yang Xiao slowly rose, his eyes glinting with icy intent. He had rushed over upon receiving orders from Ying Xuan, arriving just in time to see the enforcement hall man about to strike Ying Xuan. The man forced himself to remain calm, standing up to say, "You are challenging the enforcement hall, challenging the divine domain of Huaxia." Yang Xiao ignored his words, narrowing his eyes as he advanced step by step. Who gave you the audacity to investigate the Ying clan? To even dare to touch the young master of the imperial clan? In an instant, the green bamboo staff emitted a dazzling azure light, like a radiant sun. Yang Xiao wielded the staff, unleashing the terrifying power of a 6th-grade, 7th-level warrior with full force, exuding an overwhelming aura. This seemingly ordinary old servant of the Ying imperial clan now had a sharp gaze and an aura that brooked no defiance. He knew well that though his status within the clan was low, when it came to the safety of the young master and the dignity of the imperial clan, he had to step forward. This was not just an act of gratitude, but a responsibility. The Ying imperial clan. With these 4 words, the members of the law enforcement hall were struck as if by lightning, their faces turning pale. The leader's legs went weak, and he trembled all over. His earlier arrogance vanished completely. Throughout the divine realm of China, the Ying imperial clan was a top-tier power, dominating Jiangling City. Though extremely low-key and unknown to most ordinary people, the law enforcement hall members were well aware of this colossal entity. It was thanks to the Ying imperial clan that Jiangling City developed rapidly, and underground forces like the Assassin Hall dared not act recklessly, and even the powerful demons along the coast dared not invade easily. The Ying imperial clan was like a solid bastion on the eastern coast of the divine realm of China, akin to a stabilizing force. And the young man before them was none other than the young master of the Ying imperial clan. The leader's face turned ashen, and cold sweat dripped down. Although the law enforcement hall had the authority to enforce laws, this power was granted by the official divine realm of China and the major imperial clans. The imperial clan's enforcement power even surpassed that of the law enforcement hall, making his actions akin to a son striking his father. It was our law enforcement hall's incompetence that disturbed the young master. The man hurriedly apologized. How could someone of your esteemed father's status be involved in an incident like the ambush of Gao Han? Rest assured, our law enforcement hall will thoroughly investigate this matter and clear your name. All members of the law enforcement hall, withdraw. The law enforcers quickly found excuses to leave. Hey, my family's old cow is giving birth. I need to go back. My grandmother's getting married today. I need time off. The spectators couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Yang Xiao turned to Ying Xuan. Young master, the clan leader sent me to assassinate Wang Hao and his son, and I happened to witness this. Are you unharmed? Seeing Ying Xuan shake his head, he sighed in relief. With Luo Gudian and Zhou Bin present, along with the demon suppression tower in the young master's hand, those enforcers indeed posed no threat to him. At this moment, Zhou Bin and Luo Gudian also approached, with Luo Gudian smiling and saying, Yang Xiao, you arrived just in time. Yang Xiao respectfully bowed to Ying Xuan before disappearing from the stage in an instant. Ying Xuan knew he must be off to continue his mission to assassinate Wang Hao and his son, so he didn't ask further questions. Below the stage, Zhou Bin glanced at the green bamboo weapon Yang Xiao used, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Could this be the green bamboo elder from the Assassin's Guild? His words caught Luo Gudian off guard. Old Zhou, you know about green bamboo? Zhou Bin hesitated, then simply shook his head with a smile. Meanwhile, Ying Xuan was deep in thought. since it wasn't his father, who was so eager to take Gao Han's life. Yet he quickly dismissed the thought, as it had nothing to do with him. Besides, he had already obtained 5 intermediate energy crystals, enough for him to absorb over time. The small incident quickly subsided. Zhou Bin returned to the podium, greeted the distinguished guests, and pressed a prominent red button. With a click, the original stage slowly sank, replaced by a giant sphere emitting a mysterious blue light, resembling an enlarged energy crystal that gradually rose. The audience buzzed with curiosity. Weren't they supposed to have a battle royale? What's that sphere for? Someone explained. It's the entrance to the battle royale dungeon. This announcement immediately heightened the excitement in the crowd. Zhou Bin took the microphone and announced, the second phase of the challenge, the battle royale mode, is now open. He then detailed the rules. Demons would randomly appear inside the dungeon, and killing them would earn points. Contestants could hunt each other for half of their opponent's points. Dying had no negative effect, but meant elimination. There were also many hidden ways to earn points waiting to be discovered. He emphasized that the first-place winner would receive a mysterious soul weapon material provided by the Huaxia Divine Realm. After the rules were announced, the audience's discussion grew even more fervent. Some praised the innovative competition format, while others bluntly said that hunting other contestants was faster than hunting demons. When someone questioned the brutality of it, another quickly countered, it's just a competition, after all. There's no negative effect from dying, and it's a rare chance for real combat experience. After hearing the rules, Ying Xuan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The goal of this competition was singularly obtain the mysterious soul artifact material, which could only be awarded to the first-place winner. Standing out among 100 high schools and 100,000 students was destined to be a battle of the elite, far more brutal than any arena match. Meanwhile, on the arena stage of Tianqing County High School, a young man in white stood with a long sword in hand. He was Su Hen, the only one in Tianqing County to awaken an SS-level talent, and a direct descendant of the ancient sword family, the Su family. The audience below looked at him with admiration and whispered among themselves. Su Hen is sure to win the battle royale. Don't be so sure. I've heard there are many strong talents emerging from different places. Fengyun City's Fengyun 3rd High has an S-level talent with innate strength, and Huahai City has 2 S-level talent holders as well. There's rumored to be an SS-level expert in Ying City. Aside from Bai Ao from the Bai ancient family in Jiangling City, 3 more S-level talents have emerged. Su Hen sheathed his sword and stepped off the stage, his eyes gleaming with determination. I, Su Hen, am destined to claim first place in the battle royale. On the arena stage in Fengyun City, a muscular, bald young man named Wang, who stood proudly. He had just defeated all his opponents, winning first place in the arena competition. Behind him were the prodigies of Fengyun 3rd High, each filled with fighting spirit. The first place in the battle royale will undoubtedly be mine. Wang, who shouted with a clenched fist, Su Hen, by AO, you will all become my defeated foes. On the arena stage in Huahai City, a pair of twin sisters with S-level soul artifact talents faced each other. Their soul artifacts could perfectly coordinate, unleashing incredible destructive power. Sister, can we win this battle royale? It's hard to say. This battle of the elite requires a perfect blend of strength, luck, leadership, and wisdom. Even with our talent advantage, we can't afford to be complacent. On the battlefield in Ying City, a young boy wearing a blue cloak slowly approached the core of the dungeon. His name was Gu Long, and his eyes bore a coldness that seemed beyond his years. Growing up in an orphanage, his personality had become extremely reclusive due to the lack of familial warmth. Fate seemed to play a prank on this lonely boy. In a twist of events, Gu Long awakened the legendary SS-grade soul weapon talent. This news spread like wildfire across Ying City, with various factions extending offers of money, resources, and even power to entice him. However, perhaps due to the scars of betrayal from his childhood, Gu Long steadfastly adhered to his belief in trusting only himself, insisting on being a lone cultivator. At this moment, Gu Long gently placed his hand on the softly glowing dungeon core. With a flash of light, he vanished from sight, entering the Battle Royale dungeon. The same scene was unfolding simultaneously in 10 cities within Tianqing County. Freshmen from various high schools entered this life-and-death competition with mixed emotions, both nervous and excited. I'm not asking for much, just to make it into the top 10,000, one student said. Dream on. The top 10,000 are geniuses among geniuses. With your grade talent, you think you stand a chance. Huh. I've gotten a grade talent backing me up, and he's forming a faction. Forming a faction? Count me in. In this rule-free Battle Royale dungeon, forming alliances became the strategy of choice for many participants. Even those with S-grade talents dared not act rashly against 100 grade talent attackers. Consequently, teams of various sizes began to form rapidly, with powerful talents eagerly recruiting followers, while those with weaker talents were keen to join these groups. On the arena in Jiangling City, a chubby Jin Yuan breathlessly caught up with Ying Xuan, who was about to enter the dungeon. Brother Xian. Brother Xian, he called out expectantly. Ying Xuan stopped and turned around, asking, "What's up, fatty?" Jing Yuan, accompanied by the grinning Xiao Yu, replied, "Brother Xian, other schools are forming factions. Do you want to form one too? We want to follow you." Faced with their hopeful gazes, Ying Xuan fell into thought. Although he hadn't initially planned to form a faction, seeing the relatively weak overall strength of Jiangling Hai aside from himself, he realized he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Jing Yuan, Xiao Yu, and Zhang Jiuhao, as the only 3 students with awakens-level talents in the school, were entrusted with the important task of coordinating and managing affairs at Jiangling High School. "Xian, aren't you planning to lead the team yourself?" The two looked at Ying Xuan, confusion flickering in their eyes. Ying Xuan gave a mysterious smile. "I have my own plans. It's better to take the initiative than to be on the defensive." Although Jing Yuan and Xiao Yu were puzzled by this statement, they had always trusted Ying Xuan's decisions as his capable assistants. "No problem, Xian, leave it to us." Luo Gudian then approached and gave a few brief instructions before everyone placed their hands on the core of the instance simultaneously. A wave of dizziness washed over them as Ying Xuan's consciousness was drawn into the Battle Royale instance. The system prompt appeared. Name, Ying Xuan. Soul weapon, Black Dragon Robe. Participation qualification, Jiangling City. Representing school, Jiangling City, First High School. When consciousness solidified again, Ying Xuan opened his eyes to find himself in a dense, primeval forest. Towering trees blocked out the sky, the ground beneath was slick with wet leaves, and the air was filled with the fresh scent unique to after the rain. The system prompted again. Random teleportation successful. Name, Ying Xuan. Combat power, Grade 2, Stage 2. Location, Eastern Edge. Remaining time, 700 hours. Points, 0. Overall ranking, not yet ranked. Looking around, there was no sign of Jing Yuan or Xiao Yu. The random teleportation mechanism had clearly disrupted their original plan to form an alliance. In this vast map, finding teammates was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Meanwhile, other participants were also teleported to various regions. Jing Yuan landed in another forest area, not too far from Ying Xuan. Xiao Yu, unfortunately, appeared in a frigid zone, shivering in his thin short sleeves and shorts. Bai Ao, in contrast, was transported to a volcanic region where the distant active volcano could erupt at any moment. Tang Yin found herself in an arid desert. Zhang Jiuhao ended up on a solitary island. The top talents from Jiangling City were scattered in different locations, and the original team plan had fallen apart. Some quick thinkers had already begun considering forming temporary alliances with nearby participants. However, Ying Xuan did not act hastily. Instead, he quietly observed the flickering points leaderboard, where dense data danced across the virtual screen. The leaderboard was already showing movement, with several contestants' names followed by their scores. Ying Xuan glanced over the list and saw Li Xiang temporarily in the lead with 5 points, closely followed by Zhang Zhun and Guaiya, each with 2 points. These people must have encountered demons as soon as they entered the scenario, Ying Xuan thought, squinting. Killing them naturally earned them points. He was well aware that in the early stages of the Battle Royale, contestants would certainly team up to hunt demons and accumulate points. However, as the game progressed and the points gained from demons were no longer sufficient, some bold contestants would inevitably turn to hunting other participants to seize their points. A smile curved on Ying Xuan's lips. He had no intention of wasting energy hunting demons. Instead, he planned to find a hidden spot and absorb the 5 mid-level energy crystals he had. By the time he finished, the game would likely be in the middle stages. In his fully empowered state, it would be much more efficient to plunder others' points. With this plan in mind, he immediately began searching for a suitable hiding place. Meanwhile, the outside world was buzzing with excitement. Nearly 100,000 high school freshmen from 11 cities, including Tianjin County, had entered the Battle Royale scenario, randomly teleported to various locations on the map. The competition was being broadcast live via the official Huaxia God Domain platform, accessible to everyone from prominent figures and school leaders to ordinary citizens. The commentator's voice came through the live stream, explaining the rules in detail to the audience. Suddenly, a red elimination list started flashing on the screen. Huahai City, Chenhe, eliminated with locked points, 0. Jiangling City, Kai Shukuan, eliminated with locked points, 0. Ladies and gentlemen, just 2 minutes and 30 seconds into the game, and we already have contestants eliminated, the commentator exclaimed in surprise. Let's take a look at the death replay of the eliminated contestants. The screen switched to Kai Shukuan's perspective. He had just been teleported to the land of flames when a burst of fire erupted behind him, and scorching lava engulfed him in an instant, catching him completely off guard. Luo Gudian recognized the student as being from Jiangling High School. The grade director beside him shook his head helplessly. This kid had incredibly bad luck, getting caught in a lava eruption right after being teleported. In this brutal competition, luck indeed played a crucial role. Luck is also a part of skill, but Kai Shuquan's luck is just unbelievably bad. Luo Gudian stood in the observation area, his face full of frustration. The grade director beside him could only shake his head and sigh helplessly. The match had just begun when Kai Shuquan was swallowed by lava bizarre death that no one would believe. Fortunately, Ying Xuan was in a much better situation. He was cautiously moving through the dense forest, searching for a suitable hiding spot. His primary goal was find a safe place to quickly absorb the 5 mid-tier energy crystals he had just acquired. Surprisingly, the forest was unusually quiet. In a battle royale scenario accommodating 10,000 participants, one would expect to see other competitors everywhere. Yet, 3 minutes had passed without encountering a single opponent, or even a demon. This made Ying Xuan ponder the sheer size of the map. Just then, a faint rustling came from the bushes ahead. Ying Xuan immediately became alert, gripping his heaven-opening sword tightly as he carefully parted the foliage. As he drew closer, the rhythmic sound of breathing became more distinct. Ying Xuan didn't advance recklessly but opted to observe from the side. Behind a dense thicket, a cave came into view. The heavy breathing was coming from within, clearly not human, indicating a demon was hiding inside. Surveying the surroundings, the cave's location was ideal. The thick forest and underbrush provided natural cover, making it nearly impossible to spot if not for the breathing sound. Ying Xuan quickly made a decision to eliminate the demon in the cave and use it as a base. Without hesitation, he summoned his Black Dragon Robe, which shimmered with a black-gold light as it enveloped him. A powerful imperial aura radiated from him, spreading outward. Bai Qi, with Ying Xuan's low call, a figure appeared in the void. Clad in armor and wielding a deathly scythe, Bai Qi emerged. "Your Majesty." Bai Qi intuitively tightened his grip on the scythe, exuding deathly energy, and focused his gaze on the cave entrance. Although Ying Xuan hadn't summoned the other 14 guards, with Bai Qi as his capable assistant, taking the cave should be no problem. "Your Majesty, I sense a trace of a demon's aura ahead," Bai Qi said, his words barely leaving his lips before he flashed like lightning to Ying Xuan's side, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, fixed on the dark cave entrance ahead. Ying Xuan nodded slightly, raising the heaven-opening sword to his chest, the blade gleaming coldly. "Join me inside to slay the demon." "As you command, Your Majesty," Bai Qi replied solemnly. The two stepped into the cave, where the sound of heavy breathing grew clearer. Following Ying Xuan's gaze, deep within the cave lay a large brown bear, resting on its side. Most strikingly, beside the giant bear, a mysterious flower emitting a dazzling white light bloomed quietly. Ying Xuan frowned slightly. "If I'm not mistaken, this giant bear is a second-tier, second-grade demon, a devouring demon bear." As soon as the words were spoken, the previously calm demon bear suddenly became alert, its blood-red eyes snapping open. With a low, rumbling roar that echoed through the cave, its attention first fell on the white flower. Once it confirmed the flower was unharmed, the bear relaxed slightly. This detail did not escape Ying Xuan. He noticed the faint energy waves surrounding the white flower. This mysterious white flower is clearly no ordinary thing. At that moment, the devouring demon bear suddenly turned its head, its sharp gaze piercing towards the two, eyes filled with overwhelming murderous intent. It swung its sharp claws, as if declaring this place its territory. "Bai Qi, prepare for battle." "Yes, Your Majesty." Bai Qi's figure flickered as he charged at the demon bear, gripping his death scythe, unleashing his full second-tier, second-grade strength. "Demon, prepare to meet your end." The demon bear showed no fear, raising its paw to block the death scythe. The clashing sound of metal reverberated through the cave, with neither side gaining the upper hand. From a distance, Ying Xuan watched the scene, his mind racing. In the grand battle, most ordinary contestants had combat power at the 3rd or 4th tier of the 1st grade, with only a few prodigies reaching above the 5th tier. Encountering a demon with a terrifying 2nd tier, 2nd grade strength right off the bat meant most contestants would need to team up to stand a chance. However, for Ying Xuan, who possessed the heaven-opening sword and was himself a 2nd tier, 2nd grade warrior, even a solo fight was manageable. Especially with Bai Qi and other soldiers by his side, a mere demon bear was hardly a threat. Ying Xuan's gaze returned to the white flower. He noticed that even while battling Bai Qi, the demon bear consciously protected the flower. Clearly, this devouring demon bear was guarding the mysterious white flower. In the battleground of the survival game, everything is constructed by powerful figures using energy. Ying Xuan stood before a peculiar white flower, his brow furrowed. A bizarre white flower guarded by a Tier 2, Level 2 Devourer bear seemed too deliberately set. Defeating it is the key to unraveling the white flower's secret, Ying Xuan resolved, drawing his sky-splitting sword and charging alongside Bai Qi toward the massive creature. Elsewhere in the game, other players were hustling for points. Some were forming alliances, others hunting demons, but most encountered only lower-tier demons, like Tier 1, Level 2, or 3. Ying Xuan's immediate encounter with a Tier 2, Level 2 demon was truly unique. Outside the live stream, viewers were glued to the constantly updating leaderboard. Wow, Wang Hu from Fengyun City is in first place. Wang Hu, the super prodigy with innate strength. No matter how strong he is, he can't match Su Hen. Even Bai Ao from Jiangling City can easily beat him. The leaderboard displayed. First place, Wang Hu 12 points. Second place, Xiaoyu 9 points. Third place, Li Xiang 7 points. Who's Xiaoyu? Never heard of him. It's just the beginning. The rankings don't mean much yet. The camera shifted to Xiaoyu, ranked second. In the Xiao family clan of Jiangling City, the family head, a middle-aged man, watched the screen excitedly. Look, that's my son. On screen, Xiaoyu was struggling through the frigid northern lands, wrapped in the pelt freshly skinned from a snow wolf demon. Achoo! What the hell is this place? He sneezed, pulling the pelt tighter. After slaying 3 Tier 1, Level 3 snow wolves, he temporarily held second place. But he knew this ranking was fleeting. He needed to escape the icy wilderness quickly. The scoring rules were simple. Tier 1 demons awarded points based on levels 1, 2, 3, 6, 12, 24, 48, 96, 192 points, while a Tier 2, Level 1 demon was worth 1,000 points, Level 2 was 2,000, and Level 3 was 4,000. Wang Hu's top rank was merely due to his luck in killing 2 Tier 1, Level 4 demons. But looking at the endless expanse of the ice field before him, Xiaoyu was almost in despair. He lifted his head and cried out to the vast sky. Xianji, I'm so cold. Where are you? His voice echoed across the frigid ice plain, only to be met with the howling wind in response. At that moment, there was a dramatic shift in the leaderboard. A familiar name surpassed Wang Hu, claiming the top position. First place, Su Hen 24 points. Second place, Wang Hu 12 points. Wow, Su Hen finally made it to the top. The audience was in an uproar. 24 points, that's the score for hunting down a first-rank, 6th-tier demon beast. The commentator immediately shifted the camera to the location of Tianqing County's top prodigy, Su Hen. He stood on a beach, holding a crimson longsword. As the heir of the Su family, a renowned swordsmanship lineage, every move he made exuded elegance and ferocity. His sword flashed as he precisely pierced the abdomen of the demon beast before him. Purple blood splattered, staining the sand beneath his feet. Astonishingly, Su Hen's white robes remained pristine, perfectly showcasing his masterful swordsmanship. Sheathing his sword, Su Hen glanced with satisfaction at his position on the leaderboard. A group of followers had gathered around him, eager to praise him. Young Master Su, you're incredible. Truly a genius with an awakened SS-level talent. Stick with me, and as I feast, you'll have your share of the spoils, Su Hen declared arrogantly. The top 10,000 rewards are within easy reach. The followers cheered, unaware that Su Hen had already decided to use them as pawns. Once they were well fed, he would unhesitatingly hunt them down for more points. His true aim was to secure the top spot on the leaderboard. Meanwhile, in a cave within the primordial forest, Ying Xuan and Bai Qi were locked in battle with a giant devourer bear. Despite driving it back, the bear's extraordinary defense left them astounded. This bear's defense is insane. Even the heaven-splitting sword can't easily harm it. Roar, the thunderous roar of the giant devourer bear shook the heavens. Its sound wave almost tangible as it forced Ying Xuan and Bai Qi back several steps. Outside the cave, startled flocks of birds scattered, their wings flapping chaotically. Ying Xuan frowned deeply. The commotion was too loud and might disrupt his plan to absorb the energy crystal after defeating the bear. But there was no time to dwell on it. The bear had already raised its sharp claws, charging forward with a fierce gust of wind. Without hesitation, a powerful surge of purple energy erupted from Ying Xuan's brow. He quickly exchanged a glance with Bai Qi, who immediately understood and stepped in front of Ying Xuan. This was their well-practiced teamwork. Ying Xuan was preparing to summon the demon suppression tower to relocate the battlefield to a more suitable place. A flash of purple light, and the giant devourer bear felt its entire body locked by a mysterious force. In the next instant, the three figures vanished from the cave. Meanwhile, in the surrounding forest, Ying Xuan cowered behind a large tree, trembling at the deafening bear roar. As a logistics-talented soul descender, he had no combat ability and would surely be eliminated if confronted by demons. Brother Xian, where are you? If you don't come soon, I'm going to be eaten by demons. Ying Xuan cried out in his heart. Unfortunately, due to the inability to communicate between participants, he had no idea that Ying Xuan was actually nearby. At this moment, Ying Xuan had already brought the bear into the demon suppression tower. Unlike last time, he appeared calm and composed. In contrast, the giant devourer bear looked bewildered, searching the ground for the mysterious white flower. Finding nothing, the bear's eyes turned red with rage, emitting an enraged roar. Your Majesty, this bear seems to have gone berserk. Bai Qi's words were barely out when the bear lunged with its gaping maw. Boom! The surrounding stone walls crashed down, marking the start of the deadly duel. Ying Xuan, donned in a black dragon robe, waved his sleeve, and an imperial aura filled the entire arena. In the demon suppression tower, he no longer worried about making too much noise. Behind him, 14 Qin imperial guards formed a neat line, stepping out from the void with bronze swords in hand. Mighty, mighty, mighty. The overwhelming momentum reverberated throughout the demon suppression tower. With only 14 guards, they exuded a suffocating sense of oppression, as if an entire army was advancing. Bai Qi stood proudly at the forefront of the guards, gripping the scythe of death, his sharp gaze fixed on the massive devourer demon bear before him. The once ferocious demon bear wilted under this imposing presence, and a hint of grievance flashed in its eyes. Wasn't this supposed to be a fair duel? 16 against 1. How is this fair? Is there no justice left? Before the demon bear could finish complaining, Bai Qi commanded an assault, leading the charge. The restriction level talent, united as one, was activated instantly at this moment. Including Bai Qi, there were 15 subordinates, and the collective combat power bonus reached an astonishing 15. With this boost, the strength of everyone, including Ying Xuan, surged dramatically, elevating their power from second grade tier 2 directly to second grade tier 3, even nearing tier 4. Faced with the onslaught of this iron torrent, the demon bear was immediately overwhelmed, unable to fight back. Ying Xuan didn't even need to lift a finger, simply watching as his subordinates displayed their might. Brothers, let's take down this demon bear. Qin Lu eyed the giant bear paw, his eyes gleaming with culinary intent. Chop off its paw and make braised bear paw for his majesty. Since the last time he made pig's trotter soup for the emperor, he hadn't had the chance to showcase his cooking skills. Now that the opportunity had finally arrived, he was determined to seize it. Little bear paw, prepare to meet your end. Meanwhile, the external leaderboard was constantly updating. Luo Gudian was fixated on the ranking, scanning from 1st to 50,000th place, yet Ying Xian's name was nowhere to be found. Beside him, the grade director and class teacher wore puzzled expressions given Ying Xian's abilities. He should easily be in the top 5. Had something gone wrong? They weren't the only ones watching. In a secluded mountain in Jiangling City, within the meeting hall of the Ying clan, a group of young men and women were watching the competition live on a large screen. These descendants of the Ying clan, all with talents above S level, were initially disinterested in the competition, but perked up upon hearing that Ying Xian was participating. 10 minutes into the competition, and still no sign of the young master? Humph. This so-called young master is nothing special. Can't even make it to the top 5. What a disgrace to the Ying clan. I heard the elder rewarded him with the silk of a sacred demon god silkworm. Wasn't that supposed to go to Ying Yan? Keep your voice down. Don't let Ying Yan hear you. In the council chamber, a young man abruptly turned his head, and the murmuring crowd fell silent instantly. This somber-looking youth was Ying Yan, whose furrowed brows and slightly trembling fists were clear signs of the anger he was trying hard to suppress. As the son of the third branch leader of the Ying imperial clan, Ying Yan had always been a standout among his peers. The internal structure of the Ying clan was complex, with the main branch led by Ying Zhantian holding the purest bloodline and the greatest authority. Meanwhile, over a dozen auxiliary branches, including Ying Yan's family, acted like minor shareholders, participating in clan affairs through their branch leaders. Additionally, 20 elders and a grand elder formed the core of the clan's power. 3 months ago, Ying Yan awakened a rare SS-level talent, earning him the title of the leading figure among the younger generation and raising hopes that he might become a 9th-grade soul descender in the future. The Grand Elder was ecstatic about this, promising to grant him precious saint-level soul artifact materials. However, just as Ying Yan was about to receive this reward, a boy named Ying Xian suddenly appeared. Even more shocking was the fact that this boy, who also possessed an SS-level talent, turned out to be the long-lost young master of the main branch. Consequently, the saint-level materials that were supposed to go to Ying Yan were naturally redirected to the more prestigious Ying Xian. Although the Grand Elder promised that the next set of upgrade materials would be reserved for Ying Yan, the situation left a bitter taste in his mouth. As he stared at the competition screen, Ying Yan's anger was even harder to contain. Can't even make it onto the leaderboard. What a waste of our Ying clan's resources. Ying Yan muttered through gritted teeth. Is this kind of failure worthy of being the young master of our clan? SS-level talent? It's a disgrace to the talent and a shame to our clan. The young members around him wisely remained silent. In this power-driven generation, no one wanted to offend these two prodigies. According to clan rules, the grievances of the younger generation should not involve the elders, and everything was determined by strength. As the strongest presence, Ying Yan's authority was not something anyone dared to challenge lightly. Seething with anger, Ying Yan turned his gaze back to the leaderboard. In just 10 minutes, the changes on the leaderboard were astonishing. The leaderboard was prominently displayed. First place, Su Hen with 36 points. Second place, Gu Long with 24 points. Third place, Ning Xin with 22 points. Fourth place, Wang Hu with 20 points. Seventh place, Bai Ao with 16 points. 23rd place, Tang Yan with 11 points. 86th place, Xiaoyu with 8 points. Ying Yan's gaze swept across the leaderboard, momentarily putting aside thoughts of Ying Xuan and instead focusing on the top two. He vividly remembered that Su Hen from Tianqing County and Gu Long from Yuying City were both possessors of SS-level talent soul weapons. Such a level of talent was rarely seen in years, yet this year they appeared in clusters, reminding him of his father's warning throughout history. The emergence of geniuses often foreshadowed impending disasters. It was as if heaven was preparing, cultivating strong individuals in advance to face an upcoming crisis. At this moment, the fall of the Wan nation seemed to confirm this notion. Peace has always been a fleeting illusion. As long as the threat of demons persists, war remains the main theme of this world. Beneath the surface of a seemingly calm world, undercurrents are surging. At this time, a large-scale elimination had already begun in the Battle Royale instance. This competition, which imposed no talent restrictions and did not differentiate between logistics and combat roles, was hellish for low-talent individuals and logistics participants lacking protection. Damn, I just awakened a Feather Duster soul weapon and ran into a first-rank 8th tier demon. What use is my arrow? Play the moon reflected in the second spring for the demons. I don't even know how I died. Just saw a shadow. A second-tier demon? Are we supposed to fight it with our lives? The officials clearly don't want us to pass. Meanwhile, in the high-level meeting room of the summer domain, the man at the head of the table sneezed, then looked at the data on the screen. Old Zhang, how many have been eliminated now? Lord Gua, 451 people have been eliminated within 15 minutes, mainly logistics talent holders. The staff member was about to continue reporting, but noticed the man squinting his eyes. The elimination is too slow. Increase the number of demons. Understood. What is the status of the bosses in each area? The man looked up at the holographic map. The eastern primal forest, the western blazing land, the northern extreme ice plain, the southern vast desert, and the northeastern island surrounded by sea, as well as the central unopened gray area, each had a boss-level demon. Lord Gua, the status of each area. The staff members' words trailed off as they suddenly noticed that the giant devourer bear in the primal forest had disappeared. What? How is that possible? The man rushed to the screen, his voice trembling with disbelief. The staff frantically operated the control panel, gradually enlarging the map of the primordial forest. Each area's boss is the core pillar of the dungeon, carrying special significance. When the Battle Royale dungeon was initially constructed, setting up these bosses consumed a massive amount of energy. Now, the sudden disappearance of the forest boss was unsettling for everyone present. Frowning deeply, the man recalled the warnings from the influential figures during the dungeon's creation. The numerous elements embedded in the dungeon were bound to produce unpredictable variables due to their interactions. Yet, no one expected such a severe Animalia boss disappearing just 15 minutes after the competition began. Quick, adjust the view to the location of the devourer bear, the man ordered urgently. The staff swiftly focused the camera on the cave in the primordial forest. From the outside, the cave appeared normal, but as the camera delved inside, everyone was stunned. The devourer bear's lair was completely empty. This can't be. How could it be missing from its post? The man muttered to himself. Meanwhile, inside the demon suppression tower, a thrilling battle had just concluded. Ying Xuan, wielding the heaven-splitting sword, precisely pierced the vital spot at the back of the devourer bear's neck. The ferocious boss fell before it could even let out a final roar, its eyes filled with resentment towards the 16-against-1 tactic that defied honorable combat. With the boss's defeat, purple runic halos appeared on the towering walls of the arena, and a faint blue light rose in the center of the field. A low-level energy crystal lay quietly on the ground. Ying Xuan picked up the crystal, sat cross-legged, and began absorbing its energy. However, he was unaware that the outside world was in an uproar. Everyone was fixated on the leaderboard. Even the usually eloquent commentator was left speechless. The points leaderboard prominently displayed. First place, Ying Xuan 2,000 points. Second place, Su Hen 40 points. Third place, Gu Lung 24 points. This result caused all the contestants to pause, repeatedly refreshing the leaderboard, thinking there was a system error. Earning 2,000 points in just 15 minutes was unbelievable. Typically, accumulating such a high score required defeating a large number of low-level demons over time. Either eliminate a second-tier, second-level demon. The astounding 2,000 points on the leaderboard left all participants in shock. Did this contestant named Ying Xuan really take down a second-tier, second-level demon in such a short time since the competition began? The audience was abuzz with disbelief, with some even rubbing their eyes to ensure they weren't seeing things wrong. Quick, investigate who this Ying Xuan really is. Intelligence agents from various factions sprang into action immediately. On the coastal beach, Su Hen sheathed his bloodstained sword, staring in disbelief at the leaderboard. He had just slain a first-tier, third-level demon, earning 40 points, and thought he'd comfortably secure the top spot. Yet, the contestant named Ying Xuan had left him trailing by a staggering 50-fold margin. Damn it. Su Hen, usually confident due to his SS-level soul weapon talent, couldn't help but curse. He ordered his subordinates to quickly gather all available information on Ying Xuan, but the name was nowhere to be found on the genius lists of the 10 cities in Tianqing County. In the desert region of the southern wilderness, Wang Hu, with his natural brute strength, frowned as he gazed at the leaderboard. He had anticipated that his main rivals would be Su Hen, Gu Long, and Bai Ao, but hadn't expected an unexpected challenger like this to emerge. In the northern icy tundra, Gu Long was trudging through a blizzard in temperatures below -30 degrees. Casually dispatching and ambushing Ice Wolf, he calmly glanced at the leaderboard. Upon seeing Ying Xuan, 2,000 points, a barely noticeable twitch flickered across his facial muscles. Meanwhile, perched in a tree, Jin Yuan, upon seeing the leaderboard, excitedly shouted, "Xian is awesome." This shout of excitement immediately caught the attention of an eight-eyed demon lurking below. Danger was now closing in on the overly jubilant young man. At that moment, Jin Yuan realized he was in trouble and quickly covered his mouth. But it was too late. The eight-eyed demon orb let out a piercing shriek, and its 8 purple-black eyes locked onto him. Jin Yuan shuddered. As an experienced soul master, he knew all too well what that purple-black color signified. The power of this eight-eyed demon orb had reached at least the 1st tier, 6th level, or possibly even the 7th. For him, a guitar soul instrument with no combat ability, it was an overwhelming threat. Damn it, this is game over. Jin Yuan cursed under his breath, disregarding his image as he clumsily clambered up the tree with both hands and feet. The eight-eyed demon orb watched this scene, seemingly amused by the sight of a clumsy fat pig struggling up a tree. It let out a hissing screech, and its massive body darted up the trunk like lightning, whipping up a fierce wind. Jin Yuan climbed desperately, but his bulky frame was no match for the agility of the demon orb. Soon, he reached the top of the tree, with nowhere left to escape. A chilling sensation crept up from below, and he knew the deadly predator was closing in. Damn it! Even if I die from the fall, I won't become your food. Brother Xian, you must avenge me. Jin Yuan gritted his teeth, ready to leap down. Just at that critical moment, a silver light streaked across the sky, hitting the demon orb's eye with pinpoint accuracy. The massive creature let out a harrowing scream, its purple-black eyes losing their luster as it crashed to the ground, lifeless. Jin Yuan clung tightly to the tree trunk, gasping for breath. But he quickly became alert. Who's there? Before he finished speaking, 2 agile figures darted out from the woods. When Jin Yuan focused his gaze, he couldn't help but rub his eyes. 2 almost identical young women stood before him. Both wore blue combat suits, their black hair cascading smoothly over their shoulders, exuding a strong and similar aura. The only difference was that the shorter girl's eyes sparkled with playful energy, while the taller one had a touch of cool aloofness and pride. Jin Yuan immediately recognized them, the famous genius twins of Huaxia City, the elder sister Ning Xinxin and the younger sister Ning Yaya. Thank you, ladies, for your timely rescue. I'm deeply grateful. Jin Yuan expressed his gratitude. However, the sisters ignored his thanks. Ning Yaya, the younger sister, spoke up playfully. Hey, fatty. Did you just call out to Xian? Is that Ying Xian? What's your relationship with him? Upon hearing Ning Yaya's question, Jin Yuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately perked up. Especially when the other referred to him as fatty. He felt a strange sense of familiarity. Haha, that's right. Jin Yuan patted his chest with a proud expression. Ying Xian is my big brother. We're as close as brothers can be. Since you saved me, I can introduce you to my brother Xian. Normally, people have to line up to see him, but with my connection, you won't have to. Upon hearing this, Ning Yan narrowed her eyes slightly, a meaningful smile curling at her lips. She cast a subtle glance at Ning Xinxin beside her, and the latter immediately understood. While Jin Yuan was still basking in his own boasting, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. Ning Xinxin had somehow approached him without him noticing, a silver dagger now pressed against his throat. Tell me, where's Ying Xian right now? Ning Xinxin's icy voice shattered Jin Yuan's daydream. The sisters had already taken note of Ying Xian's astonishing 2,000 points on the leaderboard. Such a high score could only be achieved by defeating a second-tier, second-grade demon. In a circle where the top talents from various cities were well acquainted with each other, the sudden appearance of such a formidable stranger naturally piqued their interest. As twins, they were able to find each other quickly in the primeval forest thanks to their innate sensing abilities after being randomly teleported. They happened to overhear Jin Yuan mentioning Ying Xian, which prompted them to save him to gather more information. Ladies, even though I'm as close as brothers with brother Xian, in this randomly teleported scenario, I don't know his exact location either. Jin Yuan started to explain, but suddenly realized something was off. Wait, how did you sisters manage to reunite so quickly after a random teleport? Sister, it seems this fatty truly doesn't know Ying Xian's whereabouts. Ning Yaya's voice trailed off, leaving a meaningful smile that sent a shiver down Jin Yuan's spine. If you dare to kill me, brother Xian will definitely avenge me. He has an SS level talent. As soon as he said this, Jin Yuan clammed up, regretting his slip of the tongue. In this survival game, the less the opponents knew, the better. Up until now, besides people from Jiangling, no one knew just how terrifying Ying Xuan's true power was. SS-level talent. Ning Ye picked up on the crucial information, examining Jin Yuan with renewed interest. Beside her, Ning Xinxin's eyes also flickered with surprise. They hadn't expected that apart from Su Hen and Gu Long, there was a third person with SS-level talent. This discovery only heightened the sisters' curiosity about Ying Xuan. Since that's the case, I'll spare your life for now, Ning Xinxin said coldly, swiftly pulling the limp Jin Yuan off the ground. Her movements were crisp and efficient, though her eyes flickered with a hint of scrutiny. I want to see if Ying Xuan is really as you claim. Jin Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, the terror on his face gradually fading. He believed his earlier threats had worked, assuming Ning Xinxin was afraid of Ying Xuan's retaliation, which prevented her from finishing him off. Thus, the three of them formed an unlikely team to search for Ying Xuan. Meanwhile, the reaction outside the virtual realm was even more intense. In the office of Jiangling No. 1 High School, Luo Gudian and the grade director stared at the screen displaying Ying Xuan's ranking and points, jumping up from their seats almost simultaneously. Holy crap, Luo Gudian exclaimed, slapping the table in excitement. No wonder Ying Xuan took so long to appear on the leaderboard. He was preparing a big move. 2,000 points. That's the score you get for taking down a second-tier, second-grade demon. The grade director's face flushed with excitement. As the first to recognize Ying Xuan's talent, he felt both proud and astonished. Ying Xuan not only had a noble background and incredible talent, but was also surprisingly uninterested in romance. He was the epitome of a perfect all-rounder. At the same time, the atmosphere was tense in the Ying clan's council chamber. A sudden exclamation broke the solemn mood as everyone turned their eyes to the screen. Seeing Ying Xuan's ranking, the young generation of the Ying clan widened their eyes in disbelief. Young Master Ying Xuan actually scored 2,000 points. And it's only been 15 minutes since the competition started. Standing at the forefront, Ying Yan's expression of disdain quickly turned to shock. He couldn't accept this reality. Impossible. A soul awakener who has only awakened for 7 days couldn't possibly take down a second-tier, second-grade demon. There must be something wrong here. In Ying Yan's view, even with SS-level talent, it would take at least 2 months to contend with a second-tier demon and 3 months to defeat a second-tier, first-grade demon. Yet, Ying Xuan accomplished all this in just 7 days, which was beyond his comprehension. However, Ying Yan was unaware of a startling truth. Ying Xuan wasn't just an SS-level talent, but possessed a forbidden-level talent that even the heavens feared. This secret was known to only a select few within the family. Yin Gu, what if our young master's strength is really that powerful? Before the words were fully spoken, Ying Yan suddenly turned around, his eyes blazing with fierce anger. The young man who was speaking immediately fell silent, his Adam's apple moving slightly, too intimidated to utter another word. As the leading figure of the younger generation in the Ying imperial family, Ying Yan would not tolerate anyone challenging his position, not even the young master of the Ying family. There's definitely something suspicious here. Just keep watching, Ying Yan said coldly. The council chamber fell into a dead silence. Meanwhile, in the official monitoring room of the Xia domain, Guofei, who was in charge of the Battle Royale competition, widened his eyes in disbelief at the scene before him. On the screen, the notorious giant devouring demon bear lay dead in the cave, its body covered in purple blood, wounds gaping and horrifying, now just a cold corpse. How is this possible? How did the giant devouring demon bear die? It was the boss of the primeval forest, a terrifying existence with second-grade, second-tier combat power. Guofei exclaimed in shock. As he spoke, a tall figure slowly walked into the cave. The person was dressed in a black dragon robe that emitted a golden glow, exuding a natural imperial majesty that was deeply intimidating. Uncle Zhang, immediately pull up this contestant's identity information. Yes, Master Gua. The staff member's fingers flew over the keyboard. Soon, Ying Xuan's information appeared on the screen. Name, Ying Xuan. Competition qualification, Jiangling City. School, Jiangling High School. Soul Artifact, Black Dragon Robe. Talent level, unable to display. Combat power, second grade, second tier. Points ranking, first place, 2,000 points. Guofei stared at this astonishing data, momentarily losing his ability to think. It wasn't until a staff member gently patted his shoulder that he snapped back to reality. This is like a monster infiltrating the competition. Why didn't anyone tell me beforehand? Guofei muttered to himself. As a high-ranking official in the Chinese divine domain, he had seen countless geniuses, but a prodigy like Ying Xuan was unprecedented. Even talents like Su Hen and Gu Long paled in comparison to this young man. Reaching second grade, second tier just 7 days after awakening, and able to single-handedly kill the giant devouring demon bear. Guofei shook his head with a wry smile. I thought we already had enough geniuses this year, but I never expected there to be such a master among them. The livestream shifted its focus to Ying Xuan, who was still unaware that he had become the center of attention on the entire Xia region video platform. Viewers, what you're seeing now is the Battle Royale competition involving Tianjin County and its affiliated 10 schools, the commentator announced excitedly through the livestream. This contestant, Ying Xuan, is simply unbelievable. As a first-year high school student, he's managed to single-handedly defeat a Tier 2, Level 2 giant devouring demon bear. Keep in mind, all participants have just completed their awakening, and he's already demonstrating Tier 2, Level 2 combat strength. As soon as the commentator finished speaking, the livestream chat exploded with activity. Comments flooded the screen like rain. Reaching Tier 2, Level 2 on the 7th day of awakening? Is this a joke? These streams will say anything for views. Even an SS-grade talent soul weapon couldn't achieve that, right? Skepticism was rampant, but sharp-eyed viewers soon noticed a crucial detail. Wait, did you see the official Huaxia Divine Domain logo in the top right corner of the stream? Forging an official logo is a serious crime. This has to be a legitimate official match. Amidst the heated discussion, the screen showed the massive corpse of the giant devouring demon bear. It lay sprawled in a cave, covered in bruises and sword marks, with its purple blood already coagulating at the wounds. This sight silenced all doubters. Even more astonishing was the presence of a unique figure beside Ying Xuan, a guardian clad in bronze armor, wielding a kitchen knife and carrying a large pot. This was Qin Lu, renowned for his culinary skills. He found a smooth stone and began skillfully sharpening the knife, his movements fluid and practiced. Is this a summoning-type soul weapon? Wait, why is this guardian sharpening a kitchen knife? Is he about to? Before the audience could finish guessing, they saw Qin Lu expertly set up the pot and then stride towards the giant devouring demon bear's corpse, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He didn't rush to swing the knife, but first looked back at Ying Xuan. After getting a nod of approval from Ying Xuan, Qin Lu swiftly brought the knife down. With a ripping sound, the massive bear paw fell to the ground. The once mighty defense of the now deceased gigantic devourer bear was gone, and even someone like Qin Lu, with a modest first-tier 8th level strength, could handle it easily. The other people present were visibly shocked. A regular guard with first-tier 8th level strength? Could it be true, as the rumors suggested, that the young man's combat power had already reached second-tier 2nd level? What school could have possibly nurtured such a genius? Qin Lu immediately got to work on preparing the bear paw. He skillfully built a fire and roasted the paw over the flames until the outer layer turned charred. Then, he took a brush and carefully cleaned off the singed fur. Once it was cleaned, he gently placed the paw into a pot for stewing. Although Qin Lu might not be the strongest among the countless Qin Imperial Guards, when it came to culinary skills, he was undoubtedly the best. His eyes glinted with concentration as he immersed himself in the world of cooking. Ying Xuan did not disturb Qin Lu, who was focused on cooking, and instead walked slowly toward the depths of the cave. He stopped in front of a mysterious white flower that had caught the gigantic devourer bear's special attention. Squatting down, he immediately felt a peculiar energy ripple spreading out. When he probed it with his mind, his entire being felt extraordinarily relaxed. Even more astonishing, the white flower seemed to sense Ying Xuan's presence and began to float gently. Ying Xuan quickly grasped it in his hand, and the flower burst into a brilliant light, transforming into a map divided into 7 regions. Only the eastern primal forest region was illuminated, while the other 6 regions appeared dim and inactive. At that moment, a mechanical announcement echoed throughout the entire Battle Royale scenario, declaring that Ying Xuan had successfully defeated the primal forest boss and obtained a map fragment. The announcement detailed the fragment's functions. It could display the positions of monsters within the region in real time, share the locations of other participants, but the holder's location would be exposed every 10 minutes, and they would earn 2 points per minute. This announcement caused an uproar among all the participants. Those aware of the competition's intricacies were especially stunned. Collecting map fragments was a main quest that typically required forming a strong team to accomplish. Yet this contestant, Ying Xuan, had managed to secure the first fragment within just 15 minutes of the competition's start. Su Hen paused his action of slaying the demons, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. He stared intently at the information on the leaderboard, his heart surging with a strong desire. Map fragments were the most precious items in the early stages of the competition. Not only could they show the real-time positions of demons to help players quickly earn points, but they could also reveal the whereabouts of other competitors. In the chaotic later stages, as long as one had enough strength, it was the perfect tool for hunting. He quickly checked Ying Xuan's information panel and, sure enough, found a conspicuous red dot on the map of the primeval forest, marking Ying Xuan's current location. Su Hen clenched his fist, a trace of regret crossing his eyes. Damn it! If I had teleported to the primeval forest from the start, that map fragment would be mine now. He clearly believed that Ying Xuan had only managed to kill the giant devouring demon bear by sheer luck, unaware that even with his SS-level talent, encountering that beast would have meant certain death. But now, he was contemplating whether to cross the map to seize the fragment. After a brief consideration, Su Hin temporarily abandoned the idea. Crossing the map would not only consume a lot of energy, but also cause him to miss too many opportunities to earn points by hunting demons. Humph. Ying Xuan, consider yourself lucky, he snorted. But the other competitors in the primeval forest won't miss this chance. As Su Hin predicted, all the competitors who had been teleported to the primeval forest were determined to obtain the map fragment. This treasure not only had the potential to control the direction of the competition, but also earned 2 points per minute. While it may not seem like much, it would accumulate into a significant amount in the end. At this moment, several temporary teams were closing in on the cave where Ying Xuan was located. Among them were the sisters Ning Xuan and Ning Yaya, who, upon learning of Ying Xuan's location, immediately left Jing Yuan behind and headed toward the center of the forest. Sister, why didn't you kill that fat guy just now? Ning Yaya asked, blinking her beautiful eyes. Ning Xuan replied expressionlessly. He didn't have any points on him. Killing him would just waste our energy. Since he's connected to Ying Xuan, we might as well see what this Ying Xuan is all about first. Upon hearing Ning Xuan's words, Ning Yaya nodded thoughtfully, a look of realization flashing in her eyes. Sister, you always think things through, she remarked with a smile. Ning Xuan affectionately reached out and gently patted her sister's head. Meanwhile, in the primeval forest, various factions were starting to stir. Contestants from other cities, unaware of Ying Xuan's prowess, were eagerly preparing to seize his map. On the other hand, those from Jiangling City who had witnessed Ying Xuan's strength firsthand chose to bide their time, waiting for the drama to unfold. In a secluded corner of the forest, Wu Xiaofeng from Jiangling's second high was deliberating strategies with his followers. As the owner of the S-level soul weapon, the Radiant Sword, he was undeniably a top-tier competitor in this battle royale filled with prodigies. With this strength, he quickly gathered 15 subordinates, forming a formidable team. Wu, Ying Xuan is nearby. Let's make our move, one follower urged eagerly. Yeah, if we snatch the map fragments, we'll gain the upper hand, another chimed in. If we don't act now, it might be too late. Faced with the eager gazes of his followers, Wu Xiaofeng remained silent. When they tried to persuade him further, he suddenly raised his hand to stop them. Listen up, if you want to stay alive, don't provoke that monster. The scene of Ying Xuan sweeping through 7 schools in the 8 schools challenge flashed through Wu Xiaofeng's mind, leaving him apprehensive. In his view, even the demon bosses in this instance weren't as terrifying as Ying Xuan. The students of Jiangling's 7 schools didn't call him the Great Demon King for nothing. However, his followers from other cities were unaware of the situation and continued to grumble in disbelief. Wu, you're the holder of an S-level soul weapon. Ying Xuan just exploits glitches to beat bosses. How can 16 of us be afraid of one person? Wu Xiaofeng abruptly turned around, frowning. Nonsense. Anyone not convinced can leave now. My Radiant Sword is nothing compared to his SS-level Black Dragon Robe. He sneered. Do you know by AO? The strongest contestant in Jiangling City couldn't last 2 rounds against Ying Xuan. And you think you, a bunch of first-grade, third-tier fighters, could go up against him? Hiss, Wu Xiaofeng's roar instantly silenced the crowd. However, as he continued speaking, the audience gasped collectively once more. A Black Dragon Robe? What level of a soul weapon is that? Isn't an SS-level talent something only Su Hin and Gulong possess? Where did this Ying Xuan come from? Even by AO couldn't last 2 rounds. Everyone exchanged incredulous glances. But upon seeing the grave expression on Wu Xiaofeng's face, they all realized this was no joke. Wu, if what you're saying is true, that's beyond incredible. One subordinate couldn't help but exclaim. Are we really going to give up on this opportunity? Before he could finish, the others also began to look dejected. The top 10,000 points, once within reach, now seemed out of grasp. Wu Xiaofeng fell into deep thought. With their current strength, trying to seize the map fragment from Ying Xuan was tantamount to suicide. They lacked both the power and the resources to challenge him. But could they really abandon this chance? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. If you can't beat them, join them. Once this idea formed, it spread like wildfire, unstoppable. From a different perspective, Ying Xuan's exposed position would undoubtedly attract many covetous eyes, making it the perfect opportunity for Wu Xiaofeng to make his mark. After previously offending Ying Xuan with a careless remark, stepping in to help at a critical moment could not only make amends, but also possibly earn his favor. Joining Ying Xuan's ranks would mean having an almost invincible ally. At that point, by AO, Su Hin, Wang Hu, Gu Lengthy would all have to bow before him. Everyone, assemble at Ying Xuan's location immediately. Wu Xiaofeng suddenly ordered. We need to be the first group to arrive. This abrupt command left his subordinates momentarily stunned. Wu, didn't you say going there was a death sentence? Before they could finish, Wu Xiaofeng smiled slyly and turned back to ask. Who said we're going there to fight Ying Xuan? His subordinates were initially taken aback, then suddenly understood. Wu, you mean, to join Ying Xuan? Wu Xiaofeng squinted, silently confirming the plan. Instantly, whispers spread through the crowd. Does this mean we'll be someone else's lackeys? subordinates of subordinates, with no status at all. Anyone who wants to join me in seeking Ying Xuan's allegiance, follow me now. Wu Xiaofeng decisively interrupted the chatter, speaking with firm determination. If you don't want to follow me and feel embarrassed, I won't stop you. You can leave the group now. Wu Xiaofeng said coldly, his gaze like a knife sweeping over everyone in front of him. As soon as he finished speaking, a man and a woman stepped out of the group, looking proud. Brother Wu, we don't plan to go. Clearly, they didn't want to be known as the best among the best. Wu Xiaofeng simply nodded slightly, his eyes continuing to scan the remaining crowd. Soon after, two more followers mustered the courage to step forward, expressing their intention to leave on their own. Wu Xiaofeng remained expressionless, but a strange smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Anyone else? After waiting for a moment, and seeing no further movement in the group, Wu Xiaofeng slowly turned around. The four individuals sighed in relief, exchanged a glance, and turned to leave. In a flash, Wu Xiaofeng spun back around, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Radiant sword. A brilliant yellow sword light flashed by, swift as lightning. The four didn't even have time to scream before the sword light pierced through them one by one. Even in their final moments, their eyes were filled with disbelief. Wu Xiaofeng had gone back on his word. The remaining followers gasped in shock, their eyes filled with fear. They were grateful they hadn't harbored any rebellious thoughts, or their fate would have been the same as those four. Wu Xiaofeng sheathed the radiant sword, as if nothing had happened, and signaled the others to follow. After this incident, no one dared to disobey, quickly picking up their pace to keep up. Their curiosity deepened. What kind of powerful figure could make someone as fearsome as Wu Xiaofeng willingly act as a subordinate? What level of strength did this person named Ying Xuan possess? In fact, Wu Xiaofeng's decision to kill was well thought out. Those who knew Ying Xuan's strength were competitors from Jiangling City, and they shared an unspoken agreement. Eliminate competitors from other cities first before fighting amongst themselves. Therefore, they wouldn't reveal Ying Xuan's true strength. If those four left, they might leak information. It was better to silence them permanently. Everyone, keep up. We can't let anyone else get ahead of us. Wu Xiaofeng quickened his pace, and the group responded in unison. Yes, Brother Wu. In the dense forest, swift figures darted to and fro. Among them was Wu Xiaofeng's team, along with countless other competitors moving rapidly. On everyone's map, Ying Xuan's location stood out like a bright beacon, drawing them closer. At this moment, Ying Xuan sat in a cave, frowning slightly as he watched the numerous red dots converging on his position. If I'd known, I wouldn't have touched that white flower, he regretted inwardly. Who could have guessed that an ordinary white flower was a map fragment, let alone that it would reveal his location? Though he could retreat into the internal space of the demon suppression tower to train at any time, using it frequently in this competition instance might attract unwanted attention. Keeping the existence of this artifact a secret was paramount. Just then, Qin Lu's voice interrupted his thoughts. Your Majesty, the braised bear paw is ready. As the lid was lifted, the rich aroma of meat filled the cave. Steam rose, and the bear paw, with its glossy, sauce-covered appearance, made Ying Xuan involuntarily swallow. He picked up a piece and took a bite. The meat was tender, melting in his mouth, with a flavor that lingered. This delicacy surpassed even the pig trotter soup he had enjoyed before. Qin Lu, your cooking rivals that of a 7-star chef. Ying Xuan praised sincerely. Qin Lu beamed with joy, as gaining the emperor's approval was his greatest honor. As the meal settled, Ying Xuan felt a warm current flowing through his meridians, his strength seemingly enhanced. He promptly took out a mid-level energy crystal, seizing this feeling to break through to the 3rd tier of the 2nd grade. Qin Lu, guard me and alert me if anything happens. Yes, Your Majesty. Qin Lu immediately set aside the cleaver and took up a bronze sword, vigilantly standing at the cave entrance. Ying Xuan glanced once more at the map fragment. Countless red dots were closing in, and the time left for his breakthrough was running short. The scene broadcasted live quickly stirred up a huge commotion among the audience. Holy crap, is that a mid-level energy crystal in Ying Xuan's hand? One viewer exclaimed. Is this the secret behind his 2nd grade, 2nd-tier combat power? Mid-level energy crystals are incredibly rare items, with only a 0.1 chance of dropping from defeating 3rd or 4th grade demons, another viewer analyzed. Usually, only powerful families would be willing to use such treasures to train their disciples. The discussion in the livestream about energy crystals grew more intense. Experienced viewers began to explain in detail the efficiency differences for soul binders of various levels using energy crystals. The absorption efficiency of a 2nd grade, 1st-tier combatant with a mid-level energy crystal is far less than that of a 3rd grade, 1st-tier soul binder. Not only is there energy loss, but the absorption time is also significantly longer. In terms of cost-effectiveness, 1st and 2nd grade combatants are best suited for low-level crystals, 3rd to 5th grade for mid-level crystals, 6th to 8th grade should use high-level crystals, and 9th grade is most suited for super crystals. Anyone who can casually take out a mid-level energy crystal must be from a powerful family, someone speculated. At least at the clan level, right? Many 4th-grade soulbinders wouldn't even think of using such a thing. I think it might be from an ancient clan, another chimed in. With his combat power, he must have absorbed more than one mid-level crystal. An ancient clan? Are you comparing him to Su Hen's level? Someone expressed doubt. The Su family is a swordsmanship family with strength rivaling sacred clans, and Su Hen is their young master. How could this suddenly emerging guy compare? Still, the surname Ying is indeed rare. Meanwhile, Ying Xuan was intently observing the mid-level energy crystal in his hand. This was his first attempt at absorbing such a crystal, which contained energy far surpassing that of a low-level crystal. If the energy of a low-level crystal was like a small pond, then a mid-level crystal was like an unfathomable ancient well. Such profound energy. How terrifying must the super crystal in the old headmaster's hand be? Ying Xuan muttered to himself, then began channeling the crystal's energy into his body. However, as soon as this energy entered his meridians, it began to rampage, far more turbulent than the energy from a low-level crystal. Waves of tingling sensations swept through his body like electric currents, stimulating every cell. At the same time, he clearly felt a resistance, which was likely due to the absorption efficiency issue caused by his lower combat power. Time ticked by, and Ying Xuan could clearly feel his strength increasing. His face flushed, sweat beaded on his forehead, and his body had reached the limit of energy storage. The energy contained in the intermediate energy crystal was indeed beyond imagination. Ying Xuan cautiously withdrew his mental focus, concentrating on assimilating the energy he had just absorbed. Through careful sensing, he realized he had absorbed less than a third of the crystal's energy, yet it had nearly saturated his body. This meant each intermediate energy crystal could support 3 absorption sessions. At this critical moment, with Ying Xuan meditating, Qin Lu suddenly whispered a warning. "Your Majesty, there's movement outside the cave." Before the words had fully left his lips, footsteps echoed from outside. Ying Xuan, fully engrossed in managing the turbulent energy within, ignored the warning. Seeing this, Qin Lu tightened his grip on his bronze sword, his expression serious. He understood that with Ying Xuan unable to divert his attention, the responsibility of protection rested solely on him. "Ying Xuan, come out," a voice shouted angrily from outside. "Stop pretending. I know you're in there. Hand over the map fragments, and we'll let you go." Judging by the aura, Qin Lu estimated there were about 3 to 4 people outside. With his own combat strength at the 1st rank, 8th level, plus a 16 group bonus from collective resolve, he was confident he could take on multiple opponents unless they were of Su Hen's caliber. The live broadcast showed a team of 4, 3 men and 1 woman, gathering outside the cave. Their combat strength averaged around the 1st rank, 3rd level. The audience in the live stream questioned Ying Xuan's decision. Why not relocate when the coordinates are exposed? Isn't that reckless? He got tracked down in just 5 minutes. Let's see how he handles it. Seeing no response from within the cave, the leader signaled his team to proceed cautiously. A hesitant, frail team member spoke up. "Boss, what if Ying Xuan has already left? The coordinates update every 10 minutes. He wouldn't just wait for us to catch him, would he?" Before he could finish, a swift sword energy shot out from the cave, like an arrow released from a bow, striking the frail youth precisely. The sword energy came so quickly that the others barely had time to react. When they turned to look, a gruesome wound had already been carved across the youth's chest. Suddenly, the frail young man dissolved into specks of blue energy, vanishing into the air. This unexpected turn of events left the remaining 3 wide-eyed, their faces etched with shock. The leader's heart pounded violently as he realized that if the sword light had been aimed at him, his fate would have been the same. The youngest boy in the group trembled with fear, barely able to hold onto his soul weapon. "Quick, form a triangle formation," the leader shouted urgently. The power of that sword confirmed his suspicion Ying Xuan was indeed still in the cave. "Be boss," the girl began, but the chilling sword aura struck again. Although the trio raised their soul weapons to block in time, they were no match for Qin Lu's bronze battle sword. A ripping sound echoed as the girl was cut down before she could activate her soul weapon, dissipating into energy. "How is this possible?" the leader muttered, staring intently at the dark cave, cold sweat trickling down his spine. Such power was terrifying to 1st grade, 3rd-tier combat soul descendants had been slain in an instant, without even glimpsing the attacker. "Boss, we should retreat," the remaining subordinate stammered. "We can't match this strength. Ying Xuan has at least 1st grade, 8th-tier power, a super genius on par with Su Hen. Even if we had 10 people, it wouldn't be enough." The leader swallowed hard, clearly considering retreat. "You're right. Discretion is the better part of valor. We can regroup and return with more force." Just as they were about to flee, a surge of powerful energy erupted from the cave. A figure shot out like lightning, racing toward them. "It's over. Ying Xuan is coming after us. Boss, you go first, I'll cover you." But before they could take a step, a voice resonated from behind them, chilling their souls. Since you're here, don't leave. In the next instant, a towering figure appeared before them as if by teleportation. Qin Lu, clad in bronze armor, exuded the overwhelming might of the great Qin Imperial Guard, leaving them frozen in place. Help! Help! They stammered, too terrified to form complete sentences. Just as the two were about to escape the cave, Qin Lu swiftly struck them down with his battle sword. The air turned icy as the sword gleamed with a cold light. Anyone who insults his majesty shall be killed without mercy. Qin Lu's chilling voice echoed through the cave. He never showed mercy to those who dared challenge Ying Xuan. Within 5 seconds, the entire 4-person team was defeated, falling under the sword of this seemingly inconspicuous guard. This astonishing scene immediately ignited excitement in the live stream. Comments flooded in like a torrent. Wow, this guard is incredible. For people taken down in 5 seconds. The summoning talent is off the charts, not only cooking but also fighting. How do you awaken such a summoning talent? Soon, the discussion delved deeper. Someone pointed out, not all summoning talents are this powerful. Ying Xuan's talent is at least SS tier, possibly even SSS. Didn't you notice the guard's aura surpassed the first rank 8th level? Even Su Hin might struggle to beat him in pure strength. This statement sparked even fiercer debates, with the livestream buzzing about whether Su Hin could defeat Qin Lu. Meanwhile, in the council chamber of the Ying Imperial clan in Jiangling City, Ying Yin watched the screen in shock. As a second-rank first-level powerhouse, he realized that if he were on the same level as Qin Lu, he might not have the upper hand. This realization made the owner of an SS-level Soul Artifact uneasy. Did Ying Xuan really defeat the giant phagocytizing bear by sheer strength? Ying Yin began to question his previous judgment. How did Ying Xuan reach the second-rank second level in just 7 days without the support of family resources? This question made him restless. As a leading figure of the younger generation in the Ying Imperial clan, Ying Yin couldn't accept being surpassed, especially by a suddenly emerged young master. He suppressed his anger and continued watching the screen. Meanwhile, in a regular apartment building in Jiangling City, Wang Hao and his father, who had been expelled from school, were also watching the livestream. Like other viewers, this father and son duo, now unemployed, initially tuned in just to watch the spectacle. Qin Lu sheathed his bloodstained sword and vigilantly returned to Ying Xuan's side. He knew that such challenges would only increase, and they had to remain on constant alert. The Assassin Guild reported that Ying Xuan had died in a car accident, news that cost Wang Jitao a hefty sum of 50 million. For this official, who had long been embezzling large amounts of money, the amount was significant but still within his means. He and his son, Wang Hao, were preparing to enjoy a comfortable retirement. However, the moment they opened the live video stream, they were struck as if by lightning. The scene on the screen made their eyes widen in disbelief and terror. Wang Hao's severed arm trembled uncontrollably, as if sensing a great threat. This can't be possible, they exclaimed in unison. In the video, Ying Xuan sat cross-legged in a cave, calmly absorbing the power of a mid-level energy crystal. Not only was he unharmed, but his clothes were spotless, showing no signs of an assassination attempt. How could this be? Lord Shuiying personally told me Ying Xuan was dead. Wang Jitao almost pressed his face against the screen, trying to confirm if the person in the video was indeed Ying Xuan. Cold sweat trickled down Wang Hao's forehead, and his breathing became rapid. Wang Jitao tried to calm his shock, contemplating whether the Assassin Guild had taken his money without fulfilling their end of the deal. But he quickly dismissed the thought the guild had been operating in the Xiao region for years, and their reputation was their lifeline. They wouldn't ruin their entire organization for a mere 50 million. Father, I can't rest until this grudge is avenged. Quickly ask the guild what happened. Wang Hao urged desperately. Wang Jitao immediately called Shuiying. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered, but there was only silence on the other end. Just as he was about to explain, a cold, unfamiliar voice of an old man suddenly spoke. So it was you too. The sound made their hearts skip a beat. This was definitely not Shuiying's voice. A chill swept over them. You're not Lord Shuiying. Who are you? Wang Jitao asked, his voice trembling. The old man didn't answer his question, but instead uttered a chilling statement. Wang Hao, Wang Jitao, you both have chosen the path of death. Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly cut off. Wang Jitao's hand shook, and his phone slipped from his grasp, crashing to the floor. His pupils constricted fiercely, and a cold sweat drenched his back. This was his exclusive line to Shuiying, with signals specially encrypted so that only the two of them could connect. But now, the voice on the other end was that of an unfamiliar old man, indicating that Shuiying had lost control of his communication device. A terrifying thought flashed through Wang Jitao's mind, causing his entire body to tremble with fear, and he dared not think further. He snatched up the phone and hurled it out the window, grabbing Wang Hao's arm to flee. If even the 6th-rank Soul Master Shuiying had failed, their fate would be even worse if they tried to fight. Father, there are energy crystals in the box. Wang Hao urgently reminded him. Forget those damned energy crystals. Our lives are more important right now. Just as they reached the door, a chilling sensation enveloped them. Wang Jitao's heart sank, and before he could react, a gust of wind carrying a green light rushed toward them. With a loud crash, the force struck them heavily, sending them sprawling into the corner of the room. They collided with the wall, dislodging plaster, and a vase shattered on the floor, leaving the room in disarray. Fighting dizziness, Wang Jitao quickly summoned his soul weapon, revealing his prowess as a third-rank, 9th-level soul master. But then, a rhythmic tapping sound echoed in the hallway. Tap each strike like a hammer pounding on their hearts. A hunched figure appeared at the doorway, holding a bamboo staff. It was Yang Xiao, the old servant of the Ying clan. He gazed coldly at the disheveled father and son. Swish! Without hesitation, Wang Jitao swung his iron hammer soul weapon at Yang Xiao. Facing the fierce attack, Yang Xiao merely raised his bamboo staff lightly, and a sudden breeze arose. At the moment of collision between the staff and the hammer, Wang Jitao felt an overwhelming force, and his hammer was effortlessly deflected. A 6th-rank soul master. This realization made Wang Jitao's legs weak and his vision blur. He immediately fell to his knees, pleading, "Master, spare my life. I have energy crystals. If you let us go, I'll give you all the money and energy crystals I have." Begging for mercy is now the only way to stay alive. Yet, when Wang Jitong laid out his conditions, Yang Zhao's lips curled into a sneer of disdain. "My Ying clan, do you really think we lack your worthless offerings?" These words struck like a heavy hammer, leaving Wang Hao and his son frozen in place. Ying Xuan, he really is from there." Their eyes widened in disbelief, their faces full of shock. Though they had suspected Ying Xian's identity before, all investigations had turned up nothing. But now, Yang Zhao's words confirmed everything. Fear surged like a tide, and the thought of escaping vanished instantly. In the face of the mighty Ying clan, there was nowhere on earth they could hide from their retribution. Yang Xiao, gripping his green bamboo staff, coldly regarded the two men. "Wang Hao, I once spared your life. Yet not only did you show no gratitude, you even dared to bribe the Assassin Hall to kill the heir of the Ying clan. Do you not know that the Jiangling City Assassin Hall is under the control of the Ying clan?" Before he finished speaking, the green bamboo staff swung fiercely, sending a sharp energy strike towards Wang Hao. With no way to dodge, Wang Hao bore the brunt of the blow. A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth as he collapsed heavily, unconscious. "My lord," Wang Jitong began to speak, but with a swift whoosh, the green bamboo staff struck his body like lightning. Overwhelmed by pain, he too fell into unconsciousness. Yang Xiao looked impassively at the two lying on the ground. The green bamboo staff emitted 2 more green flashes, precisely hitting their hearts. To dare harm the heir of the Ying clan, there is only one outcome: death. Each corpse bore a gruesome hole in their chest, hearts shattered, dead beyond doubt. Yang Xiao retracted the green bamboo staff and calmly exited the room. He took out his phone and briefly reported to Ying Zhantian, "Master, Wang Hao and his son have been executed." Then, his figure disappeared into the darkness. In the room, the clock on the wall continued to tick, the survival game on the television still playing, while the two bodies on the floor grew cold. After some time, a slender figure quietly appeared beside the corpses. In the dim light, the delicate features of her face were faintly visible. It was the mysterious employer behind Gao Han, who coveted the enigmatic soul artifact of the survival game. She wrinkled her nose in disgust, put on disposable gloves, and murmured softly, "Disgusting. But these are indeed excellent vessels." With that, she picked up the two bodies and vanished into thin air. The air inside the room was heavy with the scent of death. The bodies of Wang Hao and his son had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Meanwhile, deep within a cave in the Battle Royale simulation, Ying Xian sat cross-legged, fully absorbed in drawing energy from a medium-grade energy crystal. He could distinctly feel the power within him steadily rising, just a step away from reaching the combat strength of the second tier, third stage. Outside the cave, the scene was entirely different. Nearly 100 participants surrounded the cave entrance, their voices a cacophony. Yet no one dared to step into the cave, intimidated by the imposing figure standing guard Qin Lu. This formidable warrior, a first-tier, 8th-stage sentinel, stood like an impregnable fortress at the cave's entrance. A few reckless contestants attempted to breach the cave, but were swiftly cut down by Qin Lu's sword, eliminated before their bodies even hit the ground. This terrifying display of strength left the others in awe. "Ying Xian is just a coward," someone grumbled from the crowd. "Hiding in the cave and letting his summoned creature guard the door while he doesn't dare to face us himself." "Soon," someone suggested, "though we can't take on that sentinel alone. If we all attack at once, he can't withstand us for 5 seconds. Once we defeat him, Ying Xian and the map fragment will be ours." This proposal was met with nods of agreement, but when it came to who would lead the charge, silence fell. No one wanted to be the first to face certain death. As the stalemate continued, 2 graceful figures suddenly descended lightly from the treetops. The two women looked almost identical, with only slight differences in height and eye color. The shorter one spoke crisply. Ying Xuan, hand over the map fragment, and we'll let you go. This unexpected turn of events immediately drew everyone's attention, particularly to the sisters' long legs, which captivated all who were present. The two returning figures were none other than Ning Xinxin and Ning Yeye. Oh my gosh, aren't they the genius twins from Huaxia City? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Approaching swiftly were two figures, one taller and one shorter. The taller one was the elder sister, Ning Xinxin, and the shorter one was the younger sister, Ning Yeye. Not only had these twin sisters both awakened their S-level soul weapon talents, but astonishingly, their soul weapons could perfectly synchronize, demonstrating power far beyond a simple addition. With them here, the guards are sure to be defeated. Cheers erupted from the crowd. The sisters charged toward the cave entrance without hesitation, followed by the other competitors. In an instant, two distinct auras emanated from the sisters. Soul weapon, Sun God Whip. Soul weapon, Moon God Whip. At their call, two long whips, one black and one white, appeared in the air. The Sun God Whip in Ning Yeye's hand radiated a scorching light, while Ning Xinxin's Moon God Whip was enveloped in a dark energy. These S-level soul weapons, when combined with the balance of yin and yang, could make even SS-level soul weapons shy away. First rank, 7th tier combat power. The crowd felt the terrifying aura emanating from the sisters, boosting their confidence. Inside the cave, Qin Lu's expression was grave. If it were a unknown fight, the sisters wouldn't be a threat, but now they had nearly 100 competitors backing them. He glanced back at Ying Xuan, who was still absorbing the crystals, knowing he had to buy time. I should have asked His Majesty to summon General Bai Qi and the others, Qin Lu thought with a sigh, but then reconsidered. This is a good chance to gain merit. He drew his battle sword and stood firmly at the cave entrance. The next moment, the Ning sisters' attack arrived. Crack! The two divine whips sliced through the air with a sharp sonic boom. Qin Lu adopted an unusual stance, simultaneously blocking the whips coming from two directions. Before he could catch his breath, the sisters spun around, launching another fierce whip strike. Qin Lu quickly leaped back, narrowly avoiding a lethal blow. Qin Lu successfully deflected two consecutive attacks, causing the two sisters to feel a sense of unease. Ning Xinxin's eyes narrowed as she swung her shadow whip, releasing a fierce burst of energy, while telepathically communicating with her sister. This guard's combat strength is extraordinary, definitely more than just a mere rank 8. Sister, let's take turns attacking to give him any chance to catch his breath. Ning Yeye understood and followed her sister's lead, lashing out at Qin Lu with another whip strike. The whip sliced through the air like lightning. Qin Lu's gaze sharpened. As a guard of the Qin dynasty, he had honed exceptional battle skills through countless life and death trials. He knew that merely dodging would only embolden the sisters. He needed to take the offensive to control the battle. In a swift motion, he deftly evaded the sisters' continuous attacks, concealing the tip of his bronze sword beneath his arm. As Ning Yeye's whip came sweeping like a storm, Qin Lu advanced instead of retreating. Smack! The whip landed heavily on Qin Lu's armor, leaving a deep mark. The powerful impact made him stagger back a couple of steps, but a barely noticeable smile appeared on his lips. Just when the sisters thought they had the upper hand, Qin Lu unexpectedly launched a counterattack. The sword, hidden beneath his arm, flashed out, unleashing a terrifying sword intent that surged toward Ning Yeye like a thunderbolt. Even more frightening, the sword energy could change direction mid-flight, making it unavoidable. Sister, watch out! Ning Xinxin exclaimed, drawing her divine whip in an attempt to intercept. The whip collided with the sword energy, producing a piercing metallic clash. At the critical moment, other contestants finally arrived, summoning their soul weapons to join the fray. Yet, even with their combined efforts, they couldn't completely neutralize Qin Lu's powerful strike. Ning Yeye was forced back several steps, and the sisters' offensive had to be halted. Qin Lu noticed the shift in the situation, while the others realized he was showing signs of fatigue. They grew excited. Haha, this guard's stamina is almost depleted. Let's seize this chance to defeat him and snatch the map fragment from Ying Xuan. Charge! In the next moment, the crowd surged forward. Despite knowing he was unlikely to withstand so many opponents, Qin Lu's resolve only strengthened, thinking of his emperor behind him. As a guardian, I will fight until the very end. If you want to get in, you'll have to step over my dead body. Qin Lu's furious roar echoed throughout the cave. In the next moment, his aura surged, and his longsword flashed like lightning. Two streaks of cold light cut through the air, and the two leading contenders fell to the ground. Swiftly, 3 more powerful sword slashes forced another 3 contenders to retreat from the battle. Don't be cowards. This guardian has taken out so many. He must be at his limit, someone shouted from the crowd. Defeat him, and the map fragments are within reach. That rallying cry seemed to ignite a fuse. The crowd began to unleash their soul weapons, with shouts echoing all around. Soul weapon, giant iron hammer. Soul weapon, starfire spear. Facing the overwhelming onslaught, Qin Lu gritted his teeth. He knew he couldn't hold out much longer, but his duty demanded that he give everything to defend. Just as the defense line was about to be breached, a commotion erupted outside the cave. The clashing of soul weapons and cries of pain followed. "Brother Xian, hold on, I've brought reinforcements." A familiar voice rang out. Ying Xuan stood outside the cave, his stout figure wielding a guitar. S-level talent, resonant strings. As he played, the morale of Wu Xiaofeng's support team soared. It turned out that after leaving the Ning sisters, Ying Xuan encountered Wu Xiaofeng, who recognized him as Ying Xian's friend and immediately recruited him. With Ying Yuan's level support talent providing a 10 power boost, Wu Xiaofeng wielded the Radiant Sword, leading his team through a bloody path. "Brothers, take the entrance." Wu Xiaofeng unleashed his full power, easily overpowering the contenders who were only at the 3rd level of the 1st rank. That's the S-level soul weapon, Radiant Sword. It's the genius Wu Xiaofeng from Jiangling City. Are you crazy? Our common enemy is Ying Xian. Amid the questioning voices, Wu Xiaofeng's sword swept through the air, unstoppable. But just as he was about to enter the cave, a terrifying wave of energy surged toward him. Wu Xiaofeng raised his sword to block, his gaze fixed on the cave entrance. A graceful figure stood there, none other than Ning Xinxin. Behind Ning Xinxin, Ning Yaya staggered out of the cave. Her face was slightly pale, and her stance was unsteady, clearly indicating that the recent blow had severely weakened her. The two sisters exchanged a glance and immediately abandoned their attack on Qin Lu, turning their focus to Wu Xiaofeng, who had suddenly appeared. "Wu Xiaofeng, we have no grievance with you," Ning Xinxin said sincerely, holding the Yinyang Divine Whip. "If you help us defeat Ying Xian, we can share the benefits of the map fragments with you." Wu Xiaofeng's lips curled into a cold smile, and the radiant sword in his hand gleamed brightly. "Sorry, I always work alone." Before he finished speaking, a sharp sword light swept toward the sisters. Their expressions changed, and they quickly raised the Yinyang Divine Whip to block. Meanwhile, Jin Yuan strummed his zither from the back, continuously providing buffs to Wu Xiaofeng and his subordinates. Inside the cave, despite hearing the battle raging outside, Ying Xian had to focus on his own breakthrough. He was at a critical moment in advancing to the 2nd tier of the 3rd grade, and interrupting now could damage his spiritual meridians or, worse, lead to a severe backlash. He could sense that he was just one step away from success. At that moment, after defeating the 18th and 19th contestants, Qin Lu finally couldn't hold on any longer. "Your Majesty, this guilty minister has done his utmost," he said with difficulty before his body transformed into a radiant light, returning to the Black Dragon Robe. Seeing this, the remaining contestants were instantly excited. "Haha, there's strength in numbers," someone shouted. "Brothers, Qin Lu has fallen. Let's rush in and grab the map fragments." Without Qin Lu's obstruction, the crowd surged toward the cave, each person's eyes gleaming with greed, eager to be the first to seize the map fragments. At this moment, Wu Xiaofeng, who was fiercely battling against the Ning sisters, Ning Yaya and Ning Xinxin, found himself cornered. Even with Jin Yuan's support, his forces struggled to fend off the overwhelming number of enemies converging from all directions. "Ying Xian, I've done my best. If you don't make your move after this strike, there's nothing more I can do." Wu Xiaofeng sighed softly, a piercing golden light suddenly flaring in his eyes. To everyone's shock, the radiant sword in his hand began to slowly melt, and simultaneously, a massive illusionary image of the radiant sword appeared behind him. In that moment, Wu Xiaofeng experienced a whirlwind of emotions. He was uncertain if aligning with Ying Xian was the right choice, but he understood that having made his decision, there was no turning back. S-level talent, Radiant Holy Sword. Wu Xiaofeng shouted, and the sword's shadow merged with him. Enveloped in holy light, he transformed into a human-shaped sword, with a terrifying aura sweeping towards the cave entrance like a tsunami. Everyone present was stunned and halted their actions, fully on guard. Someone exclaimed, "It's the Radiant Holy Sword. It's one of the strongest single-target S-level talents." The power of this move was indeed incredible. Merging the soul descendant with the Radiant Sword, he could unleash a single blow that exceeded his combat strength by 500. With Jin Yuan's assistance, its power could reach 510 of a first-class 7th-tier battle power. However, this move had a fatal flaw. It could only attack a single target, and afterward, the user would fall into a 24-hour coma until their energy was fully restored. The Ning sisters were shocked and quickly retreated a few steps, raising their soul weapons in defense. Everyone else also tensely raised their soul weapons, barely daring to breathe. They knew that whoever acted first might be the first to be eliminated. Wu Xiaofeng understood that this was the last chance to defend the cave. He raised the holy sword high, ready to strike, and the tension in the air reached its peak. At this critical moment, an even more terrifying aura erupted from within the cave. With a thunderous crash, a powerful gust of wind swept out like a tornado, stirring up a cloud of dust. Several competitors closest to the entrance were instantly blown away by the gust, landing heavily on the ground. Outside the cave, the crowd suddenly turned their heads to witness a shocking scene. The competitors who had fallen to the ground transformed into energy and vanished into thin air in the blink of an eye. This unexpected event left everyone wide-eyed and gasping in disbelief. They all understood what this meant. Turning into energy was the sign of elimination. A seemingly insignificant gust of air had instantly taken out several competitors with first-tier, third-level strength. This realization cast a shadow over everyone present. Meanwhile, viewers watching the live broadcast saw the deadly gust's source with clarity from their omniscient perspective. In the footage, Ying Xuan was slowly getting up from the ground. A fierce aura surrounded him, and his Black Dragon Robe emitted an even more dazzling golden light than before. The terrifying gust originated from this very robe. So this is the power of a second-tier, third level? Ying Xuan murmured to himself, clenching his fist. He casually threw a punch, and a clear explosive sound reverberated through the air. His energy was nearly at its peak, desperately needing an outlet to release the overwhelming power within. The live chat exploded with comments. Viewers exclaimed in amazement. Oh my god, he absorbed the intermediate energy crystals so quickly. Is this second-tier, third-level strength? Reaching this level on the 7th day of awakening, is he even human? Ying Xuan took out a map fragment, observing the dense cluster of red dots indicating he was surrounded. Yet, his expression was surprisingly calm, even showing a hint of eagerness. At this moment, he was eager to find a place to unleash his surging energy, curious to see who could possibly defeat Qin Lu. Outside the cave, everyone's eyes were fixed on the entrance. Wu Xiaofeng's suspended sword remained in the air. Suddenly, a figure slowly emerged from the cavia Black Dragon Robe, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Brother Xian. Jin Yuan was the first to recognize him, excitedly raising his guitar and waving. Finally, we've been waiting for you. We were worried sick. This shout snapped the others out of their daze, and they turned hostile gazes toward Ying Xuan. So it's you, the coward. Haha, we found you without any effort. Hand over the map fragment, and we'll spare your life. The scene erupted into chaos, with shouts of hand over the fragment echoing all around. Ning Xinshin and Ning Ye's eyes flickered slightly, revealing an unmistakable wariness. They keenly sensed the powerful aura emanating from Ying Xuan, an aura far surpassing that of the previous guard. Seeing this, Wu Xiaofeng finally felt his tense nerves relax. As long as Ying Xuan was confirmed to be inside, this risky venture was worthwhile. Ying Xuan first nodded slightly at Jin Yuan, then turned his gaze to Wu Xiaofeng. Was it you who came to support us? Although his consciousness wasn't fully closed while absorbing the energy crystal, he could feel someone helping Qin Lu relieve pressure. He initially thought it was someone from Jiangling First High School, but it turned out to be Wu Xiaofeng from the Second High School. That's right, we're all contestants from Jiangling City, so we should help each other out. My team was nearby, so we came over, Wu Xiaofeng replied. Ying Xuan understood that the other party was interested in his strength and saw this as an opportunity to join his group. But since they offered assistance, he was willing to give them a chance. Come over, stand behind me, Ying Xuan instructed, his voice quiet yet carrying undeniable authority. You too, fatty. Wu Xiaofeng and Jin Yuan exchanged a glance, facing a wall of other contestants. Damn, still so arrogant even when facing death, came an angry shout from the crowd. I'm standing right here. Let's see if you dare to come over, another young man taunted. Ying Xuan's lips curled slightly, a hint of disdain in his eyes. In the next instant, a flash of sword light appeared out of nowhere, piercing through the taunting young man's body like lightning. He didn't even have time to react before dissipating into energy in the air. Another contestant, unwilling to believe it, raised a hand to block, only to be similarly pierced by the sword light and dissolve into energy. The scene fell into a dead silence. Jin Yuan and Wu Xiaofeng seemed to understand something and walked towards Ying Xuan without hesitation. Two more sword flashes passed, instantly killing a man and a woman blocking the way. Others finally realized the situation and hurriedly stepped aside, creating a path. Footsteps echoed in the silent venue. Once the two stood behind him, Ying Xuan slowly walked to the center of the field and pulled something from his pocket. The map fragment is right here. If you have the guts, come and take it. As Ying Xuan began to speak, all eyes in the room immediately focused on the map fragment he held aloft. Ning Xinshin and Ning Yeya, the two sisters, were wide-eyed in shock, feeling the powerful aura emanating from this man far more formidable than any guard they had ever encountered. This completely overturned their assumptions, as they had believed that someone protected by strong guards would inherently lack combat ability. To their surprise, Ying Xuan's own strength far surpassed that of his guard, Qin Lu. At that moment, a burly young man in the crowd suddenly became restless. This was Yin Maoxin from Fengyun No. 2 High School, and his face, full of coarse features, reflected the greedy glint in his eyes beneath thick eyebrows. He was fixated on the map fragment, already calculating the 2 points he could earn per minute and envisioning the prospect of breaking into the top 1,000 ranks. Ying Xuan, I'll be taking that map fragment. A level talent soul weapon, Jinyuan halberd. Before the words were fully out of his mouth, Ying Xuan launched his attack. In an instant, a tumter-long halberd materialized in his hands, and he charged at Ying Xuan like a projectile. This sudden assault caught everyone off guard, including the Ning sisters, who hadn't expected such audacity in attacking Ying Xuan. The audience outside the live broadcast recognized Ying Xuan and buzzed with conversation. Some mentioned his past achievement of defeating an S-level talent soul weapon contender in the Fengyun City High School arena battles, despite being 2 levels below. However, many were anxious for him, knowing full well that Ying Xuan had now reached the power level of a 2nd grade, 3rd tier. The principal of Fengyun No. 2 High School was watching this unfold and was beside himself with worry. He knew that Ying Xuan, having just broken through to the 2nd grade, 3rd tier, was brimming with energy and ready to unleash it, making Ying Xuan's actions akin to dancing on the edge of a volcano. Moreover, possessing the map fragment meant Ying Xuan had already demonstrated the capability to defeat a 2nd grade, 2nd tier regional boss. As Ying Xuan raised the Jinyuan halberd and prepared to strike Ying Xuan with a downward blow, time seemed to stand still. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the outcome of this tense and dangerous moment. Seeing that powerful strike, the crowd was momentarily under the illusion that Ying Xuan might actually be able to battle Ying Xuan. In the center of the arena, Wu Xiaofeng was about to draw the radiant sword to defend Ying Xuan, but was stopped by a gentle raise of Ying Xuan's hand. In the next instant, Ying Xuan's long halberd crashed heavily onto Ying Xuan, unleashing a deafening boom. A wave of energy surged, and dust filled the air, shrouding the battlefield in a gray haze. Haha, taking my blow, Heiden, you'll pay for it. Ying Xuan, you're not that impressive. Ying Xuan's triumphant laughter echoed through the dust. The surrounding spectators erupted in chatter. Is that it? I thought Ying Xuan was more formidable. He couldn't even dodge Ying Xuan's strike. What a pretender. This proves it, he only got the map fragment by exploiting a system glitch. How could a rookie soul summoner, awakened just 7 days ago, possibly defeat a 2nd tier, 2nd grade demon? Seeing Ying Xuan seemingly defeated, the crowd grew restless. Charge, the map fragment is up for grabs. Whoever gets it first, owns it. However, standing on the edge of the crowd, Ning Xuan and Ning Ye looked grave. Before Ning Ye could speak, a blinding flash of sword light suddenly burst from the dust, slicing through the thick haze. Ning Xuan's pupils contracted as she grabbed her sister. Run. The two had barely retreated a kilometer when a thunderous explosion erupted behind them. A pillar of light shot skyward, instantly turning the nearby Ying Xuan into pure energy. As the dust settled, Ying Xuan stood unwavering in place, without a scratch on him. Holding the sky-cleaving sword, he coldly surveyed the surrounding competitors. Even more shocking was the scene behind him, a formation of 15 guards clad in bronze armor, each standing 9 feet tall and exuding an aura as formidable as Qin Lu's. The guard at the forefront, slightly shorter in stature, was particularly striking. He rested a scythe of death on his shoulder, with an aura of death so dense it seemed almost tangible, intimidating all who gazed upon him. The god of war, Bai Qi. A terrified cry erupted from the crowd. Kill! 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 The battle cry of 15 Qin dynasty warriors echoed throughout the battle royale arena. With Qin Lu's energy depleted, only 15 soldiers remained on the battlefield alongside Bai Qi. Despite being vastly outnumbered by the 100 contestants, the menacing aura they emitted kept everyone at bay. Bai Qi held a scythe, pointing it at the crowd ahead. Instantly, a heavy aura of death enveloped the area, causing everyone to shiver under its oppressive weight. That guard wielding the scythe has reached the 2nd tier, 3rd rank in power, someone exclaimed in fear. Impossible. How can he summon so many powerful guards? Before the words could settle, Bai Qi's scythe slashed through the air, a crimson arc slicing down the 3 nearest contestants. The overwhelming power gap instilled terror among all present. Seeing the dire situation, Ning Ye and Ning Xuan turned to flee. Ye run. Ying Xuan's power is beyond what we can handle. But it was too late. Ying Xuan swung his sword, and the blade's light descended from the sky, blocking their escape route. Ning Xuan's one-school demeanor vanished, replaced by sheer terror. The injured Ning Ye turned pale as a sheet, unable to speak. Since you're here, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Ying Xuan's voice echoed, forcing the sisters to halt. They vaguely sensed this might be connected to Jin Yuan. Witnessing Ying Xuan's prowess, other contestants fled in panic, but Ying Xuan showed no mercy to those coveting his map fragments. He glanced at Bai Qi, who understood immediately. Rest assured, Your Majesty, not a single one of these arrogant fools will escape. Bai Qi commanded the 14 guards. Brothers, these people dare challenge His Majesty's authority. Leave none alive. At your command. The Qin guards quickly dispersed, intercepting the fleeing contestants with thunderous force. Though each guard's apparent power was at the 8th tier, first rank, their actual strength, bolstered by unity, neared the 9th tier, first rank. Taking on a group of competitors below the first rank, defeating 10 at once was no issue. The arena was in chaos, filled with panicked cries. Damn it, I don't want to be eliminated yet. Help! One contestant's desperate shout was abruptly silenced, turning into a blue burst of energy that vanished into the air. The soldiers of Daqin swept through like grim reapers, leaving a trail of bodies in their wake. Blue energy rose continuously, marking the elimination of contestants one after another. Bai Qi, wielding a scythe, charged into the fray, showcasing a terrifying mastery of slaughter, perfectly embodying the phrase, like cutting through butter. Amidst this massacre, Ying Xuan stood calmly at the back, observing as if there was no need for him to personally intervene. Jin Yuan and Wu Xiaofeng stood behind Ying Xuan, swallowing hard as they watched the scene unfold. Even though they had witnessed Ying Xuan's prowess before, they still felt that their leader had not shown his full strength. The performance of the 15 Daqin soldiers left them thoroughly impressed. Just how many cards is Brother Xin holding? With this strength, I believe he could take on 1,000 by himself. Jin Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. Wu Xiaofeng's followers were also secretly relieved, glad they had chosen the right side. Although they had heard from Wu Xiaofeng about Ying Xuan's strength, the display before them far exceeded their expectations. Meanwhile, in the official meeting room of the Xia region, Guofei and the staff were glued to the system screen. In just 3 minutes, 65 contestants had fallen at the hands of Ying Xuan's subordinates. Master Gua, isn't Ying Xuan's power a bit too exaggerated? A staff member couldn't help but comment. Guofei frowned deeply. While he anticipated a genius contestant might go on a rampage, he didn't expect an unknown like Ying Xuan to achieve such feats. He immediately ordered, deploy a large number of monsters to Ying Xuan's area. We must slow down his elimination rate. In Jiangling City, within the meeting room of Jiangling No. 1 High School, Principal Luo Gudian could hardly contain his excitement. Ha! What a remarkable young man. With Ying Xuan, our Jiangling No. 1 High finally has something to boast about. Beside Luo Gudian, the head of the grade was moved to tears. They both clearly understood that Ying Xuan had become a new milestone for Jiangling High School. If he could achieve excellent results in this competition, he would surely attract many talented students from prestigious families to the school, injecting new vitality into it. Old Zhou, Luo Gudian suddenly turned, looking firmly at the head of the grade. Come with me to the Ying Imperial clan later. Bring my ancestral high-grade energy crystal. I want to personally pay them a visit. The head of the grade nodded repeatedly. Although they knew that to the well-established Ying Imperial clan, a high-grade energy crystal was not rare, it was the best gift they could offer, enough to express Jiangling High School's sincerity. At this moment, within the Ying Imperial clan's council chamber, the once silent space was buzzing with excitement due to Ying Xuan's performance. As soon as the 15 great Qin guards appeared, all the young members of the Ying clan held their breath. This legendary army awakened memories buried deep in their bloodline. Ying Xuan, dressed in a black dragon robe, exuded extraordinary presence. His command of the guards was filled with authority, especially the guard holding the scythe of death, whose aura was chilling. This scene stunned everyone present, including Ying Yan, who watched in disbelief at the young master capable of summoning the 15 great Qin guards. Young Master Ying Xuan, how terrifying, someone exclaimed, sparking a flurry of discussion. This aura, it's just like the portrait of the ancestor in the sect's grand hall, someone suddenly remarked. Upon hearing this, everyone agreed. The portrait, painted by the legendary artist and preserved for thousands of years without fading, bore a striking resemblance to Ying Xuan at this moment. The painting is said to embody the will of the ancestors, having protected the descendants of the Ying Imperial clan for thousands of years. Ying Yan turned around, intending to speak, but found that everyone's attention was focused on Ying Xuan, completely ignoring him. His fingers unconsciously clenched, knuckles whitening from the pressure. In the Ying Imperial clan, where strength is paramount, he had always been the undisputed leader among the younger generation, possessing the greatest talent and power. However, Ying Xuan's sudden emergence shattered this status quo. Intense jealousy contorted his facial muscles. Ying Yan, what's wrong? A concerned voice from a young girl beside him asked. Ying Yan quickly adjusted his expression, forcing a deliberate smile. He knew well that with Ying Xuan's current status, he could not show any hostility. To deal with him, it would have to be done covertly. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a deliberately calm tone. It's nothing. With the young lord's talent, our Ying clan's strength grows. Naturally, I'm pleased. Yan, you're right, someone agreed. With young Lord Ying Xuan, we'll have an advantage in the upcoming Youth Soul Summoner competition in the Summer Domain against other Imperial clan members. Hearing the words Youth Soul Summoner competition, a gleam flashed in Ying Yan's eyes. This competition, held every 5 years, is the highest level contest for the younger generation in the Huaxia Divine Domain. Any soul summoner under the age of 20, regardless of background, can participate. The prizes are generous, including advanced energy crystals and precious materials for sacred soul artifacts. This competition is not only a stage for young people to prove themselves, but also crucial for determining the influence of various powers in the summer domain. 30 years ago, Ying Xuan won the competition and chose not to take the treasure rewards, instead exchanging them for higher-level enforcement rights, laying the groundwork for becoming the clan leader. Humph, the first place will be mine, Ying Yin muttered to himself, a fierce glint in his eyes. At that time, Ying Xuan. He was already calculating in his mind by showcasing strength far surpassing Ying Xuan's in the competition. He could reclaim his position. Even if the other party is the young lord, the Grand Elder would have to reconsider resource allocation. Meanwhile, the scene in the council hall continued. The guards were relentlessly pursuing other contestants, and no matter how they fled, they ultimately met their end. No, I don't want to be eliminated. With a final scream, Qin's sword cut through, striking down the last contestant. Silence returned to the scene. Besides Ying Xuan and the Qin Imperial Guards he summoned, only Jin Yuan, Wu Xiaofeng, and his 11 subordinates remained, along with Ning Xinxin and Ning Ye standing silently in the distance. The rustling wind in the forest passed through the treetops, bringing a gentle whisper that highlighted the silence after the battle. Bai Qi strode up to Ying Xuan, knelt on one knee, and respectfully reported, "Your Majesty, all targets have been eliminated." Ying Xuan nodded in satisfaction and then waved his sleeve. In an instant, Bai Qi and the 15 Qin soldiers transformed into streams of light and returned to the Black Dragon Robe. He glanced at the map fragment in his hand and noticed that the red dots representing other contestants within a 5-kilometer radius had completely disappeared, indicating that no one would disturb them for the time being. Wu Xiaofeng, why have you come to join me? Ying Xuan suddenly asked. This question visibly startled Wu Xiaofeng, as he was still shaken by the terrifying scene of Ying Xuan instantly defeating Yin Maoxin. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Ying Xuan, to be honest, I want to achieve a higher ranking and receive better rewards, which is why I want to join you. This straightforward answer surprised Ying Xuan a bit. He turned to scrutinize Wu Xiaofeng, finding that his straightforward and unpretentious personality suited him. Jin Yuan, standing nearby, keenly caught the hint of satisfaction on Ying Xuan's face and immediately patted Wu Xiaofeng on the shoulder. Wu Xiaofeng, what are you waiting for? Quickly call him Brother Xian. Wu Xiaofeng got the hint and immediately knelt on one knee, clasping his fists. Brother Xian, I, Wu Xiaofeng, swear to follow you to the death. Jin Yuan displayed a playful smile, evidently pleased to see another member added to his brother Xian's fan club. Although Ying Xuan was pleased with Wu Xiaofeng's discernment, he wasn't quick to accept followers. Stand up. Mere words don't prove loyalty. If you want to follow me, I must make it clear. If I discover any ulterior motives, don't blame me for taking action. Moreover, I won't offer you any assistance. You'll have to rely on yourself to hunt demons and earn points. Wu Xiaofeng immediately stood up, unable to hide his excitement. Brother Xian, rest assured, I won't cause you any trouble. If there's any dirty or hard work in the future, just leave it to me. Wu Xiaofeng said respectfully. Ying Xuan nodded slightly and turned to walk ahead. At this moment, Jin Yuan quickly caught up, patted Wu Xiaofeng on the shoulder, and said with a smile, Our fan club now has 3 members. I'm the eldest brother, Xiao Yu is the second, and since you joined last, you can be the 3rd brother. Although Wu Xiaofeng was initially puzzled, he remembered Jin Yuan's earlier kindness and gladly accepted this ranking. The followers behind him, having witnessed Ying Xuan's astonishing strength, had no objections and readily agreed to follow orders. Ying Xuan's gaze then fell on a towering ancient tree nearby. Under the tree sat 2 girls, Ning Xinxin and Ning Ye. They huddled together, watching Ying Xuan approach with fear in their eyes. Ying Xuan, what do you want to do? Ning Ye instinctively pulled her clothes tighter, and the sisters clung to each other, their earlier bravado over the map fragment gone. Seeing their frightened expressions, Ying Xuan chuckled. Is there a need to react so strongly? Do I really look that scary? Rather than easing the tension, his words made the sisters cling even tighter. To them, Ying Xuan was more terrifying than any monster. The massacre they had witnessed earlier left an indelible mark on their minds. Ying Xuan, do what you will. We sisters will never yield to you. Ning Xinxin suppressed her fear and shielded her sister, adopting a defensive stance. Unexpectedly, Ying Xuan's next words were surprising. You can go. I won't kill you. He stopped 2 meters away from them. The sisters exchanged a look of disbelief. They had seen this human demon ruthlessly slaughter other contestants with their own eyes. Ying Xuan, are you serious? Ning Ye asked urgently. A true man's word is his bond. Once you say it, you can't take it back. Sister, let's go. As they turned to leave, they noticed Ying Xuan had no intention of stopping them. This unusual scene made Ning Xinxin pause and turn back to ask, why? Ying Xuan simply turned and gestured to Jin Yuan and the others. This simple act only fueled Ning Xinxin's curiosity even more. Ying Xuan found it effortless to eliminate the 2 sisters, but his decision to spare them had deeper reasoning. The most significant reason dated back to an encounter during his seclusion, when Jin Yuan had a chance meeting with the sisters. At that time, the sisters not only helped Jin Yuan escape the threat of the human-faced demon spider, but also showed mercy by not pursuing him further. Although there might have been hidden motives, the outcome was favorable for Jin Yuan. The second reason stemmed from the recent chaos. When Yin Maoxin led others to snatch the map fragments, the other contestants swarmed in, yet Ning Xinxin and her sister remained neutral. These reasons proved that they harbored no ill intent towards him, and sparing them was a way to repay the favor to Jin Yuan. Sister, let's leave quickly. Ning Yi anxiously tugged at her sister's sleeve. That powerful guy just eliminated so many people. If he changes his mind, we'll be in danger. However, Ning Xinxin stood still, her beautiful eyes fixed on Ying Xuan's back, deep in thought. I trust he won't go back on his word. There's something special about him that makes people want to follow. Look at how Jin Yuan and Wu Xiaofeng naturally respect him. Plus, with that Black Dragon Robe, his presence has reached a pinnacle. Hearing her sister's assessment, Ning Yi couldn't help but take another look at Ying Xuan. On closer inspection, she too was captivated by the commanding aura he exuded. At that moment, Ying Xuan paid no mind to the gazes behind him and directly summoned the ranking panel. This action immediately caught the attention of Jin Yuan, Wu Xiaofeng, and the others. First place, Ying Xuan 21 points. Second place, Su Hen 80 points. Third place, Gu Lung 78 points. Ying Xuan was not surprised by his high score. After all, the points from the Great Qin Guard's eliminations were credited to him, along with the points for defeating the giant Devourer Bear and eliminating 100 contestants. This result was only natural. However, this number left Jin Yuan and the others in shock. Whoa, Brother Xian already has over 2,600 points, they gasped in amazement. Even Su Hen from the Sword Dao Ancient Clan only has 80 points. The gap is massive, not to mention Su Hen. Even if you combine the points of Gu Long, Wang Hu, and Bai Ao, they wouldn't come close to Brother Xian's total. The recent scene of Ying Xuan slaughtering the contestants left everyone in shock, and the points displayed were even more astonishing. As Ying Xuan focused on checking the leaderboard, a shadow silently appeared behind him, with sharp claws suddenly striking from the bushes. Watch out, Xian. There's an ambush. Jin Yuan, standing opposite, exclaimed as he recognized the deadly claws. In a split second, Jin Yuan leaped towards Ying Xuan without hesitation. Under Ying Xuan's surprised gaze, Jin Yuan pulled him aside, using his own body to block the path of the claws. Ying Xuan immediately sensed the danger behind him and turned to see Jin Yuan shielding him from the attack. With Jin Yuan's support role abilities, being hit would mean immediate elimination with no chance to fight back. At this critical moment, two streaks of light sliced through the air. Two whips accurately struck the claws, followed by a piercing wolf howl. It was then that everyone realized the attacker was a Tier 1 rank 7 Dark Shadow Wolf. The struck Dark Shadow Wolf's eyes glowed ominously, its fur bristling like sharp blades. At the same time, two figures descended from above Ning Xinxin and Ning Yi, wielding their yin-yang divine whips. It's Ning Xinxin and Ning Yi, the crowd exclaimed, puzzled by their sudden appearance. Jin Yuan quickly retreated behind Ying Xuan, still shaken. Although Ying Xuan was surprised that the sisters he had previously spared had now saved him, the urgent situation left no time for contemplation. He decisively drew the heaven-opening sword, unleashing a burst of sword light. Now at Tier 2 Rank 3, Ying Xuan found it easy to deal with the Dark Shadow Wolf. In disbelief, the wolf watched as the sword light pierced its head, disintegrating into energy. Defeated Dark Shadow Wolf Tier 1 Rank 7, points 48. Everything happened so fast that the crowd hadn't recovered from their shock when the battle ended. The Ning sisters stared in disbelief at the spot where the wolf had vanished. After a brief silence, Ning Xinxin approached Ying Xuan with her sister. Ying Xuan, we have a favor to ask. What kind of favor? Ying Xuan asked, puzzled, as he had already let them go. Ning Xinxin bit her lip, slightly embarrassed, and said, the battle royale is full of geniuses and unpredictable factors. Although my sister and I are strong, we might still fall to larger groups. Therefore, we wish to join your faction. Upon hearing Ning Xinxin's words, Jin Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe that the two famous beauties of Huaxia City, known as the Unparalleled Twins, wanted to join their team. Ying Xuan narrowed his eyes, filled with doubt. With the influence that Ning Xinxin and Ning Yi had in Huaxia City, they could easily form their own faction. Yet here they were, willingly asking to join his team. Just as Ying Xuan was about to ask why, the surrounding forest suddenly stirred. Remembering their previous encounters, he immediately drew the Kaitian sword and scanned the area warily. Everyone, including the newly arrived Ning sisters, quickly assumed a battle stance. Xian, there's movement to the east. There's some to the west too. Both north and south as well. The team's warnings echoed one after another. Towering ancient trees shook violently, their leaves producing a harsh rustling sound. From the depths of the forest came the chilling growls of wild beasts. A terrifying aura pressed in from all directions, causing everyone to instinctively hold their breath. Prepare for battle. Ying Xuan swiftly commanded. Wu Xiaofeng, guard the west side. Jin Yuan, take your men and hold the east. I'll handle the south. We'll take the north. Ning Xinxin quickly volunteered, and with Ning Yaya, she summoned the Yinyang whip, ready for action. Ying Xuan nodded in approval, and each squad quickly took their positions. Suddenly, the south faced the first attack. 3 massive demon plague rats charged at Ying Xuan. These creatures were taller than an average adult, with eyes glowing a terrifying green, mouths full of saliva-dripping fangs, and exuding a nauseating stench of decay. Demon plague rats are common first-grade demons, ranging from level 5 to 8, known for feeding on carrion. Their mouths contain deadly poison that can corrode human flesh within a minute and become fatal within 10. Even armor offers no protection against their corpse poison, which is why soul tamers below the 3rd grade keep their distance from them. All 3 demon plague rats opened their gaping mouths simultaneously, spewing their lethal poison directly at Ying Xuan. Upon seeing this, Ying Xuan did not dodge, causing everyone present to hold their breath in suspense. Suddenly, his Black Dragon Robe emitted a majestic imperial aura that soared into the sky. As soon as the 3 streams of corpse poison touched this aura, they dissipated like snow under the scorching sun. This was the unique ability of the Black Dragon Robe, immunity to all negative effects within its range. Everyone was stunned, and the Ning sisters, Ning Xinxin and Ning Yaya, widened their eyes in disbelief. Clearly, no one had expected Ying Xuan to have such a powerful hidden trump card. In the next moment, Ying Xuan's eyes flashed with golden light, and with a swift motion of his heaven-opening sword, he unleashed 3 sharp sword beams, precisely targeting the 3 venomous demon rats. The rats, caught off guard by the ease with which their prized corpse poison was neutralized, panicked and let out 3 piercing screams before falling under the sword beams. At that moment, a multitude of demon figures emerged from the surrounding bushes. In addition to the known face spiders, shadow wolves, venomous demon rats, and giant sandworms, there were many new kinds of demons never seen before. They emitted shrill cries and charged en masse. Ying Xuan immediately recognized this as the demon beast tide mentioned in textbooks, a coordinated attack by different types of demons, a tactic that has always been a major headache for humans. Yet, instead of showing any sign of tension, he raised his heaven-opening sword and declared loudly, "Everyone, the opportunity to hunt demons is here. The points you earn depend on your skills. Attack." Before he finished speaking, a desire for points ignited in everyone's eyes. Wu Xiaofeng's subordinates charged ahead first, while Jin Yuan took out his guitar soul artifact to provide buffs for the group. Wu Xiaofeng himself wielded the radiant sword, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The Ning sisters exchanged a knowing look and fought side by side, their whips felling large numbers of demons with each swing. Ying Xuan held the southern side, and the mere pressure from his Black Dragon Robe deterred the demons from approaching. Combined with the sword aura from his heaven-opening sword, no demon dared to come within 5 meters of him. This unusual beast tide made Ying Xuan realize that the Xia domain officials were likely orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Worried that he would eliminate a large number of other contestants, Guofei had activated an emergency plan, attempting to slow him down with the beast tide. Little did they know, Ying Xuan, who had just broken through, was eager to find a place to expend his excess energy and gain combat experience. This beast tide turned out to be a great help to him. Ying Xuan's sword, known as the Kaitian sword, sliced through the air with a fierce gleam. Accompanied by a harsh tearing sound, a massive sandworm was severed in 2, spewing green blood that filled the air with a foul stench. His gaze was sharp as lightning, and he wielded the Kaitian sword with the speed of the wind, swiftly dispatching 3 more sandworms to the south. This display left everyone present in awe. The fear that had gripped their hearts at the sight of these formidable creatures was significantly diminished by Ying Xuan's effortless victory. "Don't be afraid, everyone. Let's fight together and wipe out these damned creatures," Wu Xiaofeng's subordinate shouted. With Ying Xuan leading the charge, the others hesitated no longer, raising their soul weapons and charging into the fray. The sounds of battle cries and clashing weapons filled the air, transforming the battlefield into a chaotic and intense scene. As an S-class soul weapon user, Wu Xiaofeng held his ground alone, deftly handling the oncoming monsters. His weapon gleamed with a cold light, each strike claiming the life of a demon. Sisters Ning Xinxin and Ning Yaya wielded their Yinyang divine whips with agility and speed, the whips dancing through the air like serpents. Their seamless teamwork shattered the lesser demons with ease. Meanwhile, Jin Yuan led the others in a staunch defense of the east side. Although they were numerous, most were only at the 3rd tier of the 1st rank, and they struggled against the relentless assault of the demons. Yet, they did not retreat, instead working closely together to maintain their defensive line as best as they could. At the same time, in the coastal battle zone, Zheng Wudi, a peak 7th tier soul master, arrived at the city walls. His presence immediately drew gasps from the border soldiers. Look up there, it's someone important from Jiangling City. That's Zheng Wudi, the principal of Jiangling University. With a solemn expression, Zheng Wudi nodded to the soldiers below and flew directly to the frontline command center. The command center was located within a nondescript hemispherical fortress behind the city wall, which concealed a sophisticated interior. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of high-tech equipment projecting holographic images of the sea. Researchers and officers were hard at work, the space buzzing with technological energy. Old Zheng, you're finally here. Li Hao, the Coastal Battle Zone's chief commander, exclaimed, slamming the table in excitement as he rushed to greet Zheng Wudi. This sudden outburst startled the nearby researchers. Lao Li, it's been a while. You're still as carefree as ever. Zheng Wudi grinned and stepped forward to pat the middle-aged man on the shoulder. Both were top students in the command department of Tianjin County's first military academy, known on campus as the Twin Stars. After graduation, Li Hao volunteered to serve as the chief of staff in the Jiangling Coastal War Zone, while Zheng Wudi was appointed vice president of Jiangling University. Over the years, Li Hao has risen to become the commander of the Jiangling Coastal War Zone, and Zheng Wudi has ascended to the position of president of Jiangling University, both achieving the formidable combat power of the 7th rank and 8th level. At this moment, the alarm for the Jiangling War Zone's defense line blared urgently, signaling a critical situation. Li Hao invoked the highest authority of the Xia domain to summon powerful allies, and Zheng Wudi was the first to respond to the call. Haha, I missed you, old comrade. It's been too long. Zheng Wudi's hearty laughter eased the tense atmosphere in the command room. Cut the chatter, Li Hao gestured. Come over and check out the situation on the sea. Before his words faded, a holographic projection unfolded in midair, displaying the vast sea beyond the defense line. As the image zoomed in, a striking red tentacle appeared abruptly on the screen. Is that the tentacle of an 8th-level peak tentacle demon lord? Zheng Wudi's brow furrowed, his voice tinged with a hint of apprehension. Li Hao nodded in confirmation and then brought up earlier footage. In the video, the sky-darkening tentacle was poised to attack the city walls, but suddenly recoiled, as if startled. According to researchers, it seems the tentacle demon lord is wary of something, Li Hao said gravely. As the two men pondered, urgent footsteps approached from outside the command center. Commander, scouts report an anomaly on the coastline. Almost simultaneously, the radar emitted a piercing alarm. All eyes turned to the radar screen, where one red dot after another appeared, converging toward the Jiangling defense line as if drawn by some force. Each red dot represented a demon, and the screen quickly filled with a dense array of them, heralding an unprecedented crisis drawing near. Boom! With a deafening roar erupting from the coastline, the once calm sea surface was instantly shattered. The soldiers on the city walls sprang into action, quickly assembling at the defensive positions, their eyes all fixed on the distance. The sight before them was astounding. Massive waves, as tall as mountains, were relentlessly crashing against the coastal defenses, with wave heights reaching an average of 5 meters. The sea, which had just calmed, was once again turbulent, with spray flying everywhere. The communications officer immediately reported this anomaly to the command center. Zheng Wudi and Li Hao exchanged a grave look, both fully aware that this sudden change signaled the onset of a new battle. They promptly left the command center and joined the other soldiers on the city wall, gazing intently at the sea ahead. Old Zheng, look over there. Li Hao suddenly pointed toward the horizon. Following his direction, Zheng Wudi saw countless black dots emerging from the skyline, the scale almost akin to a level 5 beast tide. At that moment, a soldier noticed something unusual. Look, where did the tentacle demon lord's tentacles go? Everyone looked closely and saw that the massive tentacles, previously half submerged in the sea, had indeed vanished without a trace. As confusion spread among them, the entire sea began to churn violently, the waves growing even more powerful, with the highest reaching a staggering 15 meters. Suddenly, the vanished giant tentacles shot up from the distant horizon and then slammed heavily back into the sea like giant hammers. The tentacles are back, the soldiers exclaimed. What is this tentacle demon lord trying to do? Zheng Wudi frowned, quickly discerning the enemy's intent. The tentacle demon lord appeared to be wary of something, avoiding a direct attack. It was using its dominion to drive other monsters to act as cannon fodder, aiming to deplete the border defenses and create conditions for a subsequent assault. Quite clever, Zheng Wudi muttered. The tentacle demon lord's strategy seemed twofold: to use the massive waves to batter the city walls and to accelerate the advance of the other monsters. With these towering waves, the monsters would reach the Jiangling defense line more swiftly. Li Hao stared in disbelief at the scene before him and muttered, "Does this tentacle demon lord really possess such high intelligence?" Zheng Wudi noticed Li Hao's astonishment and explained solemnly, "The tentacle demon lord has reached the peak of 8th tier, 9th grade combat strength, and its intelligence is gradually awakening. I suspect its real purpose in attacking the coastal defense line of Jiangling City is to consume a large number of human soul descenders to gather energy and break through to the ninth grade. Everyone nodded thoughtfully at this explanation. It indeed made sense regarding the motive behind the tentacle demon lord's invasion of the Xia domain. Old Zheng. Li Hao quickly analyzed the situation. According to reconnaissance, the tentacle demon lord has not shown signs of taking action personally. The first wave of beasts is expected to arrive in 10 minutes, mainly composed of first and second grade monsters. This level of threat can be handled by our border soldiers. Save your strength and don't engage unless necessary. He continued, I've reported the situation to the headquarters of the Huaxia Divine Realm, and reinforcements will arrive soon. Our main task now is to deal with the incoming wave of monsters. We just need to hold out for 30 minutes until the official strongmen arrive, and they can handle the tentacle demon lord. Zheng Wudi nodded firmly. As the first line of defense in the Xia domain, the coastal war zone of Jiangling City was equipped with top-notch defense facilities. Unless the demon emperor himself appeared, this defense line was almost impregnable. The combat strength configuration on the defense line was also substantial. Besides the 7th grade, 8th tier commander Li Hao, there were 3 7th grade, 3rd tier regiment commanders, 9 6th grade, 2nd tier battalion commanders, and 36 5th grade, 5th tier company commanders. Most of these officers were dispatched by the Xia domain officials, and locals like Li Hao were rare. 24,000 soldiers were stationed along the extensive coastline. Although the numbers seemed large, protecting such a long defense line was still challenging. Fortunately, these soldiers were well-trained and fully capable of guarding the line. At that moment, Zheng Wudi suddenly turned to Li Hao with a bold idea. Old Li, since the first wave consists of low-grade monsters, why don't we move the instant space to the coastline and let those kids who just awakened their soul weapons experience the real battlefield? Upon hearing Zheng Wudi's words, Li Hao was initially taken aback, then fell into contemplation. His gaze drifted into the distance, his thoughts returning to the last major conflict between humans and demons. Although that battle resulted in heavy losses for both sides, it also provided the human race with a rare breathing space and a brief period of peace. The young soul summoners who grew up during this peaceful era enjoyed stability, but faced a significant challenge: the lack of real combat experience against true demons. Even though there are simulation spaces to mimic battles, the tension and pressure of facing real demons cannot be replicated by any simulation. Old Zheng, Li Hao rubbed his temples, his tone tinged with hesitation. I'm the commander-in-chief of the Jiangling Coastal Defense Zone, but sending these kids, who've only awakened for 7 days, directly into battle wouldn't that be too hasty? Zheng Wudi's brow was furrowed, his expression serious. What if it's not possible? Young people need real combat experience. This is a rare opportunity, and besides, we're here to supervise and can handle any unexpected situations. Li Hao fell silent, fully aware that this was both a risk and an opportunity. After a moment, he made his decision. All right, let's give it a try. But first, we need to secure joint approval from the Xia domain authorities, the military, and major universities. With that, Li Hao immediately began contacting the higher-ups. Although there were only 10 minutes left before the Beast Tide's arrival, this was enough time for the authorities to respond. Meanwhile, Zheng Wudi had ascended the highest wall to take charge of the pre-battle mobilization. His voice boomed across the surroundings. Comrades, this is a red alert level threat. The Beast Tide is led by the Demon Lord level demon that once annihilated Hua country in an instant, the Tentacle Demon Lord. His gaze swept over every face below the wall. Surprisingly, upon hearing the fearsome name, Tentacle Demon Lord, the soldiers showed no fear. Instead, they were filled with fighting spirit. Reporting, we're not afraid. Let the Tentacle Demon Lord step over my dead body first. Do they really think we're as easy to bully as that small island? The soldiers' shouts echoed one after another, each word brimming with determination to defend the Divine Realm of Huaxia. Seeing these spirited warriors, Zheng Wudi nodded in satisfaction. On the coastline, Zheng Wudi stood resolutely in front of the warriors, delivering an inspiring speech. Comrades, since the emergence of demons, we have been locked in endless battles. As long as these demons persist, humanity will never know peace. His voice was powerful and resonated in the ears of every warrior. Perhaps for our generation, completely eradicating the demons is a daunting task. But as long as our fighting spirit is passed down, I believe future generations will rise up and lead humanity to victory. Our efforts will not be in vain, and our blood will not be shed for nothing. Hearing these words, the warriors' eyes burned with determination. They understood that Zheng Wudi was right. Even if their generation could not witness the day when all demons were vanquished, they could lay the groundwork for future generations, sowing the seeds of hope. Brothers, when faced with the invasion of demons, what should we do? Zheng Wudi shouted. Fight. The warriors responded in unison. When the land of Xia is invaded, what should we do? Fight. 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 The deafening shouts echoed across the entire coastline. Meanwhile, in the battle royale scenario, Ying Xuan's team was engaged in fierce combat against demons attacking from all sides. The eastern defense line, under Ying Xuan's charge, was on the brink of collapse. Although there were many there, their average combat power was only at the first tier, third level, struggling even against a single dark wolf, let alone the combined assault of the demon beast horde. At this critical moment, Ying Xuan suddenly felt a warm surge within him. Looking down, he realized it was the map fragment continuously releasing energy. In the next instant, a pillar of light shot into the sky, visible to all competitors in the forest area. Look, what is that pillar of light? It's coming from Ying Xuan's location, and he hasn't moved much in the last 10 minutes. Wait, check the points ranking. 2,791 points. How did Ying Xuan manage to increase his score by over 700 in just half an hour? Most competitors were baffled, but a few with clearer thinking started to analyze. In such a short time, there aren't enough demons to earn that many points. The only explanation is started hunting other competitors. Should we still try to seize the map fragments? Don't be foolish. Those who tried to take the fragments have likely been countered by him. We should quickly leave the forest area and search for undiscovered fragments elsewhere. At that moment, everyone realized that Ying Xuan's acquisition of the map fragment wasn't just luck. He likely had the strength to take down the area's boss. Meanwhile, Ying Xuan silently watched the map fragment emitting the screeching light pillar, his heart remaining calm and unruffled. The map now showed a different scenario from before, with almost no red dots approaching. Those red dots that were previously eager to advance began quickly retreating after the light pillar rose, clearly realizing that they were no match for the power they faced. What a pity, I was hoping to eliminate a few more. Looks like I'll have to hunt them down one by one, muttered Ying Xuan as he swung his sword to slay a ferocious human-faced demon spider. Boom. A sudden loud noise came from the east where Ying Xuan and his group were, disrupting their efforts to fend off the beast wave. A dark figure shot through the sky, its glossy fur glinting coldly in the sunlight. Howl. With an earth-shaking wolf howl, everyone finally saw the figure's true form, a massive dark nether wolf king. Its body was covered with fur as hard as armor, and its sharp claws gleamed menacingly. Oh no, it's the dark nether wolf king. Run, someone shouted in terror. What the heck? Weren't we told that only regional bosses would have second-tier demon strength? What is this dark nether wolf king doing here? Came the furious questioning from all around. Rip. The dark nether wolf king demonstrated incredible speed, sending Wu Xiaofeng's 5 subordinates flying with a swipe of its paw. They arced through the air and crashed heavily to the ground, losing their ability to fight. Another swift attack followed, eliminating the rest. Ying Xuan stood trembling, wide-eyed at the scene. He was about to call for help. Brother Xian, save. Whoosh. A sharp sword light suddenly flashed, precisely severing one of the dark nether wolf king's paws. With a piercing howl, the paw fell, green blood oozing from the wound. In the distance, Wu Xiaofeng held his radiant sword, stunned. Ning Xinxin and Ning Ye stood frozen. Though they had witnessed Ying Xuan's strength before, they were still shocked that he could severely wound a second-tier dark nether wolf king with a single strike. Sister, when did the dark nether wolf king become so weak? It's not weak, it's Ying Xuan's power that's too strong. Before everyone could gather their thoughts, the now one-pawed dark nether wolf king charged furiously towards Ying Xuan. The eyes of the dark shadow wolf king were bloodshot, and in its severely injured state, it had fallen into a frenzy. Wu Xiaofeng was about to lend a hand when Ying Xuan raised a hand to stop him. Ying Xuan's hand lightly wielded the sky-splitting sword, and the blade flashed like lightning, perfectly merging the power and mental strength of a second-tier third-level warrior. The dark shadow wolf king attempted to dodge, but the sword light seemed to have a mind of its own, locking onto it securely. In the next moment, the sword light struck its vulnerable abdomen with precision, killing the fierce beast instantly. With the fall of the wolf king, the remaining demons scattered like frightened animals. From the appearance of the dark shadow wolf king to its demise, Ying Xuan had only used 2 strikes. These seemingly unremarkable strikes caused a storm of astonishment in the hearts of everyone present. Ning Ye unconsciously swallowed, while Ying Xuan let out a long breath, his eyes full of admiration. However, the viewers in the live stream were unfazed. They had witnessed Ying Xuan slay the giant devouring demon bear and enjoy its paw. A mere second-tier first-level Dark Shadow Wolf King was hardly a challenge. A system notification sounded. Killed Dark Shadow Wolf King, points 1,000. Current total points, 3799, ranked first. Nearly 4,000 points in just 30 minutes? This pace might break the record for all previous Battle Royale competitions. Of course, Witch Genius starts by killing the area boss. Plus, he took down other competitors and this wave of beasts. Speaking of the beast wave, could it have been arranged by the officials? Do they think he doesn't have enough points? You don't get it. This is clearly to limit his ability to hunt other competitors, using demons to slow him down. Ying Xuan sheathed the sky-splitting sword and checked the map in his hand again. With the beast wave receding, the main task now was to collect the map fragments. The map showed he was currently in the center of the eastern primeval forest, with the blue ice plains to the north, the red scorching lands to the west, the yellow desert to the south, a small island to the northeast, and an unknown gray area in the center. There were two routes for collecting fragments. Head north through the extreme cold region in a clockwise direction, or go south through the desert counterclockwise. Ying Xuan casually tossed a leaf into the air, and a gentle breeze carried it northward towards the extreme cold region. Let's go, target, the extreme cold region. Upon hearing this, Ying Xuan glanced down at the map in his hand and resolutely headed north. Jin Yuan and Wu Xiaofeng exchanged a knowing look and followed closely behind. The recent intense battle against the beast horde had significantly boosted everyone's scores. Wu Xiaofeng's score had soared to 80 points, propelling him into the top 10 on the overall leaderboard. The Ning sisters also performed admirably, with Ning Xinxin and Ning Yaya reaching 71 and 70 points, respectively. At this moment, among the five present, Four had impressively made it into the top 10, aside from Jin Yuan, who had a talent for logistics. Ying Xuan led by a large margin with 3,781 points. Su Hen was in second place with 85 points. Gu Leng held third with 81 points. Wu Xiaofeng was fourth with 80 points. Ning Xinxin was seventh with 71 points. Ning Yaya was eighth with 70 points. While reviewing the leaderboard, Ying Xuan noticed Bai Ao's name at the 49th position with only 45 points. This result was puzzling given Bai Ao's capabilities, although not quite on par with Ying Xuan. He was only slightly behind Su Hen and Gu Leng. Logically, with continuous demon hunting, he should have at least 70 points by now. As Ying Xuan pondered this, the Ning sisters were caught in a moment of indecision. Although they had expressed their desire to join before the battle, Ying Xuan had not given a definite response. Sister, should we follow them? Ning Yaya asked softly. Ning Xinxin hesitated briefly before nodding. He hasn't explicitly agreed, but he hasn't refused either. We can always leave later if needed. This answer surprised Ning Yaya. She knew her usually aloof sister well, yet here she was, showing an unusual willingness to take initiative. Sister, didn't you say we should be strong and not rely on others? Sometimes, it's wise to make use of available resources. Didn't you say that men aren't reliable or trustworthy? Ying Xuan is an exception. Sister, you. Stop, no more questions. I've made up my mind. Watching this exchange, Jin Yuan's lips curled into a knowing smile. He gestured for the sisters to follow, and then turned to Ying Xuan. Ying Xuan nodded expressionlessly. In that case, follow us. But let me make this clear. If I catch any hint of ill intent, there will be consequences. Hearing this, a glint of determination flashed in Ning Xinxin's eyes. This implies that they agreed to let the two of them join the team. Ning Xinxin quickly walked up to Ying Xuan, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Don't worry, if it's just our team left in the end, the two of us will voluntarily concede and withdraw. So, are we team members now? Ying Xuan simply nodded, and then turned to continue heading north. Ning Yaya stood still, pouting, feeling an inexplicable pang of sadness. Watching the swiftly moving figure ahead, she hurriedly shouted, "What's happened to my sister? Why has she changed so much? Hey, why is everyone moving so fast? Wait for me." Her voice echoed through the forest, and soon, the figures of the three disappeared into the dense woods. Meanwhile, the northern icy lands were in the grip of a fierce snowstorm. Compared to other areas, those transported here faced the harshest trials. In the raging blizzard, everyone had to find ways to withstand the cold. On an icy cliff, Bai Ao stood firm, gripping his mighty spear. The biting wind had coated his hands and eyebrows with frost. Beside him crouched a familiar figure, Xiaoyu. If Ying Xuan and Jin Yuan were there, they would recognize him instantly. The two were cornered, with a bottomless icy abyss behind them and over 30 hostile competitors surrounding them. Bai Ao, it's your honor to meet our Axe Gang, one competitor shouted. We'll give you a chance. Join our Axe Gang, and maybe our boss will spare you. Otherwise, even with your S-level talent, you can't take on all 30 of us. Xiaoyu struggled to his feet, his wounds and scratches visible. Hell, weren't you after me? What does Bai Ao have to do with this? Let him go and come at me if you dare. The members of the Axe Gang laughed mockingly. Huh, you think you're something special? We didn't finish you off earlier because our boss wanted more fun. Now we've encountered the strongest talent from Jiangling City, and you're nothing. Our boss gives Bai Ao 3 minutes to decide. To join the Axe Gang, you've got to take down Xiaoyu as an initiation. If you both don't wise up in 3 minutes, neither of you will leave alive. Xiaoyu gritted his teeth in anger and turned to Bai Ao. The latter, expressionless, said, "Don't worry. Even though we're not from the same school, we're both from Jiangling City. If they want to bully someone from our city, I will make sure they pay the price." Bai Ao's eyes blazed with fierce determination, his gaze unwavering and sharp, while the mighty spear in his hand pointed steadily forward. This sight left Xiaoyu astonished. Had never expected Bai Ao to be so resolute. 15 minutes earlier, an unexpected incident had thrust them into this predicament. Xiaoyu had been fleeing from a first-grade, 7th-level snow monster. With his own strength at only the 5th level of the 1st grade, he was no match and could only run for his life. To make matters worse, he stumbled upon a group from the Axe Gang during his escape. The Axe Gang initially helped by taking down the snow monster. However, their leader, Wang Xiao, quickly turned hostile, accusing Xiao Yu of stealing their prey and demanding compensation. It was a blatant false accusation the snow monster was slain by them, and Wang Xiao had already claimed the points, yet he was trying to extort Xiao Yu. When Xiao Yu attempted to reason, Wang Xiao drew a soul weapon shaped like an axe and swung it without hesitation. Xiao Yu narrowly dodged, escaping with only a cut on his face. With no other choice, he fled once more. After a frantic run, Xiao Yu found himself cornered at an icy cliff. Just as he was about to leap off in desperation, a strong hand pulled him back. It turned out there was a sheltered ice brick cellar on the cliff, and his savior was Bai Ao, who was there taking refuge from the snowstorm. At this moment, Bai Ao could have easily eliminated Xiao Yu, aligned himself with the Axe Gang for safety, or pretended to join them to find a chance to escape. But he didn't. Instead, he chose to stand his ground and protect Xiao Yu without hesitation. This act of responsibility earned Xiao Yu's respect. Someone who could withstand 2 rounds against Xian Gu was indeed extraordinary. Bai Ao, don't worry about my safety, Xiao Yu said gravely. You can eliminate me and pretend to join them. When the time is right, tell Xian Gu about this and let him avenge me. You saved my life, and I will repay this debt in the future. Bai Ao merely shook his head calmly, his spear slowly pointing forward. Pretend to join them? He found the idea contemptible. Except for the legendary figure, Bai Ao would never bow to anyone. Saving Xiao Yu was simply an act of conscience, needing no justification. Across from them, the leader of the Axe Gang, Wang Xiao, wore a mocking expression on his monkey-like face. A fierce battle was about to erupt. It seems you're asking for it. In that case, there's no need to spare you even these 3 minutes. Wang Xiao sneered, hurling his axe forward. Axe Gang attack. At Wang Xiao's command, dozens of Axe Gang members surged forward. Bai Ao, unperturbed, took a step forward, the ice shards on his body falling away with his movement. The Overlord's spear spun lightly in his hand, emanating an invisible aura of dominance that spread outward from the spear. S-level talent, Overlord's domain. Boom. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire ice cliff, causing the Axe Gang members' steps to involuntarily slow. What the hell are you doing? It's just Bai Ao over there. Wang Xiao shouted angrily. If anyone chickens out, don't blame me for eliminating them first. Under threat, the hesitant gang members gritted their teeth and charged again. At this moment, Xiao Yu also summoned his soul weapon, the wind and fire fan. Tiny sparks spilled from the fan, intertwining with the swirling snowstorm. S-level talent, blaze explosion. Boom. Amidst the violent explosion, the few gang members at the front were instantly turned into energy and dispersed. But there was no trace of joy on Xiao Yu's face, as more enemies were approaching, and blaze explosion required a lot of energy, making it impossible to use consecutively. Bai Ao, my next attack will take about a minute, Xiao Yu whispered. Bai Ao nodded silently, then lifted his Overlord spear and launched a fierce thrust forward. Overlord thrust. A powerful aura erupted from Bai Ao's body, distorting even the snowstorm in the sky. A dazzling spear light tore through the air, striking directly at the crowd. Watch out, get out of the way. Damn it. How does Bai Ao have such terrifying power? The spear light struck the ice with lightning speed. The nearest gang members were instantly shattered into energy, and the others were knocked to the ground by the powerful shockwave. Bang! Another loud crash. The Overlord spear smashed heavily onto the ice again. The Axe Gang's formation instantly collapsed, and even more frightening, cracks began rapidly spreading from the point of impact. Holy crap, look at the ice. Run, run, hurry. The ice cliff began to tremble violently, the signs of collapse sending a chill through everyone's heart. Boom. The icy surface atop the glacier collapsed rapidly, like a dam bursting, with snow and chunks of ice extending from the fissure. The terrifying avalanche instantly swallowed everyone, as the blizzard showcased nature's unforgiving might. Members of the Axe Gang stumbled as the ground shook violently beneath them, fleeing in panic. Run, get away from the glacier, someone shouted in terror. Damn it, Bai Ao's power is too terrifying. Even the glacier can't withstand it. Realizing the ice was breaking faster than they could escape, Xiao Yu and Bai Ao exchanged glances and made a swift decision. Since escape was impossible, they might as well take down a few more members of the Axe Gang. Bai Ao turned to look at the bottomless abyss below the glacier and snorted coldly. If we're doomed, let's go all out. Overlord spear. Boom. A silver-white spear light burst forth in the snow mist, perfectly blending with the surrounding blizzard. Hidden danger lurked behind every snowflake, and the fleeing Axe Gang members were pierced from behind by Bai Ao before they could react. Damn, has Bai Ao lost his mind? Thinking of fighting at a time like this, someone exclaimed. He knows there's no way out, so he's fighting with all his might. Ignore him, keep running. But under the influence of the Overlord's domain, everyone's strength and speed were reduced by 35, making escape impossible. Another spear light flashed, and another Axe gang member fell. At that moment, Bai Ao and Xiao Yu suddenly felt the ground give way beneath them. Not good, Bai Ao shouted, but it was too late. A massive fissure suddenly appeared at their feet, and the entire glacier collapsed violently. Standing at the edge, Bai Ao lost his footing and was about to fall. In the nick of time, Xiao Yu grabbed his arm. However, before he could pull Bai Ao up, the ice beneath them also crumbled. Amidst the thunderous crash, both plunged into the abyss. The Axe gang, including their leader Wang Qiao, were about to mock them when they suddenly felt a pang of dread. Not good, someone exclaimed, but it was already too late. The entire glacier began to collapse abruptly, and everyone's footing vanished simultaneously. Damn, Wang Qiao cursed as he fell into the abyss. At that moment, he was filled with regret for following Xiao Yu to the glacier. His subordinates followed suit, their cries of unwillingness echoing in the frigid chasm, eventually fading into the endless abyss. The blizzard continued to rage, yet no one knew what had transpired here. Ying Xuan and his team's expedition advanced swiftly across the vast snowy plains, pushing northward. The newly joined members, Wu Xiaofeng, Ning Xinxin, and Ning Yiya, demonstrated formidable combat abilities, leaving no demons capable of resisting them in their wake. The map fragment in Ying Xuan's possession not only failed to attract the covetous eyes of other competitors, but instead became a source of fear. Contestants in the forest area deliberately avoided the coordinates where Ying Xuan was located, fearing elimination upon confrontation. Brother Xian, Jin Yuan approached and asked, "The main task of the Battle Royale is to defeat the regional bosses and collect the map fragments. What happens once all the fragments are collected?" Wu Xiaofeng also looked on curiously. Ying Xuan frowned, pondering for a moment. "I'm not sure." The officials only mentioned collecting the fragments, without explaining what follows or what the rewards might be. At that moment, Ning Xinxin stepped forward, pointing at the map and analyzing. "Look, there should be 6 regions on the map. Besides the known forest, ice field, desert, blazing zone, and island ring, there's a mysterious gray area that hasn't been unlocked. I suspect that once all the fragments are gathered, there might be changes in this gray area." Everyone nodded thoughtfully in agreement. Ying Xuan checked the map fragment in his hand again and noticed the task displayed as collect map fragments 155 rather than the expected 6. Coupled with Ning Xinxin's analysis, he speculated that gathering fragments from the 5 known regions might be the key to unlocking the gray area. Just as Ying Xuan put away the map, a mechanical official announcement suddenly echoed from the sky. "Attention, all contestants. Attention, all contestants." The abrupt announcement drew all the contestants' gazes upward. Emergency mission. The coastal battle zone of Jiangling City is under attack by massive sea demons, forming a level 5 demon beast tide, and a red alert has been issued. After careful consideration, to enhance the practical experience of young soul tamers, the following operational plan is announced. Students participating in the Battle Royale instance can voluntarily choose to take on this mission, teleporting to the coastal battle zone of Jiangling City to defend against the demon onslaught. Considering the contestants have only recently awakened their soul artifacts, participation is required only for the first wave of the beast tide, facing mainly grade 1 or 2 demons. This is a high-risk mission, involving a real battlefield, unlike the virtual instance. It's a voluntary sign-up, and successful registrants will be teleported to the front lines in 5 minutes. Killing real demons will earn double Battle Royale points. Jiangling City Red Alert? The broadcast echoing in the sky caused the contestants in all areas to widen their eyes. In the Huaxia Divine Realm, the threat level of demon beast tides is categorized into 7 levels: white, green, yellow, blue, red, purple, and black, in ascending order of danger. A black alert has only appeared once in human history during the catastrophic rampage of the Reaper's Scythe Spirit. The current red alert indicates the presence of a demon lord level threat, making it a near-suicidal mission for the first-tier soul subjugators present. Is the government crazy? They want us to tackle a red alert. Against a demon lord, we first-tier subjugators are as good as nothing. This is a real battlefield. One wrong move, and we're dead. Intense discussions erupted within the Battle Royale instance. Most contestants felt that the mere double points reward wasn't worth the immense risk. "We're not from Jiangling City. There's no need to risk our lives for some points." This cautious and even dismissive attitude spread among the contestants. However, Wang Hu from Fengyun City, after crushing a demon, felt a surge of battle intent upon hearing the word combat. He accepted the mission without hesitation. To him, real combat experience against demons is essential to becoming truly powerful. Now, they have the option to fight, but in the future, when faced with genuine threats, there might be no retreat. Moreover, the Beast Tide offers ample opportunities to earn points, far more efficiently than hunting scattered demons in the instance. Many contestants shared Wang Hu's perspective. Especially those from the 8 schools in Jiangling City, including Tangyan, felt an undeniable obligation. This was their homeland, and defending it was their responsibility, regardless of personal strength. Ying Xuan, knowing that his father Ying Zhantian was also heading to the battlefield, promptly accepted the mission. With his father's protection, he was confident of his safety. His decision influenced Wu Xiaofeng and Jin Yuan to follow suit, while Ning Xinxin and Ning Yeye, despite some hesitation, eventually chose to accept the mission as well. In the end, about 20,000 contestants in the entire Battle Royale instance accepted this urgent task. The announcement had just ended when a massive spatial rift suddenly tore open in the sky, emitting a powerful suction force that made everyone present feel an intense spatial disturbance. I didn't expect that the Xia region authorities had mastered interdimensional teleportation technology. Ying Xuan remarked thoughtfully as he stood still. He was acutely aware that compared to his previous life, human technology in this era had indeed advanced by leaps and bounds. Yet, despite this progress, humans were still at a disadvantage in the battle against demons, highlighting the terrifying nature of these creatures. Fortunately, most demons lacked intelligence. Otherwise, humanity might have already struggled to hold them back. Everyone, it seems we'll have to delay our journey to the northern ice plains, Ying Xuan concluded, and the group nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, on the coastal defense line of Jiangling, Zheng Wudi watched the approaching demon beast horde with a grave expression. Beside him, Li Hao was engaged in an intense phone conversation. Li Hao, the risk of this operation is extremely high. A stern voice came through the phone. If there are significant casualties among the young spirit tamers, you will be held accountable. The official casualty limit is 0.005, meaning out of the 20,000 young spirit tamers participating, no more than 10 can die. Exceed that number, and you'll face military justice. As Li Hao prepared to respond, Zheng Wudi stepped forward and took the phone. I am Zheng Wudi, president of Jiangling University. I proposed this plan, and if anything goes wrong, I will take full responsibility. His words were met with a brief silence on the other end before the call abruptly ended. It seems the authorities aren't fully on board with our plan, Li Hao sighed. Zheng Wudi climbed the wall, gazing into the distance. Since the authorities have approved the action, regardless of their attitude, this is a rare opportunity. For the young to grow, someone must be willing to take risks. You're doing a fine job as president. Your theoretical education is top-notch, Li Hao quipped. Prepare to open the spatial rift, Zheng Wudi said, his smile fading as he turned to the command center. Li Hao immediately sprang into action, activating the large circular machine within the command center. Attention everyone. Increase spatial energy output to 100. Open the spatial rift. His voice echoed over the defense line. The researcher, dressed in a white lab coat, slowly approached the massive circular machine and gently pressed the start button. In an instant, the sky centered around the sphere began to tremble violently, with visible ripples spreading through the air. At the same time, in the competition venues of 11 cities including Tianqing County, the cores of the replica spaces burst forth with dazzling white light. A massive fissure suddenly tore open in the sky above each city, with an eerie blue glow seeping through. In a park in Fengyun City, a couple sitting on a bench looked up in shock at the sudden phenomenon. What? What is that? The girl stammered, pointing at the bluish glow emanating from the crack in the sky. The boy beside her turned pale, his voice filled with fear. That crack is terrifying. I can feel it pulling at my body. Instinctively, they turned to flee, only to find the pull of the fissure growing stronger, causing even the branches of the surrounding trees to shake violently. This eerie scene unfolded simultaneously across various cities. Tianqing County, Yuying City, Huaxia, all the residents looked up at the ever-expanding cracks in the sky. Inside the replica space, a system notification sounded. Transport fissure activated, countdown begins. Participants, please prepare for your mission. 10, 9, 8. Ying Xuan focused on the increasingly large spatial rift above, quietly adjusting his state. The livestream chat erupted. A demon lord-level monster has appeared along the coast of Jiangling City. Really? Absolutely, my uncle's friend works there, and they've already raised a red alert. How come there's no official announcement for something this big? It just happened half an hour ago. How would the news spread so fast? Rogatian and the grade director's expressions grew more serious. They had just received a call from the coastal war zone of Jiangling City, learning that the authorities were planning to send these children, who had only awakened 7 days ago, to the battlefield. A red alert means a demon lord-level monster is present, and the beast tide has reached level 5. How could they expect these novices with just first-rank combat power to face such peril? Is the government out of its mind? Sending kids who just awakened their soul weapons to confront a demon lord? Rogatian said incredulously. While he had always advocated for practical training, this seemed excessively aggressive. The grade director nodded silently in agreement, equally questioning the decision. In their view, although these kids lack real combat experience, the red alert scenario is not something they can handle. Faced with such a significant power gap, any experience and skill seem futile. After venting their frustrations, the two gradually calmed down. Luo Gudian frowned in thought. Logically, the Xia region's authorities should be more concerned about the safety and growth of the young soul descendants than they are. Such a near-suicidal decision would not be taken lightly unless necessary. Moreover, with an ample number of high-level soul descendants in Xia, they don't lack a few first-tier fighters. After pondering for a moment, Luo Gudian shook his head in understanding perhaps the authorities have other considerations, and these kids' tasks might be focused on logistical support rather than direct combat involvement. In the sky, the countdown for the Battle Royale instance echoed clearly, 7, 6, 5. All the contestants who accepted the mission were ready, and the powerful suction from the spatial rift almost pulled them off the ground. Brother Xian, I can't hold on much longer. Ying Xuan clung tightly to a tree trunk, but his bulky body was still swaying under the immense suction. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaofeng, Ning Xinxin, and Ning Ye were full of excitement. This dangerous mission not only allowed them to hone their skills, but also offered double points, making it an irresistible opportunity for them. However, their excitement waned slightly when they noticed Ying Xian's expression. Ying Xian was frowning, staring intently at the rift in the sky with a peculiar look on his face. Brother Xian, did you notice something? Wu Xiaofeng asked as he approached. Just then, a cool sensation spread from Ying Xian's brow, and the demon-suppressing tower within him became restless. He quickly calmed his mind, puzzled as to why the usually stable tower was reacting so intensely. Before he could speak, a dazzling purple beam shot from his forehead, striking the rift directly. In a corner of the rift unnoticed by others, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly opened. Damn it! How can there be an imperial sacred artifact here? A hoarse voice exclaimed, and then a blood-red creature flashed through the rift. Ying Xian and his group witnessed the scene clearly. Oh my god! Ning Ye gasped, covering her mouth. Did you see that red creature? What on earth was that? The others immediately turned their eyes to the rift, but the blood-red figure had already vanished without a trace. I saw it too. It was definitely not an illusion, someone agreed. That creature, although crawling, had a form somewhat similar to a human. 3, 2, 1. The countdown continued relentlessly. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted from the fissure, instantly turning the sky a shade of gray. Immediately, an irresistible force of suction burst forth from the crack. Ying Xuan clung desperately to the tree trunk, which shook violently as his grip weakened. Ultimately, he was pulled skyward by the immense force. Not only him, but Wu Xiaofeng and the Ning sisters were also swept up, uncontrollably drawn towards the fissure. Am I seeing things? Ying Xuan murmured as he stared at the approaching chasm. Although the mysterious red creature had vanished, his vigilance remained. After all, it wasn't just him who had witnessed the creature. Wu Xiaofeng and the others had seen it too, proving it was no illusion. Meanwhile, Ying Xian stood firm, enveloped in a faint purple aura. Since the demon suppression tower had fired a beam of light at the fissure, the tower had become unusually agitated. This puzzled Ying Xian. What was the origin of that red monster, and why did it provoke such a strong reaction from the tower? When he looked up again, the red creature was completely gone, as if it had never appeared. By now, more contestants were being transported to the vicinity of the fissure from various parts of the map, excitedly surveying their surroundings, oblivious to the recent events. The scene shifted to the coastal defense line of Jiangling City. The first wave of the beast tide was advancing on the city walls. From above, the dense army of demons, mostly of the first and second rank, surged forward. Though these low-level demons lacked intelligence, under the mental control of the tentacle demon lord, they had lost their fear of death and charged the defenses without hesitation. They were like cannon fodder, meant to exhaust the human warriors. Old Zheng, shall we start bringing them in? On the wall, Li Hao turned to ask Zheng Wudi. The latter nodded, signaling to begin bringing contestants from the instant space. A ghostly blue light flickered in the fissure, and the first young man was transported steadily onto the wall. He wore a blue cloak, a faint scar marked his face, and he gazed coldly at the oncoming demon tide, his expression unflinching. This was Gu Long, the only individual from Yuying City to awaken an SS-level soul, weaponized super genius. Yuying City, Gu Long, here to support Jiangling City's coastal defense zone. His voice was clear as it reached Li Hao's ears nearby. Feeling the presence emanating from Gu Long, a flicker of surprise crossed Li Hao's eyes. As the military leader, he had already received the list of support personnel and was well aware of Gu Long's SS-level talent. Gu Long, the battlefield situation is critical, so I'll be brief, Li Hao said seriously. You'll serve as the temporary company commander for the new recruits, responsible for leading 300 soldiers. Gu Long simply nodded, his expression calm. At that moment, the sky was filled with the light of numerous teleportations as more support fighters arrived on the battlefield. As these newcomers took in the scene before them, they gasped. The sea was teeming with demons rapidly advancing towards the city walls. Among them, the giant demon shrimp, a first-grade, fourth-tier demon, was the most numerous, known for its claws that could easily sever a human leg. Whoa, are all those dots on the sea demons? There must be tens of thousands of those giant demon shrimps. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. Amidst the panic and chatter, Gulong silently stepped forward. He surveyed the crowd with a calm demeanor and said, "Everyone, report to the new recruits company with me." Only then did the fighters notice Gulong behind them. Seeing a young man similar in age, the leading fighter sneered, "Who are you to command us?" Without a word, Gulong unleashed a powerful aura. He began to form a soul weapon, and the oppressive energy filled the air. The previously dismissive fighter froze, eyes widening along with the others. An eighth-tier first-grade power. Who are you? Still silent. Gulong formed a long knife emanating a silver glow. As the crowd recognized the weapon, realization dawned. The Nightingale Tang knife? Your Gulong? Gulong swung the knife powerfully, revealing its dark hilt, simple blade, and the mysterious silver aura enveloping it, creating the illusion of a silver rift in the air. This was the legendary Nightingale Tang knife, an SS-level soul weapon imbued with spatial laws. It was said that the last soul awakener to master it lived 600 years ago, with the potential to even cut through space. Gulong's Tang Dao sword, Nightingale, gleamed with a cold light. The disdainful expression of the young man from earlier instantly changed, and he no longer dared to shout. He hurriedly turned and ran towards the line of new recruits ahead. The other contestants, seeing this, quickly lowered their heads and followed suit, afraid to fall behind. Gulong remained silent, his stern face revealing no emotion. Standing nearby, Li Hao nodded quietly, impressed by the composure and decisiveness of this new recruit. He's a promising soldier, he thought, giving Gulong a deep look before leaping down from the city wall. In the sky, the spatial rift continued to transport new contestants incessantly. Just when everyone thought everything would proceed smoothly, an unexpected change occurred. The once stable blue spatial rift suddenly flashed with a blinding crimson light, and violent energy waves surged from the center of the rift in all directions. The newly arrived contestants looked up in terror, and even the usually composed Gulong frowned and raised his head to watch the increasingly dazzling crimson glow. The blue spatial force was almost entirely suppressed, and the air around the rift began to twist violently. Zheng Wudi and Li Hao simultaneously rose into the air, releasing powerful pressure in an attempt to control the rampant energy. "Old Li, what's going on? What is this red light?" Zheng Wudi shouted with difficulty while struggling against the overflowing energy. Li Hao, however, was too focused on countering the anomaly of the spatial rift to respond. Commanders and officers from coastal defense areas reported the anomalies, only to be met with a harsh static noise. "Damn it, the crimson energy is interfering with the electromagnetic signals," someone cursed under their breath. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the command room. Precision instruments blared sharp alarms, and the core controlling the spatial rift emitted a continuous hum, clearly overloaded. An elderly man with gray hair and dressed in gray stood at the center. Yanmu, the chief engineer of the coastal defense line. "Everyone, stay calm," Yanmu ordered in a deep voice. "Engineers, immediately check for malfunctions. Sentry personnel, inform all garrison commanders to hold the coastal defense line. We must not let any demons enter the Xia domain." As one of Xia domain's top researchers, Yanmu, though only a fifth-grade soul descender in the logistics department, was highly respected for his outstanding contributions to spatial transmission technology. Even the chief commander, Li Hao, maintained a respectful attitude towards him. The soldiers affectionately called him Old Yan, and they now relied on his expertise to handle this crisis. "Mr. Yan, look, what is that?" The young researcher's voice was filled with fear as he pointed a trembling finger at the image on the screen. The previously bluish space rift was now completely drenched in a sinister scarlet hue. At the center of the rift, a massive heart was beating powerfully. This eerie, crimson heart was enormous, almost the size of half a basketball court. With each beat, it unleashed explosive waves of scarlet energy, forcing the space rift to widen. Were it not for Zhen Wudi and Li Hao holding the front line, the rift might have already swallowed the entire coastal defense line of Jiangling City. Yanmu stared in disbelief at the screen, quickly scanning the surrounding monitoring equipment. All the indicators had exceeded normal thresholds by a factor of 10, and the core of the replica space was operating at 1,000 over capacity. The energy output from the space rift was completely out of control, and the source of it all was that incessantly beating giant heart. How is this possible? How can there be life inside a space rift? Even as one of the creators of the replica core, with decades of research experience, Yanmu found himself bewildered. In his long career, he had never encountered such a bizarre situation. What worried him more was that this anomaly occurred at the critical moment of the tentacle demon Lord's invasion. Meanwhile, in the icy extremities of the Battle Royale replica space, at the edge of a sheer ice cliff, Xiaoyu slowly opened his eyes. "Am I eliminated?" he muttered to himself, but soon realized he was floating in the abyss of the ice cliff, even drifting upward. What the heck is this? Xiaoyu tried to paddle through the air to accelerate, but accidentally touched something soft. In the darkness, He couldn't see what it was until a roar echoed. Who the hell pinched my butt? The booming voice made Xiao Yu's heart skip a beat. It was Wang Qiao, the leader of the Axe gang, who had been pursuing him. Just as Xiao Yu tried to quietly slip away, he inadvertently bumped into another person. Instantly, a terrifying beam of light from a gun flared up. "By AO, it's me!" Xiao Yu quickly shouted. The beam retracted, stopping in front of him. In the darkness, By Ao's silhouette gradually appeared. Hearing this name, Wang Qiao also rushed forward. "By Ao, was it you who pinched my butt?" In an instant, Wang Qiao raised his axe, intending to strike the two. However, just as the axe was about to fall, an invisible force firmly restrained his hands, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. The air seemed to freeze for 3 seconds, and Wang Qiao reluctantly put away his weapon, forcing a laugh as he said, "Let's talk this over." Before he finished speaking, a powerful force suddenly pulled them up into the air. Before they could react, they were yanked skyward. "What the heck?" Xiao Yu exclaimed as he was swallowed by a spatial rift in the sky, shooting up like a rocket. Following him, Bai Ao and Wang Qiao were also pulled from the abyss, along with the stunned members of the Axe gang, and swept into the rift. Meanwhile, the rift in the Battle Royale scenario began to glow an eerie crimson. The entire map descended into chaos, as everyone, regardless of whether they had accepted a mission, was being forcibly transported through the spatial rift. "What's going on? I didn't even take on a mission. What the hell is happening?" Panic-stricken voices echoed everywhere. In the live stream, thousands of players were drawn into the sky's rift like iron filings to a magnet. In the chat, those in the know began discussing. That's the official spatial transport matrix, connecting to the core of instances in each city. Jiangling City's coastal battle zone has raised a red alert, probably calling them to support. They expect these kids to face Demon Lord-level monsters? That's insane. This is a rare chance for real combat, a quick way to gain experience. Yet, one person remained firmly grounded. Ying Xuan. A purple shield rose from his brow, a remnant of the power that had struck and defeated the fiery creature from the demon suppression tower. With this protection, the rift's pull had no effect on him. After nearly 10,000 players surged into the spatial rift, the exit at Jiangling's coast could no longer withstand the pressure and exploded. The blast sent Zheng Wudi and Li Hao flying dozens of meters, and countless players descended from the sky, instantly overcrowding Jiangling City's coastal defenses. "No!" Zheng Wudi shouted, leaping into the air, trying to stop the expanding spatial rift. However, the rift had already grown to 5 times its original size, creating an invisible barrier with its energy field. The giant heart floating within the rift seemed to assert its dominance, pushing Zheng Wudi back with powerful energy waves every time he approached. Even with his strength as a peak 7th rank soul descender, just a step away from the Saint Realm, Zheng Wudi couldn't get close to the bizarre heart. The terrifying pressure from above stirred a restlessness within him. "Li Hao, evacuate the crowd now," Zheng Wudi ordered decisively. Since he couldn't stop the rift's expansion, the priority was to move the people to safety. At that moment, a figure burst out from the command center. It was Yin Mu, with a head full of white hair. His face was twisted, eyes bloodshot, as he stumbled toward Li Hao, repeating the same phrase. "They're here. They've finally returned. Humanity is doomed. Humanity is doomed." Seeing this, Zheng Wudi landed swiftly on the ground. "Elder Yin, what have you discovered?" But Yin Mu had lost all sanity, his hands trembling as if he had witnessed something terrifying. "It's over. Everything is over. Humans, demons, it's all over. Science is gone. This world will be consumed by chaos." Yin Mu's laughter shifted from fear to madness as he waved his hands, his mind completely shattered. The scene sent a chill through Zheng Wudi. Yin Mu, a top researcher in the Xia domain known for his calm and rational demeanor, had become a different person. "Elder Yin, you're exhausted. Guards, help Elder Yin to rest." 2 young soldiers stepped forward, shocked by Yin Mu's state, but maintaining composure as they supported him to a room. Yet Yin Mu continued to scream. "Science is gone. Everything is doomed." His voice was hoarse, yet he kept repeating it, his eerie laughter echoing through the camp, unsettling everyone. As Zheng Wudi pondered the deeper meaning of Yin Mu's words, the giant heart suddenly emitted a blinding red light, enveloping everyone present. In the next moment, all the second rank and above warriors, officers, and researchers, including Zheng Wudi, were transported out of the battlefield, leaving only the recently arrived group of young boys and girls. What just happened? The scene quickly descended into chaos. The 3 captains who were maintaining order were suddenly transported out of the battlefield by a mysterious force, along with all other high-level spirit summoners. Left behind were a group of young people who had just been teleported from the dungeon space, their faces filled with fear and confusion. "What on earth is happening? I didn't accept any mission, so how did I end up here?" One of the youths asked, his voice trembling noticeably. "Look around you," another person shouted, pointing around. "All the spirit summoners above 2nd rank have vanished. It's just us left." "Oh my god, Are they expecting us, mere first-rank novices, to fend off a level 5 beast tied under a red alert? Despairing voices rose one after another. The scene quickly became chaotic. Some collapsed to the ground in tears, others shouted about wanting to go home, and more began to run around frantically. Suddenly, a young man broke away from the crowd, sprinting madly towards the safety behind the defensive line. Gu Long was about to stop him, but saw the youth being abruptly rebounded as he touched the red light pillar. The boy sat down in disbelief, trembling as he reached out again to touch the light barrier. What seemed like a thin layer of light was as impenetrable as a glass wall, no matter how hard he pushed. How is this possible? Everyone watched in stunned silence. Without a word, Gu Long drew his Nightingale Tang Dao, the silver blade tracing a graceful arc in the air. With a sharp clang, even a full-force strike from someone with first-rank 8th-level power left no mark on the barrier. Outside the barrier, Zheng Wudi, Li Hao, and the soldiers from the Jiangling coastal defense were also furiously attacking this strange screen. However, no matter how hard they tried, the barrier remained unmoved. Damn heart! Li Hao cursed furiously, punching the barrier, his eyes fixed on the giant heart beating rhythmically within the crack. Zheng Wudi frowned as he observed, noticing that every time the heart beat, the red barrier suddenly became more resilient, as if bolstered by some mysterious power. The source of this strange barrier was the massive heart, emitting energy that formed an impenetrable defense shield. At this moment, a bizarre scene unfolded both inside and outside the barrier. The young boys and girls inside were trying to escape, while the soldiers and officers outside were desperately attempting to break in, all blocked by this invisible barrier. Witnessing this situation, chaos erupted. Screams, cries, and pleas for help filled the air as the scene descended into complete disarray. Just then, the first wave of beasts launched an attack. Swarms of giant clawed demon shrimps crawled onto the beach, their sharp claws clashing as their crimson eyes fixed on the newly teleported young soul masters, like predators eyeing prey on a chopping block. It's over, completely over, a young boy exclaimed, his face ashen. I'm so young. I've never even held a girl's hand. I don't want to die. There are so many giant clawed demon shrimps. We can't possibly fight them. Damn it. I shouldn't have come to this cursed competition. What are you standing there for? Run. But it was too late. The contestants closest to the shoreline had barely registered what was happening before the claws of the demon shrimps severed them. Their screams hadn't even faded before they became the first offerings to these sea beasts. My hand. Help. A terrified cry rang out, followed by a ripping sound as the pleading boy was torn in two, his blood staining the sand red. This gruesome scene left everyone present pale with fear. This wasn't a virtual dungeon. It was a real battlefield where death meant permanent loss. The stench of blood filled the air, causing many to vomit on the spot, unable to comprehend how an ordinary dungeon mission could turn into such a horrific scenario. Zheng Wudi and Li Hao watched helplessly from outside as the young soul masters met their demise, their hearts aching. They relentlessly attacked the blood-red barrier with their soul weapons, exerting all their strength, yet the shield remained unyielding. Damn it! Li Hao panted heavily, watching in horror as over 20 young soul masters perished on the beach within a minute. The official estimate of a 0.005 mortality rate was utterly shattered. News quickly spread to the 11 cities under the jurisdiction of Tianqing County, reaching the principals of 100 schools. What? The Battle Royale dungeon has malfunctioned, and all contestants have been teleported to the Jiangling coastal defense line? More than 20 people have already died. Shocked by the news, the principals rushed to Jiangling City, including Luo Gudian. A brutal massacre is unfolding along the coastal defense line of Jiangling. Swarms of giant demon shrimp surge forward like a tide, their pincers glinting menacingly in the sunlight as they mercilessly claim the lives of young spirit summoners. These inexperienced youths are caught off guard, unable to mount an effective counterattack, and fall one by one under the deadly pincers of the shrimp. Amidst the chaos, Gu Lung's presence stands out sharply. With a swift arc of his Nightingale Tang Dao, he precisely severs a demon shrimp attempting to ambush him. The sound of the blade slicing through flesh has barely dissipated when gasps of astonishment erupt around him. Wow, Gu Lung took out a giant demon shrimp with a single strike? Gu Lung is amazing. This scene provides a huge morale boost to the surrounding spirit summoners. A boy wielding a massive hammer is the first to shout. Looks like these demon shrimp aren't as tough as we thought. Take this. Bang! The hammer crashes heavily onto the shrimp's hard shell, creating a noticeable dent. The creature lets out a piercing screech, stumbling back several steps. Excitement flashes in the boy's eyes. These shrimps aren't even as strong as the dark wolves and human-faced demon spiders in the dungeon spaces. Seizing the opportunity of the improving battle situation, Gu Lung commands loudly. All spirit summoners, form groups of 3 based on proximity. Summon your soul weapons and counterattack immediately. These giant demon shrimp are the lowest level of demons, strong but brainless. Even 3rd-tier warriors can take them on. Don't let fear cloud your judgment. His words act like a much-needed rain, quickly restoring order to the defense line. The three-person group tactic begins to show results, gradually halting the demon shrimp's advance. Li Hao, watching from the sidelines, finally feels his tense nerves relax a little. At that moment, new figures continuously teleport onto the battlefield from the sky. Bai Ao, the leader of the Axe Gang Wang Xiao, the naturally strong bald Wang Hu, and the sisters Ning Xinxin and Ning Yaya from Huaxia City, all renowned genius spirit summoners, join the fight. They all possess SS-grade soul weapons, with their power reaching the first-tier 7th level. Bai Ao's Overlord Spear strikes like a venomous snake, each thrust piercing through the shrimp's body. Wang Xiao's axe carves a bloody path through the shrimp hordes, and Wang Hu, standing out uniquely, manages to kill shrimp with just his iron fists. The entry of this elite force undoubtedly injects new hope into the battle. Ning Xinxin and Ning Yaya, the two sisters, wielded the Yin-Yang Divine Whip in perfect harmony, striking two giant demon prawns into the air. Although they had just been transported to this battlefield, the scattered bodies of spirit summoners immediately made them realize that a fierce battle between humans and monsters was underway. At that moment, a sharp silver sword light swept across, slicing 6 giant demon prawns cleanly in half. Everyone turned to follow the sword light, and saw a young man in white slowly descending from a spatial rift. It was Su Han. The silver sword in his hand gleamed coldly, and with a casual swing, he severed the head of a giant demon prawn. Is this the power of the ancient sword clan combined with an SS-grade soul weapon? First grade 9th tier strength. Even Gu Long is only at the first grade 8th tier. Exclamations of awe erupted from the crowd. This was no coincidence. As the young master of the Su family from the ancient sword clan, Su Han received full support for his development. In contrast, Gu Long, who also had an SS-grade talent, grew up in an orphanage and relied solely on school resources. Even Bai Ao, with S-grade talent, reached the first grade 8th tier with the support of the Bai family. With these talented spirit summoners joining, the battlefield situation shifted dramatically. Su Han alone could handle nearly 10 giant demon prawns at once. By this time, all contestants excepting Xian had been transported to the coastal battle zone. Jin Yuan, Xiaoyu, Wu Xiaofeng, and the Ning sisters, along with others from Jiangling City, were searching for Ying Xuan. Why hasn't Brother Xian arrived yet? Wasn't he just with us? Participants from other cities were also talking. Rumor has it he killed a second-grade second-tier giant devouring bear in the dungeon, and his strength has surpassed second grade. Is it true? As Su Han continued to slay demon prawns, he pondered. Above the spatial rift, only a pulsating giant heart remained, with no sign of more contestants being transported. Such a forceful teleportation should have been irresistible, so why hadn't Ying Xuan appeared? As everyone was puzzled, the red barrier suddenly shook violently, and a powerful sword resonance struck it heavily. Zheng Wudi and Li Hao from the outside world sensed this power, turning to see a figure swiftly approaching from the sky, their faces lighting up with excitement. The big shot has finally arrived. Whether they were officers or soldiers, everyone turned their heads to look at the broad-shouldered figure. High above the horizon, a figure wielding a bronze divine sword that glimmered with a golden light flew towards the coastal defense line with lightning speed. The man paused midair, raised the sword sharply, and a fierce sword light shot forth, momentarily dimming the sky. Boom! The sword light struck the blood-red barrier with a deafening crash that echoed in everyone's ears. The barrier erupted in a blinding crimson light, as if straining to withstand the earth-shattering blow. What incredible power! Li Hao exclaimed, closing his eyes tightly along with the surrounding soldiers. Even Zheng Wudi had to raise a hand to shield his eyes. The dazzling light lasted for a full 5 seconds before gradually fading. The man in the sky sheathed his bronze divine sword, his commanding gaze fixed on the massive heart within the rift. Clearly, the strike had been powerful, as the heart that had been rhythmically beating now throbbed with agitation. When everyone reopened their eyes, they could fully see the figure in the sky, a man clad in silver armor, holding a bronze divine sword, his brow exuding an intimidating aura. A terrifying energy seemed to solidify around him, with the laws of nature circling him in reverence. Sage. The thought struck everyone simultaneously. Greetings, Sage. Li Hao and Zheng Wudi were the first to react, placing a hand over their hearts in salute. Other officers and soldiers quickly followed suit, paying their respects to this esteemed figure. In the Xia domain, a sage represented unparalleled power. Each breakthrough from the 3rd rank to the 7th became exponentially more difficult. To break from the 7th rank to the 8th, the sage realm, was a daunting feat with a probability of 1 in 100,000. Even Zheng Wudi, the president of Jiangling University, had been stuck at the 9th level of the 7th rank for nearly a decade. The man in the sky nodded slightly in acknowledgement and raised his sword again to attack the blood-red barrier. It was then that Zheng Wudi recognized the man's face and whispered excitedly. Could this be the esteemed member of the Ying Imperial clan? This is wonderful. With his presence, That heart in the sky is surely no match. Zheng Wudi had arrived early and had not witnessed Ying Xuantian's appearance at the Jiangling University arena battle. Seeing Ying Xuantian here instantly put him at ease. Li Hao's eyes widened when he heard Zheng Wudi's words. As an official ally invited by the Xia domain, Ying Xuantian's identity left him astounded. In the hierarchy of sages, levels 1 to 3 of the 8th grade are considered minor sages, levels 4 to 6 are major sages, levels 7 to 8 are pinnacle sages, and those who reach the 8th grade, 9th stage, and touch the realm of a 9th grade great emperor are honored as quasi-emperors. Ying Xuantian is the current head of the Ying clan's imperial family, a genuine 8th grade, 9th stage quasi-emperor. Such a being can shake the earth with a mere gesture. Li Hao had expected at most a major sage-level ally, but the officials had directly brought in a quasi-emperor, which set his mind at ease. The trapped children should be saved with a quasi-emperor's intervention. Boom, boom, boom. As the crowd discussed, 3 thunderous explosions suddenly echoed from the sky. Ying Xuantian's bronze divine sword unleashed a formidable sword energy, striking fiercely at the scarlet barrier. However, to everyone's astonishment, the seemingly indestructible barrier only bore a shallow sword mark and did not split as expected. How is this possible? The crowd murmured in disbelief. Even a quasi-emperor's attack can't break this barrier. Ying Xuantian withdrew his bronze sword, frowning deeply. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner of the spatial rift in the sky, a crimson monster crouched, its expression even more shocked than those present. Impossible, the monster whispered. This is a super formation capable of withstanding a human great emperor's attack. How could a sage damage it? In the next moment, the monster directed energy at a gigantic heart. The heart began to pulsate violently, releasing a powerful suction force. The people on the battlefield watched in horror as all the corpses, human and demon alike, were drawn into the sky, transforming into crimson energy that surged towards the giant heart. Even more alarming was the fact that the sword marking Xuantian had left was healing at a visible pace. This is bad, someone exclaimed. The heart can absorb energy from the corpses to repair the barrier. Upon witnessing this scene, the group, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, found themselves on edge once more. Ying Xuantian's earth-shattering strike left a conspicuous sword mark on the barrier, though it didn't shatter it entirely. Logically, a few more strikes should have been enough to break through the shield completely. However, what they saw next left everyone in shock. The massive heart was absorbing energy from the corpses and using it to mend the cracks in the barrier. Damn it, Li Hao cursed. To shatter the barrier, we must deal with that heart first. But it's hiding within the cracks of the barrier, completely out of our reach. Zheng Wudi clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, "There are 2 ways to stop the heart from repairing the barrier. Old Zheng, now's not the time to keep us in suspense. Just tell us what we can do." Li Hao anxiously turned to his friend. Zheng Wudi pursed his lips, his gaze sweeping over the young boys and girls inside the barrier. The first way is to cut off its energy source. Without corpses, the heart can't gather energy to mend the barrier. Specifically, this means halting the coastal demon army's attack and preventing the soul-calling masters from slaughtering the demons. Li Hao immediately showed a look of refusal. Old Zheng, have you lost your mind today? Those demons act purely on instinct. They don't understand human nature. How could we possibly stop them from attacking? Moreover, there's an 8th level, 9th rank tentacle demon lord lurking beneath the sea. Though it hasn't dared to cross the defensive line for some reason, this threat is still looming over the kids. We can't hinder their fight against the demons. Zheng Wudi nodded in agreement, then turned his gaze to the rift in the sky. Then we're left with the second option, relying entirely on these children. We need them to fend off the demons and ensure their safety while finding a way to attack the heart. Once the heart is shattered, the barrier will naturally dissipate. But these kids only have first-level combat power. Can they really harm the heart? Li Hao pondered. Based on my observations and experience, Zheng Wudi explained, this giant heart likely has no real defensive capabilities. Though I'm not sure of its origin or material, you can think of it as an energy core, similar to the replica cores we use when constructing competition simulations. It's full of energy but has almost no defense. This means that even an ordinary person could potentially damage the heart if they strike it with a weapon. Zheng Wudi's words made Li Hao's eyes light up. He realized with regret that in his haste, he had overlooked the weak defensive nature of the giant heart. Before he could speak, Zheng Wudi continued his analysis. Now that all the participants have been transported in, including top talents, we could organize them into a special operations team focused on attacking this giant heart. It won't take long to break through it. This meticulous tactical analysis left Li Hao quite surprised. He looked at his old friend and sincerely remarked, "Old Zheng, after all these years, your tactical acumen still far surpasses mine." He then turned to the sentry beside him and decisively ordered to relay this plan. At this moment, Zheng Wudi's gaze was scanning the defenses, searching for a specific figure. It wasn't just him. Even Ying Xuantian in the sky was anxiously searching. "Why can't I see Ying Xuan?" Zheng Wudi asked with a frown. "Who is Ying Xuan?" Li Hao began to ask, but before he could finish, Ying Xuan descended before them. Both men hurried to salute, but Ying Xuan ignored the formalities and directly demanded, "Why is my son Ying Xian not within these defenses?" The question struck like a thunderbolt, leaving Li Hao momentarily stunned. He could hardly believe that the head of the Ying imperial clan, with a near-emperor-level combat power, had a son participating in this battle royale simulation. Typically, members of the imperial clan disdain participating in regional competitions, focusing instead on the National Youth Soulmaster competition held every 5 years. "Your Holiness, you mean your son is in there too?" Li Hao confirmed with a trembling voice. Ying Xuantian's breathing became noticeably rapid. The current situation had only two possibilities. Either Ying Xian, with his second-tier combat power, had not been transported, or he had already been absorbed as energy by the heart. With a fierce leap into the air, Ying Xuantian's bronze divine sword flashed with a cold light, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. His voice was filled with authority and fury. "I don't care what you are. If you dare to harm even a hair on my son Ying Xian's head, I will annihilate your entire clan." Sensing the wrath of Ying Xuantian, the massive heart within the rift began to tremble violently. In the dark recesses of the crevice, a red creature was secretly manipulating the heart to mend the light barrier. It felt a pang of unease but disdainfully thought to itself, "A quasi-emperor is still just a quasi-emperor, far from being a true emperor. Breaking through this blood corpse formation? Dream on." Meanwhile, Ying Xuantian, Zheng Wudi, and Li Hao had already begun to covertly relay their plan to the contestants within the light barrier. Most of the young participants had grasped their intentions. Su Han was in the midst of slaying a giant demon shrimp with his sword when the scene above the light barrier caught his attention. He saw Ying Xuantian wielding a bronze divine sword, and a casual swing emitted an overwhelming aura, far surpassing the power of even the Grand Elder of their sword clan by several magnitudes. This discovery thrilled Su Han. This person must be a high-ranking official from the Xia region, quite possibly a sage. It's important to note that the strongest Grand Elder of the Su Sword clan was only at the pinnacle of the 7th rank and 9th stage. Yet the formidable swordsman before him, who also wielded a sword-type soul weapon, exceeded his family's strongest by a wide margin. As a super genius with an SS-level soul weapon talent, Su Han immediately saw an opportunity. If he could be taken under the wing of this sage, his future would be extraordinarily bright. With this thought, Su Han eagerly began to rally the talents present, aiming to impress Ying Xuantian. He arrogantly scanned the surroundings and said to Gu Long, Bai Ao, Wang Hu, Ning Xinxin, and Ning Yiya, "The officials have tasked us, the ones with strong talents and combat prowess, to form a special operations team to destroy the heart within the spatial rift. Apart from you 5 being worthy of being my teammates, the rest are just useless and cannon fodder." This arrogant declaration left those around him in shock. Although some were dissatisfied, they only dared to grumble inwardly. Surprisingly, Wang Qiao, the leader of the Axe Gang, was the first to express his willingness to follow, approaching with a fawning expression. "Hee, young Master Su Han, I've long heard that you're the strongest talent in this competition. Watching you wield your battle sword to slay the demons earlier was truly awe-inspiring, like a never-ending stream." Wang Qiao complimented Su Han with a flattering smile, his hands constantly moving in admiration. "You truly live up to your reputation as a prodigy from the ancient sword clan with an awakened SS-level soul weapon talent." Su Han listened to the praise, a playful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, you have a keen eye. So what brings you to me?" Although he enjoyed the flattery, he knew Wang Qiao must have an ulterior motive for appearing so suddenly. Wang Qiao chuckled, stepping closer and lowering his voice. "Young Master Su Han, you're indeed straightforward. I'll be honest, I was hoping to join your special operations team. I have an S-level soul weapon talent and promise I won't hold you back. Wherever you lead, I will follow." Su Han shook his head slightly. "You're not quite there yet." He was well aware of Wang Qiao's intentions. The special operations team was assembled at the request of high-ranking officials, meaning the mission would be both crucial and dangerous. Successfully completing it could earn recognition from these figures and rewards that might rival the mysterious soul weapon materials awarded to the winner of the battle royale. Realizing his intentions were seen through, Wang Qiao leaned in closer to whisper, "Young Master Su Han, don't be hasty in refusing. I'm willing to offer you an intermediate energy crystal up front, and if there are rewards later, how about I take 3 parts and you take 7? Su Han raised an eyebrow at this offer, contemplating briefly before nodding. "Since you're so eager, I'll give you a chance. But let's change the reward split to 2 for you and 8 for me." Though Wang Qiao inwardly cursed Su Han's greed, he maintained his smile and nodded in agreement. At that moment, a powerful voice echoed, "Su Han, I'm Wang Hu, and I don't like being constrained." The two turned to see a bald young man, towering at 2 meters, striding confidently toward them. His muscular physique exuded an intimidating aura of raw power, prompting those around to step aside and clear a path. "Isn't that Wang Hu, The natural powerhouse from Fengyan City? It must be. Look at the sheer force waiting to explode from him. Hish, terrifying. Murmurs of awe rippled through the crowd. Upon seeing Wang Hu's imposing figure, everyone started murmuring quietly. Su Hen stepped forward slowly, locking eyes with Wang Hu. Despite the overwhelming pressure emanating from Wang Hu, Su Hen's expression remained unchanged. Wang Hu, letting you join the team is a favor to you. I won't restrain you, but with me, Su Hen, in control, just make sure you don't cause any trouble. Su Hen's voice carried an undeniable authority. A hint of disdain flashed across Wang Hu's face, but he didn't retort. Despite his muscular build giving the impression of a simple brute, it's merely a facade he cultivated for protection. Given the current circumstances, Su Hen, the young master of the Su clan with an SS-grade soul weapon, was indeed the most suitable candidate to lead the temporary special operations team. Challenging him recklessly would be of no benefit. Humph, I know what I'm doing. I won't cause any trouble. Wang Hu snorted, then glanced around. Where's everyone else? Are they deaf and can't hear? Su Hen squinted his eyes, looking into the distance. There, Gulong was directing everyone to fend off the attack of the giant demon shrimp army. Everyone, don't advance towards the coastline. Hold your positions. We're only facing the first wave of demon beasts. Stronger ones will follow, so conserve your energy. Yes, Captain Gu. Understood. The group responded in unison. Under Gulong's command, the defense line quickly regained order. Although he was only a captain, his performance was akin to taking over Li Hao's role as chief commander. Even if he couldn't manage every detail like Li Hao, his ability to direct tens of thousands of troops showcased his remarkable military talent. Outside the screen, Li Hao and Zheng Wudi watched the scene, nodding in approval. Gulong, that kid, not only has high aptitude but also such a calm disposition. He's a natural-born commander. If he could further his studies at a military academy, his future would be limitless. However, inside the screen, watching Gulong command with ease, Su Hen felt no admiration. Instead, a strange emotion welled up inside him. In his eyes, Gulong was just a lucky country boy who awakened an SS-grade talent. Yet now he was revered by all as the temporary chief commander, stealing the spotlight that should have been his. Humph, what's there to be proud of? A glint of malice crossed Su Hen's eyes as he led his group towards Gulong. Wang Qiao quickly noticed Su Hen's unease and shouted, Gulong, are you deaf? Stop showing off and join the team. Master Su Hen is calling you. Su Hen was surprised by Wang Qiao's perceptiveness, saying what he hadn't yet voiced. However, Gulong merely glanced over coldly and continued directing the battle, completely ignoring Su Hen and his companions. Master Su, this Gulong is really ungrateful. Wang Qiao cursed in anger. Su Hen snorted, raising his voice deliberately. Just a country bumpkin. We can do without him. Yet, Gulong remained indifferent, either not hearing or deliberately ignoring them. Time is of the essence. If Gulong doesn't want to join, let's gather others quickly, Wang Hu said anxiously. He knew that if they didn't complete their mission soon and destroy the heart to break the light barrier, the impending beast tide could lead to everyone's demise. Master, Bai Ao is over there. Wang Qiao pointed to the battlefield ahead. There, Bai Ao wielded his mighty spear, moving like a dragon as he slaughtered giant demon shrimp. Beside him, Xiao Yu swung his windfire fan, finishing off the demons Bai Ao had weakened. Let's go, follow me. Su Hen urgently headed toward Bai Ao. Bai Ao had heard Su Hen's call, but had no intention of following. As a descendant of the ancient Bai clan, he rarely submitted to others. To him, Su Hen was superficial and narrow-minded, proven by his association with Wang Qiao of the Axe Gang. Even with Su Hen and his companions right in front of him, Bai Ao remained focused on the battle, unfazed. Suddenly, a fierce spear light shot through the air. Su Hen instinctively raised his sword to block, only to realize the target was a giant demon shrimp beside him. The beast exploded, splattering green blood all over them. Bai Ao, having made the strike, didn't spare them a glance and walked away, with Xiao Yu following, offering a mocking smile. This was clearly a deliberate show of superiority from Bai Ao. Fury surged in Su Hen's chest. Damn it, Gulong is one thing. But Bai Ao, how dare you act so arrogantly? And that unknown lackey beside Bai Ao, challenging me, Su Hen. How audacious. Seeing the situation, Su Hen suddenly displayed a fierce expression. His movements were swift and decisive as he raised his long sword under the astonished gazes of everyone present. The blade turned, and a sharp wave of sword energy sliced through the aeronaut towards the dense army of giant demon crabs, but directly at Bai Ao. Wang Hu stood to the side, dumbfounded, clearly not expecting Su Hen to attack one of their own at such a critical moment. The important figures watching from outside the battlefield also sensed something was amiss, with Li Hao slamming his fist against the light screen in anger, unable to believe what he was witnessing. Zheng. A piercing sound of metal clashing echoed across the battlefield as Bai Ao managed to raise his gun, just in time, to block Su Hen's sword energy. This sudden internal conflict left everyone present in shock, including Gu Leng and the others, who all turned their gaze towards the scene. Bai Ao, weren't you pretending to be deaf? Why not continue now? This strike is your warning. Su Hen shouted coldly, completely disregarding the reactions of those around him. Bai Ao stepped forward slowly, his expression stern as he looked directly at Su Hen. I've long known you're a hypocrite, but to think you dare strike your own at such a critical moment. Just as tensions were about to erupt, Ning Ye, Ning Xinxin, Wu Xiaofeng, and Jin Yuan quickly arrived on the scene. A group of people suddenly appeared behind Bai Ao, all summoning their soul weapons and watching Su Hen cautiously, ready to act. At this moment, Xiao Yu recognized Jin Yuan among them and exclaimed excitedly, "Big brother!" Jin Yuan also noticed Xiao Yu. "Second brother? Haha, I'm so glad you're alive." Despite feeling that something was off, Xiao Yu suppressed his doubts. Jin Yuan continued, "Second brother, our brother Xian's fan club has gained 3 new members." Following Jin Yuan's cue, Wu Xiaofeng stepped forward. "Second brother, pleased to meet you." This left Xiao Yu completely bewildered, looking at Jin Yuan with eyes full of confusion. At this moment, his expression was full of confusion, his gaze shifting back and forth between Wu Xiaofeng and Ying Xuan, as if questioning why Wu Xiaofeng, a super genius with an SS-level soul weapon talent, would willingly serve under someone else. Jin Yuan noticed Xiao Yu's thoughts and silently nodded to confirm his suspicions. Xiao Yu swallowed hard. In his understanding, a top-tier genius like Wu Xiaofeng, who ranks among the first echelon, is usually arrogant and would never easily submit to anyone. Yet now, this favored child of heaven had become his third brother. "Third brother, I look forward to working with you," Xiao Yu stammered, then pointed to the others and asked, "Oh right, who are these two?" Before he finished speaking, 2 graceful figures descended from the sky. 2 identically beautiful women landed steadily, each holding a yin-yang whip. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Look, it's the Ning sisters, Ning Xinxin and Ning Ye." The 2 sisters turned their sharp gazes towards Su Hen. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, Su Hen sheathed his sword, clearly unwilling to become enemies with everyone present. An unbelievable thought flashed through Xiao Yu's mind, and he turned to Jin Yuan for confirmation. Jin Yuan nodded knowingly, silently confirming his guess that these exceptionally skilled sisters were also under Ying Xian's command. Ning Ye approached Xiao Yu, sneering, "I thought Ying Xian's followers were all geniuses, but it turns out they're just S-level talents." "Yeah, don't speak like that." Ning Xinxin immediately interjected, then apologized to Xiao Yu. However, Xiao Yu was too shocked by Brother Xian's ability to recruit the sisters to care about such things. Meanwhile, the elites of Jiangling City appeared, including Yi, who awakened as an SS-level logistics soul weapon, and Tang Yan, known as the Valkyrie. They all stood opposite Su Hen, whose aura diminished slightly. Through the snippets of conversation, Su Hen gradually realized the presence of a key figure in Xian. Whether it was by Ao or the Ning sisters, they all seemed closely connected to this mysterious individual. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of person could inspire such loyalty from so many geniuses. Seeing the crowd's menacing stares, Su Hen understood that forceful means wouldn't work. Even with his SS-level talent and first-grade 9th-level combat strength, he couldn't handle so many experts attacking him. He swiftly changed his attitude, showing a friendly smile. "Haha, there's been a misunderstanding. I drew my sword out of necessity. I was instructed to form a special operations team to destroy the heart within the rift. The scene was chaotic, and I accidentally struck by Ao while trying to clear nearby demons. I apologize to everyone here." Upon hearing this explanation, Jin Yuan and the others snorted coldly. How hypocritical. Seeing that Su Hen had already apologized, the crowd's anger was somewhat appeased, but the tense atmosphere still lingered. In the face of the current dire battlefield situation, excessive internal conflict would only hasten the collapse of the defenses against the demons. However, the situation was clear this group of talented martial artists, led by Ao, would no longer heed Su Hen's command. What angered Su Hen the most was that it was Ying Xuan, someone who had never shown up, who undermined his authority. Standing still, with his fists unconsciously clenched, Su Hen questioned internally, "What makes this Ying Xuan, whom I've never met, so special? Could he truly possess some extraordinary abilities?" At this moment, Su Hen was neither contemplating how to shatter the heart nor paying attention to the anomalies in the spatial rift. Instead, he was caught up in a pointless comparison with Ying Xuan. If Zheng Wudi and Li Hao from the outside world knew his thoughts, they would surely give this arrogant young man a harsh lesson. Meanwhile, within the Battle Royale replica space, Ying Xuan had completely mastered the purple light curtain around him, and the gravitational pull of the spatial rift above no longer affected him. In the empty replica space, he stood alone between heaven and earth, a scene transmitted through the live broadcast, leaving the audience feeling bewildered. What's going on? Where did all the contestants go? It's been less than an hour. It shouldn't be over. Isn't the match supposed to last 72 hours? Could they really have been transported to the Jiangling coastal battlefield? But look, Ying Xuan is still there. Since the other contestants had been transported away, the broadcast could only focus on Ying Xuan. The entire Xia region, watching the match, directed their attention to him. Feeling uncomfortable under countless gazes, Ying Xuan decisively summoned a Black Dragon Robe radiating a golden glow to drape over himself. A powerful imperial aura then spread out, causing the surrounding space to distort. As Ying Xuan raised his hand, the official broadcast suddenly went black. Simultaneously, the anomalies he felt vanished. What happened? Why is the signal out? My screen is black too. The official tech is terrible. Back in the official control room of the Battle Royale replica space, chaos erupted. Alarms blared one after another. System failure 001 requesting maintenance. Replica core detached. Control relinquished. System failure 002 requesting maintenance. Demon energy exceeded threshold. Limit removed. System failure 003 requesting maintenance. Signal lost. Contestant info and score rankings all 404. The alarms mixed with staff shoutouts, plunging the control room into unprecedented chaos. Chief Commander Guofei stood in front of the monitoring screens, feeling his heart pounding wildly, unable to comprehend why the previously stable replica core suddenly experienced such a massive failure. Everyone, stay calm and start troubleshooting from System Fault 001. Guofei's voice echoed in the control room. He turned to the nearest staff member. Old Lu, try resetting the replica core. Old Lu immediately got to work, his fingers moving swiftly across the control panel. But no matter how he operated, the system remained unresponsive. Sir Gua, the Battle Royale replica core is completely out of control and cannot be reset. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Moreover, I sense someone else is trying to seize control of our main command system. Guofei's pupils contracted upon hearing this, and he rushed to the console, his fingers flying over the keyboard. Yet the control panel was as unresponsive as a piece of scrap metal. Damn it, their access level is actually higher than ours. All these malfunctions are because we've lost control of 001. Everyone, focus on controlling Replica 001's fault and reclaim control. Guofei stood up abruptly. Old Lu, notify the top officials immediately. Old Lu nodded in compliance and quickly left the control room. In stark contrast to the chaos in the control room was the tranquility inside the Battle Royale replica space. Ying Xuan was walking along the northern edge of the primeval forest, with layers of white, snow-capped mountains visible in the distance. This was the border between the primeval forest and the extreme cold zone. The temperature had dropped by about 20 degrees, though not unbearable. The eerie silence heightened Ying Xuan's vigilance. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by a piercing sound. Instinctively, Ying Xuan raised the Kaitian sword, and a dark figure struck heavily against the blade. Bang! The immense force pushed him back 3 steps. With a sharp gaze, Ying Xuan swung his sword, releasing a blade light. Only then did he see his opponent, clearly a magical spotted snow leopard covered in sleek fur, its black spots exuding a faint magical aura. This discovery surprised Ying Xuan, as a Tier 2, Level 2 magical spotted snow leopard should be a regional boss-level entity, meant to guard the 5 replica fragments. Yet, the primeval forest boss had already been dealt with, making the appearance of a second regional boss in the same area clearly against the official setting rules. Before he could unravel this mystery, the magical spotted snow leopard dodged his blade light with astonishing speed and let out a thunderous roar, a woo. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.